Chapter 1 Stay at home for one day, reward King Kong's indestructible magic. Chu Xuan's words and deeds are inappropriate, which is detrimental to the style of the family, and he will be punished immediately from the ancestral house. Without permission, he is not allowed to step into the ancestral house for half a step. Chu Xuan looked back at the magnificent and gorgeous ancestral house, and shook his head helplessly. Being sent out of the ancestral house was equivalent to being expelled from the direct line. When a person is hated, even a sneeze is wrong and unforgivable. He had just crossed over, and the Chu family was entertaining the distinguished guests from the imperial capital. As one of the direct descendants, Chu Xuan was naturally also at the table. Just because he sneezed, he was expelled from the ancestral house. Although he did not expressly expel him from the direct line, it made no difference. The housekeeper took him to a lonely courtyard far away from his ancestral home. "Young Master 13, you can live here from now on. I will arrange for someone to bring food here." After speaking, the butler left. Chu Xuan, the direct line of the Chu family, one of the three great families in the Qin country, ranked 13th, and is the most unpopular among the younger generation of the Chu family. Pushing open the door of the courtyard was overgrown with weeds. Apparently it had not been inhabited for a long time. This yard is far away from the ancestral home and is on the edge of the Chu family. Normally, no one would come to live in this remote place. Chu Xuan sighed. Influenced by his parents, he was never welcomed by the patriarch, Chu Tianming, who was also his grandfather. His father was Chu Tianming's third son. He was deeply loved and had the most outstanding talent among his father's generation. However, he broke the marriage contract because he violated Chu Tianming and married Chu Xuan's mother, a woman with no deep background. Almost made Chu Tianming die from anger. 3 years ago, Chu Xuan's parents left home and did not return, and there was no trace. From then on, Chu Xuan's situation became more and more difficult. Grandpa Chu Tianming was upset every time he saw him. Finally, today, I couldn't bear it anymore, and with the mentality of being out of sight and out of mind, Chu Xuan was expelled from the ancestral house. The family's drama. Chu Xuan was speechless, but he couldn't change anything. It was not bad to have a place to live. At least food and clothing are worry-free. Looking at the weeds in the yard, Chu Xuan was distressed. After all, he is also the young master of a noble family. Do you want to remove the weeds by yourself? Fortunately, the 2 servants of the Chu family were arranged by the housekeeper to clean up the house and courtyard, remove the weeds, and clean the house. Replaced with new furniture and daily necessities. Chu Xuan finally felt a little sense of superiority as the young master of an aristocratic family. He instructed the servants to bring himself a reclining chair and some books. "In the future, I will stay here." After the servant left, Chu Xuan lay on the reclining chair, breathing the sweet air, looking at the blue sky and white clouds. His eyes were a little dazed. After crossing, the situation is not good, nor is it too bad. At least for now, there is no worries about food and clothing. However, this is a world where cultivation can be enlightened, and warriors can move mountains and seas. As a weak scumbag, it is difficult to say that there is a sense of security. The next day, Chu Yang was lying on the reclining chair, flipping through a book, and there was no one else in the yard except him. Not even a maid. Chu Xuan sighed, and as expected, he was not welcome. As the young master of an aristocratic family, he didn't even have a maid to serve. The stronger the house, the stronger the system has been activated. The current residence is bound to the house area. If you stay in the house for a day, you will be rewarded with King Kong's indestructible magic. Suddenly, a voice sounded in my mind. Chu Xuan's spirit was refreshed, and he suddenly sat up straight. System. A foggy space appeared in my mind, and a system of information was transmitted. The more you stay at home, the stronger the system. You can become stronger by staying at home. There are rewards for each day of your stay, and there are random rewards for different ways of staying at home. As long as you don't leave the hospital, you only stay in the house and the yard. The longer you stay in the house, the richer and stronger the reward will be. And once you leave the yard, the house record will be recalculated. Chu Xuan suddenly felt happy. The maid is not important, I just like to stay at home. It's good to stay at home, it's safe and not dangerous. Receive the reward immediately. A message poured into his mind, a force revolved around his body, and a faint golden brilliance flickered on his skin. Chu Xuan only felt that his strength was constantly increasing, and at the same time he silently operated the King Kong indestructible technique. He clenched his fist, his strength soared, especially his defense, reaching the pinnacle of the mortal realm. King Kong's indestructible magic, which belongs to the top defense technique in the mortal realm, is not very powerful in this world. Above the mortal realm, there are the mysterious realm, the spiritual realm, the virtual realm, the harmonious realm, the real realm, and the emperor realm. The mortal realm is only the most basic realm, and it is divided into 3 cultivation stages: body refining, pulse opening, and chi gathering. Only by breaking through the profound entrance and stepping into the profound realm can one truly embark on the path of cultivation. Each realm after the profound realm is divided into 9 levels. No matter how strong the mortal realm is, if you don't break the entrance, you will still be an ordinary person after all. However, Chu Xuan was not disappointed, knowing that this was just a reward for staying home for a day. Before receiving the reward, his strength was not at the stage of opening the pulse in the mortal realm, and he belonged to the ranks of scumbags. Now that he has suddenly soared to the peak of the mortal realm, especially in the mortal realm, it is almost impossible for anyone to hurt him. Chu Xuan was content, and he was even more determined to stay at home and not go out. After stretching his waist, Chu Xuan changed his posture, lay back on the reclining chair, picked up the book and continued to read. Taking a long breath, Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com just felt refreshed. Comfortable. After the plugin was installed, the whole person was refreshed, and the previous boredom was swept away. You changed your posture, you are very comfortable, and you will be rewarded with a box of chi-gathering pills. Are there any rewards for this? Chu Xuan became more energetic, took out the chi-gathering pills rewarded by the system, and packed a large box. The box is made of wood, and there are hundreds of bottles of medicinal pills inside, and each bottle contains 12 pills. Take out a bottle of medicinal pill, and put the rest back into the system space. He poured out an elixir, the brown color was lustrous, a faint medicinal fragrance lingered, and one could vaguely sense the aura contained in the elixir. It is definitely a top-quality medicinal pill, and it deserves to be produced by the system. Chu Xuan put the medicinal pill into his mouth, and the medicinal pill was dissolved, turning into a pure aura that entered the body, and gathered in the dantian along the meridians. The last stage of cultivation in the mortal realm is to gather chi. Gathering chi is full and turning around the body, it means that the cultivation of the mortal realm has reached the pinnacle. If you want to go further, the only way is to penetrate the profound entrance, sublime as much as possible, transcend the ordinary into the profound, and step into the profound realm. The porch is difficult to break, and countless people stop here, unable to penetrate the porch, and end up in the mundane world. Chu Xuan swallowed a chi-gathering pill, only to feel that spiritual energy filled his dantian, flowing through the meridians of his body, and his body faintly glowed with golden brilliance. After he obtained the indestructible King Kong technique, he made a breakthrough from opening the pulse to gathering chi in one fell swoop. When a chi-gathering pill goes down, the chi-gathering is even more complete, and the peak of the mortal realm is completely stabilized. However, if you want to go further, it is not something that can be solved by eating chi-gathering pills. It is only possible to penetrate the profound entrance, open the door of mystery, fully sublime, and transform into the profound. Chu Xuan was not in a hurry. After staying at home for a few days, he might be able to explore the entrance. Chapter 2: Dragon Python Spirit Fist and 1-Year Cultivation. Chu Xuan spent most of the day reading a book on the reclining chair. He changed several postures, but he did not receive any system rewards. If you want to trigger the random rewards of the system, it seems that it is not as simple as changing a few comfortable postures. In the evening, it was not the servants who came to deliver the meal. It was a beautiful woman in a green dress. My cousin Chu Yun. Chu Xuan, the daughter of heaven in the direct line, has outstanding talent. At a young age, she has successfully gathered energy, reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm, and has already touched the barrier of the entrance. She is about to penetrate the entrance and step into the profound realm. How did you come? Chu Xuan said in surprise. Chu Yun put down the lunchbox, brought out the food and placed it on the table. Looking up at Chu Xuan, she always felt that he seemed to have changed a bit. Since she has not yet stepped into the profound realm, Chu Xuan does not show her strength, and she still cannot see the specific realm of strength of Chu Xuan. Brother 13, please bear with me for a while. When Grandpa's anger subsides, I'll go and beg Grandpa to let you live in your ancestral home. Among the brothers and sisters of this generation, Chu Yun and Chu Xuan have the best relationship. No, I live here very well, and it's annoying to go back, there's no need. Chu Xuan waved his hand and refused. Not only did he not plan to go back to his ancestral house, he didn't even plan to take a step out of the courtyard gate. "I'd just like to stay home." "Brother 13, I'm going to ask Grandpa, he will definitely agree, he won't be angry with me, don't worry." Chu Yun thought that Chu Xuan refused because she was afraid that her plea would be implicated. "It's really not necessary." Chu Xuan looked at Chu Yun's firm eyes, and was moved. In this world, besides his parents, there are people who care about him. Of course he knew that after a while, his cheap grandfather, Chu Tianming, lost his temper, and when Chu Yun went to intercede, he would most likely let him go back. After all, Chu Yun is the arrogance of her grandchildren, and she is deeply loved by Chu Tianming, so she will not be angry with her for such a trivial matter. But he really didn't want to leave. This place is lonely and quiet, how comfortable it is to live in. When I went back to my ancestral home, I was annoyed when others looked at me, and they must have harassed me from time to time. Chu Yun sat down to eat with Chu Xuan, chatted for a while and then went back. Before leaving the yard, Chu Yun repeatedly assured that she would definitely plead with Chu Tianming to let him return to his ancestral house. "It's impossible to go back. I just stay here and don't even go out." Chu Xuan was lying on the reclining chair with a leisurely posture. "You stayed for 2 days, reward the dragon python spirit fist." The system sounded, Chu Xuan immediately received the reward, and a message flooded into his mind. In his mind, the dragon python appeared, imposing like a rainbow, punching like a spirit. In a short period of time, the dragon python spirit fist has been mastered. This is a top-notch attacking technique in the spiritual realm. Chu Xuan was limited by his realm and could not exert his power. Dragon python spirit fist is divided into python shape and dragon shape. Once you practice to turn a python into a dragon, you will master its essence. Chu Xuan unleashed a dragon and python spirit fist in the yard, punching like a giant python, flexible, swift and violent. At this moment, Chu Xuan felt that with the defense of the King Kong indestructible magic, and the swift attack of the dragon python spirit fist, it was no problem for him to fight 10 warriors who were also at the peak of the mortal realm. Chu Xuan was able to complete the exercises rewarded by the system directly. If his realm was sufficient, he could display the dragon shape. However, if you want to display the dragon shape, you must at least be at the 7th level of the profound realm. And if you want to fully exert the power of the dragon python spirit fist, you must be in a spiritual realm. In the Chu family classic pavilion, the dragon Mang spirit fist definitely belongs to the top-notch category. Chu Xuan felt that if he stayed at home for another 2 or 3 days, he should be able to break through to the profound realm. On the 3rd day of staying in the courtyard, the reward was a dagger. Phantom dagger. The dagger has the ability to confuse people's minds. Looking at the dagger, it seems to see layers of daggers, which makes it impossible to tell which one is the real dagger. If it attacks, it will transform into countless daggers and confuse the enemy. It's a good weapon. On the 4th day, Chu Xuan was still lying on the reclining chair and reading a book. He felt that since he decided to stay in the yard and not go out, he must adjust his mentality and not be irritable. And reading a book is undoubtedly a good way to restrain one's mind and not be affected by external things. I read anecdotes and bizarre books. The book records the anecdotes of Nanzhou, including some historical events. For example, in the changes of the 9 kingdoms of Nanzhou, which dynasties have died out and which dynasties have risen over the years. Qin state belongs to one of the 9 states in Nanzhou. Where Qin state is located, it used to be a not weak dynasty, but it finally died out under the cooperation of Qin, Chu, He, and Zhao families, and there is today's Qin state. The Qin family of the Qin family is the most powerful, and it is the royal family of the Qin state today, and the Chu, He, and Zhao families are the 3 great families of the Qin state. Among the 9 kingdoms of Nanzhou, only the Qin state belongs to a dynasty ruled by 4 families. The Qin family has not completely unified the strength of the other 3 families. The origin of the ancestors, and the mutual marriages for several generations have long been difficult to separate. Moreover, with a common enemy, civil strife will only lead to demise, so even if the Qin family is ambitious, they can only accept the fact that the 4 families are jointly governed, and the Qin family is the eldest. You stay at home for 4 days, and you will be rewarded for 1 year of cultivation. The 4th day's reward came, Chu Xuan's spirit was lifted, 1 year of cultivation. After receiving 1 year of cultivation, is he about to break through to the profound realm? Yu reading www.yuyukeungshu.com. Receive rewards immediately. I just felt that a force emerged, and the strength increased instantly, as if breaking some kind of shackles. However, he did not break through to the profound realm. It's just that, vaguely, my spirit and spirit have a feeling of sublimation. It seems that in the next step, he will undergo an earth-shaking transformation, especially his spiritual will, which can be turned into reality. Chu Xuan was carefully aware of his own changes, and the reward for 1 year's cultivation did not break through to the profound realm. But it was real, pushing his realm to the extreme of the mortal realm. He has a feeling that if he breaks through the profound realm, no matter in terms of strength or foundation, he will be far beyond the ordinary profound realm martial artist. It's because he made a small breakthrough in the mortal realm where he had already reached the peak and could no longer go any further, and in the true sense he had reached the extremity of the mortal realm. Half-step profound realm. Chu Xuan did not know whether his realm at this time could be called a half-step profound realm. What can be known is that his current strength surpasses the peak of the mortal realm by a lot. Generally speaking, when you reach the pinnacle of the mortal realm, you cannot go any further, you can only feel the entrance, touch the entrance barrier, and finally break through the entrance and step into the profound realm, in order to continue to be strong. And this kind of state in the peak of the mortal realm, going one step further and reaching the ultimate state, Chu Xuan has not heard of it. He was born in the Chu family, and with the background of the Chu family, there is no description of this extreme state. Chu Xuan felt that this kind of extreme state is extremely rare, so the Chu family has no record of this. Of course, there is also a possibility that he has read too few classics in the Chu family, and he has not seen any records on this aspect. At this moment, the real profound realm is in sight. Chapter 3 Ascension to the Extreme, Breaking Through the Profound Realm. You stayed for 5 days, and you will be rewarded with a box of great profound pills. Coming. The great profound pill is not only an elixir for breaking through the profound entrance, but also an elixir needed for cultivation in the profound realm. The system is very atmospheric, directly reward a box, rather than a small family like a bottle or a bottle. Chu Xuan took out a bottle of elixir, poured out one, sat down in the room cross-legged, and put the elixir into his mouth in order to break through the profound realm. The medicinal pill melted in the mouth, and he only felt a rumbling sound. Chu Xuan felt that his body was undergoing some kind of transformation, and his whole person had a feeling of floating. The spiritual energy in the body is also constantly being compressed, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth keeps pouring in, and the spiritual energy gradually becomes materialized, showing a faint fluorescence. Spiritual energy is also transforming, being refined into spiritual energy. Only 100% spiritual energy can be refined into one spiritual energy, and the power at his disposal has been directly multiplied by 100 times. The greater transformation lies in the spiritual will. The entrance, the biggest barrier is not the transformation of the physical body, nor the transformation of spiritual energy, but the transformation of spiritual will. This step of transformation is the core. It is also the biggest barrier to breaking through the profound realm. Chu Xuan only felt that there seemed to be a shackle in his spiritual will, and after breaking the shackle, a portal appeared. The door that was tightly closed is now loose. As long as you open this door, you will step into a new world. The real barrier of the entrance. Chu Xuan knew that as long as this door was opened, the spiritual will could be sublimated, and he could perceive the world out of the body, and then he could understand the mystery of this world. This door is the mysterious door. Push open the mysterious door and enter a new world. This gate is not only a barrier between Fan and Xian, but also a test. If you don't break the entrance, you will be ordinary people after all, and you will only be a handful of lus in the end. The peak lifespan of the mortal realm does not exceed 150 years. And once they enter the profound realm, they can live for 500 years, and those who practice special exercises can even live for 800 years. Chu Xuan is bombarding this door. Every time he bombards, his spiritual will is sublimated once, and the gap in the door is bigger. After 9 consecutive bombardments, the portal collapsed with a bang, and for a moment, Chu Xuan only felt that he had entered a new world. Spiritual will is sublimating, undergoing some kind of transformation. At a certain moment, he saw himself sitting cross-legged, everything in the house, and ants crawling on the ground in the yard. The world became clear at this moment. You can even feel the aura fluctuating between heaven and earth. The profound realm is complete. With eyes closed, you can see everything around you, even more clearly than before the breakthrough. Will perception. After breaking through the profound realm, one has the ability. Spiritual will can be perceived apart from the body. The stronger the strength, the farther the will is perceived. Chu Xuan once again took out a great profound pill and took it to consolidate his cultivation after the breakthrough. You will break through by staying home, and you will be rewarded with ecstasy. The sound of the system sounded, and Chu Xuan was overjoyed. There are also rewards for breaking through, not bad. I just don't know if there will be a reward for every breakthrough. After receiving the ecstasy spell, a small gray booklet appeared. Chu Xuan opened the booklet, and mysterious characters jumped out of the booklet and disappeared into his eyes. A burst of profound insights emerged in his mind, and after half an hour, Chu Xuan had already realized the ecstasy technique. This is a kind of secret technique, which can psychedelic will, disturb the spiritual will, and even disturb the soul. At the same time, cultivating ecstasy also has the effect of enhancing spiritual will and soul. The divine soul is still far away from Chu Xuan. It is not so easy to condense the divine soul. It is another sublimation and transformation of the spiritual will before it can be condensed into the divine soul. While consolidating his realm, Chu Xuan practiced the ecstasy technique. Since he directly understood the ecstasy technique, the cultivation came naturally. It took more than an hour to get started. After finishing the practice, Chu Xuan came to the courtyard and used the dragon python spirit fist again. After breaking through the profound realm, the power of the dragon python spirit fist is incomparable. With a punch, the spiritual power surged, turning into a gray giant python and rushing out. Chu Xuan threw out punch after punch, and the gray python, biting, pounce, or thumping, was fast and flexible. After practicing the dragon python spirit fist, Chu Xuan tried the ecstasy technique again, and an invisible wave rippling out. Ecstasy directly attacks people's spiritual will, which can make people fall into psychedelics, and can even manipulate the psychedelic to act according to their own will. Performing the ecstasy technique consumes mental will. Even if there is no comparison with other Profound Realm warriors, Chu Xuan feels that his mental will is much stronger than other Profound Realm first-level warriors. He wondered whether the system would reward elixir or spirits that increase spiritual will. If there is a technique for cultivating spiritual will, it would be even better. The cultivation method of spiritual will is extremely rare and rare. Even in the Chu family, there is only one way of cultivating spiritual will at the level of the low-grade Xianjing. Even so, the Chu family standing in the Qin state also relied on the bonus of this practice. This practice belongs to the core practice of the Chu family. Chu Xuan was only at the stage of opening his pulse in the mortal realm before, and even his direct descendants had never seen this practice. After breaking through to the profound realm, Chu Xuan also needed a cultivation method. After the King Kong indestructible divine art reached the profound realm, there was no need to practice. As for the Chu family's exercises he cultivated, only the exercises from the mortal realm to the first level of the profound realm can be obtained. Chu Xuan did not plan to continue cultivating the Chu family's exercises, he was waiting for the system's exercises to reward him. Although the Chu family is one of the three great families in the Qin country, it seems to be extremely powerful, but in Nanzhou, it appears to be relatively ordinary. The exercises practiced by the direct descendants of the Chu family, Heiyuelou reading www.yukangshu.com, are only high-grade Xianjing. Cultivation methods below the virtual realm are called Xianjing, and are divided into three grades: high grade, middle grade, and low grade. After the virtual realm, there are the harmony realm, the real realm, and the emperor realm. Cultivation to the real state and below is called the real scriptures. Although there are strong and weak points, there is no specific grade level. Above the true scriptures is the Emperor Scriptures. Chu Xuan felt that the minimum requirement was to practice the Emperor Sutra. He had only been at home for a few days, and Chu Xuan didn't expect more advanced exercises for the time being. It was rumored among the Chu family's direct line that the Chu family had half of the scriptures in the hands of Chu Tianming. The entire Chu family, those who practice this half of the scriptures, but the number of palms, belong to the true core of the Chu family. Chu Xuan now despises this half of the scriptures, only half of them. I am afraid that he will only be able to cultivate to harmony realm if he dies. Lying on the reclining chair, Chu Xuan continued to read. Although he had just broken through, his realm was quite stable. If you want to stay at home for a long time, you must have a stable mind. Therefore, Chu Xuan made up his mind that he should read more to pass the time and increase his knowledge. After all, the Chu family is not a weak family. There are many books. After reading all the books, you should be able to gain more understanding of the world. At present, Chu Xuan only knows Qin State relatively well, and he knows very little about Nanzhou, where Qin State is located, let alone outside of Nanzhou. Many of the books in the Chu family's collection cannot be brought by the servants, so when Chu Xuan comes again, she must ask her for help to copy the many books in the Chu family's collection. While reading a book, he suddenly sensed that a servant from outside the yard came with a lunch box. P.S. Ask for favorites, ask for tickets, ask for everything, ###. Chapter 4 Cult Spies. It's not meal time yet. The servants deliver meals at a fixed time, and each time 2 servants are together. The housekeeper has arranged servants, and will not be replaced unless there are special circumstances. The servant who delivered the meal in the will perception is a newcomer. In Chu Xuan's perception of will, there seemed to be something wrong with this servant. Chu Xuan frowned slightly. Could someone in the Chu family want to target him? There is no reason. He was in the direct line of the Chu family and was not seen by Chu Tianming, and his uncles never targeted him. As for his peers, he has been expelled from his ancestral home and has been marginalized. There is no reason for himself. Although the Chu family is a big family, the battle between the direct lineages is not too fierce. Chu Xuan watched the servants come in and began to place meals on the table. The will perceives the food on the table and finds that there are a few small worm eggs mixed in the meal. If he hadn't broken through to the profound realm, he would never have found the eggs mixed with the rice. Poison goose eggs. Being able to be sensed by willpower, it is just a very ordinary poisonous goo, and it is not a threat to him who has cultivated in the profound realm. The other party didn't want to kill him, but to control him. Young Master 13, it's time to eat. After the servant placed the food, he lowered his head and stepped aside. Chu Xuan was still lying on the reclining chair, looked at the servant and said, "This young master is very curious. Who asked you to come?" The servant was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Chu Xuan. It was ordered by the big housekeeper. The big housekeeper, that is, the one who sent Chu Xuan, Chu Tianming's confidant, the big housekeeper of the Chu family's ancestral house. Chu Xuan decided to use this servant to try the ecstasy technique. A servant who had just cultivated to the stage of gathering qi in the mortal realm was absolutely unable to resist the manipulation of the ecstasy technique. Immediately, the spiritual will condensed, and the ecstasy technique was cast out, and an invisible wave invaded the servant's will. Just for a moment, the servant didn't even have the strength to resist, and his eyes became dull. "Tell me, who are you and who brought you here?" A cold light flashed in Chu Xuan's eyes. No matter who was behind him, who dared to murder himself would never be forgiven. "My own strength is not strong enough, so bear with it for a while, and when the strength is strong, I will kill him as soon as possible. I'm a cultist, no one asked me to come here, I just saw that there was an opportunity to control you, and I could ask the cult elders for credit, so I came. The cult is the most unstable factor in the Qin state, and the force behind it is the Evil King Court. The Evil King's Court is a very special country in Nanzhou. Everyone in its territory cultivates evil arts, and there are not too many laws. Every day, practitioners of evil arts are staged, killing each other and devouring each other, just to become stronger. The Evil King's Court has the smallest population, but its strength is extremely powerful, and it is also eyeing its neighbors. Especially the fact that he firmly controls the lineage of the Evil King Ting Evil King, his strength is beyond imagination, otherwise why would he rule the evil cultivators in the domain? There are cults in the 8 countries of Nanzhou. The cults are either formed by evil cultivators from the Evil King's Court, or evil cultivators cultivated by the Evil King's Court in their own country. The whereabouts of cults are hidden, they are extremely good at hiding, and they can be killed endlessly. They are the biggest unstable factor in each country. People in cults don't call themselves holy religions like some sects, so they call themselves cultists. Because cults are a group of people who practice evil practices, they know that they are all evil people, so they never call themselves a holy religion. When Chu Xuan heard that the servant was actually a cult, he was shocked. He was being targeted by a cult. No, it should be the only cultist who is staring at him for the time being. The Chu family actually infiltrated a cult spies. Could it be that the cult is going to attack the Chu family? If it was just a cult, the strength of the Chu family would be enough to deal with it. What Chu Xuan was worried about was that the Evil King Court was staring at the Chu family, or at the Qin state, ready to attack. At this stage, the Chu family can't have an accident. Once the Chu family has an accident, how can he stay strong? I don't know how many cult spies are lurking in the Chu family. I must remind my cheap grandfather, Chu Tianming, to thoroughly investigate the Chu family and find out the lurking spies. After cross-examination, Chu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. This action was made by this cultist on his own. He saw the opportunity to control himself, the direct line of the Chu family, so he planned to secretly control himself and take credit for the elders of the cult. What Chu Xuan thought was that this cultist felt that now was an opportunity to control the Chu family's direct line, so other cultists would definitely feel the same way. If the Chu family had a cultist lurking in the profound realm, if they targeted him, it would be troublesome. Therefore, in order to stay safe and comfortable, the Chu family must thoroughly investigate the potential spies. I have to remind my cheap grandfather, Chu Tianming. How to remind? Chu Xuan didn't want to reveal his strength, he didn't plan to leave the courtyard for half a step, and by hiding his strength, he could reduce the enemy's attention to him. Before you are strong enough, you must hold on. Chu Xuan thought about it this way. Under the emotional fluctuations, the ecstasy technique oscillated. After all, it was the first time to use the ecstasy technique. He didn't control the strength all of a sudden, and even destroyed half of the servant's will. In this way, Chu Xuan could not have given Chu Tianming the spy that he could not live with, otherwise he would have known that the spy's spiritual will was destroyed when he investigated. Reading www.yuyukeungshu.com. His own strength will be doubted, attract attention, and even speculate whether his hidden strength has other purposes. A small half of the spiritual will was destroyed. For the spies who have just cultivated to the stage of chi gathering, it is an extremely serious trauma, and even becomes mentally retarded. Even if you don't become mentally retarded, you will inevitably experience confusion and uncontrollable emotions. If you want to prevent the spies from being detected and their mental will is severely damaged, the only way to kill them is to kill them. Everyone is dead, so naturally it is impossible to detect that their spiritual will was severely injured during their lifetime. After all, it is only a mortal realm, and there will be no residual fluctuations in spiritual will after death. After Chu Xuan lost control and destroyed the spy Xiaoban's mental will, the other party's face was distorted, and he seemed to be in a state of confusion. Not long after, the two servants who had arranged to deliver the meal came. Chu Xuan immediately let go of the spy of the cult and pretended to fight with the other party. The spy of the cult is only just entering Qi gathering, and Chu Xuan also showed the strength of just entering Qi gathering. Moreover, he showed that he just broke through, and his strength is not as good as that of a cult spy, and he is embarrassed to resist. Only in this way can he fit his personality. The scum in the direct line. Presumptuous, dare to attack 13 young masters. The servant who delivered the meal heard the sound of the battle and rushed over quickly. Seeing Chu Xuan dodging in a panic, he was suddenly shocked. No matter how marginalized Chu Xuan is, it is also in the blood of the Chu family, and they are not the servants who can offend him. There are servants to attack the Chu family's direct line, this is a big crime. Cultists. Looking at the servant again, it turned out to be an evil art, and he was shocked. Chapter 5 Daluo Sutra. The two servants were both at the Qi gathering stage, and as soon as they put the lunch box down, they rushed up to save people. They all realized that this servant was a spy of a cultist. As long as they caught this spy, they would be considered meritorious. They will have the opportunity to obtain resources to break through to the profound realm. Most of the servants of the Chu family are in the mortal realm. Once they break through to the profound realm, they will become a steward of the Chu family. Whether they are sent to various places in Chu County or stay in the Chu family, their status are not the same. Kill him for me. Chu Xian's Qi was in a state of devastation. A servant dared to attack this young master and kill him for me. The two servants joined forces and quickly controlled the cultist, and Chu Xuan took the opportunity to take action and roared, "Dare to attack this young master, give me death." Young Master 13, you can't kill it. The two servants are in pain. They are spies, and they are only useful when they are left alive. How can they kill them? This one really is the scumbag in the direct line. However, Chu Xuan had already punched the spy's throat, and with a click, the spy's eyes widened, blood gushing out of his mouth, and he died in a short while. The two servants suddenly felt helpless. And after Chu Xuan killed the spy, his face turned pale, and he turned around and pretended to vomit. 13th young master, this is a spy of a cult. We must report it to the big housekeeper. The two servants don't know what to say anymore, 13 young masters are really trash. Killing a spy, he couldn't stand the smell of blood and was vomiting. Chu Xuan waved his hand and told the two servants to get out. The servant carried the spy's body and left. Chu Xuan returned to the reclining chair and lay down, thinking back on his performance just now. It should be a waste, right? In this way, Chu Tianming annoyed himself even more, and was completely marginalized. There was no possibility of returning to the core of the direct line, and there was no use value. Even after the Chu family's thorough investigation this time, there are still spies lurking, and they won't take the risk of taking a risk on their own. Useless descendant, right? In the next period of time, you should be able to stay at home safely. You killed the cultists who destroyed your house, and rewarded you with a box of nourishing pills. The system sounded. Finally, the random rewards of the system are triggered again. Chu Xuan received the Yangshan pill, which is a kind of elixir that cultivates spiritual will. It is not only effective in the profound realm, but even if it breaks through to the spiritual realm, it still has the effect of nourishing and enhancing spiritual will. The elixir produced by the system is extraordinary. There are effects in both realms. Immediately, he took out a bottle, poured out a nourishing pill, and took it. The medicinal pill was dissolved, and a cool medicinal power surged into his mind. In just an instant, Chu Xuan felt refreshed, and his will's perception of heaven and earth became a little clearer. Lying on the reclining chair, silently refining the medicinal pill, feeling the range of will perception, which is slowly increasing, and the spiritual will is continuously strengthened under the nourishment of the medicinal pill. In the ancestral home of the Chu family, in the discussion hall, Chu Tianming was about to go crazy. Trash, what son did Luo'er have? Why is he so trash? Disgrace my Chu family. In the discussion hall, the rest of the Chu family remained silent, waiting for Chu Tianming to vent his anger before continuing the discussion. Luo'er is very talented, and the woman who gave birth to such a wasteful son is the drag of that woman. Otherwise, how could my Luo'er give birth to such a wasteful son? The others remained silent. It is Chu Xuan's mother who blames the third son of his outstanding talent to have such a waste son. Chu Tianming was really going to explode with anger. There was a cult spies among the servants of the Chu family. They had already been captured alive, but Chu Xuan actually killed the spies. He was angry when he killed the spy, but what really drove him crazy was that after Chu Xuan killed the spy, he couldn't stand the scene and vomited. It's so wasteful. How can such a waste become such a big deal? That's why he's going crazy. At this moment, Chu Tianming was considering whether to keep his precious granddaughter, Chu Yun, away from Chu Xuan. What if Chu Xuan's trash attribute could be contagious? His granddaughter was infected by him and turned into a waste, but the loss would be huge. Chu Tianming scolded for a long time before he sat down in the main seat panting. He looked at a young man sitting in the last row in the conference hall, and his expression softened. I'm glad in my heart that the grandchildren are not all trash like Chu Xuan, and after all, there is a younger generation with outstanding talent. For example, Chu Qing, the eldest grandson who participated in the discussion, was already at the 4th level of the profound realm at a young age, and was about to break through the 5th level of the profound realm. Not only is he outstanding in cultivation talent, but he also has a very old-fashioned way of doing things, even surpassing many of the older generation. This time, let Chu Qing participate in the spy detection incident, but also to experience him. Chu Tianming has regarded him as the future heir of the Chu family to cultivate. Among his sons, the third son whom he was most optimistic about violated his marriage contract, almost mad at him, and disappeared again. No one could be found. Therefore, Chu Tianming placed the heir among his grandchildren, and selected and cultivated heirs from among his grandchildren. Chu Xuan was depressed. The expected Emperor Jing reward did not appear. Perhaps it was because the time at home was not long enough. However, he is not in a hurry. While eating the Yangshan pill to strengthen his spiritual will, he also eats the Great Profound pill to enhance his spiritual power. The strength has continued to increase, and has reached the peak of the 1st level of the profound realm. 10 days. After staying in the courtyard for 10 days, the long-awaited Emperor Jinggong finally appeared. You stayed for 10 days and rewarded the Daluo Emperor Sutra. A quaint book appeared, revealing a domineering coercion. Chu Xuan was very excited, the Emperor Jing, pointing directly to the cultivation technique of the Emperor realm. Half of the scriptures can make the Chu family stand among the 3 major families of Qin for thousands of years. It can be seen how precious and powerful the Emperor Sutra is. And this is just a reward for staying home for 10 days. If you stay home for a month or a year, what level of exercises will be awarded? Chu Xuan opened the Emperor Sutra. Yu read the book www. The characters of yuukangshu.com jumped into his eyes. In his mind, the cultivation and perception of the Emperor Sutra appeared one after another. An hour later, Chu Xuan opened his eyes, put the Emperor Sutra into the system space, and experienced the feeling of the Emperor Sutra. As expected of the Emperor Sutra, it is far from the top-grade Xianjing of the Chu family. Chu Xuan took out a great profound pill and took it to practice the mysterious realm chapter of the Great Luo Emperor Sutra. Originally, he had already reached the peak of the first level of the profound realm. With the cultivation of the Daluo Emperor Sutra, his foundation became stronger and stronger, and his realm dropped slightly. Although his realm has dropped a little, his strength has been doubled. At this time, the Dragon Python Spirit Fist is used, with stronger power and faster attack. A great profound pill was quickly refined, and the speed of refining pills was more than 3 times as fast as before cultivating the Emperor Sutra. A day passed, Chu Xuan recovered to the peak of the first level of the profound realm, and there were faint signs of breaking through to the second level of the profound realm. The Great Profound Pill is a top-grade pill in the profound realm stage. Moreover, Chu Xuan has a system, and there will be no situation where the realm is unstable. He just needs to break through quickly, and he doesn't have to worry about the situation of being in a state of emptiness. Chu Xuan was thinking about a problem. Since the servant who delivered the meal was not a profound realm martial artist, he could not perceive his realm and strength. If the big butler or other profound realm warriors come, his strength will be exposed. Once his strength is revealed, Chu Tianming will look at him again, and even think he is a genius, and turn to pay more attention to him. This is not what Chu Xuan wanted. Therefore, what he needs now is a treasure or a practice technique to cover up his cultivation. And this can only rely on the rewards of the system. Chapter 6 Aim Dust Technique and Soul-Slaying Sword. On the 11th day, Chu Xuan's wish came true. You stayed home for 11 days. You realized that being low-key is the true meaning of being a home, and rewarded the same dust technique. The same dust technique, a secret technique. It is no longer a secret technique that simply restrains one's breath and conceals one's cultivation, but a secret technique that can be used in the same environment and with all things. For example, standing in front of a tree, in the perception of will, he is that tree. With the rockery, in the perception of will, he is the rockery. What is even more frightening is that when standing with other people, in the will perception, he will not appear, but only the person around him, or he is the person around him. Conditioning the breath and covering up the cultivation base are just small means. Chu Xuan was amazed. The same dust technique is definitely not a secret technique at the level of the Emperor scriptures. Without any hesitation, he immediately practiced the art of sharing the dust. Due to the direct comprehension of the system, it is not too difficult to cultivate. After spending a short time, the same dust technique has already started. After entering the entrance, the same dust technique is running all the time, and the cultivation base is displayed in the stage of qi gathering at the beginning of the mortal realm. Chu Xuan, who was lying on the reclining chair at the moment, if he used his will to perceive, he would only see the reclining chair, but not Chu Xuan. This is the power of the same dust technique. After practicing the same dust technique, Chu Xuan's house became more comfortable. As for the investigation of spies by the Chu family, he didn't pay much attention to it. From the food delivery servants, I know that the Chu family held a competition, and selected servants with excellent qualifications to focus on training. The servant who delivered the meal was fortunate enough to get a training quota. It could be seen that the other party was very excited. This meeting was in charge of his cousin, Chu Qing. Chu Xuan immediately understood that the Chu family wanted to use this meeting to select servants to find out the potential spies, and even planned to use the spies to bring down the cult hidden forces in Chu County. At the same time, it is also Chu Tianming, who used to practice Chu Qing. How the Chu family dealt with the cult, Chu Xuan had no control, nor did he want to. He just wanted to stay comfortably and gradually become stronger. As long as you are strong, let alone a cult, you don't have to worry if the evil king of the evil king court is attacking. To annoy yourself, just slap him to death. The premise of all this must be strong enough. Therefore, Chu Xuan read and cultivated at the same time, and every moment was not wasted. Dakshuandan and Yangshandan are eaten several times a day. The strength has finally broken through to the second level of the profound realm. If such a cultivation speed is spread out, it will definitely scare a group of geniuses to death. Spiritual will, under the nourishment of Yangshan pill, grows rapidly. In the realm of the second level of the profound realm, the spiritual will is no weaker than that of the fourth level of the profound realm. Chu Yun came here once, copied many books from the scripture pavilion for Chu Xuan, and went back to the ancestral house to retreat and break through the profound realm. Chu Xuan gave her 3 great profound pills and Yangshan pills, on the pretext that her father left them, and Chuyun could not shirk them, so she could only accept them. During the period, the system also rewarded a box of great profound pills and Yangshan pills, but did not reward the cultivation techniques and treasures of spiritual will. Instead, he was rewarded with a sword technique, a high-grade Xian Jing scripture, and a little secret technique. Except for the daily fixed rewards, Chu Xuan did not trigger random rewards, and never understood the rules of the system's random rewards. In other words, random rewards have no regularity at all. After 3 days of seclusion, Chuyun successfully broke through to the profound realm. The speed was beyond imagination. Chu Xuan knew that this was due to the effects of the Great Profound Pill and the Yangshan Pill. The rest of the Chu family didn't know the specifics, and they all marveled at Chu Yun's amazing talent. Chu Tianming was even more happy. After breaking through the profound realm, Chu Yun came over to say goodbye to Chu Xuan. She was going to leave the clan and go outside to practice. The Chu family's direct line, only after breaking through to the profound realm, will they be allowed to leave the clan to practice outside. Chu Xuan is very envious, he has not left the clan. Not to mention Qin, he had never even seen the Chu county, which was controlled by the Chu family. Now he must stay home and gradually become stronger. No matter how envious he is, he will not leave, and he will not even take a step out of the courtyard door. After Chu Yun left, no one came to accompany her. If you want to stay comfortable, you must stabilize your mentality. As for retreating, there is no such thing as a practice. The cultivation base has been skyrocketing, and there is no need to retreat. Maybe this is what the system needs. A retreat lasts a few months and a few years, so it's boring to stay home. Before Chu Yun left, she originally wanted to intercede with Chu Tianming and let Chu Xuan return to the ancestral house. But Chu Xuan refused, saying that he had just been angry with his grandfather Chu Tianming, and it would definitely be hard to go back to the ancestral house. If she wanted to punish herself after she left, no one would intercede for her. Hearing what Chu Xuan said, Chu Yun temporarily dismissed the idea of interceding, but promised that she would definitely intercede for him when she came back from the experience. He also encouraged Chu Xuan to break through to the profound realm as soon as possible, so that he would not have to stay in the clan all the time and be bound. At Chu Xuan's request, Chu Yun copied many books. Time flies. Today is the 20th day of Chu Xuan's house in the courtyard. Another 10 days, Chu Xuan is looking forward to what rewards will be given. Now his cultivation is at the 6th level of the profound realm. There are still 2 boxes full of the Great Profound Pill and the Yangshan Pill. In addition to the daily rewards that are fixed by the system, one of the boxes is a random reward that is triggered. The Chu family servant competition was over, and the servants who were responsible for delivering meals and cleaning to him were replaced. Chu Xuan did not know how many cult spies were found. However, the Chu family is going to take action against the hidden cult forces in Chu County. The person in charge of cracking down on the cult is Chu Qing. Yesterday, Chu Qing left to come to the yard. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com asked Chu Xuan if he wanted to go out with him to experience and gain knowledge. He would ask Grandpa for mercy and let him leave. Chu Xuan refused. What a joke, he is only in the profound realm. If he leaves, the records of the time he has stayed in for so long will be emptied. The Xianjing is not safe outside. Although there are strong people from the Chu family secretly protecting it, if something unexpected happens, wouldn't it be safe for one's life? Still staying safe in the clan, steadily getting stronger. Chu Tianming learned that Chu Xuan was unwilling to leave because he was worried that he would encounter danger outside. His cowardly appearance made him lose his temper again. How could your third son, who is so talented, give birth to such a useless person? It's all to blame for Chu Xuan's mother. Chu Tianming said angrily, let him stay there, out of sight and out of mind. Chu Xuan was very happy. 20 days later, the system reward came. You stayed in your house for 20 days, and you will be rewarded with a top-grade treasure-slashing sword. Top-grade treasures. Chu Xuan was pleasantly surprised. He had to know that the soldiers of the Chu family were only mid-grade treasures. The weapons used by warriors are divided into ordinary soldiers, spiritual weapons, treasure weapons, and imperial soldiers. They are divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. Mortal soldiers, as the name suggests, are just mortal weapons. No matter how sharp they are, or how they blow their hair and break their hair, they can only be used by warriors in the mortal realm. No matter how strong an ordinary soldier is, it cannot carry the spiritual power of a warrior above the profound realm, and cannot exert the strength of a warrior in the profound realm. Spirit tools require special materials and special forging methods before they can be forged. Not only can it carry the spiritual power of warriors above the profound realm, but it can also increase the attack power of warriors. The higher the rank, the greater the power naturally, and the same also requires a higher cultivation level to be able to exert its power. Chapter 7 Profound Realm 7th Layer, Running Thunder Fingers. The spiritual tools correspond to the three realms of the mysterious realm, the spiritual realm, and the virtual realm. The warriors of these three realms can exert the power of the spiritual tools. However, for the warriors above the level of harmony, the spiritual tool will not be able to increase the effect, and it will even be unable to withstand the spiritual power of the warriors above the level of harmony, and it will be damaged. Treasures are usually used by warriors who are in the realm of harmony, the realm of reality, or who have just entered the realm of emperors. The warriors below the level of harmony can also use treasures, but they cannot exert the power of treasures, and the consumption is extremely huge. However, treasures are always more powerful than spirits. When both sides of the battle are equal in strength, one person holds the spirit and the other holds the treasure. Even if the power of the treasure cannot be exerted, the ultimate winner will be the one who holds the treasure. Party. And imperial soldiers are weapons of another level, far beyond what spiritual weapons and treasures can compare. After staying in the house for 20 days, Chu Xuan got a high-grade treasure that was stronger than the troops of the Chu family. How could you be unhappy? If you stay home for a year, the imperial army is not a dream. The whole body of the spirit-slaying saber is snow white, and the body of the blade has a subtle flow of aura, which can be seen at a glance. Chu Xuan checked the information about the spirit-slaying saber, and it turned out to be a treasure that mainly hurts spiritual will. For a martial artist, the wound of the mental will is more difficult to treat than the physical wound. The medicinal pills and spiritual items that can treat the mental will are very scarce and more expensive. Once the mental will is seriously injured and cannot be recovered, the path of cultivation is almost cut off. While the spirit-slaying knife hurts the physical body, it also hurts the spiritual will, and it can specifically attack and kill the spiritual will. Attacks against the mental will have always been difficult to prevent. Unless there is a treasure to protect the mental will, or a method of protecting the mental will, you can only rely on the mental will to resist. Chu Xuan put away the spirit-slaying saber. With his current strength at the 6th level of the profound realm, as long as he does not encounter a spiritual realm martial artist, with the sharp edge of the spirit-slaying saber, he can kill him even at the 9th level of the profound realm by surprise. Besides, he is cultivating Emperor Sutra, and in the same realm, his strength is stronger. There are 10 days left, it will be a month. Chu Xuan was looking forward to a month's reward. What would it be? It's definitely not worse than the spirit-slaying sword. Swallowing a Dashuan pill and Yangshan pill, Chu Xuan lay on the reclining chair and continued to read leisurely while refining the medicinal power. According to the current cultivation speed, one should be able to break through to the 7th level of the profound realm tomorrow. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Chu Xuan felt that after breaking through the profound realm, it seemed that his aptitude had greatly improved. Absolutely belongs to the first class of Tianjiao. Chu Xuan guessed that perhaps it was from Fen who entered the profound, breaking through this scorpion-like entrance. The whole person was sublimated, so the aptitude also sublimated. On the 21st day, Chu Xuan successfully broke through the 7th level of the profound realm. 7th layer belongs to the later stage of this realm, and there is a small leap, and the strength is greatly improved. On this day, the system rewards a martial skill. Ben Lei pointed. It can condense the spiritual power in the body into thunder, and its power is amazing, especially it has the ability to restrain evil arts and dark things. The Ben Lei finger can increase as the realm increases, and its power continues to increase, and it will not become a martial skill that is eliminated because the realm is raised to a certain level. Even in the Emperor realm, the thunder finger will still be a powerful attacking technique. It took Chu Xuan an hour to integrate the thunder fingers, and he was able to condense spiritual energy into thunder and gather at his fingertips as he wanted. You can point out one after another of thunder in a row. From the mouth of the meal delivery servant, Chu Xuan learned that the Chu family had launched an operation to suppress cult forces in Chu County, and had taken down several cult branches hidden in Chu County in one fell swoop. Among them, 3 members of the spiritual realm hall of the cult beheaded, and dozens of core members of the profound realm. The means that Chu Qing showed in this fight against cult forces were unexpected. Chu Tianming was very happy and boasted that the Chu family had successors. Chu Yun, who had just left the clan and went out to practice, also participated in the operation and killed a member of the cult at the first level of the profound realm. This time, although a great victory was achieved in the campaign to suppress the cult, a cult elder who was in the virtual realm escaped. And he threatened to take revenge on the Chu family. At present, a Chu family elder from the virtual realm and 2 Chu family executives are chasing and killing the cult elder. At the same time, the clan has also strengthened its vigilance and defense today. According to reliable information, the cult of the Qin kingdom obtained a hiding technique in a certain historic site, which must be guarded against carefully. The cult spies in the Chu family relied on this concealment technique to hide the aura of their own evil arts and successfully lurk in the Chu family. The other 2 great families, the Zhao family and the He family, including the Qin family of the royal family, after getting the information from the Chu family, they have already conducted internal investigations and uncovered a lot of spies. It can be said that because of this action of the Chu family, the cults in the Qin state suffered heavy losses, especially the exposure of the technique of concealment. If you want to send spies into several major families again, the difficulty is instantly increased several times. And because the Qin kingdom and the neighboring countries Dazhou and Ziyue allied to deal with the evil king court, the Qin kingdom will also pass on this information to the Dazhou and Ziyue kingdoms. It can be seen that the cult will suffer a lot because of this mistake, and the layout of many years will fall short. Naturally, the Chu family will also become a thorn in the side of the cult, attracting the attention and focus of the cult. Therefore, the Chu family has strengthened its vigilance. At the same time, the Chu family's team has already acted to eradicate the cult in Chu County. Not to mention destroying them all, at least their vitality will be severely damaged. The Zhao family and the He family also took action. The Qin family of the royal family even ordered all the forces in the territory to cooperate with the action to eradicate the cult. After Chu Xuan heard the news, he was stunned secretly. Unexpectedly, because of his low profile, Yukanshu www.yukanshu.com was targeted by a cult spy, which resulted in heavy losses to the cult. I don't know, will the high-level cult leaders hate themselves to the core after learning this news? You must keep a low profile and improve your strength as soon as possible. The Chu family is relatively safe. Now that they are on guard, it is not easy for cult members to sneak in. However, the development of things was beyond Chu Xuan's expectations. Late at night on the 23rd day. Outside the Chu family, 2 figures that seemed to be hidden in the darkness approached silently. There was no aura on his body. Dressed in black, it perfectly blends into the darkness, let alone the eyes can't see it, even if it is a wool perception, it is difficult to detect if you are not careful. The 2 figures slowly entered the Chu family land, and the direction of travel was exactly towards Chu Xuan's small courtyard. Be careful, the Chu family should not be underestimated. Don't worry, there are stealth spirit clothes, as long as they don't enter the core of the Chu family, they won't be discovered. The attire on the 2 cultists is a special material, and the stealth spirit clothes made by special techniques can block the perception of will to a certain extent. The flaw is that this kind of stealth suit has a miraculous effect only at night. It can integrate people into the night and avoid the perception of will. Of course, limited by the rank, it can only avoid the perception of the will of the profound realm martial artist. However, as long as you don't enter the core area of the Chu family, that's enough. The 2 cultists came here not to assassinate anyone in the Chu family, but to destroy them. This direction is the weakest point of the Chu family's defenses. Go from here. 2 cultists quietly came towards Chu Xuan. Chapter 8 Cultists, Pawn. Chu Xuan's location turned out to be the Chu family's land, which seemed to be the easiest place to sneak in. Around the yard, the trees are denser, making it easier to hide the figure. The release of poisonous smoke and poisonous fire can spread faster and be more difficult to extinguish. In the evening, Chu Xuan ate a nourishing pill and was lying on the bed to cultivate his will. With the strengthening of spiritual will and the cultivation of the nourishing pill, Chu Xuan does not need to sleep at all, and can continue to stay in high spirits. But life, there must be some fun, so Chu Xuan still sleeps every once in a while. At this moment, the 2 cultists outside the courtyard stopped moving forward. Invariably, they looked at the yard, looked at each other, and seemed to understand each other's thoughts. Then, quietly approached the yard. They stopped in front of the yard and communicated with each other through voice transmission. According to the information, the person living here is Chu Qiluo's trash son who was expelled from his ancestral home. What do you mean? I think the opportunity is here. As long as we control him, our actions tonight will be smoother and the results will be greater, and there is even a chance to put poisonous smoke and poisonous fire in the Chu family's ancestral house, and we can still unknowingly evacuate it. Just do it. It just so happens that I have a mind pill on my body, which can make him act according to our instructions. The two cultists discussed and decided to control Chu Xuan. Although I heard that Chu Chulua's son is a waste, but you can't be careless and use Fengling Wang. Okay. One of them took out a net and opened it. In order to reduce the noise as much as possible, they each pulled one side of the net and opened the net around the yard. The Fengling net, a special spiritual tool, is used to seal the fluctuations of spiritual power. Within the range covered by the spirit sealing net, all spiritual power fluctuations will be banned and cannot be transmitted. As long as the Fengling net cannot be broken, the people inside will not be able to ask for help. The two cultists were not indiscreet. After opening the net, it was instantly stimulated, and a large net firmly sealed the courtyard where Chu Xuan lived. The moment Fengling Wang was activated, Chu Xuan noticed it. At that time, his face turned black. He cursed inwardly. The Chu family was too wasteful, and they didn't even know they were lurking in the clan. Feeling a little bit of the cultist who entered the yard, he breathed a sigh of relief. Both are warriors of the 3rd level of the Profound Realm. He was already at the 7th level of the Profound Realm, and he even had a high-grade treasure, the spirit-slaying saber. He was a mere cultist, and he didn't even care about him. As for Fengling.com, he doesn't even care. After killing the cultists, the Fengling net broke itself. Moreover, if you kill 2 cultists to disturb your house, will you be able to get random rewards from the system? After Fengling.com was set up, the 2 cultists breathed a sigh of relief, and they stopped speaking through sound transmission. Why did Chu Chulua give birth to such a useless son, and there was no movement at all? I heard that there is no Profound Realm cultivation base yet. How could you possibly notice? Hurry up, give him the wishing pill to eat, give him the poisonous smoke and poisonous fire, and let him go to the Chu family's ancestral house to release the poison. I suddenly had an idea. If we control him and treat him as a spy in an ambush in the Chu family, it's better than eliminating him once he runs out. One of the cultists suddenly spoke up. He is the direct descendant of the Chu family, and he is also Chu Chulua's son. Although Chu Chulua is missing, who knows if he is dead? Controlling his son, I think it will be very useful in the future, and help him break through to the Profound Realm. Returning to the core of the Chu family's direct line will be even more useful. The 2 cultists were discussing in a low voice how to control Chu Xuan and how to make the most of the waste. The more Chu Xuan listened, the darker his face became. Nima, why are they all thinking about how to control themselves? I am so easy to control, so easy to use. The 2 of you, have you discussed it? Chu Xuan opened the door with a dark face and walked out. Fengling.com blocked the courtyard, which was in line with his wishes, and there would be no news about killing people. He didn't want to expose his cultivation because he killed 2 cultists, and received too much attention. He didn't want to do anything to show off. For now, I just want to stay safe and secure and become stronger. The 2 cultists were taken aback and looked at Chu Xuan vigilantly, until they realized that he was not even at the mortal realm chi gathering stage, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Boy, your father, Chu Chulua, oppresses all of your peers. How could you be oppressed by your peers? It's such a waste. A cultist said with a wicked smile. Come on, as long as you join our cult, it won't be a problem for you to become stronger and even control the Chu family in the future. Those who are educated should know how to do it, right? 2 cultists, one left and one right, flanked over. Don't even think about asking for help. Under the Fengling net, no one will come even if you cry out. Jia, looking at you with thin skin and tender flesh, you will definitely not be able to endure hardship, be obedient, and enjoy the services of our cult, and you will be satisfied. It is not a dream to be the head of the Chu family in the future, even the Qin state it's not a dream to. Change the name to Chu state. The cultist spoke in an evil tone, and began to take out the medicine pill. Chu Xuan watched the cultists outflank him, but he was pondering whether he killed the 2 with the dragon python spirit fist, or with the thunder finger. Or, is it using a spirit-slaying sword? Would it be overkill to use the spirit-slaying saber? Try Ben Lei fingers. In the end, I decided to try the Ben Lei finger with 2 cultists. The dragon python spirit fist kills people, smashing into a piece of flesh and blood, and it is difficult to clean up. The power of thunder that Ben Lei refers to pierces a man through a charred wound, making it much easier to deal with the corpse. Are you done? You can die when you're done. Chu Xuan raised his right hand and glanced coldly at the two cultists. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. The two cultists were startled and had a bad premonition in their hearts. The other party was too calm, not at all like a mortal warrior. It is not the performance that a rumored trash should have. Just as he was about to shoot, he saw Chu Xuan's fingers connected, and two lightning bolts came crashing down. I wanted to avoid and resist, but it was too late. He only reluctantly used his spiritual power, propping up a spiritual power shield around his body, intending to resist the bombardment of thunder. Both of them practiced evil arts, and they were restrained by Lei Ting. Besides, Chu Xuan's strength far surpassed them. How could the mere spiritual shield resist? Lightning flashed, and without even a scream, a thumb-sized wound appeared on the forehead of the two, filled with black smoke. Ben Lei pointed to the thunder that was inspired, and directly pierced the heads of the two cultists, leaving two small black holes. Snapped. The body fell to the ground. There was still an unbelievable look on his face. Chu Xuan looked at the two corpses on the ground and nodded with satisfaction. The power of Ben Lei's finger was not weak. My own cultivation was okay. The power of thunder didn't spill over, it didn't split the whole person into charred black, there was only a charred penetrating wound. Without the power of thunder that spills out, the power of penetration is stronger and more difficult to resist. But looking at the two corpses on the ground, Chu Xuan was worried again. What should he do with the corpses? He can't leave the yard. Once he leaves the yard, he will stay in the house for so long. Can't bury the body in the yard. There are two corpses buried in the yard where I live, so I feel uncomfortable. You killed the cultists who tried to disturb your life, and rewarded a soul-devouring flower. Chapter 9 Devourer. As expected, killing the harassing cultists triggered the random rewards of the system. It's just that the reward this time is not a secret technique, a medicinal pill, or a treasure, but a plant. Devouring flower. Chu Xuan checked the information of spirit-devouring flower. Spirit-devouring flower, a rare plant in the world, can devour everything, especially likes to swallow poison, dark things, and also likes to devour corpses. In its infancy, it has simple intelligence, can walk, beautiful flowers, and has the power to confuse. After reading the introduction about spirit-devouring flower, Chu Xuan was so pleasantly surprised that he fell asleep on the pillow. With the devouring flower, it is easy to deal with the corpse. In addition to devouring, the flower has the magical effect of healing the wounds of the soul, and the fruit can wash the body and soul, enhance talent, and enhance the power of perception. It has a miraculous effect on breaking through the bottleneck. Not only that, the attack power of Spirit Devourer is also very powerful. There is also a magical ability. It can devour the spiritual will and the soul, and can record all the devoured spiritual will or the memory of the soul. Chu Xuan took out the spirit-devouring flower, and a small tree with a height of 1 meter, the size of a fist, and brightly colored flowers appeared. The branches of the small tree are as soft as rattan, and there is not a single leaf in sight. The whole tree is full of flowers, with a charming fragrance, and the flowers are of different shapes and bright and beautiful colors. As soon as the spirit-devouring flower was taken out, Chu Xuan had a faint mental connection with it, and immediately recognized the master. Swallow it. Chu Xuan wanted to see the devouring ability of spirit-devouring flower, and pointed to the corpse on the ground. The roots of the spirit devourer are densely packed. After landing, the roots can walk, like a small tree that has grown into a fine tree. In an instant, he came to the two corpses, and the roots spread out instantly, like a dense silk net, covering the two corpses. The naked eye could see that the two corpses were rapidly decomposing under the roots of the devouring flower, and within half a minute, the corpses disappeared. Even the clothes on the corpse decomposed and disappeared. Not to mention what the corpse was carrying. After swallowing the corpse, the flowers on the spirit devourer swayed, becoming more and more beautiful and charming. Chu Xuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The devouring power of spirit-devouring flower was stronger than expected, and this was only in its infancy. Looking at the swaying flowers, the very beautiful and charming spirit-devouring flower, Chu Xuan decided to give it a try, another magical ability of it. Record the memory of the devouring spiritual will and soul. The two cultists are both profound realm warriors, and they just died. Their spiritual will has not been completely dissipated in the world, and the spirit-devouring flower must have devoured their spiritual will. You can check to see if there are some secret actions of the cult against the Chu family among the two cultists. He didn't want the Chu family to suffer a major blow from the cult. Once the Chu family was hurt, and if the Chu family land was threatened, how could he stay safe? Mind instructs spirit devouring flower. The swishing sound of the devouring flower, the petals glow, forming a picture out of thin air. In the picture are the memories of two cultists. Chu Xuan instructed soul-devouring flower to watch the key memories, especially the memories of the past month. And some deep memories related to the cult or the Chu family. By watching the memories of the two cultists, Chu Xuan roughly knew the purpose of the cultist trip. The sudden action of the Chu family caught the cult forces in Chu County by surprise and suffered heavy losses in an instant. In order to weaken the actions of the Chu family and pay a high price, they took out 2 stealth spirit clothes, picked 2 cultists who were good at hiding, and put on the stealth clothes and sneaked into the Chu family to make trouble. The cultists carry poisonous smoke and poisonous fire. They do not need to sneak into the Chu family's ancestral house, nor can they sneak in. They only need to release poisonous smoke and poisonous fire in the Chu family's land. This is not an ordinary poisonous smoke and poisonous fire, and it has a huge influence and damage on Xianjing warriors. What's more terrifying is that the poisonous smoke will stick to the grass and trees, and it will not dissipate for a long time. If there is no special medicine, it will be difficult to eliminate. It will take at least 100 years for the poison to dissipate naturally. For such a long time, the Chu family land is equivalent to being abolished. Even if the Chu family had the ability to eliminate the toxicity of the poisonous smoke residue, it would cost a lot of money, enough to bring a lot of losses to the Chu family. Poison fire is also not easy. It is a peculiar poison. After being released, it burns like a flame. It has the particularity of absorbing spiritual energy and burning spiritual energy. It is also difficult to extinguish. To completely extinguish it, the only way is to completely isolate the spiritual energy. And after the aura is isolated, the poisonous fire can still burn for a long time before it is completely extinguished. Once a little bit of aura is absorbed in the middle, it will continue to burn. If the poisonous fire is really released in the Chu family, to isolate such a vast area, the Chu family needs to dispatch a lot of warriors above the spiritual realm, as well as a lot of spiritual tools. And it needs to be isolated for a long time. The consumption of warriors is extremely large. This period of time will undoubtedly be when the defense of the Chu family is the weakest, and there will be a certain danger. In order to implement this plan, the cult has spent a lot of money. After reading the cultist's memory, Chu Xuan couldn't help but sigh. If the other party wanted to control himself and expand the victory, the Chu family land at this time would probably have fallen into chaos. There were definitely a lot of casualties. Of course, most of the dead and injured were servants. After all, the important members of the Chu family lived in the ancestral house. This incident also made Chu Xuan vigilant. The Chu family land is not foolproof, and the ancestral house may not be a problem, but within the family land, the danger is not small. The cultist sneaked in wearing a stealth suit, blocking the guards' perception, and he was only discovered by himself when he arrived in the courtyard. Vigilance is still not enough. Now that I have the soul-devouring flower, I can feel more at ease, and I don't have to worry about being sneaked over without a sound. Glancing at the foamling net covering the yard, I saw a branch of the spirit devourer sticking out and spreading upwards, with beautiful flowers on the branch. The flowers are like trumpet mouths, and when they are attached to the foamling net, the entire foamling net is swallowed and sucked. Chu Xuan smacked his lips. The spirit-devouring flower was a bit savage, and even the spirit tool was devoured. This is just infancy. After swallowing the foamling net, the spirit-devouring flower roots crawled and ran quickly to the corner of the yard. The roots were buried in the soil, and most of the flowers were closed, leaving only 2 blooming flowers on the branches. It looks like a small flower tree, except for the beautiful flowers. There is nothing special about it. The devouring flower is a sinister plant. Judging from its unremarkable appearance, it seems to be waiting for people. Silently dealt with the cultists, and now with the spirit-devouring flower to look after the home, Chu Xuan can finally continue to sleep peacefully. He took out a nourishing pill and threw it into his mouth, ready to go back to the room to continue to cultivate his spiritual will, when he saw a branch stretched out. The flowers on the branch were blooming, the petals were hooked, and he looked like he was asking for something. "You eat all this." Chu Xuan directly threw 2 Yangshan pills and 2 great profound pills into the flowers. The devourer retracted the branch contentedly. Chapter 10 Divine Refinement Diagram and Zero Exercise Divine Technique. The 29th day of Chu Xuan's house in the courtyard. Tomorrow will be a month. Since killing the cultists who had sneaked in, no cultists have sneaked in the Chu family. In the past 2 days, Chu Xuan learned from the servant's mouth that the cult in Chu County, the Chu family's fief, had been severely damaged by the Chu family, and an elder of the virtual realm had fallen. The entire Qin state was shaken, and all the forces were shocked by the fangs suddenly displayed by the Chu family. Even the servants knew the outcome of the battle, so it could be seen that the Chu family's action this time has achieved a considerable victory. As long as the Chu family land is not likely to be captured, Chu Xuan can stay at ease and become stronger. 1 month has come. Chu Xuan was looking forward to what rewards the system would give after staying at home for a month. You've been living here for a month, and you will be rewarded for your immortality. The reward for 1 month is the unmoving skill. Chu Xuan received the reward. Unmoving as a mountain is a powerful defense method, both a physical defense method and a spiritual defense method. Once the cultivation is successful, the body is like a mountain, and it is difficult to shake. Especially the defense of the gods, like layers of mountains, contains the defenses of the gods. As long as the defenses of the mountains cannot be broken through, the gods cannot be hurt. This is an extremely powerful defense method, even if it reaches the emperor realm. Chu Xuan immediately started cultivating the unmoving technique. His body vibrated and his spiritual power was condensed. After a few hours, he successfully entered the threshold of cultivation. In terms of mental will, it is like a mountain spread all over, blocking the invasion from outside. At the same time, Chu Xuan broke through to the 9th level of the profound realm. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the 2nd month will come again. Chu Xuan has already stepped on the threshold of the spiritual realm with half a foot. The speed of cultivation is so fast that it is enough to shock countless Tianjiao. In the past month, Chu Xuan has received various rewards from various systems, including exercises and secret techniques, as well as medicinal pills, spiritual objects, and treasures. Even if he stayed in the yard and didn't step out of the door, Chu Xuan knew the tension in Chu County. After the cult was hit hard, it launched a raid, and the Chu family lost a spiritual realm steward and a dozen juniors in the profound realm. At this time, the Qin state was almost the whole country's power, wiping out the evil cults. Under the orders of the Qin royal family and the pressure of the 3 great families, countless forces and warriors in the Qin state participated in the encirclement and suppression. In addition to Qin, the neighboring countries Dazhou and Heiyuelou also launched operations. The defense of the Chu family land was further strengthened, and occasionally there were guards from the spiritual realm guarding the family land. 3 days ago, there was a brief battle in the Chu family, and it was not very far from the courtyard where Chu Xuan was. The battle was over soon, but it also made Chu Xuan worried. In case there is a spiritual realm, or even a cult powerhouse in the virtual realm, and it is very dangerous to live on the edge of the clan's land. It is necessary to break through to the spiritual realm as soon as possible. Now the encirclement and suppression of the cult is no longer limited to the Chu family, but the Qin kingdom, Dazhou, and Heiyuelou are all working together to encircle and suppress it. You must know that behind the cult is the evil royal court. Will the evil king court sit back and watch the cult be wiped out? This time, it can be said that the Chu family took the lead in encircling and suppressing the cult, and it was also the Chu family that thwarted the cult's plot. If the evil royal court really made a move, the first target must be the Chu family. You must improve your strength as soon as possible before the evil king court takes action. You stayed for 2 months, and you were rewarded with a box of great elixir. The Great Spirit Pill is an elixir for breaking through the spiritual realm, and it is also a cultivation elixir for the spiritual realm. Chu Xuan immediately swallowed the Great Spirit Pill to break through. After breaking through to the spiritual realm, Chu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. The spiritual realm was not considered a weak person in the Qin state, and no matter how powerful the cult was, there were not many strong spiritual realm people. At this moment, Chu Xuan is confident that as long as it is not a virtual realm, he can handle it. Blink, it will soon be March. Chu Xuan has been living in the courtyard for nearly 3 months, and he has not even stepped out of the courtyard. The people I see every day are servants who deliver meals and clean up, and they don't say much. In the yard, apart from the devouring flower, there is not even a small animal. Chu Xuan's mentality is very stable. After all, he is not strong enough, and it is too dangerous to go out. No matter how boring it is, Chu Xuan can still hold on. You think it's too monotonous to live alone, so I will reward a pet civet cat. Reward pets. Chu Xuan was pleasantly surprised and immediately received the reward. A snow-white cat appeared. Heavenly civet cat, a strange beast of heaven and earth, can enter the 9 secluded places and go up to the 9 heavens. It is good at hiding and has extreme speed. It has a cute appearance, and when it gets angry, it will release the tiger's might of the mythical beast, the white tiger. Chu Xuan read the information about Tianling Meo and was amazed. This cute little kitten turned out to be a strange beast of heaven and earth, and its strength was extremely terrifying. Of course, at the moment, this one belongs to the infancy. The strength is about the third level of the spiritual realm. However, with the speed and agility of the celestial cat, even a first-level virtual realm warrior would not be able to hurt it. Chu Xuan's house is no longer monotonous. In addition to reading books, he can also play cats. Tianling cat eats a big elixir every day. Chu Xuan sighed that in the entire Nanzhou, there is no one who is so extravagant as himself to use a large elixir to feed cats. You stayed in your house for 3 months, and you will be rewarded for the refinement diagram and hundreds of divine techniques. Part 1. Chu Xuan's spirit was refreshed, and the method of spiritual cultivation, which he had been thinking about for a long time, finally came. The Lianqian picture is a peculiar picture, painted with twisted and swirling lines, forming a painting that resembles mountains and rivers. At a glance, the whole person can't help but fall into it, and Yu reads www.ukungshu.com and feels that the lines of the picture are constantly twisting and twisting. In just a few minutes, Chu Xuan felt dizzy and hurriedly looked away. As soon as he looked away, the feeling of dizziness disappeared, and his mental will actually increased a little bit. Chu Xuan was very pleasantly surprised. Watching the picture of refining the gods can increase his spiritual will, which can help him cultivate his spiritual will. The 100 training divine technique is a great technique that surpasses the Emperor Sutra. Even if it is only the first part, it is extremely powerful. With the help of refining God map, Chu Xuan's mental will skyrocketed. Even chasing after the virtual realm warriors, Chu Xuan began to practice ascetic magic techniques. The stronger his mental will, the wider his perception range, and the stronger the attack power of the ecstasy technique. The divine soul that will be condensed in the future will also be more solid and powerful. The defense of the immovable mountain art is also increasing. So far, Chu Xuan has arranged 100 mountains for defense for his spiritual will. His next goal is to set up 1,000 mountains and firmly defend the spiritual will inside. To arrange the mental will to defend the mountain, you need to consume the mental will, and it cannot be done overnight. And every time the mental will is consumed and recovered, it is a tempering, and the mental will becomes more and more tough. 100 exercise magic is to constantly temper the spiritual will, and the quality and quantity will be improved simultaneously. After staying in the yard for nearly 4 months, Chu Xuan's strength has broken through to the 5th level of the spiritual realm, and the power of mental will is no weaker than that of the 3rd level virtual realm warrior. And this night, a figure quietly sneaked into the Chu family land. Even the guards of the Chu family spirit realm who were patrolling did not notice the arrival. Chapter 11 The Vice Helm of the Cult, Pawn. Lu Chang is a cult of the Qin state, the deputy helmsman of the Chu county branch, and a 3rd-level spiritual practitioner. With his strength, he was not qualified to be the helmsman of a county, just because he was good at hiding traces. He had been hiding beside the powerhouse at the 5th level of the virtual realm for half a month without being discovered. It is precisely because of his hidden ability that he was promoted to the deputy helmsman of Chu county. The Chu family is clear to suppress the cult in Chu county. Facing the Chu family, one of the 3 great families in Qin, the cult is naturally unable to resist. Zheng spent a lot of money to let the disciples in the sect sneak into the Chu family to make trouble, forcing the Chu family to take back some of their staff and ease the dangerous situation faced by the cult. As a result, the 2 cult disciples disappeared without a trace, and nothing happened to the Chu family. Facing the Chu family's pressing step by step, as a last resort, he had to spend a lot of money again to buy a stealth suit, and Lu Chang came in person. With Lu Chang's ability to hide and the assistance of the stealth suit, it was not difficult to sneak into the Chu family land. Of course, it is absolutely impossible to sneak into the Chu family's ancestral home. There are many powerhouses in the Chu family's ancestral home, especially Chu Tianming, the peak of the virtual realm, and even a powerhouse who is half-step into the realm. No matter how strong his stealth ability is, once he approaches, he will be discovered. The hallmark ability of the void realm is that his thoughts and powers are transformed into the void, and he can control the slightest movement. No matter how strong his stealth ability is, he can't avoid it. However, Lu Chang's purpose was only to make trouble. It was enough to release poisonous smoke in the Chu family's land, create chaos for the Chu family, force the Chu family to gather the strong back to defend, and relieve the pressure on the cult. The poisonous smoke he brought this time was stronger and more difficult to remove than the two cult disciples last time. Once released in the Chu family's land, it will inevitably cause a lot of losses to the Chu family. He easily avoided the guards of the Chu family. Even the guards of the spirit realm would not be able to find his sneaking trail. After Lu Chang entered the Chu family land, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. The Chu family should wait for the poisonous smoke to fill the air. This is the edge of the Chu family's land. In order to create a greater victory, Lu Chang decided to continue to sneak in, at least close to the inner periphery of the Chu family's land. In the entire Chu family, the defense of this position is the weakest, the easiest to sneak in, and it is easier to escape. Lu Chang continued to sneak, and before he went far, he saw a small yard not far away. Intelligence shows that Chu Xuan's son, who was expelled from his ancestral house, seems to be living in that yard. Lu Chang's thoughts flashed. He had a bold idea. Chu Xuan, the peerless genius of the Chu family, once overwhelmed the generation of Qin. His son is a bit of a waste. After all, he is Chu Xuan's son. If he dies, that old ghost Chu Tianming must be uncomfortable, right? What if Chu Xuan didn't die and returned to the Chu family, only to find out that his son was expelled by the old ghost Chu Tianming and then killed by the cult? Would he still be able to stay in the Chu family? Maybe, he will have a confrontation with the old ghost Chu Tianming. Although Chu Xuan's son was kicked out, if he wanted to go back to his ancestral house, wouldn't the servants dare to stop him? Even if you can't go back to the ancestral house and release the poisonous smoke outside the ancestral house, it can also spread to the Chu family's ancestral house. Good opportunity. Lu Chang's eyes lit up. This is a God-given opportunity. The more he thought about Lu Chang, the more excited he became. This was the opportunity that the old ghost Chu Tianming created for him. Quietly, Lu Chang came to the courtyard. It's just that he didn't know that when he approached the yard, a cute kitten followed him silently. Lu Chang waved his hand, and a burst of spiritual power emerged, turned into a python, and headed towards Chu Xuan's room. Spiritual power transforms into shape. Power can be channeled. It is the symbol of the spiritual realm. Chu Xuan was speechless. Are these cultists mentally ill? Why do you sneak in one by one, and the first thing you think about is how to control yourself? Moreover, the Chu family was so utterly useless that someone was sneaking in again. When Lu Chang approached the courtyard, Chu Xuan noticed it. He left a spiritual body on the spot, and the real body has been hidden in the dark corner of the yard. The body of spiritual power that Chu Xuan left behind was lifelike, like a real person, and he attached a trace of spiritual will to it. If you hadn't seen it with the naked eye, you wouldn't have noticed that it wasn't the real body. The python transformed by Lu Chang's spiritual power quickly bound Chu Xuan's spiritual power incarnation. Chu Xuan's son, what a waste! Lu Chang sighed. He was afraid that this was a bait, so he used spiritual power to tie people out. The spiritual python returns. Lu Chang suddenly realized that something was wrong. Chu Xuan's body seemed a little abnormal. Although there are still mental will fluctuations, why doesn't that body look like flesh and blood? Not good. The alarm bell rang wildly in Lu Chang's heart. It was not the real body, but the body transformed by spiritual power. It turned out to be bait. That old ghost Chu Tianming is indeed treacherous. Careless. After all, he is also Chu Xuan's son. No matter how wasteful he is, how could that old ghost Chu Tianming have no protection at all? Lu Chang's body suddenly retreated, and he was about to escape from the yard and release poisonous smoke at the same time. Snapped. Suddenly, the shoulders sank. A fluffy thing suddenly jumped on his shoulder, without warning, without making a sound, and he didn't even have the slightest chance to escape. Lu Chang's scalp was numb, and he was sweating coldly. At a critical moment, his whole body was pulsing with spiritual energy, and he was about to shake the things on his shoulders to death. Clap, clap, clap. The spiritual power disintegrated, and the face and head were slapped for a moment without knowing how many times. I only felt a small fleshy palm. Yu reading www.yuyukeungshu.com slapped his face and head at a very fast speed. His face was swollen, and his head seemed to be enlarged. I felt dizzy, my mental will was shaking, and my vision was blurry. Be cool. Lu Chang wanted to fight desperately, but to no avail. The moment he fell, he knew that he had fallen. Chu Xuan walked out and looked at Lu Chang, who was lying on the ground. He was only at the third level of the spiritual realm, and he dared to deal with him. He wanted to die. The civet cat easily took him down. Looking at the cute-looking celestial cat, Chu Xuan couldn't help but sigh. A cat like a creature, it's quick to shoot with its little paws. With that series of afterimages, Lu Chang fell without even the slightest resistance. This is also the reason why Tianling cats' claws show mercy. The civet cats all squatted on their shoulders, so it would be strange if they didn't. Looking at Lu Chang on the ground, Chu Xuan frowned slightly. What should I do? To the Chu family? There is a risk of exposing yourself. If so, let's kill it. The soul-devouring flower thief strolled over, the flower stuck out, and pointed to Lu Chang on the ground, expressing that he wanted to swallow him. Swallow it. Chu Xuan nodded. The soul-devouring flower was delighted, and the roots climbed up, and after a while, Lu Chang was devoured. Lu Chang, the deputy helmsman of the Chu County cult, walked fairly peacefully. Look at his memory. Chu Xuan ordered spirit-devouring flower to extract Lu Chang's memory and play it. Lu Chang turned out to be the deputy helmsman of the Chu County cult. The status is not low. It's just a little weaker. As for that stealth ability, it was useless to Chu Xuan. It's carrying poisonous cigarettes to sabotage again. Is that what a cult is capable of? Chapter 12 Kind of Soul. You killed the cultists who tried to destroy your life, and rewarded you with a soul imprint. The sound of the system sounded, and Chu Xuan took out the soul seal. The soul imprint can be planted on the enemy's spiritual will or soul. Once the soul imprint is planted, the opponent's life and death are in control, and the accused can be forced to act according to his own spiritual will. And could not resist. The most terrifying thing is that the controlled person is clearly conscious and clear-headed, but he is unable to go against the hidden will. If the accused is asked to kill the person he loves the most, he will not be able to resist, but his thinking is clear. For the accused, it is definitely the most terrifying torture. The soul seal can be regarded as an extremely terrifying secret technique. That small seal is the foundation of the soul seal, not a treasure, a divine weapon, or the like. It is a derivation of the secret technique. The system directly rewarded it, without the need for Chu Xuan to cultivate and condense it. Chu Xuan was overjoyed. With the kind of soul imprint, he could control the cultists who intended to do bad things to him, and control the cultists to kill them back. Once the soul imprint is planted, the accused is conscious and clear, but he cannot betray and must act according to the controller's will. The cultists are clearly conscious and clear-headed, but Chu Xuan forcibly manipulated their will to fight against the cult, which is undoubtedly very frustrating for the cultists. The cultists came to the door again, and Chu Xuan felt pressure in his heart. Lu Chang's strength is not worth mentioning. What if the cultists send a virtual powerhouse next time? He definitely couldn't kill him silently, he could only alarm the strong people of the Chu family. If he was exposed like this, how could he become stronger by staying silent? Thinking in a worse direction, what if the evil king court comes to the strong? Therefore, we must improve our strength as soon as possible. Without entering the imperial realm, there is not much sense of security. Even the emperor realm is not safe in this world with countless powerhouses. Of course, if you reach the emperor realm, you will be very safe in Nanzhou. According to legend, there is no emperor in Nanzhou. Quietly, the cult's destruction of the Chu family land was disintegrated. The Chu family knew nothing. After dismantling the cult's conspiracy, Chu Xuan still kept a low profile, and the Chu family's main energy was devoted to eradicating the cult. The members of the Chu family seem to have forgotten that such a person exists. The battle with the cult is getting more and more intense, and even the servants who deliver meals can hear a lot of news. At present, Chu Xuan can only hope that the evil king court will not have a strong raider. Just the power of the cult itself is not enough to shake the giant Chu family. Looking at Nanzhou, the Chu family is really nothing, but it is one of the three major families in the Qin state, and its strength is not weak. Chu Xuan has been in the house for 4 months. You stay home for 4 months, and you will be rewarded for swordsmanship. The 4-month reward is a swordsmanship, and the grade is the Emperor Sutra. Chu Xuan's strength has risen to the 7th level of the spiritual realm, and his speed is so fast that the heavenly arrogance in the world can cry, and the saintess weep. The strength of the celestial cat has also increased, and now it is the 5th level of the spiritual realm. As for the soul-devouring flower, after it devoured Lu Chang and ate the big elixir every day, its growth was not slow. Although it still looks like a small tree, once the main body is revealed, the idea is as high as 200 or 300 meters. Chu County, in a cave. A few people with wicked aura gathered, the first one wearing a black mask, with a thin body and gray hair, sitting on the top without saying a word. What's wrong with Lu Chang? Why is there no movement at all? A man with a scar on his face said. Did he find out and kill him by the Chu family? In the crowd, her posture was enchanting, but her face was a colorful woman frowning. Impossible, there was no battle in the Chu family. Someone denied it. Then what's going on? Lu Chang hasn't done anything. Could it be that he betrayed him? Impossible, we cult people, who will accept it, betrayal will not end well. I think Lu Chang may be waiting for an opportunity to release the poisonous smoke into the core of the Chu family's clan. There was a lot of discussion among the high-level executives of the cultist Chu County branch. Sect Master, the Chu family is too deceiving. You should report it to the royal court and send a strong person here. The Chu family has to trouble the royal court, aren't we rubbish? The royal court will still value us. The masked man sitting in the first place squeezed his hands and said, the Chu family is indeed deceiving people too much. Please inform Lu Chang, stop waiting for the opportunity, and act now. Chu Qin, the genius of the Chu family, is in charge of this action against our cult. That old ghost Chu Tianming wants to use my cult to sharpen his younger generation, but he doesn't know, if Chu Qin dies, what will happen to the old ghost. Let's go and find Chu Qin's location, and I will personally take his life. Yes, Sect Master. A kind of cult powerhouse, one after another left the cave. One of them began to think of a way to contact Lu Chang. Take out a bead and crush it. This is a signal. As soon as this bead is broken, a bead carried by Lu Chang will also be broken, which means that action must be taken immediately. The bead is one-way communication. The child bead in Lu Chang's hand is broken, but the mother bead will not be broken. So, he didn't know yet that Lu Chang was already cold. 3 days later. The cult powerhouses in the cave gathered again. First there was a moment of silence. Lu Chang, he may already be dead. The Chu family was calm, and there was no movement at all. During these 3 days, the Chu family did not know how to obtain information and attacked and killed a hidden stronghold of the cult. Another Void Realm Elder fell. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. The cult suffered heavy losses. The entire cult in Chu County is divided into rudders, so how many are known as the powerhouses of the virtual realm, and 2 of them have fallen in one fell swoop. For the cults in Chu County, it is almost broken. In addition to Chu County, the Qin imperial family attacked even more strongly, and also killed a cult elder in the virtual realm. The Zhao family and the He family did not show weakness, and also killed a virtual elder. Dazhou and Ziyue, who obtained the intelligence of Qin state, also launched an operation to clear the cult, and pulled out all the hidden cult spies. Lost 3 virtual elders. And the fuse of all this was because of the Chu family. The hidden technique of the cult was also discovered and revealed by the Chu family, which ruined the cult's layout for many years. Hateful. Since the Chu family discovered the hidden technique of this sect, it is not easy for Lu Chang to sneak in. For the time being, leave the Chu family alone and force the He family to gather the strong and return to defense. In the end, the cult decided to destroy the He family land, forcing it to gather the strong back to defend, freeing up the cult's strong men from the Heiyuelou County land to come to support Chu County. When Wang Ting is free, he must be the first to destroy the Chu family. Hateful. The cult powerhouse hates being authentic. Chu Xuan heard news that shook the country of Qin. After the food delivery servant delivered the food, Chu Xuan asked every day if there was any news about the cult. I actually found out, just a day ago. The He family land was sneaked in by a cult powerhouse, releasing poisonous smoke and poisonous fire. 1/3 of the entire clan's land was destroyed, especially the medicinal materials in a spiritual field, which were almost completely destroyed. It can be said that the loss was heavy. Hundreds of servants were killed and wounded, and several spiritual guards were killed. Chapter 13 The Heavenly Sword Sutra. The He family has gathered the strong back to the clan, and is doing all they can to eliminate the poisonous smoke and poisonous fire, but even if the poisonous smoke and poisonous fire are eliminated, that part of the clan will be affected to a certain extent. As soon as this matter came out, the Zhao family also gathered the strong back to defend. Even the imperial family of the Qin kingdom recalled many strong men and returned to the defense center. The Chu family also gathered some strong people, and the defense of the clan land was upgraded again. As this time, the initiator of the Qing suppression cult has destroyed the cult's layout for many years. Chu Tianming knew very well that the Chu family must have been a thorn in the cult's eyes. What he wondered was, why did the cult first choose which family to start? After the He family suffered, the difficulty of attacking the Chu family was soared several times. Are cult people's brains out of order? Chu Xuan couldn't help but hold a moment of silence for the He family. The campaign to crack down on cults is continuing. The He family has suffered such a big loss, so naturally they will not let it go. Although some of the strong men were gathered and returned to the defense clan. However, he sent a powerhouse at the 7th level of the virtual realm to hunt down the powerhouse of the cult. At the 7th level of the virtual realm, he is already a top powerhouse in Qin. After a while, no cults were lurking. Every day, Chu Xuan heard news about the cult from the servants. The cult in Chu County lost at least 60%. Suffered an unprecedented blow. Chu Tianming became more and more satisfied with Chu Qing, and it was almost certain that he would become the next head of the Chu family. Half a year. Chu Xuan's house has been in the courtyard for half a year. In the past 6 months, he has not been discharged from the hospital. Every day he is either reading a book or playing with the cat, or sleeping soundly. He has a very comfortable life. Boring. Non-existent. As long as you think about the danger outside, you can become stronger by staying home. How can such a good thing be boring? The strength has broken through to the virtual realm. Chu Xuan transformed his mental will and spiritual power into the void, spreading over 100 meters around the courtyard. Within this range, the slightest movement could not be concealed from him. And, he can silently attack those who step into this range. The sign of the virtual world is that the spirit and spiritual power are transformed into the void, as if the whole person is integrated into the void. And harmony, which is to blend the spirit and spiritual power that has been transformed into the void, blends with reality, and merges into one. When a sublimation is completed, it is harmony. In half a year, from mortal realm cultivation to virtual realm, the speed is unprecedented. When he arrived at the virtual realm, Chu Xuan finally felt that he had a little self-protection power in Qin dynasty. With the various rewards he lives in, he is not afraid of facing the peak of the virtual realm. He cultivated the Emperor Sutra. You have been in the house for half a year, reward the Heavenly Sword Classic, make persistent efforts, and continue to explore the fun of the house. The reward for staying home for half a year has arrived. The Heavenly Sword Classic, a technique of the extreme way. In terms of rank, it surpasses the Emperor's scriptures. However, because it is the method of the extreme way, its rank is relatively vague. The extreme way is a way of specializing in one, and cultivating it to the extreme, even to the extreme. The extremist lies in the word, extreme. If you want to cultivate the ultimate Tao, it is actually very demanding. You cannot cultivate successfully if you have a high talent. Chu Xuan is not a person who cultivates the extreme way. After he received the Heaven's Extreme Sword Sutra, of course he understood it under the indoctrination of the system. But he can't be regarded as an extreme practitioner. The Heavenly Sword Classic is the ultimate way to repair swords. The extreme way has no end, only in people. This is a sentence in the Celestial Sword Classic, so this Sword Sutra does not have a specific grade. Only those with talent in the Emperor realm can only cultivate to the Emperor realm, and that is the Emperor Sutra. And those who can cultivate to the heavenly realm are the heavenly scriptures. The rank of the Heavenly Sword Classic depends on the person. If you want to practice the Heaven's Pole Sword Sutra, it's not your talent. There is only one sentence for cultivators above, only with the utmost affection can you become the ultimate Tao. The love here is not the love between men and women, not the love of family, but the love for the knife. Only those who are very fond of swords can practice the Heavenly Sword Sutra and understand the profound meaning of it. Chu Xuan is not very fond of knives, so he is not suitable for cultivating the Heaven's Extreme Sword Sutra. However, under the indoctrination of the system, he can comprehend and cultivate without being extremely fond of the sword. After cultivating the Heaven's Extreme Sword Sutra, Chu Xuan was shocked by the power of this extreme method. He felt that with his current strength at the first level of the virtual realm, he might even kill a martial artist at the first level of harmony. It is terrifying to directly cross a large realm to kill the enemy. Of course, he can only cut out such a knife. But with this knife, Chu Xuan said without exaggeration that he may now be the #1 powerhouse in the Chu family. The cult has suffered a severe setback in Qin, and they haven't made any big moves recently. Unless the evil king court makes a move, the cult will not be able to turn the tide. Chu Xuan continued to live in the yard. He had broken through from the mortal realm to the virtual realm in half a year, and he was waiting for a 1-year reward. In 1 year, from the mortal realm to the real realm, Chu Xuan felt that it was not a big problem. On this day, Chu Xuan was lying on a chair, Tianling Cat squatted on his thigh, rubbing Tianling Cat's head with one hand, and reading a book in the other. Suddenly, a woman's voice came. Chu Laochi, you're such a badass, take your hands away. Well, we're not married yet, don't you? Chu Xuan's face is strange, who is it? Don't you know that you live in the yard? Spiritual will spread out, and in the grove not far from the yard, a man pressed a woman against a tree trunk. Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com. Those hands were very dishonest. Is that Chu Laochi? The seventh eldest of the Chu family is said to have married Heiyuelou of the He family. So, that pretty woman is Heiyuelou from the He family. Wei, getting married is a matter of time. Some things don't have to be married. Chu Laochi's voice was gentle, like deceiving an ignorant girl. I don't understand you yet. I won't let you down. Even if I want to let you down, the Chu family and the He family won't let me. I don't want to have my legs broken. But, isn't it bad to be in the woods? Don't you think it's exciting to be in the woods? Chu Xuan's face darkened when he heard that. Chu Laochi has the potential of a scumbag. Doesn't he know that he lives in a small courtyard? He even came here to have fun. Among the younger generation, Chu Laochi has a more jumpy temperament, and his relationship with Chu Xuan cannot be said to be very good, but it is not bad. It belongs to a normal cousin relationship. But what if someone sees it? Heiyuelou blushed and said shyly. Chu Xuan was speechless when he saw that he wanted to refuse and greet him. Girl, you are full of expectations. Don't worry, no one will see it, I'm already prepared. Chu Laochi took out a roll of red silk. Look, we are surrounded by red silk, like a cocoon, so that no one will see it, and I also instructed not to let anyone approach here. It's still not good. People have no experience, so I'm afraid. Chu Xuan can't bear to watch it anymore. Girl, with your expectant eyes, why are you a little scared? He was almost certain that these two had more than one exciting game. Chapter 14 Play is exciting. I don't have experience either. It's just because I don't have experience that it's exciting. The smile on Chu Laochi's face gradually became loose. He raised his hand and waved, and the red silk was unfolded, ready to form a big cocoon, wrap the two in it, and play some exciting games. Chu Xuan couldn't stand it any longer. I don't even have a maid, and Chu Laochi is still playing with excitement under his own eyes. Isn't this intentional to stimulate him? Thinking that he was alone in the yard, without even a maid, Chu Xuan sighed. He was also the young master of an aristocratic family after all. This treatment is too bad. There is a maid who is very delicate, she doesn't have to do something, at least it looks good. With a move of will, a branch on the ground cocked up. Snapped. He slammed at Chu Laochi's ass. With Chu Laochi's strength not at the second level of the profound realm, how could he find Chu Xuan's spiritual will? Ow. Chu Laochi's hands were being dishonest, and he was suddenly attacked on his buttocks, causing him to tremble and cry out in pain. What's up? Heiyuelou asked nervously. Someone hit me. Chu Laochi bared his teeth and grinned authentically. There's no one. Heiyuelou wondered. Chu Laochi rubbed his buttocks, his mental will spread out, and no one was found. Immediately thought of something, he looked at Heiyuelou with a strange smile and said, Isn't it? You are really bad, let's see how my husband will deal with you. He opened his teeth and danced his claws, and threw Heiyuelou down. Chu Xuan's face darkened, and the branch was raised again. Snapped. He slapped Chu Laochi again. Chu Laochi snorted, being beaten is kissing and scolding, it's love, Heiyuelou, I won't back down for my husband. This bastard, doesn't he have any bad habits? Chu Xuan was speechless. Clap clap clap. He slapped Chu Laochi several times in a row, but the guy was about to pull Heiyuelou's clothes while screaming in pain. Heiyuelou's pretty face was bright red and she was very nervous. She saw a stick, beating Chu Laochi. The ancestors of the Chu family must have seen it. To die. To die. She is a simple girl. Faced with this situation, she must resist. Otherwise, wouldn't he leave a bad impression on the ancestors of the Chu family? Heiyuelou struggled. No, seventh brother, don't do this, let me go. Call, no one will pay attention to you if you call your throat. Chu Laoqi's blood was boiling, it was too exciting. Heiyuelou is worthy of being her own good match, she is so good at cooperating. Chu Xuan was about to vomit blood. It's really hammered. Chu Laoqi, this bastard, must have some bad habits. Moreover, looking at his appearance, it should not be the first time the two of them have played like this. What, it's a perfect match. If you don't stop it, you'll soon have a blast. Chu Xuan changed a thick branch and poked Chu Laoqi's ass. Ow. Chu Laoqi jumped up a few meters high, covered his butt, and stared at Heiyuelou. Heiyuelou, you're going too far. You even poked me, so scared that I almost wilted. Heiyuelou hurriedly sorted out her messy clothes, her eyes aggrieved, and she looked soft and weak. It's not me, it is, which uncle of the Chu family? Chu Laoqi's expression froze, he swallowed, and said nervously, Heiyuelou, isn't that really you? Not me. Heiyuelou lowered her head. Chu Laoqi laughed dryly, looked around, and said, which uncle, little nephew is just joking with Heiyuelou. So embarrassing. I am going back. Heiyuelou blushed and ran away. Not seeing any elders appear, Chu Laoqi smiled awkwardly and was about to leave. Nima, it's so embarrassing to be seen by the elders playing the thrill. Fortunately, he is thick-skinned. When I came out of the woods, I saw a small yard not far away. He ran over and said, 13, are you there? Pushing open the door, he saw Chu Xuan sitting on the reclining chair, leisurely. 13, do you want to go back to the ancestral house and I'll go and beg you? No, I live here pretty well. You really are, just work harder. As long as you break through the profound realm, you won't make Grandpa angry. Chu Laoqi said, looked around the yard, and asked in a low voice, 13, which uncle came over just now? In his eyes, Chu Xuan in the mortal realm couldn't even hear the movement in the woods. No. Chu Xuan shook his head. Chu Laoqi walked around the yard and sighed, 13, aren't you lonely? It's very hard for you to be alone in the yard, why don't I find 2 maids for you? When Chu Xuan heard this, he was a little moved, but he immediately shook his head and refused. No, I'm free by myself. Oh, 13, you just don't know how to have fun. Look at the surrounding environment, the trees are lush, and it's not fun when it's quiet at night. Chu Laoqi tooted. 7th, are you very experienced? A little bit, I don't have much experience, I've played it dozens of times. A person? Chu Xuan asked after holding back for a long time. It's so boring to be alone. This is such a sea king. Heiyuelou wouldn't be a sea queen, if so, these two are a perfect match. After chatting for a while, Chu Xuan asked about the cult. Naturally, the food delivery servants don't know too much. As a direct descendant of Chu Laoqi, he naturally knows more about the cult. The cult suffered a severe setback, and after turning into a dark place, it caused a lot of losses to the Chu family. In particular, half a month ago, an elder from the Chu family was besieged and died. The reason for the siege was that the cult spent a lot of money to buy the trace of the clan elder from the Heiyuelou building and set up an ambush in advance. Heiyuelou is the most mysterious force in Nanzhou. As long as you can afford it, you can buy any information, entrust any task, and buy any treasure in the Black Manhwa. Even if the Chu family knew that it was Heiyuelou that leaked the news of the clan elders and was besieged by cult powerhouses, they would not dare to attack Heiyuelou. Heiyuelou is too strong and too mysterious. Moreover, the Chu family will also obtain the required resources from the Heiyuelou. To buy the trace information of an elder of the Chu family, the price that the cult has to pay is definitely not small. The Chu family also wanted to buy cult information, but the price was too high to be worth paying, otherwise the cult would have been wiped out long ago. Heiyuelou seems to intend to increase the price to maintain a multi-party game situation. If one side completely wins, how can Heiyuelou continue to make profits? Even in some places of war, or some battles, there is a shadow of Heiyuelou fueling the flames behind it. Everyone knows that Heiyuelou has a dark heart, but because it is too mysterious and powerful, it spreads all over Nanzhou, and no one knows where its headquarters is. No power or dynasty would dare to destroy the Black Moon Tower. It happened in history that a certain powerful dynasty destroyed the Black Moon Tower in the territory, but in less than half a month, that powerful dynasty became history. The Black Moon Tower was rebuilt. Chapter 15 Small 5-line array and zero silk net. Because the Chu family was ambushed and fallen, most of the Chu family's direct lineage outside the family returned to their ancestral home. In order to prevent cults, they spent a lot of money to buy information from Heiyuelou to assassinate the descendants of the Chu family. At the same time, the Qin royal family, together with the three major families, negotiated with the Heiyuelou in the territory, and was willing to pay a certain price so that the Heiyuelou would not accept the entrustment of the cult in the near future. The main clients of Heiyuelou are the royal family of Qin and the three great families, so they agreed. However, he admitted that if the price paid by the cult was high enough, Heiyuelou would still accept the entrustment. The crackdown on cults is still going on. Chu Xuan euphemistically expressed his worries about the evil royal court. The news was that the Qin state had entrusted Heiyuelou to pay attention to the movements of the evil king's court. Once there was a strong attack in the evil king's court, the information would be obtained as soon as possible. Now that Qin Guo has a solution, Chu Xuan doesn't have to worry about the sudden attack of the evil king's court. There are many enemies in the evil king court. Once a strong person is dispatched, even if the Qin state cannot resist, they can ask for help. What Chu Xuan is more worried about is that the black-hearted person in Heiyuelou will eat the evil king's court after eating Qin, and seek greater benefits from it. Old Chu returned to his ancestral home 7 times. Chu Xuan continued to stay in the courtyard, leisurely. Chu Tianming seemed to have forgotten him. Every day, except for the servants who deliver the meals, no one else comes. 7th month. Chu Xianxiu was elevated to the 3rd level of the virtual realm. With Xuanqiu Dan every day, the speed of cultivation soared. The celestial cat has the strength of the 9th level of the spiritual realm. The speed is not slow at all. After all, it is a strange beast in the world, and there is no shortage of spiritual pills to eat. Naturally, the growth of strength is not slow. You stayed for 7 months, and rewarded the small 5-element array and array. It turned out to be an array. Chu Xuan was surprised. He knows that formations in Nanzhou are very rare, and those who can arrange formations are all experts in the real world. And the formation plate requires the Emperor realm to refine it. According to Chu Xuan's understanding, it may be because Nanzhou is too backward. After receiving the array and the array, Chu Xuan mastered the arrangement of the small 5-element array and the refining of the array. He found that he didn't need a real cultivation base. With his current cultivation base, he could also arrange and refine array plates. The lower the cultivation base, the weaker the array will be, the weaker the array will be. So, the reason why Nanzhou is missing the way of formation is because it is too backward, or because of the interruption of the inheritance of formation. On the array plate, there are 5 small flags, representing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Chu Xuan arranged the formation and enveloped the small courtyard. If the formation is not activated, the small yard is still ordinary. If the formation is activated, Chu Xuan is confident that even if it is in harmony, it can be trapped. Or even kill. Chu Xuan has more confidence, as long as the Comer is not above the 4th level of harmony realm, he doesn't need to be afraid. In the entire Qin country, it seems that only the royal family has a martial artist who can be regarded as the 1st level of harmony. This is also the reason why the Qin family suppressed one of the 3 great families. Qin state is relatively weak in Nanzhou, but being able to stand for so long also shows that the area where Qin state is located is relatively barren and stable. It is estimated that the evil king court doesn't think much of Qin. 7 months. 1 year is approaching. Chu Xuan was full of expectations. The reward for a 1-year stay absolutely surpasses that of the Emperor Sutra. Above the Emperor realm are the Zun realm, the Heaven realm, and so on. In Nanzhou, the Emperor realm has been a legend for a long time, and above the Emperor realm, it is even more legendary. The exercises above the Emperor Sutra are the heavenly scriptures, which can be practiced to the heavenly realm. Not to mention Nanzhou, in this vast world, it is definitely the top. Chu Xuan estimated that the worst reward for a year is at the level of the heavenly scriptures, right? 8 months and a few days away, a piece of news that shook the Chu family came. Chu Qin was attacked by 3 elders of the cult and a vice-cult leader. Under the desperate protection of the Chu family, he was still seriously injured. The Chu family lost a clan elder of the 3rd level of the virtual realm. Chu Tianming was furious. Even in the small courtyard, Chu Xuan heard Chu Tianming's angry roar. Chu Qing was the one he focused on training, the next successor to the head of the family. He has performed very well in the campaign against cults. Once Chu Qing grows up, not only will he be able to stabilize the status of the Chu family, but he will even be able to advance to a higher level. When Chu Qing was besieged and killed, everyone immediately thought of the information about the sale of the dark-hearted Heiyuelou. When this happened, the people around Chu Qing were all checked to see if there were any spies from Heiyuelou. No matter what, Heiyuelou can't kill a few spies. Chu Tianming left the ancestral house with the treasure and took action against the cult in person. The treasures of the town family were not brought out. After all, they needed to guard the ancestral house. With Chu Tianming's departure, the Chu family's defense has been upgraded again. Even, there are old guards from the Void Realm clan. Chu Qing was seriously injured, and Chu Yun, who was also the arrogance of the Chu family and was deeply loved by Chu Tianming, was very likely to become the next target. Chu Xuan couldn't help but worry about Chu Yun. Chu Tianming personally took action. The Chu family land at this moment must be the most empty moment in the eyes of outsiders. Chu Xuan even wondered if it was a trick to turn the tiger away from the mountain. However, Chu Tianming was not so stupid. Since he dared to leave the ancestral house, it means that the Chu family has a strongman of the same level as him. The Chu family has been able to stand for such a long time, and there must be some background, which Chu Xuan can't get in touch with. Chu Xuan raised his vigilance. Chu Tianming left the Chu family land, and the powerhouse of the cult is very likely to sneak in again. At night, Chu Xuan activated the small 5 elements formation, and the courtyard didn't look any different. Once he stepped in, he would fall into it. With the small 5 elements formation, Yu reading www.yuukangshu. Even if there is a battle, it can be guaranteed that the movement will not spread. He won't reveal his strength just because of the movement of the battle. After Chu Tianming left, the servants could not know how to target the cult, and Chu Xuan naturally did not know how things were going. You stayed in your house for 8 months and rewarded Qianxi Ling Wang. The 8-month reward came, and it turned out to be an imperial soldier. Even if it was a low-grade imperial soldier, it was far from a treasure that could be compared. Qianxi Ling Wang is neither an attacking imperial soldier nor a defensive type, but an imperial soldier of the restraint and ban type. With the imperial soldiers in hand, Chu Xuan has more confidence. Even if a powerhouse at the 7th level of harmony strikes, relying on the small 5-element formation and the 1000 silk spirit net, it is enough to make the opponent hate him. The consumption of using the imperial soldiers is very huge. Chu Xuan cultivates the emperor scriptures, and his mental will has exceeded the virtual realm. As long as they are trapped and banned by Qianxi Ling Wang, unless the other party also has imperial soldiers, they will not be able to escape. There is enough time to recover the consumption, and it is no problem to kill the enemy. A few days passed peacefully. That night, the 2 figures almost completely merged into the darkness, and quietly entered the Chu family land. The comers are a man and a woman, and they are both at the 2nd level of the virtual realm, and they are the elder level powerhouses of the cult. The woman's body is enchanting, but her face is colorful. Zhu Yan and Zhu Chong were instructed to put on the dummy clothes bought at a great price and hide in the Chu family's land. After a while, he came to Chu Xuan's small courtyard not far away. Who lives there? Is Chu Chulua's son? Right. Zhu Yan looked at the small yard and suddenly had a perverted idea. Chapter 16. The Chu family is very wrong. Zhu Chong noticed that Zhu Yan's expression gradually distorted. His eyes were full of evil and perverted. Trembling in my heart, this woman, what bad thoughts have you got? He hurriedly said, don't worry about Chu Chulua's son, business matters. No, I have an idea now. Zhu Yan's eyes became brighter and brighter, the corners of her mouth curled up, and her smile became more and more evil. You said, what would happen if I gave birth to a son for Chu Chulua and a great-grandson to that old ghost Chu Tianming? Thinking about it is exciting. Zhu Chong's eyes widened, his heart was pumping cold. Nima, this woman is so evil. Zhu Yan's smile became more and more perverted. If this is really the case, will the Chu family kill me? Or, will they kill Chu Chulua's son and Chu Chulua's grandson? What would happen if Chu Chulua came back one day? Zhu Chong shivered, thinking about the scene, and sweating all over his body. If this matter really comes to pass, the Chu family will be disgraced, and what will happen to Chu Chulua? How would Chu Tianming think about it? Damn it. He didn't know why, but he was looking forward to it. It's important to do business, so don't make extra efforts, right? Although Zhu Chang was looking forward to it, he opened his mouth to persuade. You don't understand. Since you are here, you will hold Chu Xuan's son in your hand. If it is exposed, there will be a hostage. Zhu Yan walked towards the small courtyard step by step. Will Heiyuelou sell our actions to the Chu family as information? With a hostage in hand, it seems that he is indeed more able to retreat, Zhu Chang followed up and said worriedly. How could those black-hearted people in Heiyuelou sell our whereabouts to the Chu family? Zhu Yan sneered and said, only when the Chu family suffers heavy losses can their information be sold for a higher price. Zhu Chang thought about it too. If Heiyuelou secretly gave some intelligence support, the cult in Chu County would have been eliminated long ago. The black-hearted Heiyuelou, in order to maximize profits, secretly does not know how much right and wrong they have provoked. However, Heiyuelou is so powerful that even the evil royal court is terrified of it. Chu Xuan was very helpless. Another cultist who committed suicide came. If you want to do something, can't you bypass yourself? Why do you have to target yourself? The people who lurked in this time turned out to be two cult powerhouses in the virtual realm, high-level elders. The treasured clothes they wear can actually be completely integrated into the darkness, as if hiding in the void, and even the spiritual will of the void realm martial artist is not easy to detect. Such a treasured garment must have been bought and sold from Heiyuelou again. The cult's action this time has cost a lot again. They have dispatched two virtual realm elders. Zhu Yan and Zhu Chang entered the courtyard smoothly and saw Chu Xuan sitting on the reclining chair in the courtyard at a glance. So handsome, as expected of Chu Xuan's son. Zhu Yan's eyes lit up, and her smile grew brighter. Chu Xuan frowned. This figure is enchanting, but the face is colorful and ugly. What kind of expression is that? Cultivating evil arts makes people stupid. Little darling, let's go with elder sister. Elder sister will take good care of you and give you a big fat boy. Zhu Yan's smile gradually changed. She raised her hand and grabbed it towards Chu Xuan. Damn Nima. Chu Xuan was so disgusted that he had goosebumps all over his body. The old witch is dead. He originally wanted to capture the person and interrogate him, plant a soul imprint, and let the other party go back and kill the cult powerhouse. As soon as Zhu Yan opened his mouth, he was disgusted. Death to the old witch. He raised his hand a little, and his fingers shot out a thunderbolt. Ben Lei pointed. Zhu Yan's perverted smile froze on her face. Not good. My whole body is pulsing with spiritual energy, so I have to resist. Chu Xuan shot in anger. How could she resist? The thunderbolt directly poked a hole in her face. It's disgusting to kill me. Chu Xuan tapped his fingers quickly, and thunder bursts one after another. Puff puff. Electric lights flickered on Zhu Yan's body, black smoke filled the air, and the corpse that had not yet collapsed was shot into a honeycomb. Zhu Chang, who was beside him, only felt a chill rush to his forehead. His whole body was trembling, and he was sweating coldly. So horrible. How old is he? Even more terrifying than Chu Xuan at the time. Run away. Must escape. Zhu Chang scolded Zhu Yan to death in his heart. What perverted thoughts, and now it's all right. The mission was not completed, but instead he was shot into a honeycomb. With a move, he quickly retreated. Boom. I don't know why, but after the rapid retreat, there was a chill in front of me, and I completely lost direction. Not far ahead, it was clearly the yard fence. No matter how much he rushed forward, he could never get close. Gudong. Zhu Chang swallowed and his heart sank. Formation. Does the Chu family have real powerhouses? How can it be? Could it be that Chu Xuan is back? When I think of the character who oppressed the Qin state, the most talented men in the history of the Chu family, even the history of the Qin state. Zhu Chang's heart kept sinking, the kind that couldn't sink to the bottom. It is rumored that Chu Xuan and his wife disappeared while exploring a secret realm. Could it be that they have obtained a great opportunity and have already broken through the real realm? Otherwise, how could the Chu family have a formation? Arrays are very rare and rare in Nanzhou. If it wasn't for Chu Xuan breaking through the real world, then the Chu family spent a lot of money to buy the treasure array from Heiyuelou. No matter what kind of situation, Zhu Chang knew that he was going to be planted. If so, then give it a try. A ruthless look flashed on Zhu Chang's face. Just as he was about to release the magic smoke prepared for this trip, he suddenly kept grabbing it. Unable to resist him, he was directly captured and banned, unable to move. Chu Xuan sat on the chair, looking down at Zhu Chang, who was lying on the ground. Zhu Chang noticed that Zhu Yan's body, which was poked into a honeycomb, was being swallowed by a strange little tree at the moment. After a while, Zhu Yan's body disappeared. He was terrified. The little tree seemed to be looking at him, eager to try and devour himself. The Chu family is very wrong. What kind of strange tree is that? Why is Chu Chulua's son so strong? Could it be that the Chu family has been hiding their strength and plotting a lot? You come to disturb me again and again, your cult is really killing you. Chu Xuan said coldly. He didn't talk nonsense either. A small seal appeared, and he directly cast a soul seal to give Zhu Chang a soul seal. Zhu Chang was horrified to find that he had no hostility towards Chu Xuan, and could not have any thoughts of resistance or attack. Obviously, there are all kinds of hostility in his heart, and he wants to kill him. What exactly happened? Zhu Chang was horrified. The thinking is normal, the consciousness is clear, but there is no hostility, no resistance. Even if the other party shot and killed him, he would not resist, and would even obediently stretch his neck over. It was the first time to use the soul seal, and Chu Xuan was full of expectations. He could feel Zhu Chang's current state through his soul seal. This means that when the soul-imprinted person dies, he can perceive and know how he died. The particularity of the soul imprint, Chu Xuan felt that he could use the soul imprint as a medium to bring a ray of his spiritual will to the past. I don't know if I left the small courtyard with a ray of spiritual will, does it count as violating the requirement of staying home? Chapter 17 Zhu Chang is crazy. Chu Xuan also thought about it, and would not risk his mental will to leave. If you violate the requirement of staying home, your home record will be cleared. After staying in the house for so long, you have to start from scratch. After planting a soul imprint on Zhu Chang, Chu Xuan asked about his intentions here. In order to cause losses to the Chu family, the cult has to pay extra for every action, and this time it brought a wisp of demonic smoke. Demonic smoke is no worse than poisonous smoke and fire. Once it is released, the polluted area is extremely difficult to eliminate. The price that needs to be paid is more than 10 times that of poisonous smoke and poisonous fire. Moreover, once people below the profound realm inhale the demonic smoke, they will be confused and fall into madness. If the demonic smoke was really released in the Chu family land, the servants would definitely suffer serious casualties. You must know that the servants of the Chu family are all selected, have certain talents, and have a clean net worth and a relatively high degree of loyalty, so they are worthy of training. Once the casualties are serious, it is definitely not a small loss. The magic smoke is made from the corpses of the demon race, and it has a strong power of pollution. Even if it is an evil cultivator, when it does not break through the spiritual realm, it is easy to dare not touch the magic smoke. Demons have existed in Nanzhou for a long time. Only in certain ancient battlefields, there will be a few demon corpses left. Usually only evil cultivators would collect demon corpses. This time, the cult is really ruthless. Chu Xuan looked at Zhu Chang and directly forced him to act on his own will. He instructed Zhu Chang to return to the cult's lair, release poisonous smoke, sneak attack on the cult powerhouse, kill as many as possible, and never reveal everything about the Chu family. After instilling his will, he let Zhu Chang leave. Zhu Chang collapsed. His consciousness was clear and his thinking was normal, but he couldn't resist the hidden will. He was very frightened in his heart, but the expression on his face did not show the slightest. Everything looked normal, and there was no sign of being controlled. It's over. Zhu Chang knew that he was finished. The Chu family was too terrifying. The secret headquarters of the cult in Chu County. This is the third headquarters. The location changes every once in a while. In addition to avoiding the Chu family's investigation, it was also to avoid Heiyuelou. If you stay in one place for too long, it is easy to be detected by Heiyuelou, and the information may be sold to the Chu family at a high price. In order to avoid this from happening, the headquarters will change locations every once in a while. And the location of the headquarters, only the chief helmsman, deputy helmsman, and several elders know. All of them can be trusted, and it is almost guaranteed that there is no possibility of Heiyuelou spies. Inside the cave, Wang Tu, the deputy leader of the cult of the Qin kingdom, and the guardian from the cult of the Ziyue kingdom sat in the first place. The helmsman of Chu County and a number of elders sat next to them. They were all waiting for news from Zhu Chang and Zhu Yan. Chu Qin was seriously injured, and an old man of the third-level clan in the virtual realm fell, finally angering Chu Tianming, forcing him to leave the clan and take action in person. The cult acted decisively and took revenge against the Chu family again. Because of the Chu family, the cult has suffered a lot recently. A subrudder of Heiyuelou kingdom was directly wiped out. The Qin state was ruled by 4 families, and in most cases, each managed their own territory. However, this is not the case in Heiyuelou kingdom. The royal family of Heiyuelou kingdom is very strong and firmly controls Heiyuelou kingdom. Therefore, in the first time, they concentrated a part of their strength, and Lei Ting took action and wiped out a subrudder of the cult. The rudder master and many elders of the 4th level of the virtual realm, none of them were spared, all of them fell. Because of this, the Heiyuelou kingdom cult came to a Dharma protector, carrying a magic smoke, to take revenge on the Chu family. Brother Wang Tu, how about joining forces to kill that old ghost Chu Tianming? The cult protector of Heiyuelou kingdom said coldly. Wang Tu was too lazy to pay attention to him, so he didn't answer. If the cult had the ability to kill Chu Tianming, would they still hide in Tibet? The patriarch of one of the 3 great families of the Qin state, his strength is half-stepped, and he carries treasures with him. Unless someone from Heijing makes a move, who can kill him? In the Qin country, only the Qin family has a first-level Heijing expert. If you want to kill Chu Tianming, unless the royal court comes to the strong. But the evil king's court is not without opponents, and it is easy for those who are in harmony with the realm to be unable to leave, especially when the evil king is in retreat. In the final analysis, the country of Qin is still a bit remote and barren, and the royal court doesn't pay much attention to it. If it were not barren, the Qin state would not be so weak. Seeing that Wang Tu did not speak, the guardian of Heiyuelou kingdom said, with the strength of a few people, even if he carries a treasure, there is still a chance to kill him. Heiyuelou was the helmsman of the country, but his younger brother, because of the Chu family, actually perished. He hated so much in his heart. Wang Tu said coldly, how many people? Are they going to die together? Ignoring the protector of Heiyuelou kingdom, Wang Tu said, wait for another day, if Zhu Chang and the others don't come back, we will evacuate from here. He was worried that this place had been discovered by Heiyuelou, and Chu Tianming was in a fit of rage at the moment, and he might really pay a high price to buy this information. Once Chu Tianming strikes, it is unknown how many of the people present will survive. He was almost certain that Chu Tianming would be the first to kill himself. He was definitely the most dangerous among the people present. Zhu Chang is back. Why are you alone? Wang Tu frowned. Zhu Chang's heart was broken down and desperate, but he couldn't go against his hidden will. Sect Master, Zhu Yan is lurking in the Chu family. We found an important piece of information, so I came back specially to tell the Sect Master to make a decision. What information? Wang Tu has no doubts. Zhu Chang glanced at the protector of Heiyuelou kingdom, looked hesitant, and approached. Wang Tu glanced at the protector of Heiyuelou kingdom and thought about it. The other party was also a high-level cult and also served the royal court, so it would be no problem for him to know. At present, the common enemy of both sides is the Chu family. Since it is the Chu family's intelligence, Yu reading www.yuukangshi.com should share it. Since Zhu Chang is so cautious, information must be very important, and even other elders can't know it, so as not to increase the chance of leakage. Sect Master, the Chu family recently. Zhu Chang approached Wang Tu and the 2 of them, as if he was digging out things while transmitting sound. Boom. Suddenly, a violent gray light erupted. Zhu Chang made his move. A shot is a full blow. Wang Tu was unprepared, half of his body collapsed, his mental will was shaken, and he was on the verge of falling in an instant. The sudden change made everyone stupid. Boom. With one hit, Zhu Chang's second hit bombarded the protector of Heiyuelou kingdom. Poof. The protector of Heiyuelou kingdom couldn't escape in time, and was hit hard in an instant, but he didn't fall. Zhu Chang, what are you doing? Wang Tu's mental will has not yet collapsed, and he let out an angry roar. Give me death. Zhu Chang released the magic smoke. Demonic smoke billowed in the cave, and he roared, give me death, I am the master of the cult, I am immortal, only I am qualified to be the master of the cult of Qin. Crazy shot. The others reacted after being stunned. Zhu Chang is crazy. Kill him soon, he's going crazy. Is it affected by the magic smoke? The other cult elders took action one after another. However, Zhu Chang didn't want to die at all, he only attacked and not defended, and he was staring at one person, attacking desperately, completely ignoring the attacks of others. Poof. A cult elder has fallen. His face is full of resentment. Zhu Chang, the dog day, I am your best friend in life and death, why are you only staring at me to kill? Chapter 18 Stay home, fight against cults. Zhu Chang's heart was broken, and his life and death had fallen. Still died in his own hands. Back then, we were chased and killed together, and we did some evil things together. Now, he died in his own hands. He didn't want to either. But I don't know why, I just like to catch him and kill him. The battle was fierce in the cave, and blood was flying. After all, Zhu Chang is weak and weak, how can he stop the crowd from besieging him? I am immortal. Zhu Chang's broken body suddenly swooped towards someone and hugged him firmly. That's another elder he's good friends with. Bang. Zhu Chang exploded. Spiritual will and spiritual power exploded together. The elder who was hugged by him was hit hard and was on the verge of falling. His heart is broken. What's so special? When we were young, we said that we don't want to be born on the same day, but we want to die on the same day, but that was just a joke. He didn't even make his promise, how could he take it seriously? Dog days Zhu Chang actually dragged himself to death. The battle is over. The rest of the cult powerhouses fell silent. The vice-sect leader Wang Tu has fallen, and 2 elders have fallen. The cult protector from Heiyuelou kingdom also perished in the battle. He was severely injured by Zhu Chang's sneak attack. In the battle just now, everyone was very tacit, and the aftermath of the battle spread to him. Zhu Chang suddenly went crazy. Whether it is related to the magic smoke is unknown. But for the safety of the cult, the Dharma protector from the Heiyuelou kingdom had no choice but to die. Remove, change place, and report it to the general altar. Zhu Yan is afraid that it will be more fortunate than fortunate. The chief helmsman of the cult of Chu County opened his mouth and said. The others had no opinion, and they all evacuated the cave. At the same time, I felt aggrieved in my heart. The cult was not going well everywhere, and there were countless losses. It all started with the Chu family's suppression of the cult. The resentment towards the Chu family increased a bit. You have completed the fight against cults without leaving home, staying at home, and rewarding 10 years of cultivation. Chu Xuan was pleasantly surprised, the soul imprint was really awesome, and Zhu Chang was also very powerful, and even killed a cult powerhouse. Boom. A force and perception poured into the body, and the strength was growing rapidly. After breaking through the virtual realm, Chu Xuan's cultivation speed slowed down. Even if he swallowed the mysterious void pill to cultivate every day, he still couldn't improve his speed. The higher the realm, the slower the speed of strength growth. Chu Xuan estimated that within a year, he might only be able to ascend to the 8th or 9th level of the virtual realm. This cultivation base increases the speed, and if it is spread out, it may scare people to death. However, Chu Xuan was not satisfied. Now the battle between the Chu family and the cult has become more and more intense. The cult has failed several times and suffered heavy losses. One day, he will go to the powerhouse of the evil royal court to take action. Therefore, he can't wait to be promoted to the emperor realm in one day. The 10-year cultivation base rewarded is the 10-year cultivation base of the normal cultivation of the Daluo Emperor Sutra, not the 10-year cultivation base of Chu Xuan Tunfu Xuanqu pill cultivation. Even so, Chu Xuan's strength also broke through the virtual realm and came to the first level of harmony realm. After breaking through the harmony realm, spiritual will and spiritual power can be combined with reality, and there is a qualitative leap. I should be the #1 powerhouse in Qin now, right? Chu Xuan felt a little more confident. He is now looking forward to it. The cult has sent people to lurk in again. The effect of the soul imprint was unexpectedly strong. The cult elders who controlled several virtual realms could almost wipe out the cult power in Chu County. Chu County, the capital of Chu. In front of a building with a black moon on the door plaque. Chu Tianming walked into the building following Chu Yun and the 2 elders of the Chu family. A middle-aged man with a smile on his face walked up to him quickly. It's been a long time since Patriarch Chu. Chu Tianming's face was not very good-looking. Chu Qing was besieged by cult powerhouses. If it wasn't the information sold by Heiyuelou, he would screw his head off. Heiyuelou has never done such a thing once. They sell intelligence, take assassination missions, sell treasures, etc. The business scope of Heiyuelou is very wide. Sometimes, in order to expand their interests, it is not a secret to do something secretly. Heiyuela's heart is dark, and is famous in the whole Nanzhou. The prices they entrust are not uniform, but are determined according to the location. For example, to assassinate a powerhouse at the peak of the virtual realm, in the place where the power is located, the commission price is not too high. And in Qin, the price is so high that you are desperate. If not, the cult would have commissioned Heiyuelou to assassinate him, the patriarch of the Chu family. Of course, in order to avoid this kind of thing, and because of the real need, the Chu family has always been a big client of Heiyuelou. Unless the cult's bid is ridiculously high, Heiyuelou will not accept the task of assassinating his big client. Mr. Wan, you sent me a letter saying that there is important information about the Chu family. I won't say more polite words. Just ask, how much is the price, is it true? Enter the Black Moon building and come to the VIP room. Patriarch Chu, my Heiyuelou information has never been false. The information is not true. Heiyuelou can pay 3 times the compensation. Wan Chong smiled. The cult actually carried demonic smoke and lurked in the Chu family to sabotage. Such important information must be sold for a good price. Counting the time, the cult is almost in action, right? Chu Tianming may not be able to stop it when he learns the intelligence. Once the cult succeeds, the Chu family is filled with demonic smoke. If you want to clear the pollution of the demonic smoke, you must find yourself to buy treasures to remove the demonic smoke. He has all the treasures to remove the demon smoke ready. Just waiting for the big customer, Zai Chu Tianming, to take a knife. Let's make a quote. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. It was about the Chu family, and Chu Tianming didn't dare to take it lightly. If it weren't for important information, Wan Chong wouldn't find him personally. Heiyuelou is a little dark, but his reputation is worthy of recognition. 1 million spirit crystals. Why don't you go grab it? Chu Tianming said angrily. You can't say that. Wan Chong said solemnly, Brother Chu, the important information about the Chu family is not worth the price, so how could I offer this price? Besides, if the information is wrong, I will not only refund the full amount, but also triple the price. Compensation. Chu Tianming became serious. Make a deal. Take out a storage bag, put in 1 million spirit crystals, and throw it to Wan Chong. Tell me, what information? Wan Chong is very satisfied. The Chu family is a big customer. For the sake of sustainable interests, as long as they can't give a high price, they cannot make the Chu family disappear. Customers who can create sustainable benefits are good customers. Accurate information, 2 elders of the cult, sneaked into the Chu family land with demonic smoke, ready to destroy. All normal and sane. That's it. Chu Tianming was angry. What kind of important information is this? What do you think of my Chu family land, Civ? Anyone can enter. Of course it's more than that. Wan Chong expected that he would react like this, squinted his eyes and said, I naturally know that the Chu family is closely guarded, and under normal circumstances, it is naturally impossible to sneak in. This time, the cult has obtained 2 hidden virtual treasure cloves, which cannot be sensed under the 3rd level of the virtual realm. Outside a certain range, even the peak of the virtual realm cannot be detected. The Chu family's ancestral home is naturally not afraid, but the huge clan land. Chu Tianming's face changed wildly. Chapter 19 Information Error. The expressions of the other 2 elders of the Chu family also changed greatly, and they did not need Chu Tianming's orders, and one of them left immediately. While passing the news, they rushed back to the Chu family. Chu Tianming cupped his hands and said, Farewell. Brother Chu, if you can't stop it in time, don't worry too much. I have countless treasures in Heiyuelou, and I can always recover the loss. Wan Chong smiled and said while sending Chu Tianming away. This is Chu Yun's grandniece, right? She is indeed a contemporary genius of the Chu family. In a short period of time, she has already broken through to the 2nd level of the profound realm. As he spoke, he took out a bracelet. Come on, grandniece, this is a gift for a big client, you keep it. That bracelet is a low-grade spiritual tool, which belongs to the batch products of Heiyuelou, and is specially used as a gift for major customers. The quality is of course average. Although it is a low-grade spiritual weapon, its real power is even higher than the ordinary low-grade spiritual weapon. Chu Yun didn't like it, but she still reached out and took it. If you can't use it yourself, you can use it for servants. The Chu family has quite a few low-grade spiritual artifacts of similar rank, all of which were presented as gifts to the Chu family after trading with Heiyuelou. Chu Tianming had a dark face the whole time. The cult's Jinshu Baoyi must have been sold by Heiyuelou. That's because of lack of strength, otherwise the Heiyuelou will be killed. It actually eats both ways. Brother Chu, wait for your next visit. Always in a good mood. Chu Tianming snorted and quickly returned to the Chu family's ancestral land. He naturally knew what Wan Chong meant, and it was definitely too late to rush back now. This bastard pinpointed the time too accurately. Not only can you sell information, but you can also sell treasures that remove the demon smoke. If he received the news that the Chu family's land was contaminated by demonic smoke, he would not be able to sell information, and he would make less money. The everlasting black heart. Chu Tianming cursed inwardly. Chu Xuan wondered if something major happened to the Chu family. Suddenly, the defense of the Chu family was upgraded again, and the Void Realm clan elders dispatched more than a dozen people to patrol the edge of the clan. Even the big housekeeper personally held the exploration spirit-like tool and patrolled all over the place. Could it be that the evil king court has come to a strongman? Chu Xuan suddenly felt pressure. Even if the evil king's court came this time, he was only in harmony with the realm of cultivation, and he was not afraid at all. But once you fight, don't you have to expose yourself? Moreover, the evil king's court strongman will break his halberd, and soon there will be a stronger strongman attacking. If that's the case, how can you live in a safe house? The servant also knew that what happened. Chu Xuan could only be vigilant. Chu Yun is back. Brother 13, come back to the ancestral house with me. I will ask for mercy from Grandpa. For the first time, Chu Yun asked Chu Xuan to return to her ancestral house. I'm fine here, I live comfortably, and I won't go back. Chu Xuan refused. He didn't go back to see Chu Tianming's stinky face. Just stay in the yard, gradually become stronger, don't go out one step. The clan is not safe. Chu Yun said urgently. How can the clan land be unsafe? You are overthinking it. In the entire Chu family, nothing is safer than here. The cult has action, and it's really dangerous. When Chu Yun said that Heiyuelou had obtained the information, Chu Xuan suddenly looked strange. Counting the time, if he hadn't killed people himself, when Chu Tianming got the information, the Chu family's land would have been filled with smoke. Heiyuelou is really dark-hearted. He sold the information, and then he sold the treasure to remove the demon smoke. No wonder the Chu family was so nervous. Even the big butler dispatched himself. Even the big housekeeper came out, and the cult can't sneak in. Chu Xuan looked like he believed in the strength of the Chu family. Then I'm here to accompany Brother 13. Seeing this, Chu Yun turned to live here. Chu Xuan knew that she was still worried about herself. As long as she stayed here, the big housekeeper would definitely protect it for the first time. The heart is full of warmth. Chu Yun went out to practice for a few months and came back. At this time, she has broken through to the second level of the profound realm. It can be seen that her talent is superior, and she is one of the best among the juniors of the Chu family. No wonder Chu Tianming loves this girl so much. Brother 13, is this your cat? Chu Yun picked up the cute Tianling cat and said happily. Yes, take care of boredom and relieve boredom. The strength of Tianling Mao is not slow to grow, and now it is comparable to the third level of the virtual realm. The Chu family was loose on the outside and tight on the inside, wanting to lure people in and kill the cult elders. If you don't kill them for a day, you will always worry about the other party lurking in with demonic smoke. However, half a month has passed. Calm and calm. Even the cult powerhouses in Chu County have calmed down a bit. When they encounter the Chu family powerhouses, they are the first to flee, not as fierce and stubborn as before. Chu Yun also lived in the small courtyard for half a month. In the room, Chu Xuan put some cultivation insights and secret techniques, falsely claiming that his father Chu Chulua stayed. Chu Yun spent most of her time looking at these insights and secret techniques. In just half a month, she was about to break through the third level of the profound realm. Chu Xuan put the profound realm and spiritual realm chapters of the Daluo Emperor Sutra into his comprehension. After reading it, Chu Yun was pleasantly surprised and turned to practice the Daluo Emperor Sutra. Chu Chulua can be said to be a legend of the Chu family, and Chu Yun has no doubts that these are what he left behind. A few days passed. Chu Yun was about to break through the third level of the profound realm. Can only return to the ancestral home. Chu Tianming was pleasantly surprised. He praised Chu Yuan and scolded Chu Xuan a few times, embarrassing the Chu family and his precious third son, Chu Xuan. The cult has always been silent, and it is impossible to keep on guard like this all the time. So after investigation, Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com found traces of magic smoke somewhere where there was a war. It seems that the cult is in strife. Chu Tianming was stunned when he heard the news. Do cults also fight infighting? It has always been that the strong go up, the loser goes down, and the winner goes up, but there has never been such an infighting. Since the magic smoke has been released elsewhere, it is naturally impossible to destroy the Chu family. It means that the information from Heiyuelou this time is wrong. Chu Tianming was overjoyed, and immediately set off for Heiyuelou. Brother Wan, the information from Heiyuelou made me suspect for the first time. Chu Tianming sat in the VIP room with a smile on his face. The black-hearted, who swindled the old man with 1,000,000 spiritual crystals, now not only have to spit out all of them, but he has to compensate himself 3 times. See if you are happy. Wan Chong has a dark face. How could the information go wrong? What is this cult doing? The information of Heiyuelou is wrong, and he has to compensate the buyer 3 times. He, the landlord, is incompetent and is also in breach of responsibility. In serious cases, they will be reprimanded by the top management, and even some benefits will be deducted. Intelligence can't be wrong, it's just that the Tong Tong cult had an accident. Brother Wan, the reputation of Heiyuelou has always been the most important thing. What do you think about the loss of this intelligence? Chu Tianming picked up the tea and sipped it slowly. Compensation cannot be compensated. Once it is recorded, it will be the black history of Wan Chong in charge of Heiyuelou, the capital of Chu. Would be a proof of his incompetence. When you are promoted to a higher position in the future, it will be a competitive weakness that will be seized and attacked. But the reputation of Heiyuelou cannot be lost. This is the foundation. Losing the reputation of Heiyuelou will be punished more severely. Chapter 20 The First Vice-Chancellor. In order to ensure that the reputation of Heiyuelou is not damaged, it is not that Heiyuelou did not do anything about killing people. With Wan Chong's strength and position, it is not enough to kill people. If it is just a small person in the mortal realm, it is possible to do it. And Chu Tianming is the head of the Chu family. Not to mention identity, just strength is not something that can always be dealt with. And asking the powerhouse of Heiyuelou to take action, didn't he tell the top of Heiyuelou that what he did might damage the reputation of Heiyuelou? Neither compensation nor damage to the reputation of Heiyuelou. Only for information. Brother Chu, there is an important piece of information about the cult. 1,000,000 spirit crystals are not expensive, right? Chu Tianming smiled and said, 1,000,000 is not a small amount, is a cult worth 1,000,000? Wan Chong secretly cursed in his heart that he had extorted money on his own. Let's see, there is a service as a gift. Once the evil king court has any changes to the Qin state or the Chu family, I will notify Brother Chu as soon as possible without delay. How about that? Even if Chu Tianming lion opened his mouth, Wan Chong could only bear it. Chu Tianming scolded inwardly, Wan Chong, this bastard, if it wasn't for his fault this time, if there was a change in the evil king court, would he be prepared to delay time and tell himself? When the Chu family didn't have time to ask for help, in order not to suffer the destruction of the evil king's court, they could only entrust Heiyuelou to protect them at a high cost. Black-hearted stuff. Okay, let's do it like this, considering the relationship with Brother Wan for many years. Who said the Chu family was not strong enough? Every year, he spends a certain price to entrust Heiyuelou to keep an eye on the movements of the evil king's court. Wan Chong, this black-hearted person, if he really delays time, the Chu family will surely face a catastrophe. Of course, Heiyuelou information is not omnipotent. The Chu family has always been prepared for the possibility of being caught in one pot. The direct descendants are not all gathered in the clan, but scattered. The purpose is to preserve the Chu family's inheritance in the event of a devastating blow. The cult's first deputy leader and 2 guardians have come to Chu County. Wan Chong smiled and said, Brother Chu, is this piece of information worth 1,000,000? Chu Tianming's expression condensed, the first deputy leader of the cult of the Qin state, the second strongest of the cult, the peak of the 8th level of virtual realm, and is about to break through the 9th level of virtual realm. And those who can become law protectors are the 7th level strengths of the virtual realm. What about the specific whereabouts? If the cult's first vice leader were to act recklessly in Chu County, it would inevitably cause heavy losses to the Chu family. This is another piece of information, Wan Chong said with a smile. Chu Tianming sneered, just coming to Chu County for this piece of information is not worth $1 million. The Heiyuelou information is faster, but I can guarantee that within a day, my Chu family will also receive the other party's visit to Chu County. Information. After all, Chu County is under the control of the Chu family. It has been in business for so many years, and its intelligence capabilities are naturally not bad. Well, this is their hiding place now. Wan Chong took out a piece of paper and put it on the table. Chu Tianming picked it up and took a look. Thank you, Brother Wan. Immediately left the Black Moon building. He was going to kill the cult's first deputy leader and 2 guardians. It is only 300 miles away from the Chu family's land in a small farmhouse. Zhang Kuei, the first deputy leader of the cult of Qin, sat on a chair with a cold face. Dong Qian, the helmsman of Chu County, lowered his head and said, Sect leader, Zhu Chang suddenly went mad, and we don't know why. I just suspect that it has something to do with the Ziyue Kingdom's guardian, but I don't understand what the other party's purpose is. Where's Zhu Yan? Dead or alive? Who killed it? Zhang Kuei said with a sullen face. Do not know. Dong Qian looked helpless. Since the Chu family suddenly broke out, the cult has suffered many disasters, and many elders have fallen. Even if they practice evil arts and have the support of the evil king court, there are not many strong people in the virtual realm. This time, the cult can be said to be hurt. The entire Chu County is divided into rudders, and there are only 4 remaining experts in the virtual realm. Including him, the chief helmsman of the 3-layer virtual realm. The Chu family, hateful. Zhang Kuei's face was ugly. Except for the one time 1,000 years ago, the cult has never suffered such a heavy loss. Chu County's rudder is almost half abandoned. The entire Qin state cult lost 1/5 of its power. The Chu family, how did you find out that the cult is lurking? Obtaining secret techniques from a certain secret realm can restrain the aura of evil powers, which is beneficial for cultists to lurk. After many years of layout, Qin Kingdom, Ziyue Kingdom, and Dazhou have all lurked spies, and they only need to grow up slowly and gradually gain enough voice. Waiting for the opportunity, he suddenly launched an attack, took control of the 3 kingdoms, and brought him into the court of the evil king. As long as they control the 3 kingdoms, the rest of the powerful countries will react and have already been subordinated to the evil king court. With the attitude of those powerful countries, they will definitely not fight against the evil king court for this. Once the plan is successful, then you and the others will definitely become the top of the royal court, and will be valued by the evil king and his elders. He is also a character in the royal court. With the great merit of winning the 3 kingdoms, there will be no shortage of rewards. At that time, you can go to the royal court to serve and leave this barren land. When you arrive at the royal court, there are many rewards, and breaking through the harmony is inevitable. Who would have thought that the layout for many years was exposed by the Chu family? The cult was hit hard in an instant, and those lurking spies were almost wiped out. Hateful. I don't know, maybe it was the information provided by Heiyuelou. Dong Qian said in a low voice. Heiyuelou is not omnipotent. Besides, with the style of Heiyuelou, how could it be possible to easily sell information for the greater benefit? Zhang Kuei's face was gloomy and cold. He had investigated and found that the Chu family had not purchased any important information from Heiyuelou recently. With such important information, how could Heiyuelou be sold at a low price? The Chu family used a lot of resources in a short period of time, which can be found out. Zhang Kuei would never have thought that the trigger for all this was just of a cult who wanted to take credit and control Chu Xuan. Get ready, come with me to the Chu family's land tonight. Sect Master, there are many strong people in the Chu family, in case. Dong Qian said with a worried expression. The old ghost Chu Tianming has already left the clan, so what if he breaks into the Chu family? Since he dares to go, he will naturally be sure to retreat. Zhang Kuei stood up, his aura exploded. Sect Master, you made a breakthrough. Dong Qian was shocked. The 9th level of the virtual realm, the top powerhouse of the Qin state. Zhang Kuei breaks through, then the cult of Qin will have 2 powerhouses at the 9th level of the virtual realm. No matter how strong Chu Tianming was, he still did not break through to Hejia, so Zhang Kuei might not have the strength to fight. The only bad thing is that Zhang Kuei has no treasure in his hands. Tonight, follow me to the Chu family. Zhang Kuei took out a black bead and threw it to Dong Qian. Is this the escape orb? Dong Qian was pleasantly surprised. Escape Pearl, Heiyuelou sells for 1 million spiritual crystals, which is a spiritual tool for escape. In the event of a crisis, the escape orb will be inspired, and you can instantly escape 100 miles away. With the escape pearl, even if you are besieged by the old Chu family, as long as you are not killed instantly, you can escape. The last time he was besieging Chu Qing, he seized the opportunity to activate the escape bead and escaped, otherwise he would have been captured or killed. Chapter 21. Are cult people mentally ill? After Zhang Kuei's breakthrough, his confidence was bursting. Even if the Chu family land was Longtan Tiger Den, he would have to venture into it. What if there are treasures from the town tribe? You can escape with the air escape beads. As long as you can't keep yourself and escape from the Chu family, you will definitely be able to put a lot of pressure on the Chu family. In this way, the pressure the cult faces in Chu County will be less. In order to prevent their own surprise attack, the Chu family will inevitably gather the strong and return to defend the clan land and some important places. Chu Tianming didn't even dare to leave the Chu family for half a step. The Chu family must pay the price for destroying the layout of the cult for many years. When Wang Ting frees his hand, the Chu family will be destroyed. If this incident hadn't happened, Wang Ting's first target would naturally be the Qin family, the royal family of the Qin kingdom, and if this incident happened, the first target would be the Chu family. Zhang Kuei and Dong Qian set off for the Chu family land. The intelligence of Heiyuelou went wrong, the Chu family's defenses were slightly downgraded, and the big housekeeper returned to the ancestral house. Occasionally, there are elders from the Void Realm to patrol. Chu Yun retreated in the ancestral house, and Chu Xuan stared at the drawing of the gods to practice 100 exercises. His spiritual will is comparable to a martial artist at the 6th level of harmony. The civet cat napped on the fence. The devouring flower shook the flowers, looking bored. Outside the Chu family, 2 figures came quietly. After observing for a while, the Chu family was the easiest place to sneak in, and Zhang Kuei and Dong Qian sneaked in quietly. Although it is to break into the Chu family, the strutting break is different from the sneaky break. He rushed over with great momentum, and before he entered the clan, he was blocked by the strong Chu family. Zhang Kuei's goal was not only to break into the Chu family's land, but to break into the Chu family's ancestral home. Of course, the Chu family's ancestral home is not easy to break into, and it is not necessarily necessary to break in, as long as the purpose of breaking in will be achieved. The ancestral home is the core of the Chu family. Being intruded into the core of the clan, although he did not intrude into the ancestral house, it was enough to cause great pressure on the Chu family. Zhang Kuei is very confident. Entering the Chu family's land with ease, Zhang Kuei strode like a leisurely garden, and he didn't look like he was going through the dragon and the tiger's den. After all, Dong Qian's strength is relatively weak, and his expression is a little nervous, and he is vigilant about his surroundings. Don't be nervous, what if you find out? Zhang Kuei said proudly, the Chu family is an ordinary clan elder. What if you see one and kill the other and go directly to the Chu family's ancestral house? Dong Qian scolded inwardly, you are so strong and naturally not afraid, but he is not as good as you. In case of being besieged by several clan elders above the 3rd level of the virtual realm, I am afraid that I will be killed if I don't have time to use the escape orb. Even if the escape orb is successfully activated, it will suffer heavy losses. Can you be cautious? Dong Qian felt a little uneasy in his heart, and always felt that something would happen in this trip. When passing by not far from a certain courtyard, Zhang Kuei suddenly stopped. Is that where Chu Chulua's son lives? It is no secret that Chu Chulua's son was expelled from the ancestral house by Chu Tianming. Before the spies of the Chu family were cleaned up, the cult had already obtained information. Should be. As the leader of the cult in Chu County, Dong Qian naturally has information about Chu Xuan. The Chu family is generally a direct descendant. If you don't enter the profound realm, the cult will not pay too much attention to it. Except for Chu Chulua's son. After all, Chu Chulua once crushed Qin. He is the most talented person in the history of the Chu family. Zhang Kuei was moved. Chu Chulua, although his son is a bit of a waste, but after all, he is Chu Chulua's son. If you control him, there may be some gains. Sect Master, do you mean to include him in this sect? Chu Chulua and his wife are missing, no one knows if they are dead. Before disappearing, it was reported that Chu Chulua had already reached the 9th level of the virtual realm, and was even about to break through the harmony realm. If it wasn't for the disappearance, the Chu family might already have a powerhouse of Hejing in charge. The strength of the Chu family will even surpass that of the Qin family. 2 plans. First, control Chu Chulua's son, help him break through the profound realm, let him return to the Chu family's ancestral home, and become of this sect. Secondly, let him be included in this sect, pass on his evil methods, and become a killing knife of this sect. Zhang Kuei said, the light of wisdom flashed in his eyes. Chu Chulua's son, who practiced evil arts, became an evil cultivator, and slaughtered wildly. Let's see how the Chu family handles it. The more he thought about Zhang Kuei's heart, the more he continued, that old ghost Chu Tianming, if he kills Chu Chulua's son with his own hands, when Chu Chulua comes back, I want to see how he is doing. Furthermore, Chu Chulua's son is in the sect. When Chu Chulua comes back, let his son meet him for a while to see if Chu Chulua kills him or not. The more Zhang Kuei spoke, the more excited he said, it's just that I can apply for an evil heart pill from the royal court, disturb his mind, and become a loyal supporter of evil Gong. Dong Qian said worriedly, sect leader, what if Chu Chulua doesn't die and sees his son being forced into a cult and goes crazy to slaughter a cult? What are you afraid of? You can't escape. Zhang Kuei sneered and said, he can still kill his own son. If he does, and his son is captured by the sect and forced to be the leader of the cult, but Chu Tianming, what do you think will happen to Chu Chulua? Hey, if the old ghost Chu Tianming hadn't expelled his son, how could this sect have a chance to attack him? I want to see how Chu Chulua will treat the Chu family. Dong Qian was right when he thought about it, no matter how he looked at it, the cult would never lose. Go, and catch Chu Chulua's son. I'm going to take Chu Chulua's son away in front of the Chu family, and I will be mad at Chu Tianming. Zhang Kuei sneered and walked straight towards the small yard. www.novel.com. Dong Qian followed closely. Chu Xian sighed. Are people from cults sick in their brains? If you lurking in, you will lurking in. If you want to do something, you can do it. Why do you have to target yourself before you do something? If these two were to do something, Chu Xian wouldn't leave the courtyard, so naturally he wouldn't stop them. However, these two have to target themselves. This is death. Zhang Kuei's strength at the 9th level of the virtual realm is naturally nothing to the current Chu Xian. However, it has only been so long, and the strength of the incoming person has soared again. Will it be the next time that the powerhouse of the evil king court will attack? Chu Xian felt the pressure. You have to live there, at least until the 1-year period comes. So, try not to kill the two of them. The kind of soul imprint can come in handy again. When Zhang Kuei and Dong Qian entered the courtyard, they saw Chu Xian, and without saying a word, Zhang Kuei started directly. As he moved, the surrounding environment changed, flames galloping, giant trees towering, stone rolling, huge waves, and sharp blades swept through the sky. Not good. Zhang Kuei was horrified, his body was full of evil spirits, and he was about to break the blockade and escape. A gigantic palm swept over, banning the virtual and real, blending with the heavens and the earth. No matter how Zhang Kuei struggled, he was still pinched by the palm of his hand, and his bones made an overwhelmed sound, and the crisis of life and death enveloped his heart. Harmony. The Chu family has people who are in harmony with the realm. Who is it? Zhang Kuei was inexplicably terrified, and hurriedly wanted to activate the escape orb, but his spiritual power was banned, his mental will was suppressed, and he had no chance to escape. Desperate. Chapter 22. Subdue Zhang Kuei. Snapped. Zhang Kuei knelt down in front of Chu Xian. You. Looking at Chu Xian sitting in the chair, Zhang Kuei couldn't believe it, it was this young man who shot just now. There is a bit of Chu Chulua in his brows. Is he that trash son of Chu Chulua? So young and strong, is he a waste? Beside him, Dong Qian's face was swollen and fainted on the ground. On his head, crouched a cute cat. As soon as Dong Qian entered the yard, he felt his shoulders sink and something jumped onto his shoulders. He was so frightened that his hair stood on end, and before he had time to react, he just felt a small fleshy claw slapped on his face at a very fast speed. Both faces were patted. Confused, he fell to the ground. He didn't dare to move, not even to stimulate the escape pearl. She secretly scolded Zhang Kuei for wanting to break into the Chu family. Is she going to die now? Chu Xian sighed melancholy and said, do you cult people have a diseased mind? Why do you have to target me? Just because my father is Chu Chulua. Zhang Kuei wanted to cry but had no tears. Under normal circumstances, he would naturally not pay attention to a trash of the Chu family. But your father is Chu Xuan, so this is different. What's so special? Your father is already a monster, and you are even more outrageous. What's your identity? The 9th level of the virtual realm. Your strength is not bad. Chu Xuan asked curiously. The strength of the 9th layer of the void realm belongs to the real top powerhouse in Qin state. This person is in the cult and should be a pivotal figure. If he were to be killed, the cult would definitely send a stronger person after learning about it. Trouble. I just want to stay safe and stay strong. Why are there so many things? Zhang Kuei wondered if he wanted to be tough and bow his head to a young man, which would be a loss of identity. Suddenly, I saw a small tree, its roots crawling, and it ran over quickly. It seems that he is very interested in himself. He panicked. A tree that can walk, is it simple? Zhang Kuei, the first deputy leader of the Qin cult. Chu Xuan's eyes lit up. Is your identity not low? There was a calculation in his heart, and he controlled Zhang Kuei, the first deputy leader. With his status in the cult, he could naturally make the cult not harass him anymore. Moreover, with him as a high-level spy of the cult, he can also know in advance if the evil royal court does anything. Don't be afraid, I, Chu Xuan, can't bear to kill a chicken, so how could I kill you? Zhang Kuei's body trembled, and his heart became even more panicked. Anyone who said such things was not a good person. He still remembered that Chu Xuan had said something similar back then, but in the blink of an eye, dozens of cultists were slaughtered. So did his son. Little life or not. Zhang Kuei broke out in a cold sweat and wanted to fight to the death, but he couldn't move. Although Xiexio is ferocious, it is not that he is not afraid of death. Zhang Kuei is afraid of death. First vice cult master, it's valuable, it's a pity to kill it. Chu Xuan said to himself. The dizzy Dong Qian shuddered when he heard it. Zhang Kuei, the vice sect leader, was valuable. It would be a pity to kill him, wouldn't he want to kill himself? Young Master Chu, I am the helmsman of Chu County, and I am also valuable. He said hurriedly. The cowardly look made Chu Xuan speechless. Zhang Kuei scolded inwardly, a spineless thing, no wonder Chu County's subruler suffered such a heavy loss. Chu Xuan directly cast the soul imprint and controlled the two of them. Zhang Kuei and Dong Qian immediately became respectful, fearful deep in their hearts, but they were unable to give birth to any resistance or disobedience. From this moment, they are Chu Xuan's loyal servants, the kind who will never betray. Knowing the purpose of Zhang Kuei's coming here, Chu Xuan was speechless. If it wasn't for him, the Chu family would have been in chaos several times. You cults, stop for a while, don't bother the Chu family all the time, you know. Yes, master, I will definitely restrain the congregation. If anyone is disobedient, I will kill them. When Zhang Kuei said that at the end, his killing intent was awe-inspiring. You are the first vice sect master, work hard to become the sect master of Qin. If you want to solve the harassment of cults, the best way is to control the cults. Zhang Kuei is the first vice leader and has the opportunity to become the leader of a cult. However, cults are also divided into factions, and it is not easy for Zhang Kuei to rise to the top. You must know that the leader of a country is backed by the powerhouses of the evil royal court. If Zhang Kuei wants to be the leader, he can only take the place of him if he also gains the support of the powerful people in the evil king court and defeats the current leader. Chu Xuan is not in a hurry. As Zhang Kuei's current first deputy leader, he can do a lot of things. The actions against the Chu family can come to an end for the time being. As long as there is enough time to stay at home safely and wait until he breaks through the emperor realm, even if the evil king, will attack, Chu Xuan will not be afraid. There is no emperor in Nanzhou. How much do you know about Heiyuelou? Chu Xuan is more concerned about the power of Heiyuelou, which is spread all over Nanzhou and has a wide range of business, and is not afraid of any forces in Nanzhou. It can almost be called the most powerful force in Nanzhou. Heiyuelou is almost pervasive. Even our cult and some secret operations can't hide from them. It is very possible that Heiyuelou has treasures for spying intelligence. Zhang Kuei said respectfully. He is also very afraid of Heiyuelou. No matter how careful the cult is, as long as he stays in a certain place for a little longer, he will be detected by Heiyuelou. Furthermore, according to Yu reading www.yuukangsha.com, it is reported that the strongest person in Qin is not the one from the Qin imperial family, but a mysterious strong person who sits in the Qin branch in Heiyuelou. Zhang Kuei continued. The power of Heiyuelou is a bit interesting. It is not only about credibility, but also black-hearted. Chu Xuan has some ideas about Heiyuelou, and he needs to be strong before he can consider whether to implement it. At this moment, Chu Xuan felt a strong aura emerge from the Chu family's land. Chu Tianming. It seemed that he had just returned in a hurry. Did you get the information about Zhang Kuei's attack? Let's go. You should know what to do, right? I'll tell you if you need it. Chu Xuan threw 2 jade talismans. Hold it, you can avoid detection, but I want to see if Heiyuelou can really detect everything. The 2 jade talismans are invisible talismans, and they are the rewards of the system. Thank you, Master. Zhang Kuei and the two were shocked. It turned out to be a jade talisman. In the entire Nanzhou, most of the jade talismans were obtained from historical sites, which were very rare. Almost all of them are controlled by the major top forces. Of course, the Black Moon building is for sale, but the selling price is too high for them to buy it. Activating the jade talisman, Zhang Kuei and his body disappeared, and left the Chu family quietly. Chu Xuan felt that Chu Tianming was inspecting the clan's land, smiled, and went back to his room to sleep. After subduing Zhang Kuei, in the next period of time, he can be stable, and there will be no more cultists to harass him. You have conquered the cult powerhouse without leaving home, rewarded with 10 years of cultivation plus Tianjin Divine Eye. Boom. A wave of strength and insight emerged. Chu Xuan's strength rose steadily, the 2nd level of harmony, the 3rd level of harmony. It didn't stop until he reached the 8th level of Heijing. Chapter 23. The information is wrong again. Chu Xuan felt that his strength had improved, and he was more confident. If there are a few more powerful cultists. She hurriedly snuffed out this untimely thought. The heart can't be disturbed, it must be stable. Only by being stable can you stay in for a long time and stay safe. Can't take risks. If the strength of the incoming person is too strong, it would be bad to destroy his stable home life. So, you have to be steady and don't think wildly. Chu Xuan also received the Tianjin Divine Eye, which is a mysterious eye pupil that has the ability to see through falsehoods and spy on the laws of heaven and earth. In addition to this, it has the ability to attack, and can shoot out 2 rays of golden pupil light, with astonishing power. You can really stare at people with your eyes. Chu Xuan was lying on the bed, in a good mood, silently practicing the magic skill of 100 exercises. Chu Tianming took the treasure and patrolled the clan, and the rest of the clan elders were disturbed. Zhang Kuei is very powerful, and he is definitely not a rival when an ordinary clan elder meets him. Chu Tianming personally inspected it, and if he encountered it, he immediately beheaded him. After obtaining Wanchang's information, he rushed to Zhang Kuei's hiding place and found no trace. At that time, I was very angry. What happened to Wanchang? Did the information go wrong again? Isn't the information from Heiyuelou also true? The spirit crystal must be returned. With a dark face, he rushed back to Chudu. It's impossible to go wrong. Wanchang calmly said, you must understand that Zhang Kuei is a living person. When you rushed over, he happened to leave. Any information has a certain delay and cannot be real-time. Chu Tianming sneered, did you, Heiyuelou, sell him the information that I was going to kill him? Heiyuelou, the black-hearted, can do such a thing. As long as the price is right, any kind of information can be bought. Our Heiyuelou building is trustworthy. You bought information from us. Regarding your information, you must wait for more than a day before you can sell it. Wanchang smiled and reminded, Brother Chu, Zhang Kuei left suddenly, and the hiding place is not far from the Chu family, don't you think where he will go? Chu Tianming's expression changed. Careless. Just looking for Wanchang's bad luck, he ignored Zhang Kuei's possible actions. If this information is wrong again, Brother Wan, you have to give me an explanation. Chu Tianming hurried back to the Chu family. Wanchang Zizu smiled and said to himself, how could the information be wrong? My Heiyuelou information has always been true and reliable, never false, and never deceived. A strange bird the size of a thumb flew in suddenly. It conveys weak mental fluctuations. Wanchang suddenly laughed, and Zhang Kuei was ready to enter the Chu family land. Carrying the escape orb, and breaking through to the 9th level of the virtual realm, it gave Zhang Kuei a lot of confidence. The Chu family is going to be in chaos. If you are not careful, one or two elders from the virtual realm may die. Wan Chong was at his leisure, waiting for Chu Tianming to buy information angrily, vowing to kill Zhang Kuei. He was ready for the lion to open his mouth. One day later, Chu Tianming really appeared angrily. Wan Chong brewed a pot of tea, with a smile on his lips, ready to slaughter fiercely. After slaughtering the Chu family, his performance will definitely be rewarded by the upper management, and promotion is in sight. Lord Wan, do you think Chu is easy to deceive? Or, do you want to throw the reputation of Heiyuelou into the cesspool? Unexpectedly, Chu Tianming was indeed angry, but not because of Zhang Kuei's invasion of the clan's land. Wan Chang's face was startled, and he said calmly, "Clan Master Chu, what do you mean? What do you mean? You accepted 1 million spirit crystals from me, and the information you provided twice was wrong." Chu Tianming said angrily. Last night, he had been patrolling the clan's land, guarding Zhang Kuei. After dawn, he went to Zhang Kuei's hiding place again, but also found no one. Zhang Kuei never appeared. "It's impossible." Wan Chong said solemnly, "My Heiyuelou information has always been true and correct, how can it be wrong again and again? Can't go wrong." Chu Tianming sneered, "Where is Zhang Kuei?" "Neither in the hiding place you provided, nor in the place of my Chu family. Where are the others? Didn't you break into your Chu family land?" Wan Chong was stunned. How is it possible that Zhang Kuei and Dong Qian entered the Chu family land? This is true and unmistakable information. "You sure?" "I personally inspected for one night, what do you think?" Chu Tianming was very angry. "Master Wan, the information is wrong, should the spirit crystal be returned?" "Patriarch Chu, wait a moment. Wan Chong has a headache, what's wrong with Zhang Kuei, isn't he going to enter the Chu family land? Are you temporarily cowardly? It doesn't make sense. He has already broken through to the 9th level of the Void Realm, and he has an escape orb in his body. Even if he encounters Chu Tianming, he can still escape. With his arrogant temperament, how could he admit it?" Wan Chong immediately contacted the intelligence officer of Heiyuelou building. "Where is Zhang Kuei?" "Do not know. You told me you didn't know. You make mistakes again and again, and you have to take responsibility." Wan Chong growled. "Really do not know." The person in charge of intelligence said aggrieved, "Last night, Zhang Kuei obviously went to the Chu family's land, but he has not been detected until now. It seems that he disappeared out of thin air." In order to be able to open the lion's mouth, killing Chu Tianming with a knife, the intelligence director focused on Zhang Kuei's whereabouts. Once Chu Tianming comes to buy information, he can provide it as soon as possible. Moreover, Zhang Kuei broke into the Chu family's land and killed the elder of the Chu family. He must have escaped immediately and would not stay in one place. Heiyuelou reading www.uukangshu.com. The information about his whereabouts can be divided into several copies for sale. The service of providing information in real time is relatively expensive, and it is understandable to want to come to the Chu family. In a fit of anger, for the shame of the Chu family, he must be willing to pay. As a result, Zhang Kuei's trace did not know where it went. Even with the use of Heiyuelou's treasures to detect traces, they could not detect it. Zhang Kuei is strong and has a 9th level of virtual realm, so he has a chance to avoid detection. Why can't even Dong Qian be able to detect it? The two seem to disappear out of thin air. Use your hands to check for me, and find out his whereabouts as soon as possible. Wan Chong ordered. He rubbed his forehead. What happened? Zhang Kuei, that bastard, why didn't he enter the Chu family's land? Originally, he had excellent performance and had the opportunity to be promoted. If the information was wrong, how could he be promoted? Chu Tianming must be appeased, but he must not make trouble. Returning to the VIP room, he said with a smile on his face, "Brother Chu, why do you need to be angry? In this way, I have already ordered to go on, and I am tracking Zhang Kuei's whereabouts. Master Wan, Zhang Kuei is cunning. Heiyuelou has repeatedly made mistakes in intelligence, so that the Chu family can't get rid of it in time. What do you think?" Chu Tianming narrowed his eyes. Wan Chong cursed inwardly, but for his own future, for the reputation of Heiyuelou, he had to pay some price. This kind of thing didn't happen. The reason why the reputation of Heiyuelou has always been trustworthy is that after making mistakes, it will make up for it in time, and the final customer is very satisfied. As for the customers who wanted the lion to speak, they all turned into ashes in the end. The client turned gray, who knew that Heiyuelou had a problem with its reputation. Chapter 24 Rejuvenation and Power Word. Everyone knows that Heiyuelou is powerful, and no client really dares to speak up. Chu Tianming knew the rules of Heiyuelou, and he also knew that Heiyuelou attached great importance to the issue of credibility. Now, when would it be better if he didn't take advantage of it? Wan Chong wants to be promoted, this stain must be covered up and washed away. To act within the rules of Heiyuelou, Wan Chong is helpless. Brother Chu, don't worry, Zhang Kuei will not survive. Since the Chu family has entrusted the Heiyuelou to help remove Zhang Kuei, the Heiyuelou will certainly assist the Chu family to remove him. Wan Chong had a serious expression on his face. Just helping to kill Zhang Kuei, this small compensation is not excessive. Wan Chong agreed. Zhang Kuei's own strength is not weak, and he is also in possession of an escape pearl. It is not easy to kill him. The escape orb is not necessarily able to escape his life. After being activated once, the second activation requires an interval of a quarter of an hour. It is not difficult to surround and kill Zhang Kuei as long as he blocks Zhang Kuei after activating the escape bead. He could only escape for 100 miles at a time, and using Heiyuelou's means to block him within a quarter of an hour, there was no problem. Then I'll wait for the news from Landlord Wan. Chu Tianming squinted his eyes and waited. 3 days later. What about people? No, I don't know. Wan Chang's face was ugly. Chu Tianming's face was strange. Heiyuelou's intelligence ability has deteriorated. You can't even find Zhang Kuei's whereabouts. Even if someone was killed, Heiyuelou would be able to detect it, right? Lord Wan, are you entertaining me? Brother Chu, don't get me wrong, I have already ordered an investigation. Regardless of life or death, we must get the exact information. Wan Chong looked helpless. He cursed inwardly, what's wrong with this Zhang Kuei? Did it really disappear out of thin air? Even if he died, Heiyuelou would still be able to obtain information. The person who can kill Zhang Kuei silently is at least at the second or third level of the realm. In the face of the first-level powerhouse of Hejing, Zhang Kuei can finally struggle for 1 or 2 times, and have the opportunity to activate the escape orb. Although it is impossible to escape for 100 miles in the air, it may not be possible to escape with his life in the hands of the strong, but it can let Heiyuelou know this information. The one who can kill him silently, at least at the second level of harmony. If Zhang Kuei is vigilant enough, he can still struggle if he activates the escape orb in time when a crisis comes. Therefore, if he wants to kill Zhang Kuei silently and head-on, so that he has no chance to activate the escape orb, he must be at the 3rd level or above. And there is only one strong person above the 3rd level of the Qin kingdom. It belongs to Heiyuelou and is a strongman in Qin state. Is Zhang Kuei dead or alive? Wan Chong has a headache. This is all absurd. It seems that since the Chu family and the cult are involved, things have started to go wrong for him. Master Wan, it's been 3 days and there is no news at all. Do you think I should doubt the intelligence of Heiyuelou, or should I doubt your ability, Master Wan? Chu Tianming was also puzzled. Zhang Kuei was able to avoid Heiyuelou's investigation. If this is the case, Zhang Kuei is dangerous. Wan Chong had a dark face and said, Brother Chu, don't worry, the information on Heiyuelou is unique, and I, Wan, are not bad at all. Then I'll wait another day. Wan Chong went to urge the intelligence chief again. What about Zhang Kuei people? Whether it is dead or alive, there must be an explanation. I think Zhang Kuei is most likely dead. You sure? 80% sure. What if he doesn't die? I'll make sure again. 1 day later. Wan Chong said with a serious face, Brother Chu, according to reliable information, Zhang Kuei is dead. Chu Tianming was surprised. Are you sure? Who killed it? The information on Heiyuelou cannot be wrong. There is a high probability that it was killed by someone who was not a strong person from the Qin country. Wan Chong is serious and authentic. Zhang Kuei is most likely dead. Even if he didn't die, as soon as he appeared, Heiyuelou would kill him immediately. The information of Heiyuelou cannot go wrong. Said he was dead, he must be dead. Even if he is not dead now, as long as he dares to show his face, he will die. Chu Tianming looked at him suspiciously. Regarding Brother Chu's purchase of intelligence, I can take Brother Chu's mission once. How about personal compensation? Wan Chong offered compensation for information errors. Not in the Heiyuelou building, but in his personal head. In this way, it is not considered that the information of Heiyuelou is wrong. If Chu Tianming agreed, he would always owe a favor. Since Brother Wan said so, then I won't pursue it, but I want to entrust Brother Wan to investigate the whereabouts of my son Chuluo. Chu Tianming said in a serious tone. He has been entangled for this purpose. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better to just sell your favor to Wan Chong directly? He wanted to use the information from Heiyuelou to investigate Chu Chuluo's whereabouts. No problem, I will use my personal capacity to ask Heiyuelou to pay attention to this matter. As soon as there is news, I will notify Brother Chu as soon as possible. The owner of the Heiyuelou building in every place has applied for the Heiyuelou building intelligence system 3 times in 10 years to probe and track the welfare of something and someone. One used the last benefit to help Chu Tianming investigate Chu Chuluo's whereabouts. Thank you, Brother Wan. Chu Tianming bowed his hands. You stay at home and stay at home. With one small act, the Heiyuelou, which is known for its truthful and unmistakable information, has an information error and will be rewarded with the magic spell and the power word. Chu Xuan was lying on the reclining chair, holding a miscellaneous book in his hand. The reward of the system came suddenly. He was stunned. What did he do? Make the Heiyuelou information wrong. Immediately I remembered www.novel.com. Could it be information about Zhang Kuei? He deliberately gave Zhang Kuei an invisible talisman, which also meant to test the Black Moon Tower. It should be this small act that made Heiyuelou's information about Zhang Kuei go wrong. Therefore, Heiyuelou is not that powerful, and not all intelligence can detect it. Receive the healing spell and the power word spell. Replenishing the gods is a powerful secret technique that can mend a broken soul. It is extremely powerful, a soul-like wound recovery technique. It can not only repair its own damaged soul, but also heal and restore the damaged soul for others. In terms of rank, it has already surpassed the level of Emperor Sutra. Above the divine scripture is the heavenly scripture, and above the heavenly scripture is the divine law. This spiritual healing technique belongs to the secret technique of the same level of divine law. Power word is also a secret technique of the same level. It is only a small ability of the mantra to make the mouth speak the truth. Its real core is the ability to follow the law. It's true. A secret technique that points directly to the great Tao of heaven and earth. With Chu Xuan's current state, even if he comprehends the mantra of mantra through systematic indoctrination, he will not be able to exert such an effect. It is also impossible to kill the enemy with one word, break all laws with one word, and become true with one word. It can only use the method of making the mouth speak the truth. Chu Xuan was overjoyed to have obtained 2 secret arts at once. Sure enough, he could actually do a lot of things while staying at home, and there was also a lot of fun to discover. You are in a good mood, and you realize that there are all kinds of fun to be tapped in the house, and you will be rewarded with colorful lights. Another reward appeared. Chu Xuan was overjoyed. Today was a good day, and the random rewards of the system were triggered again. Chapter 25 Goshincha. Chu Xuan received the 7-colored divine light, and the 7-colored divine light immediately added to his body, and his whole person was like a fairy. Colorful divine light, unparalleled in defense, whether it is an attack against the flesh or an attack against the soul, it can be defended against. Moreover, as soon as the colorful divine light is excited, the whole person is bathed in divine light, mysterious, powerful, and sacred, just like the gods in legends. Chu Xuan was very satisfied, wearing a colorful divine light, pretending to be unparalleled. Although I don't go out now, I always have the chance to pretend. Besides, when you are invincible, you naturally want to go out and relax. Are you afraid that you won't have a chance to pretend? Refreshing. Chu Xuan stretched his waist and continued to read. This miscellaneous journal records many strange events in Nanzhou, including the tragic life of a certain evil king in the evil king court. That evil king, when he was young, used to practice powerful exercises from the palace, and after completing his cultivation, he wanted to seek revenge on the enemy. In the end, it was sad to discover that the enemy's cultivation technique was stronger than him, and he didn't even need his own palace. He even married the woman he loved. The evil king was mentally unbalanced, insane, and twisted. In the end, he sacrificed blood to millions of people in order to restore the man's organs. According to reports, the blood demon art that was circulated in the evil king court was created by this evil king. With this powerful magic technique, he restored the man's organs, killed the enemy, and occupied the woman he once loved. In the end, after the woman was occupied by him, she said coldly, "Compared to him, you are too soft and boring." With just this sentence, the evil king went into trouble on the spot and died. Chu Xuan was amazed. That evil king was quite tragic. In the evening, a steward came to the ancestral house. 13th young master, the patriarch asked you to return to your ancestral home. Chu Xuan was stunned. What happened to his cheap grandfather, Chu Tianming? Why did you suddenly let yourself go back to the ancestral house? Did girl Chuyun beg for mercy? She is still breaking through the third level of the profound realm and hasn't exited, right? It is impossible to go back to the ancestral home. If you don't go back, I live here very well. Chu Xuan refused. What are you kidding me? I've been in the house for almost a year, and now I go back. Isn't it a record of being in the house for so long? The living area of the house is bound to this yard. If you want to bind to another place after you leave, the system will say, in the cooling off period, how can you become stronger so quickly? The steward was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Chu Xuan would refuse. 13 Xiao is angry. Certainly, he was kicked out of the ancestral house by the owner of the family. Now he is angry and won't go back. 13th young master, the owner of the family said that, regardless of your past mistakes, you can go back to the ancestral house to live. While I went, I said I couldn't go back. It's comfortable to live here. Chu Xuan waved his hand and said impatiently. The steward was helpless, so he could only go back and report to Chu Tianming. Without Chu Tianming's order, he did not dare to forcefully bring people back. You refuse to go back to your ancestral house, choose to stay there, and reward Wuzhen with a box of tea. The random rewards of the system are here again. Chu Xuan was overjoyed and checked the information about Wuzhen tea. Wuzhen tea can help people understand the true meaning of the world and break through the bottleneck of the real world. Reality lies in comprehending the true meaning of heaven and earth. Therefore, it is not easy to break through the reality. It's easy to be in harmony with the real world. The reason is that if you want to break through the real world, you must understand the true meaning of heaven and earth. Only by mastering this true meaning can we break through the real world. The spiritual realm is the power of transmutation, the power displayed, and has a certain spirituality. Harmony is the fusion of transmutation and psychic transformation into the void, the blending of reality and reality, and the completion of a sublimation, which is harmony. And the real world is to comprehend the true meaning. The thing is real. A piece of spiritual power turned into a rabbit. It seemed to be real, not fake, and not simulated by spiritual power. This is the true meaning. In order to achieve this step, it requires extremely high talent and understanding. Before Heijing, many people belonged to Tianjiao Strong, and the journey was smooth, and they cultivated to Heijing very quickly. However, he was stuck on the threshold of the real world and could never make an inch. Countless people, all their lives, have stayed in the realm of harmony, and have never been able to comprehend the true meaning and break through the realm of reality. Wuzhen tea can help people comprehend the true meaning of heaven and earth. It can be seen that it is precious. All treasures that can help people understand the true meaning are very rare and precious. Once you enter the real world, your strength will undergo an earth-shaking change. With a piece of spiritual power at hand, it can be easily transformed into a thing, and it can easily kill Heijing. It is no exaggeration to say that the 10 peak powerhouses of Harmony Realm can't beat a real realm powerhouse, a monster that was simulated with spiritual power. Chu Xuan has already entered the 8th level of Harmony, and is about to step into the 9th level of Harmony, and the real state is in sight. No matter how confident he is in breaking through the real world, it will take more time. With Wuzhen tea, you can realize the true meaning of the world in advance, which can greatly shorten the time for breakthrough. Even with a cup of tea, you can break through to the 9th level of harmony. Chu Xuan was overjoyed, and immediately made himself a pot of tea. Don't even think about him leaving the small yard. It is impossible to return to the ancestral home. Chu Tianming was furious. After he came back from Heiyuelou, he missed his third son, Chu Xuan. No matter what Chu Xuan said, he was also the only son of the third son. When his heart softened, he was let go. In the end, Chu Xuan didn't appreciate it, and he was so angry that he didn't want to come back. Don't worry about him, he likes to stay there, right, then let him be. Chu Tianming was so angry that he dropped several teacups. Chu Xuan, no matter how furious Chu Tianming is, Yu reading www.howyuyukangsha.com smashed the teacup. It would be better not to let him go back to his ancestral house. After drinking a cup of tea, a mysterious feeling came to his mind. Closing his eyes, he savored the realization of Wuzhen tea. The original strength of the 8th level of harmony has gradually increased, breaking through to the 9th level of harmony. Putting down the teacup, Chu Xuan had some insights on what the true meaning of heaven and earth is. He believed that it would not be difficult to drink such a pot of Wuzhen tea every day and realize the true meaning of heaven and earth. Before the 1-year period arrives, it is not difficult to break through to the real world. A few days later, Chu Yun broke through to the 3rd level of the profound realm. As soon as she left the customs, she immediately came to the small courtyard. Looking at the experiences that Chu Xuan prepared for her, she sighed. Third uncle is indeed the one who suppressed Qin. Brother 13, you have to work hard to cultivate, you can't be so lazy, you can't lose the face of the third uncle. Looking back at the reclining chair, Chu Xuan frowned lazily. You don't understand, it's just a comfortable life like this, how boring it is to practice hard every day. Chu Xuan poured himself another cup of tea and said while sipping it. Come, try this tea. Wuzhen tea can be drunk in any realm, which can lay the foundation for understanding the true meaning in advance. Chu Yun took a sip of the tea, only to find it sweet and delicious, much better than any tea she had ever drank. Moreover, the spirit has become clear, and it seems that there is a vague feeling floating in my heart. This tea. Chu Yun drank a whole cup of tea into her stomach, her eyes brightened. This tea is delicious. It seems that it has some other special effects. I feel that the whole person is more energetic. Chapter 26 Real. This is what my father left behind, so naturally it won't be ordinary tea. Chu Xuan opened his eyes and said nonsense. As long as it was said that it was left by his father, no one would doubt it. My own father deserves to be a figure who oppresses his contemporaries. It turns out that the third uncle stayed, no wonder. Chu Yun was stunned. Chu Xuan is a legendary figure. Because of this, when they see Chu Xuan, most people's first thought is tiger father and dog son. After a while, the Chu family was very calm. The cult seems to have subsided a little, and most of the forces in Chu County have withdrawn. Zhang Kuei still has no news. Seems to be really dead. Only Wan Chong knew that the Zhang Kuei had appeared briefly. Heiyuelou powerhouse failed to kill him immediately. Was escaped by him. And Zhang Kuei's trace was lost again. Fortunately, he did not announce that Zhang Kuei was dead. I just told Chu Tianming once. Therefore, even if Zhang Kuei really showed up, no one would suspect that the information of Heiyuelou had gone wrong. Because of Heiyuelou, Zhang Kuei was never said to be dead. As for Chu Tianming, for Heiyuelou's intelligence system, he helped to detect Chu Xuan's whereabouts, and he would not do anything unfavorable to Wan Chong. You stay in your house for 10 months, reward Xian Huoling. Xuanhua Bell, a low-grade imperial soldier, contains mysterious fire, burns the sky and boils the earth, and has unparalleled power. Chu Xuan obtained another imperial soldier. The longer he stayed, the richer the reward and the higher the level. The 1-year reward, the worst is the Bible. Even divine law, or above divine law. Chu Xuan was full of expectations. During this period of time, Chu Yun often came to the yard, and every time she read the classics, she had a different feeling. Every time I sigh, the third uncle is really a genius. Chu Xuan smiled without saying a word. Drinking Wuzhen tea every day, Chu Yun broke through to the real world. Basically there is no problem. She is already talented, and she has an understanding of the true meaning in advance. It is only a matter of time for her to break through the true state. In a short period of time, Chu Yun was not far from the 4th level of the profound realm. Chu Xuan has already touched the threshold of the real realm, and he will definitely be able to break through to the real realm within half a month. There were more potted plants in the yard, all of which were brought by Chu Yun. She felt that the yard was too monotonous, with only one cat and a strange little tree, which was very uninteresting, so she planted some spiritual flowers in pots. Brother 13, why didn't I see you leave the yard? Chu Yun said suspiciously. For so long, Chu Xuan has never left the courtyard once. Chu Tianming just drove him out of the ancestral house, but did not ground him and was not allowed to leave the yard. I'm practicing. Chu Yun said in confusion, Brother 13, I didn't see you cultivating, and your strength didn't increase. You don't understand, what I cultivate is the heart. Chu Xuan said with an inscrutable expression, how high is the state of the heart? The state is so high. So, 13th brother, your realm is not high, so your strength is so weak. Chu Yun said thoughtfully. Is this the cultivation method passed down by the third uncle? How strange. The corner of Chu Xuan's mouth twitched. In order to prevent her from forcing himself to practice, he could only foolishly say, yes, my father secretly passed it on. He looked weak in the early stage, but once he realized it, he would fly into the sky. This method, not everyone can practice it, it is very harsh, so I don't go back to my ancestral home, that's why. With this excuse, Chu Yun would not be thinking about how to let herself go back to her ancestral home. I understand. Chu Yun nodded and said solemnly, I won't force Brother 13 to go back to the ancestral house, and I won't let anyone disturb you. 10 days passed in a hurry. Chu Xuan has already stepped into the real world with 1 foot. The breakthrough is only a matter of 1 or 2 days. Chu Yun drank Wuzhen tea, flipped through her cultivation experience, her understanding of the Daluo Emperor Sutra became more and more profound, and she stepped into the 4th level of the profound realm with half a foot. On this day, Chu Yun came to say goodbye. She was going back to her ancestral house to break through the 4th level of the profound realm. Chu Tianming is very happy, and he loves Chu Yun, his granddaughter, more and more. Even Chu Qing, whom he regards as the heir to the family's head, cannot compare to Chu Yun in the degree of pampering. Chu Tianming's heart was already moved, and he didn't want to marry Chu Yun, and directly ignored the Qin family's idea of marrying Chu Yun. Chu Xuan knew very well that the Chu family, the Zhao family, the He family, and the imperial Qin family had always been married to each other. Because of this, the relationship between the 4 families is inseparable. He also had no fiancé because his father, Chu Chulua, had broken his marriage contract and his talent was poor, so the other 3 families didn't like him. Except for him, the other direct lineages basically all have objects of marriage. Even though it hasn't been decided yet, the elders have this intention with each other, and they have begun to develop feelings for each other. For example, Chu Laoji, his fiancée is Heiyuelou. This couple, it is considered to see the right eye, and there will be no accident. Chu Yun is still young, so naturally she has not made a decision, and Chu Tianming loves her so much that she has no plans to marry for the time being. What Chu Xuan has to do is to give Chu Yun enough power to speak and control her future. When I stayed at home for 15 days in October, the opportunity to break through the real world came. Chu Xuan sat cross-legged on the bed, and the small 5-element formation in the courtyard had already been activated. Although his breakthrough speed is very fast, and he can stabilize his cultivation on the day of the breakthrough, just in case, he activated the small 5-element formation to prevent the surge of spiritual power in his body, and he is undergoing transformation. A wisp of spiritual will, and spiritual power, the perception of the real world came to my mind. The speed of transformation was not slow. An hour later, Chu Xuan had already broken through the real world. The spiritual power has completed a sublimation, and each ray of spiritual power contains a ray of spiritual will. After the breakthrough, Chu Xuan's mind moved, and a spiritual force emerged. Next to him, a bunny made of spiritual energy appeared. The little rabbit looked just like a real rabbit, and there was no trace of spiritual energy condensing. Those eyes were piercing, and he opened his mouth to make a small rabbit-like cry. Every hair on the body is indistinguishable from the real thing. When you touch it, it's fluffy, warm and breathing. When it was cut on the leg, the little rabbit screamed in pain, jumped and struggled, and bright red blood flowed from the wound. The thing is real. This is the sign of reality. Under the real world, it is almost impossible to perceive that this is something simulated by spiritual power. Chu Xuan couldn't help but think of a record he had seen in a miscellaneous journal. A certain real powerhouse, whose spiritual power simulated thousands of medicinal pills, sold it to a certain sect, and none of the powerhouses of that sect found out that it was fake. It was not until it was discovered that medicinal pills could only increase spiritual power and did not have the special effects of medicinal pills. Only after the identification of the powerhouse in the realm of truth, did they realize that they had been deceived. Of course, if the medicinal pills simulated by the spiritual power of the real world powerhouses are not used, the warriors below the real realm can recover the consumed spiritual power and even break through the small realm if they swallow it. When Chu Xuan thought about it, little rabbits and cute kittens appeared in the yard. Jumping and jumping, lively and cute. Chapter 27 The Book of All Souls and the Book of 10,000 Pills. You stay at home, break through to the real world, and reward pets like Jinpeng. Another pet reward. Chu Xuan checked the information of Shaking Jinpeng. Sky Shaking Jinpeng, an ancient divine beast, possessing extreme speed, it can shake the 9 heavens in the top, and split the 9 secluded places in the bottom. After reading Jinpeng's introduction, Chu Xuan can only say that he is awesome. It is indeed an ancient beast. Take out the Jinpeng who will shake the sky. It is an extraordinary eagle with golden claws, golden wings and sharp eyes. The strength lies in the real world. Only the size of a pigeon. It is still in its infancy, and I don't know how many years it will take to grow into adulthood. Meow. The civet cat jumped over and stared at Jinpeng. Shaking Jinpeng spread his wings, raised one paw, and grabbed the neck of the civet cat. The civet cat suddenly frowned, let out a low roar, and a coercion emerged. Inspired the tiger power of the mythical beast, the white tiger. However, Tianxia Jinpeng was not afraid. He turned his head to the side, curious as to why this cat was able to exude tiger might. Tianling cat is currently in the 3rd level of strength, and is weaker than Shaking Jinpeng, but it belongs to Chu Xuan's pet. After breaking through to the real world, Chu Xuan's confidence greatly increased. One step closer to being invincible in Nanzhou. Cults are nothing to worry about. Ordinary evil king court powerhouses are not a cause for concern. There is no emperor in Nanzhou. As long as you break through the emperor realm, Nanzhou is invincible and you can ignore the court of evil kings. Of course, the imperial realm is nothing. He can only dominate in Nanzhou. Outside of Nanzhou, even looking at this vast world, the emperor realm is nothing. After breaking through to the real realm, the cultivation base improved even more slowly. Chu Xuan was not in a hurry, just waited for the 1-year period to arrive. The reward for staying at home for a year is bound to be generous. Maybe, with the reward of staying home for a year, you can directly break through to the emperor realm. As long as you break through to the emperor realm, you will truly be fearless in Nanzhou. Tianxia Jinpeng squatted on the branch of the Devourer of Souls, stared at the Devourer of Souls with his head sideways, and felt that this small tree was a bit unusual. As an ancient divine beast, it is naturally proud. Anything that can enter its eyes will not be ordinary. Chu Yun is still in retreat. Not everyone is like Chu Xuan. Breaking through is like drinking water, it doesn't take long. For other people, even breaking through a small realm will take at least a few days. After the breakthrough, it is necessary to stabilize the cultivation base after the breakthrough. Looking at the potted plants in the yard, Chu Xuan had nothing to do, took out a pair of scissors and trimmed the branches and leaves of the potted plants. It's such a comfortable little day. It's the lack of a beautiful maid. No matter how beautiful the potted plants and flowers are, they can't compare to the delicate beauty. Among the maids of the Chu family, there are many beautiful ones, but none of them are extremely talented. An ordinary maid, he doesn't like it. So, we can only continue to live alone. You cut the potted plants, feel at ease, stay in a happy mood, and reward the scriptures of all souls and the scriptures of 10,000 pills. Chu Xuan paused, triggering a random reward again. Cool. After cutting the potted plants, Chu Xuan sat on the reclining chair and checked the rewards of the system. The Book of 10,000 Spirits records all the spiritual things and the treasures of heaven and earth. Familiar with the Book of 10,000 Spirits, you can know any spiritual things in the world, any treasures from heaven and earth, even the very rare spiritual things that have disappeared, there are records on it. For every kind of spiritual object, its efficacy and general purpose are recorded in the Book of All Souls. And the 10,000 Alchemy Sutra is a book of alchemy. There are countless pill recipes recorded above, as well as numerous pill concocting methods in history. The lost alchemy recipes and lost alchemy techniques can all be found on it. Chu Xuan received the Book of 10,000 Spirits and the Book of 10,000 Pills. The two books are not thick, but the content recorded on each page is very large. This is a special recording method that records the content on it. The content on a page can be scrolled continuously. In addition to text, there are images and images. The method of alchemy recorded in the Book of Thousands of Alchemy, in addition to the text notes, also has a video of alchemy. Chu Xuan did not have the first time to let the system instill the contents of the two books into himself, but read it in his hand. Reading the Book of All Souls is like reading an atlas of plants. It's good enough to pass the time. Chu Xuan has read almost all the books of the Chu family. The Book of 10,000 Spirits and the Book of 10,000 Pills can make up for it, and it's a perfect way to pass the time. Anyway, he can't use the Wanling pill and the 1,000 Pills Sutra for the time being, so he is not in a hurry to master it right away. He has no shortage of medicinal pills. He is also not short of heaven, material, and earth treasures. Every day in the house, the system will have various rewards. Chu Xuan put an alchemy method from the 1,000 Alchemy Sutra and a few alchemy recipes into the training experience prepared for Chu Yun. As for whether Chu Yun was interested or not, Chu Xuan didn't care. Just prepare something for her, she can increase her voice. That alchemy method is considered to be the top alchemy technique in Nanzhou. After Chu Yun learned it, her status in the Chu family jumped to surpass Chu Qing, and she was not under the master of the family. Besides, the pills that Chu Xuan prepared for her included pills that could break through the real world. Each pill could increase the chance of breaking through by 30% to 70%. In addition to the pills that break through the realm, there are also pills that heal wounds, enhance mental will, and treat mental damage. If Chu Yun could refine these medicinal herbs, the strength of the Chu family would increase by 30% in a short period of time. Once Chu Yun mastered the above alchemy technique, even if she wanted to marry, Yu reading www.yukangshu.com, Chu Tianming would beg her not to leave the Chu family. 3 days later, Chu Yun left the border. The first time after leaving the customs, I came to the small courtyard. Looking at the cultivation experience again, I found that alchemy technique, and I was immediately shocked. There is actually an alchemy method for refining virtual combination pills, as well as a prescription for virtual combination pills. Virtual combination pills are extremely rare. In the entire Nanzhou, there are not many people who can refine virtual combination pills. The Chu family once thought about buying a virtual combination pill, but the price of Heiyuelou was too high, almost 1/3 of the Chu family's heritage. Because of this, I gave up the idea of buying a virtual combination pill. If there is a virtual combination pill, Chu Tianming will have the opportunity to break through to the harmony realm. This alchemy method is still in a pile of experience very casually, and it seems that it is not taken seriously. The third uncle didn't even spread the alchemy method. Chu Yun wondered, if someone in the Chu family mastered this alchemy method, it would be enough to make the Chu family's strength soar. Moreover, after the Chu family can refine the medicinal pills, some medicinal pills do not need to be purchased, and can even be sold. No matter how you look at it, it is extremely important to the Chu family. Chu Yun couldn't understand why the third uncle didn't give the alchemy method to Grandpa. Could it be that the origin of this alchemy method is somewhat special? Certainly. Chu Yun was confused. Should she study? If you learned this alchemy method and leaked it out, would it bring disaster to the Chu family? After struggling for a while, Chu Yun finally decided to learn secretly. When she wanted to make pills, she secretly practiced. As long as the medicinal pills are not refined on a large scale, as long as they are not leaked, there will be no trouble. After making up her mind, Chu Yun began to watch it seriously. Chapter 28, Door-to-Door Delivery. Chu Yun's actions naturally could not be concealed from Chu Xuan. Seeing Chu Yun's cautious appearance, Chu Xuan couldn't help but wonder, how did he sneak it? After thinking about it, I immediately understood the reason, and I couldn't laugh or cry. That alchemy method is extremely extraordinary in Nanzhou. If it was really left by Chu Chulua, why wasn't it handed over to the Chu family? It must be because there are some problems with the origin of the alchemy method. Chu Xuan didn't say anything. It's good to be cautious. If it leaks out, some major forces in Nanzhou will be watching, and it will be troublesome to attack the Chu family. He is only now at the first level of reality. Once the strong attacked and exposed his cultivation, how could he stay low-key and at ease? In the next few days, Chu Yun was studying the alchemy method. After finally mastering both the alchemy recipe and the alchemy method, she will practice alchemy. To be cautious, she did not choose to concoct alchemy in the small yard. Instead, he planned to go out to practice, leave the Chu family land, find a secluded place, and practice secretly. Before leaving, Chu Yun told Chu Xuan about the alchemy method and asked him to hide the alchemy method. Chu Xuan couldn't help laughing and laughing. Seeing how cautious she was, he could only lie that he already knew the alchemy method, and his father asked him to learn it. He didn't learn it because he was tired. Although Chu Xuan claimed that there was no problem with the origin of the alchemy method, Chu Yun remained cautious. If it leaked out and was coveted by the powerful forces in Nanzhou, the Chu family would face extinction. Especially once it is targeted by the evil king court, the consequences are unimaginable. When Chu Yun is going out to practice, there will be a secret support from the strong Chu family. If she wants to secretly concoct alchemy, she must support the secret protection of the strong Chu family. Chu Xuan gave her a few jade talismans. The excuse was left by his father, and he didn't go out to practice, so he didn't need it. In addition, Chu Xuan also passed his will to Zhang Kuei through the soul seal, and asked him to secretly protect Chu Yun. Zhang Kuei is at the 9th level of strength and imaginary. Under the control of the soul imprint, he is absolutely loyal. In order to complete the task of protecting Chu Yun's safety, he will not hesitate to complete it. However, Zhang Kuei is the vice-sect leader after all, and the news of the cult must be kept under constant attention, and it may not be possible to covertly protect him all the time. Dong Qian is not weak, so he secretly protected him with Zhang Kuei. It can be sure that nothing goes wrong. In the Qin state, apart from the cult, no force dared to attack the direct descendants of the 3 great families. Chu Yun went out to practice, and Chu Xuan continued to stay in the courtyard. Except for Chu Xuan, no one of the Chu family's direct line of this generation stayed in the clan. Chu Laoqi went to the He family. Chu Qin continued to crack down on cults and preside over affairs in Chu County. Ziyue Kingdom, in an underground palace. Dozens of cult powerhouses gathered. Yuan Chong, the deputy leader of the Ziyue Kingdom cult, said with a gloomy face, "The right protector fell in the Qin Kingdom and Chu County. This matter has nothing to do with the Chu family. Who is going to ask for an account for my Ziyue cult? Didn't the right protector perish in the civil strife of the Qin country's fellow sects?" A cult expert said suspiciously. "Even so, who can know the real situation? Besides, if it wasn't for the destruction of the Chu family, why would this sect come to this?" Yuan Chong said coldly. The cult in the Ziyue Kingdom suffered a lot, and more than 10 elders fell. Even the sect leader was severely injured and almost died. And the source of all this started when the Chu family destroyed the layout of the cult. Naturally, the account must be counted on the Chu family. Although the overall strength of the Chu family is not as good as that of the Ziyue Kingdom, it is not weak. Moreover, the Qin Kingdom is not our territory. If we rush there, we may encounter unexpected events. An elder frowned. That's right, our main goal is still the Ziyue Kingdom. Many cult elders agreed. Humph, how can the matter of the Chu family stop? Don't forget that the Chu family has destroyed the layout for many years. Once the royal court can free up his hands, the Chu family will not be spared. Do you have to wait for the royal court's orders before taking action? Yuan Chong snorted dissatisfiedly, and said, "Besides, it is not necessary to fight the Chu family. I heard that Chu Chulua's son was expelled from the ancestral house. Since we can't do anything about the Chu family for the time being, we can also vent our anger by arresting Chu Chulua's son." Some elders questioned, "Chu Chulua's sons have been expelled from the ancestral house, what's the use of arresting them?" Madness. Yuan Chong scolded angrily and said, "He is Chu Chulua's son, not the son of a cat or dog. Even if he is a waste, as long as he is Chu Chulua's son, he is valuable." That's right, Chu Chulua may not be dead. If Chu Chulua comes back one day, we will send his son to the royal court as a hostage, and he will definitely be able to kill him. Some elders agreed. If that's the case, then I'll go. A thin cult elder stood up and said. Yuan Chong and other cult powerhouses had no opinion. Among the people present, the opponent was not the strongest, but he was the best at escaping and hiding. Chu Xian's house was in the courtyard, waiting for the arrival of the year. The cult did nothing, and did not continue to send strong men to infiltrate the Chu family to destroy it. After breaking through to the real world, Chu Xian has a lot of confidence. As long as it is not a strongman from the evil king court, he is not afraid at all. With the overall strength level of the Qin state, even if the evil king court sends a strong person, it will not exceed Hejing. Therefore, Chu Xuan is not worried at all. However, it should be stable. Just when he thought he could stay in peace for a year, someone else sneaked in. Another strong cultist. The strength is in the 3rd level of the virtual realm, and it belongs to the high-level elders. Chu Xuan frowned. www.novel.com. Why didn't Zhang Kuei send a message to himself? The soul imprint can convey his spiritual will, and also has a certain communication function. A simple warning can be done. What surprised Chu Xuan even more was that the cult elder who had sneaked in seemed to be here specially for him. There was no idea of lurking into the core of the Chu family, and after a little discernment, he came to his yard. Directly into the yard. Are you here on purpose to send people's heads? When he saw Chu Xuan, he said, Are you Chu Chulua's son? Chu Xuan looked helpless. What happened to his father? Why does everyone want to arrest themselves? That's right. Chu Xuan admitted it generously. That's right. Lu Yuan said nothing, raised his hand and grabbed towards Chu Xuan. He is not a person who talks a lot. Once he has set a goal, he will act directly, so as not to have too many dreams at night and any unexpected changes will occur. In a mere mortal realm, he grabbed it with one hand. Before the Chu family was aware of it, he fled Chu County and returned to Ziyue country as soon as possible. As long as they returned to the Ziyue kingdom, it would be impossible for the Chu family to rescue them. However, the moment he shot, he only felt his shoulders sink. He was hit with a paw on his head, and he fell to the ground. Not good. Lu Yuan was shocked. His first thought was that Chu Chulua's son was a bait. Just as he was about to resist desperately, a large python suddenly appeared and wrapped around him. He didn't find out how the boa constrictor appeared. It seems to appear out of nowhere. How could the Chu family have monsters in the virtual realm? Lu Yuan's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, and he regretted so much that he shouldn't have asked the big boss to take the initiative to asking. Chapter 29 Thousands of Miles to Kill. Chu Xuan looked down at Lu Yuan and asked, Which one are you from a cult? I'm just curious. Could it be that the identity of Chu Chulua's son is a sweet tooth? Lu Yuan calmed down a little at this moment. There were no other strong Chu family members in the courtyard, only Chu Chulua's son and the monster beast giant python wrapped around him. Therefore, it was not the bait laid by the Chu family, but Chu Chulua's son, who was guarded by a monster in the virtual realm. Did Chu Chulua stay for his son? Could it be that Chu Chulua had already broken through the harmony realm and tamed a void realm monster? Lu Yuan didn't answer. Since he wasn't caught in an ambush, he still had a chance to escape. He secretly used his spiritual power, looking for the big python's flaws, ready to break the big python's entanglement, and instantly captured Chu Xuan, and his mission could also be completed. Don't say yes, it doesn't matter. Chu Xuan smiled indifferently. The big python suddenly opened his huge mouth, and in Lu Yuan's horrified eyes, he swallowed him in one. After swallowing Lu Yuan, the python gradually melted away, and slowly Lu Yuan's body reappeared, but the python had already integrated into his body. It was transformed by Chu Xuan's spiritual power. At this moment, this spiritual power is hidden in Lu Yuan's body, providing him with a steady stream of spiritual power and enhancing his strength. Lu Yuan was stunned. Why the python suddenly disappeared? No time to think about the reason, he immediately raised his hand and grabbed it towards Chu Xuan. However, something that frightened him happened. A large tortoise suddenly appeared in front of Chu Xuan's body, blocking his attack with the back of the tortoise. I also didn't see how this big turtle appeared. Lu Yuan had a terrifying thought in his heart. The thing is real. The means of the real powerhouse. The big tortoise in front of him, and the big python in front of him, are real monsters no matter how you look at them. In his eyes, in the exploration of spiritual will, they are all monsters with flesh and blood. However, they all appeared too abruptly. Even if it came out of the hidden beast sack, it was not so sudden, and there were traces to follow. Lu Yuan's scalp was numb and his face was pale. The real powerhouse. The Chu family actually has real powerhouses, and they are still so young. Looking at Chu Xuan's handsome appearance, he vaguely had a bit of Chu Chulua's shadow. Are you Chu Chulua? There was a storm in his heart. What Chu Chulua and his wife were missing when they were exploring the historical sites, they were all fake. Chu Chulua broke through to the real world, and the Chu family created this lie in order to hide it. In such a short period of time, Chu Chulua has broken through to the real realm, so is it possible for him to break through to the Emperor realm in the future? Or, Chu Chulua got a big chance. To avoid being targeted by the big forces in Nanzhou, he made this decision, falsely claiming to be missing but in fact hiding in the Chu family. Even the appearance has undergone some changes. The more he thought about Lu Yuan, the more credible he felt, and cold sweat broke out unconsciously. Discovering such a big secret, you will be killed and silenced. My name is Chu Xuan, Chu Chulua's son, don't be afraid, I won't kill you. Chu Xuan said with a smile. Come on, tell me that you are the subrutter of the cult. Lu Yuan was covered in cold sweat and did not dare to disobey at all, and said tremblingly, I am not from the cult of the Qin kingdom, I am Lu Yuan, the elder of the cult of the Ziyue kingdom. Chu Xuan was taken aback. From the Ziyue kingdom. Ziyue state is adjacent to Qin state, and Chu county of the Chu family borders one of Ziyue state's counties. In terms of strength, the Ziyue kingdom is stronger than any of the 4 Qin kingdoms, but the 4 are one, so the overall strength of the Qin kingdom is not weaker than that of the Ziyue kingdom. You from the Ziyue kingdom, what do you mean by running over to the Qin kingdom's territory to arrest me? Chu Xuan scolded inwardly, these guys from the cult, cultivating evil exercises and ruining their brains. The Ziyue kingdom cult has always been active only in Ziyue kingdom. After all, although the cults of various countries belong to the evil king court, they are also divided into factions and territories. The Ziyue kingdom cult came to Qin kingdom, which is beyond the border, unless the cults of the 2 countries have negotiated a joint action. Lu Yuan didn't dare to hide it, so he sold Yuan Chang's. Chu Xuan was speechless. It turned out to be the case. The last time Zhu Chang's counter-killing action was outstanding, he even killed one of the protectors of Ziyue kingdom. Looking at Lu Yuan, Chu Xuan was moved. The evil cult of Ziyue kingdom has its eyes on him, so don't blame yourself. Although I can't leave home, I can fight back. Moreover, Lu Yuan has already given away thousands of miles, so if you don't use it, wouldn't it be a waste? Immediately, Chu Xuan planted a soul imprint on Lu Yuan. At the same time, a spiritual power was instilled in his body. It can be guaranteed that Lu Yuan will continue to use his big moves, his peak output will not be exhausted, and the spiritual power he instilled will not be exhausted. Moreover, once he gets close to the 9th layer of the Void Realm and self-destructs, he can definitely blow up the 9th layer of the Void Realm. This wave of counter-kills created more results than Zhu Chang. The cult in the Ziyue kingdom might suffer greatly because of this. As long as the Ziyue kingdom is a little stronger, not to mention destroying the cult in the territory, it is still possible to beat the disabled. In this way, the evil king court will pay more attention to the Ziyue kingdom, and the pressure on the Chu family will be much less. You should be able to keep yourself safe for a while, as long as you break through to the Emperor realm, the evil king court will not be anything to be afraid of. Come and kill one, don't hesitate at all. With Chu Xuan's will to fight back, Lu Yuan embarked on the road back to Ziyue kingdom. His heart is sober, his thinking is clear, but he can't resist the hidden will. Apart from his inner activities, there is no abnormality in his expression or behavior. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. Because of this, Lu Yuan is even more desperate. Is more fearful. He would rather be completely controlled and become a complete puppet than suffer such torture. Chu Xianjing waited for Lu Yuan's counter-kill, and after completing the counter-kill, the system reward should also come. The hope is to reward the cultivation base, so that the strength can be improved more quickly. Although Ziyue country is adjacent to Chu county, the distance from Chu family land to Ziyue country is not very close. This time, it can be called a 1,000-mile anti-kill. Inside the underground palace, a group of cult elders from Ziyue kingdom gathered. Except for the deputy leader Yuan Chong, all the other elders are there. Lu Yuan silently observed that this time, almost all the elders of the Ziyue kingdom cult were present, except for a few. Killing all the people present, the Ziyue kingdom cult will be severely damaged. It can be considered to have completed the counter-kill that the will demanded in the dark. There was no requirement to kill Yuan Chong. Therefore, Yuan Chong's absence does not hinder him. It's time to start. Where's the person? Didn't they get caught? An elder looked at Lu Yuan and frowned. Did it fail? You are not qualified to ask me to do things. Yuan Chong is nothing. From today onwards, I will take the seat of the leader. Lu Yuan snorted coldly. All the elders were stunned. Lu Yuan's brain is broken. His strength, among the elders, is also at the low middle level, far worse than Yuan Chong. Who dared to covet the position of the leader? Who gave him the courage? I, Lu Yuan, have a great opportunity, and breaking through the harmony is just around the corner. The position of the leader is none other than me. Who supports and who opposes? Lu Yuan was mad and despised everyone present. Chapter 30 Those who obey me live, those who oppose me die. Lu Yuan followed the orders of his will, and no one could doubt the Chu family. So, he got the opportunity to be the leader, which is a very legitimate reason. When they fight later, the other elders of the cult will not doubt that Lu Yuan's strength has become terrifying. I only felt that Lu Yuan had a bad luck, and his strength increased greatly by chance, and he actually swelled up, coveting the position of the leader. The faces of all the elders turned gloomy. Especially the elders with stronger strength. Lu Yuan dared to be presumptuous, he was simply seeking his own death. People from cults are not good people. Lu Yuan, how are you talking? Everyone is brothers, but some jokes can't be made. Zheng Tu hurriedly said. He has a good relationship with Lu Yuan, belongs to the same faction, and can also be said to be in a group with each other, enhancing his right to speak in the cult. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan glared back. Zheng Tu, you're a piece of shit, it's an insult to me to hug you. Damn Nima. Zheng Tu was so angry that his face turned green. Lu Yuan, the grandson, is really floating. Say, who opposes who supports? Lu Yuan despised everyone present. Supporters live, opponents die. Grass. A group of cult elders were furious. Not even the sect master dared to say such arrogant words. Lu Yuan, what virtue and what ability? Do you think you are the boss of the royal court? I object. How? Zheng Tu was the first to stand up and said angrily. He decided that after today, he will not be with Lu Yuan anymore. This is a guy with a sick mind. Maybe he will kill him one day. Very good, then go to die. Lu Yuan immediately shot. Boom. Cut out with a knife. Make a big move as soon as you make a move. Zheng Tu never imagined that Lu Yuan would actually take action. I was caught off guard, so I only had time to hurriedly resist. Poof. An arm left the body, and then turned into flesh and blood in the light of the sword. What? Zheng Tu and Lu Yuan were equal in strength, so suddenly, there was no way they could resist. He was hit hard in an instant. Lu Yuan, are you crazy? Thanks to an elder next to him, Zheng Tucai was not directly beheaded. Okay, how dare you disobey me and stop me from killing? Die for me. Lu Yuan was furious, and he shot directly. Nima. The elder was furious and hurriedly resisted. Lu Yuan is really crazy. Lu Yuan, stop quickly, otherwise don't blame me for waiting. The other elders were furious. You are presumptuous. Lu Yuan was furious. Those who obey me will live and those who go against me will die. If you dare to go against me, you will die for me. The big move was sent out again, and one person fought the elders alone. The cult elders are about to vomit blood. Lu Yuan is really crazy, his tone is crazy. Do you think you are the evil king and his old men? Kill, he's crazy, kill him. Zheng Tu was furious. I'll kill you first. Lu Yuan roared angrily, and a powerful force rose from his body. It swept out in an instant. Even if someone helped to resist, Zheng Tu still fell. The first kill is complete. The other elders were horrified. Lu Yuan's power is extremely powerful, giving them a very dangerous feeling. He really had a chance. No wonder it's so crazy. No, it's very likely that Lu Yuan has lost his mind under the influence of this power. The war broke out. Lu Yuan alone fought against many cult elders. Among many elders, his strength is not too strong. However, relying on the spiritual power that Chu Xuan instilled in his body, it was very fierce. In a short period of time, 2 elders have been killed. The rest of the elders were all mad, and they joined forces to deal with it, still feeling extremely stressed and in danger of falling at any time. The mysterious power on Lu Yuan's body gave them a feeling of trepidation. He wanted to escape, but Lu Yuan blocked the door and wouldn't let him leave. The war intensified. After all, it is the spiritual power of the real realm. Even if it is just a wisp, it is enough to kill the virtual realm. One elder after another fell under Lu Yuan's eruption. And Lu Yuan's body also had cracks. With such continuous outbreaks, his body could not withstand the spiritual power of the real world level after all. At the end of the battle, only the last 4 most powerful elders remained. And Lu Yuan was already at the end of his shot. The 4 elders breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts, but they couldn't help feeling sad when they thought of the loss of many elders, and the cult's vitality was greatly damaged by this battle. Lu Yuan of Dog Day, why didn't he blow himself up and die? I want to come back and kill people. Die, let's die together. In the end, he didn't want to, but Lu Yuan jumped up directly, his body swelled, and he was about to explode himself. Not good. The 4 cult elders were terrified. Lu Yuan, the grandson of a turtle, was going to explode himself. Boom. The spiritual power is rampant, the underground palace collapses, and the smoke billows. I don't know how long it took. In the smoke, a hand stretched out, and a bloody, scarred body crawled out with a missing arm and a broken leg. Of all the elders, he was the only one left alive. Moreover, it can be said to be abolished after being severely damaged. Yuan Chong rushed in with a big change in his face. He had just rushed back, but there was an explosion from the underground palace. He thought that the powerful Ziyue kingdom was coming and rushed to prepare for rescue. As a result, I saw the great elder crawling on the ground half-crippled. Who did it? What about the others? No enemy was found, Yuan Chong said with anger. What a turtle grandson Lu Yuan did. The first elder vomited blood. He was really going to explode with anger. The eyes that looked at Yuan Chong were also not very friendly. If it wasn't for his suggestion to arrest Chu Xuan's son, Lu Yuan would not have taken the initiative to ask Ing, and this kind of thing would not have happened. Lu Yuan. Yuan Chong was stunned. Does Lu Yuan have such strength? What about the rest? Everyone is dead, I'm the only one left. The elder said while vomiting blood. Yuan Chong's brain was buzzing, and they were all dead. Not to mention that all the elders are there, at least the 7 elders are gone. The vitality is greatly damaged. With such a heavy loss, how can you compete with other fellow teachers? Wang Ting will also be dissatisfied with himself, feeling that he is incompetent. The first elder continued to vomit blood, looking at Yuan Chong who was dazed. He was gnashing his teeth. What's the matter? You hurry up and save me, why are you so stunned? After a long while, Yuan Chong came back to his senses, took out the medicinal pill to treat the great elder, and asked the reason. You can kill enemies thousands of miles away without leaving home, and you will be rewarded with 10 years of cultivation plus a box of lightning flashes. The sound of the system sounded, and Chu Xuan was instantly refreshed. This time, the result of the counterattack was good. After receiving 10 years of cultivation, a wave of strength and insight emerged, and the strength gradually increased. From the first level of reality, to the third level of reality. Sure enough, the higher the realm, the slower the increase in strength. It took 10 years of cultivation to improve the 2 small realms. Chu Xuan checked Tianlei Flash. This is a one-time explosive spiritual weapon, which contains a trace of the power of thunder, and has the effect of restraining evil cultivators. Once activated, the explosive power is enough to inflict heavy damage on the real-world first-level powerhouse. In the real world, unless you have a powerful defensive treasure, you will almost certainly die. For evil cultivators, the power is even greater, and it can recreate the second-level evil cultivator in the real realm. Chu Xuan understood, this is the fantasy world version of the grenade. He decided that if any cultists came to harass him again, he would give him a few lightning flashes and let him fight back. Or, go directly to the evil king's court to detonate. Chapter 31 The Cult's Assassination Plan. After counter-killing the Heiyuelou cult, Chu Xuan felt that he should be able to live in peace and quiet until the end of the year, right? The Heiyuelou cult has been seriously damaged, so we can't send people here, right? The local cult in the Qin state is currently in a state of shrinking, and with Zhang Kuei there, no one from Chu Xuan harassing him will appear. You can't be a cult of the Zhou kingdom and come all the way to find your bad luck. Besides, Dazhou is not bordering Chu County. In the days that followed, the wind and the waves were calm. Chu Xuan looked at the myriad pill sutra and the myriad spiritual canon, and lived a very comfortable life. After breaking through the real world, the effect of the refining God map was much weaker, and it almost lost its effect. After staring at it for more than 2 hours, I would feel dizzy. Hundreds of exercises were constantly cultivating magic techniques, and Chu Xuan felt that his spiritual will was much tougher than other true martial artists. His spiritual will at this time is no weaker than that of a 5th-level warrior in the real world. With continuous practice, it is still strengthening. After the effect of the refining God map was weakened, Chu Xuan was useless. Staring at it for 2 hours, it was too boring. He was looking forward to the system rewarding him with an enhanced version of the God refinement diagram. You've stayed in your house for 11 months, and you will be rewarded with a drawing of the gods. It's been 11 months, and an enhanced version of the God refinement map has been rewarded. Chu Xuan only looked at it for 2 or 3 seconds, and he felt like he was about to indulge in it. His head was swollen and dizzy. The effect was very strong. The enhanced version of the God refining diagram, even if it reaches the Emperor realm, has a certain effect. However, at that time, I am afraid that I will be able to obtain an enhanced version of the God refining diagram. The low-end version of the God refining map has been eliminated. For Chu Xuan, it is useless, but it is definitely a top treasure in the land of Nanzhou. That night, Chu Xuan noticed that Zhang Kuei had touched the soul seal, and he seemed to have something important to report. Chu Xuan immediately became solemn. Could it be that a strongman from the evil king court was attacking? After responding, not long after, a figure appeared outside the courtyard. It was Zhang Kuei. "Owner. What's the matter?" Chu Xuan sat on a chair and asked indifferently while drinking Wuxian tea. The kind of soul seal can convey Chu Xuan's will, but Zhang Kuei can only rely on the kind of soul seal to carry out simple meaning transmission, which cannot be communicated. Therefore, Zhang Kuei needs to clarify the specific situation in person. Master, Yuan Chong, the vice leader of the Ziyue Kingdom cult, secretly joined forces with Lu Wang, the leader of the Qin Kingdom cult, and plotted to bring the strong to raid Chu County, with the goal of besieging and killing the strong Chu family. To Chu Xuan's surprise, Yuan Chong did not continue to look for him, but he still put the blame on the Chu family. So, he discussed with Lu Wang, the leader of the Qin state, and joined forces with the cult powerhouse to raid and kill the Chu family powerhouse. Once the plan is successfully implemented, the Chu family will inevitably suffer heavy losses. At least a few virtual world stewards or clan elders will be lost. Even Chu Qing would be in danger. For this act, Yuan Chong did not hesitate to use a treasure that the cult used to hide his aura and hide his whereabouts. This is given to various cults by the evil king court. The purpose is to allow the cults to effectively hide and not be caught in one go. Every time this treasure is used, millions of spirit crystals are consumed. For this action, Yuan Chong can be said to have made a lot of money. From this, it can be seen that he is angry with the Chu family. Chu Xuan was speechless. Why did he do something again? The Chu family can't be messed up. No matter what, he is also a member of the Chu family. Besides, the Chu family is really going to suffer heavy losses, which is not a good thing, and it will affect his small days when he lives safely. Chu Yun is also in Chu County. It will inevitably become one of the targets of the cult. Chu Xuan pondered for a while, and said, "You think of a way to disclose the information to the Chu family, and at the same time, reveal the cult's target and action time, and the Chu family will naturally deal with it. As long as the Chu family obtains information, the cult's plot will inevitably fail. Moreover, the Chu family can also use this to turn over and ambush the cult." "Yes, master," Zhang Kuei said respectfully. "Your mission is to protect Miss Chu Yun, understand?" Chu Xuan thought for a while. Chu Yun is now learning alchemy, and she must be in need of all kinds of elixir, so she said, "You secretly collect all kinds of elixir and treasures for Miss Chu Yun, so that she can get lucky. In short, you can do it yourself." "Yes, master." Chu Xuan thought for a while, took out 3 bottles of Daxuandin, Dalingdon, and Zhuangsuden, and said, "You can find a way to sell it in exchange for spirit medicine." Zhang Kuei, who is at the 9th level of the virtual realm, is now his subordinate, so there is no need to worry about betrayal. In order to ensure that Chu Yun was safe enough, Chu Xuan gathered 2 large pythons in front of him. The python merged into Zhang Kuei's body. The 2 giant pythons possessed the strength of the 5th level of harmony. Although they could not last, they were invincible within the territory of Qin. "You will be close to Miss Chu Yun in a while, and 1 big python will melt into her body, and the remaining 1 will be used for your life." Chu Xuan couldn't do it silently, and integrated the real spiritual power into Chu Yun's body. In order not to reveal his strength, he did not give it to Chu Yun. It just so happened that Zhang Kuei could bring the spiritual power python to Chu Yun's side, pretending to be a treasure of chance, integrated into Chu Yun's body, and protecting Chu Yun at a critical moment. Even if the spirit power python escaped from Chu Xuan, it was still like a monster, except that it couldn't fight for a long time. It was no different from a monster. This is one of the abilities of the real powerhouse. Spiritual power becomes true. As long as the spiritual power is not exhausted, it can exist forever. It is also one of the means of protection for the younger generation by many real-world powerhouses. "Thank you, master." Zhang Kuei was very excited. With a giant python in his body, he doesn't have to worry about his life being threatened. www.novel.com. Chu Xuan threw another Xuan pill and said, strive to break through the harmony. Zhang Kuei left excitedly. Chu Tianming stepped into Hejing with half his foot, but it was not easy to break through. In addition to the reason for the cultivation method, it is also related to the relatively poor spiritual energy of the Qin country. Only by slowly polishing it with time and accumulating a lot of money can there be a chance to break through. Chu Xuan felt that after another 20 to 30 years of polishing, Chu Tianming should almost be able to break through. With his current state, he can definitely break through with a single Xuan pill. But Chu Xuan didn't plan to give him the Xuan pill. This cheap grandfather never liked to see him. Every time he saw him, he was annoyed. When Chu Yun refines the virtual combination pill, Chu Tianming relies on this to break through, and Chu Yun's position in the Chu family will be even more unbreakable. This old man's talent is not very good. Chu Xuan muttered, in addition to the lack of cultivation techniques and spiritual energy, the more important thing is that Chu Tianming's talent is limited. Otherwise, why does no one doubt that his father, Chu Heiyuelou, can break through the harmony realm, or even the real realm? Naturally, it was because of talent. Could it be that your father's cultivation technique is stronger? Impossible. If you really want such a strong practice, your father won't pass it on to the Chu family. Chu Xuan knew that his father had a lot of affection for the Chu family. Ruining the marriage contract, Chu Tianming was so angry that he almost vomited blood, and he still felt a little guilty. If there is a stronger practice, even if it is not passed on to others, it will definitely be passed on to Chu Tianming. Relying on half of the scriptures to break through to the real world in such a short period of time, and even to the real world, the talent is really awesome. Chu Xuan sighed. It is no wonder that he can overwhelm the Qin dynasty's contemporaries, and is known as the most talented Chu family in history. Chapter 32 Chu Yun Alchemy. Chu Xuan didn't pay much attention to how the cult acted and how the Chu family set up an ambush. Now that the cult's plot is known, if the Chu family can't take the opportunity to fight back, it would be really useless. As long as Chu Yun is safe, nothing else matters. The Chu family has been based in Qin for thousands of years, and if they couldn't even deal with this cult's plot, how could it be so strong today? Chu County, the capital of Chu. Inside the Chu residence, Chu Qin was checking a piece of information. The last time he was besieged by a cult, he almost died, but thanks to the timely activation of Dun Kongzhu, he escaped. He hated cults to the core. These days, he has activated the Chu family's intelligence system and has been secretly investigating the stronghold of the cult, vowing to eradicate the cult. He also thought about going to Heiyuelou to buy information, but the black-hearted Heiyuelou's asking price was too high, so he could only rely on the Chu family's intelligence system. Chu County belongs to the Chu family, and the intelligence system is still sufficient. However, due to the lack of exploration-type spiritual tools and even treasures, it is difficult to detect the important strongholds of the cult. The cult has a hidden aura, a spiritual tool, or even a treasure, to avoid detection. Because of this, it has never been able to be completely eradicated. A steward hurried in. Young master, someone sent a piece of information. Chu Qing raised her head and said, who sent it? It's not the other three, and naturally it's not Heiyuelou. I don't know who they are. The steward shook his head. Chu Qing's expression changed immediately after seeing the information. Go and invite the fourth uncle. The steward left in a hurry. Chu Qiuhai is the fourth son of Chu Tianming, and his talents are among the brothers and sisters, and he can only be regarded as the middle class. It is only now that he is worthy of stepping into the first layer of the virtual realm. Most of the time, he was in the capital of Chu, representing the direct line of the Chu family. Qing'er, what's the matter? Chu Qiuhai came in a hurry. Chu Qing handed over the information, waited for Chu Qiuhai to read it, and said solemnly, fourth uncle, how credible do you think it is? The credibility should be very high. No matter what, you must be prepared. This matter is not something you and I can handle. I will visit the Hui clan right away. Chu Qiuhai hurriedly left with the information. In a small village outside the Chu capital, a cave was opened on the side of a hill. The entrance of the cave was blocked with large rocks. Chu Yun stared at the pill furnace with a dignified expression. Her technique changed, and her spiritual power vibrated the pill furnace at a peculiar frequency. A fire crystal under the pill stove was burning with a crimson flame. This is already the 10th time for Chu Yun to concoct pills. She has already been able to concoct any medicinal pills, and she has achieved a 100% success rate. The refined medicinal pills are of higher quality than the medicinal pills purchased from Heiyuelou. Of the 4 schools of Qin, only he was good at alchemy. Whenever the 4 companies work together to deal with a crisis, the logistic supply pills are supplied by the He family. Chu Xuan knew that this alchemy technique was extraordinary, far from being comparable to the He family. Now, she is practicing refining Xuandan. In the first 9 attempts, 6 failed and 3 succeeded, but the quality of the medicinal herbs was average. This is the 10th time for alchemy, and it is also the last elixir on Chu Yuan's body. After refining this furnace, she has to find a way to get some elixir. Since the He family is an alchemy family, most of the elixir was supplied to the He family, thus obtaining a certain distribution of elixir. If you want to get the medicine pill that exceeds the allocation, you must buy it. Therefore, it was not easy for Chu Xuan to obtain the elixir. What's more, she still secretly learns alchemy alone, and she has to bear all the expenses by herself. Fortunately, she is favored in the Chu family, and she has a lot of spirit crystals, which can be purchased. As the alchemy came to the last minute, beads of sweat appeared on Chu Yuan's crystal white forehead. Rise. Chu Xuan let out a low voice in her heart, the frequency of the spiritual power in her hand changed, and the pill furnace twirled. Bang. The lid of the Dan furnace opened. Pulled by mental power, 12 medicinal pills flew out. Chu Xuan raised her hand to catch it. Of the 12 pills, 4 were useless, and the remaining 8 were ordinary profound pills. But there are 3, which have reached the quality. The medicinal herb is round, smooth and lustrous, and the medicinal fragrance is hidden but not dissipated. Chu Xuan was overjoyed, silently summed up the alchemy process just now, found out the shortcomings, and improved the alchemy next time. I don't have any elixir on me. I'm going to buy some elixir and continue to practice. After Xian Dan can be skillfully refined, the next step is to refine spiritual pills. Push open the big stone at the entrance of the cave. As soon as Chu Xuan came out, she suddenly saw a large python that had changed color rushing over. She was shocked, and before she could react, the python merged into her body. What is that? Chu Xuan hurriedly inspected herself and found that there was an unknown power lurking within her body, which seemed to be the big python. Chance. Suddenly, I saw a small storage bag where the boa constrictor came out. Looking around, no one was there. Picking up the storage bag, he saw a pile of various elixir, not only the elixir needed to refine the profound pill, but also the medicinal materials for refining the elixir. In addition to the elixir, there are millions of spirit crystals. Chu Xuan was shocked. Who gave her the storage bag? Grandpa Chu Tianming? Not very likely. He has no reason to give it to himself secretly. Thinking of the unknown power lurking in your body, I am afraid that a certain senior found out that he had made alchemy and deliberately left the elixir to test himself. Chu Xuan felt that she might have met an expert. Holding the storage bag, he excitedly returned to the cave, blocked the big stone, and continued to start alchemy. Outside the cave, 2 figures were hiding. You are here to protect Miss Chu Xuan. I am in the Muslim religion. Zhang Kuei quietly left after instructing Dong Qian. The cult is planning a raid on Chu County, and Zhang Kuei, as the first vice-sect leader, Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com must master the action plan all the way. He wanted to send reliable information to the Chu family as soon as possible, including the time of the attack, the location of the attack, the list of important people in the attack, etc. Up to now, his heart has become numb, and he has no feeling of sadness for the cult at all, and only thinks about doing things for Chu Xuan wholeheartedly. That's for the big guy. He felt that after this matter was done, he could find a place to break through. With the Xuanhe pill given by Chu Xuan, it is not a big problem to break through the harmony. As for the medicinal pills to be sold, he handed them over to Dong Qian. It was not convenient for him to be on the road of Heiyuelou. Those black-hearted people, who didn't know what was going on, seemed to want to kill themselves. Zhang Kuei came to the small courtyard again. After Chu Xuan heard his report, he was a little surprised. Chu Xuan seemed to have a talent for alchemy. In a short period of time, since it is already possible to refine profound pills. Pills are divided into Xian pills, Ling pills, Bao pills, True pills, Emperor pills, etc., corresponding to each realm. Among them, Baodan corresponds to the virtual state and the harmonious state. There is no emperor in Nanzhou, so naturally no one can refine the emperor pill, otherwise there will be no emperor-level powerhouse. Very good, you continue to provide the materials needed for alchemy. Chu Xuan nodded with satisfaction. He didn't kill Zhang Kuei at the beginning, which was indeed the right choice. There is a who can do things for him. Moreover, Zhang Kuei can become the first deputy leader of the cult. In addition to his strength, his ability is naturally not bad. He threw out a bottle of Xuanxu pill and said, "Let Dong Qian improve his strength. His strength is too low to do things for himself." For the time being, as far as these two are doing things for themselves, and there is no betrayal, it is natural that the stronger the strength, the better. Chapter 33 Heavenly Secret Origin. Chu Xuan asked Zhang Kuei to always pay attention to the movements of the cult, to provide information to the Chu family, and to defeat this cult's action. How to execute it, Chu Xuan doesn't care. If Zhang Kuei can't do such a simple thing well, then Zhang Kuei is worthless. A worthless evil cultivator should naturally die. In the next few days, Chu Xuan noticed that several Chu clan elders quietly left the clan. And just now, Chu Tianming left with the treasure. Presumably the cult was about to act, and the Chu family made arrangements. Chu Xuan didn't care much about the battle. If the Chu family failed to defeat the cult, it would be really useless if they obtained the information in advance. The cult of the Ziyue kingdom has been seriously injured. It is reported that its leader was seriously injured, and Lu Yuan fought back and killed most of the elders. The powerhouse that Yuan Chong can bring is very limited. 3 days later, the war broke out. This battle was unexpected. Yuan Chong didn't know what was going on either. It could be said that he hated the Chu family so much that he didn't hesitate to use the cult's treasured teaching tool. The leader of Qin State, Lu Wang, even brought a treasure for this attack. The treasures of the cult are all low-grade treasures, provided by the evil king court. The battle was fierce. Even though the Chu family had been prepared for a long time, the madness of the cult was still unexpected. However, since the cult's actions were known in advance, it was naturally not just the Chu family who were ambushing the cult. The He family sent strong men to help. Under the siege of the two great families, even if Yuan Chong and Lu Wang carried treasures, they were still unable to resist. The battle was very fierce. After Zhang Kuei participated in the battle for a while, he pretended to be injured and escaped. In this battle, Yuan Chong fell, Lu Wang was severely injured and fled, and the rest of the cult powerhouses were almost wiped out. After this battle, the vitality of the cult of Qin was seriously damaged. As for the Ziyue kingdom cult, along with the fall of the vice leader Yuan Chong, the elders who accompanied him fell, and the treasures of the sect were destroyed. In particular, the treasure hidden by Lianqi was damaged, and the Ziyue kingdom cult was almost on the verge of extinction. You stay at home, strategize, thwart the cult conspiracy, and reward the secret source technique. The reward of the system came suddenly. Chu Xuan was pleasantly surprised, which also meant that the Chu family was victorious and the cult was defeated. Exploring the origin of the secrets, peeking into the secrets, exploring the roots, knowing the origin, knowing the past life. After reading the introduction of the secret origin technique, Chu Xuan was shocked. This secret technique is too powerful. You can spy on the roots and origins of living beings, and even their past lives can be spied out. Of course, the source can only be found if the past life is extraordinary. Ordinary, and there is no need to explore the source. Having mastered the heavenly secret origin technique means that no one can hide their identity in front of Chu Xuan. At a glance, you can see its origin and origin. You can even see his past life. Chu Xuan received the origin searching technique, and Xuanji's profound insights came to his mind. At this moment, he seemed to be related to some kind of avenue. Opening his eyes, Chu couldn't help but cast the heavenly secret origin technique and looked at the celestial cat. Information came to mind. Heavenly civet cat, a strange beast of heaven and earth, with the power of a divine beast. After only looking at it for a little bit, Chu Xuan felt that his mental will was shaken, and he felt dizzy. Hastily ended the source exploration. Tian Lingmeo has an extraordinary origin. It takes too much spiritual will to find the source. With his real strength, he can't support it at all. I only got a short piece of information. Chu Xuan took the elixir to restore his mental will, and did not continue to explore the origin of Tian Lingmeo and Tianxia Jinpeng. Their origins are systematically introduced. Moreover, both Jinpeng and Tian Lingmeo are not ordinary creatures, their level is too high, and Chu Xuan's current strength is not enough to find out the source. A small conspiracy caused the cult to suffer heavy losses and received a random reward from the system to find the source of the mystery. Chu Xuan was very satisfied with this. However, the cult has suffered such heavy losses that the evil king court does not know whether it will send a strong person here. The 1-year period is approaching. Chu Xuan was not too worried. With the strength of the Qin state, it was impossible for the evil king court to send a real powerhouse over. In a short period of time, there is a high probability that the cult will not be able to do things. The cult of the Ziyue kingdom is almost abolished, and the cult of the kingdom of Qin has also been severely damaged. The Chu family was victorious, and within a short period of time, the cult would not be able to make waves in Qin. Chu Xuan's small days were still peaceful and peaceful. He curiously used the secret source technique to spy on the origin of the servants who delivered the meals. The root cause is very simple. The son of an ordinary family in a small village in Chu County was destroyed by an evil cultivation disaster 10 years ago. In order to take revenge, he came to the Chu family and became a servant of the Chu family. After all, not everyone has the life of the protagonist of the novel. After he became a servant, he failed to rise or show his power and destroy the cult. I can only work as a small servant in peace. Chu Xuan sighed. This is the life of most poor people at the bottom. How can there be so many protagonists who can counterattack even as a servant? It is already a fortune that this servant can successfully become the servant of the Chu family. He will not worry about food and clothing, and he will have certain resources for his cultivation. However, qualifications ultimately limit growth. Whether it can break through the profound realm is still unknown. The servants in the Chu family's land are relatively all qualified, but there are still very few who can break through to the profound realm. In addition to cultivation resources, talent is also a major factor. Those who are truly gifted will not become servants. When there was still half a month before the 1-year period, someone Chu Xuan didn't want to see came back. Chu Yuan. The third among his peers. A guy who admires his father Chu Xuan very much. www.novel.com. As early as 2 years ago, Chu Yuan went out to experience and is said to have left Qin. As soon as Chu Yuan came back, he came to Chu Xuan's courtyard. With a look of hating iron but not steel, he said, 13, what do you look like? Are you worthy of the third uncle? The corner of Chu Xuan's mouth twitched. The main reason for his general relationship with Chu Yuan was that he was too nagging, and he often taught him that he hated iron. Can't you be a little bit better? Chu Yuan was heartbroken and said, the 3 uncles and aunts have disappeared, so you didn't want to become stronger, so you went to find the third uncles and aunts. You are so disappointing. Chu Xuan turned over and turned his back to him. Chu Yuan's hands trembled in anger. The person he admires most is the third uncle Chu Xuan, and when he was very young, he studied with Chu Xuan. It can be said that all of his skills were taught by Chu Xuan. Seeing Chu Xuan like this, he was really about to go crazy. Get up for me. Chu Yuan raised his hand and grabbed it. Chu Xuan was too lazy to care about him, so he didn't even move, and said, Third, you are so hard, you want to kill me so that you can inherit my father's legacy. Chu Yuan paused, his face embarrassed. You actually look at me, Chu Yuan, in your heart. That's not true, I just don't want you to disturb me. Chu Xuan turned around and looked at him, and said, Thirdest, everyone's lifestyle is different. This is the lifestyle I choose. I think it's fine, that's all. Besides, when my dad was here, he didn't care about me like that. Alas. Chu Yuan pointed at him with trembling fingers, and finally sighed. Chapter 34 Qin Family. Chu Yuan sat down beside him, took out a pot of wine, and took a few sips silently. Chu Xuan glanced at him. This guy knew that he had something on his mind. But he didn't ask. Among his peers, Chu Yuan's talent is the strongest. Although Chu Tianming was optimistic about Chu Qin, he was far behind Chu Yuan in his cultivation. Even Chu Yun was a little worse. However, Chu Yun has a high talent in alchemy and can make up the gap. Chu Yuan can be said to be the strongest of his peers. The cultivation of the first layer of the spiritual realm. Moreover, Chu Xuan realized that what he cultivated was not the Chu family's practice. I don't know. Did he have a chance outside to practice other exercises, or was it passed down by his father? Chu Yuan drank a few sips of wine silently, sighed and said, 13, if you want to live a life of no struggle, you want to live a peaceful life, maybe it's the right choice. Chu Xuan listened silently, murmuring in his heart. Chu Laosan looked like he was going to explain his last words. Could it be that something happened? Of course, because he had a normal relationship with Chu Yuan before he recovered his past life memories, but after all, Chu Yuan really cared about him. If you can help, Chu Xuan doesn't mind helping. In a few days, I'm leaving again. It's unknown when I'll come back, and I don't even know if I'll come back. Chu Yuan said silently. I will always pay attention to the affairs of the third uncle and the third aunt, and someone will notify you when there is news. The brothers and sisters of the Chu family, although they don't fight very much, but in order for you to live a stable life, you should practice this technique and hand it over to your grandfather. Your position in the Chu family will be much better. As Chu Yuan spoke, he took out a volume of pamphlets. The booklet seems to be missing a part. The yellowed booklet is made of a special animal hide material, which can be preserved for a very long time. This special animal hide material is usually used to record exercises and the like. In addition to being stored for a long time, it can also store spiritual will. The characters above are all carved with spiritual will and contain spiritual meaning. Chu Yuan put the booklet in Chu Xuan's arms, took out a bottle of medicinal herbs, and put it in his hand. He stood up and said, "Let's break through to the profound realm as soon as possible." Looking at Chu Yuan's slightly desolate back, Chu Xuan shook his head, not knowing what was on his mind. Did you fall in love? Probably. Picking up the booklet, opening it and looking at it, it turned out to be an imperial scripture. However, it is not complete, it can only be regarded as the Half-Emperor Sutra. Even so, it was unusual. You must know that the Chu family has been based in Qin for thousands of years, relying on half of the scriptures. Cultivating this Half-Emperor Sutra makes it impossible to break through the Emperor realm, but there is no problem in breaking through the real realm. The reason why there is no emperor in Nanzhou, according to the classics in the book, is that after a war that swept through Nanzhou, the ley lines collapsed and the rules did not meet, so it was impossible to perceive the emperor realm. In addition, it is also related to the lack of inheritance of the emperor realm. Chu Xuan shook his head, he didn't like this Half-Emperor Sutra at all. Pills are just ordinary. Chu Xuan also dislikes the pills needed to break through the profound realm. It is too far behind the great profound pill. Chu Yuan entrusted this practice to himself, so that he could rely on this practice to gain Chu Tianming's attention, increase his status in the Chu family, and continue to live a quiet and carefree life. Rather, I have a heart. I don't know what Chu Yuan has in mind. It seems that he wants to stay away. Could it be that he has to avoid disaster when he has provoked a powerful enemy? I didn't want to understand. Chu Xuan didn't pay much attention to it. It was a big deal to let Zhang Kuei pay attention, and if necessary, he would just come to the rescue. Damn. As a result, the day after Chu Yuan came back, Chu Tianming's angry roar came from the ancestral house. You can hear it even in a small courtyard. Chu Xuan was speechless, the old man was going to explode with anger. His first thought was that this matter had something to do with Chu Yuan. To be able to make Chu Tianming so angry, it seems that it is not a small matter. Chu Xuan asked Tian Lingmeo to go to the ancestral house to see what happened. Even though it was so far away, Chu Xuan could sense Chu Tianming's vigorous aura. Wouldn't it be to kill Chu Yuan? Isn't that old man so cruel? Chu Tianming is going to be mad. Chu Yuan wants to break the marriage contract. His fiancée is Qin Keyun, the princess of Qin. The object of the broken contract is the Qin family again. Although the Qin state was ruled by 4 families, the Qin family was the emperor of the Qin state after all, and was the eldest. Ruining marriages again and again is to rub the Qin family's face against the ground. What made Chu Tianming so angry that he vomited blood was that Qin Keyun's mother was the one who was dumped by the third son, Chu Chulua, who broke the marriage. After the troubled Chu family, he did not marry out, but instead recruited a husband-in-law. Chu Yuan ruined the marriage. How could the other party give up? Maybe, there will be a gap between the Chu and Qin families. I don't care who you like, you are absolutely not allowed to ruin the marriage, I will arrange for you to marry her right away. Chu Tianming growled. Chu Yuan's father, Chu Qiufeng, was in a cold sweat at the moment, and he lowered his head and did not dare to look at his father. I felt a little regretful in my heart. I shouldn't have let the third brother teach my son. What did you learn? He actually learned to ruin the marriage. Didn't he get along very well with Qin Keyun? He seemed to have a good relationship, so why did he suddenly want to break up the marriage? Chu Tianming was so angry that he was about to explode. Once the Qin family found out about this matter, wouldn't it explode in popularity? My 3 sons broke the marriage contract, and as a result, my 3 grandsons broke the marriage contract. The one whose marriage was ruined was the daughter of the last victim. Simply. Chu Yuan's expression was calm. Yu reading www.yukangshu.com said, I have informed the Qin family, I have told Kuyun frankly, in my eyes, she is just a little sister. Poof. Chu Tianming clutched his chest, feeling his blood surging, and almost vomited it out. Yu. Shaking his finger at Chu Yuan, he was speechless for a long time. If he wasn't at the peak of the virtual realm, a powerhouse with half a foot in the realm, it is estimated that his veins would burst with anger. Grandpa, father, uncle, today I'm here to say goodbye. I'm leaving the Chu family. Chu Yuan remained calm. He knew that he would face Chu Tianming's anger. But he still wanted to come back and let him know. Chu Qiufeng had a complicated expression. His son, he was talented and intelligent since he was a child, and he admired his third brother. In the end, he even learned about ruining a marriage. The eldest of the Chu family, Chu Qiuchang, also had a complicated expression. The Chu brothers have always fought less and have a harmonious relationship. Since the incident with the third brother Chu Qiulua, the atmosphere of the Chu family seems to be skewed a bit. Now, the second person who ruined the marriage appeared. You are not allowed to go anywhere, I will notify the Qin family immediately to get married. Chu Tianming's roar almost resounded through the Chu family. After all, he is a half-step fit and strong, so there is no problem in the sound transmission for more than 10 miles. As soon as he finished speaking, the big housekeeper hurried in, with a complicated expression on his face, and said, Master, someone from the Qin family is here. Chu Tianming's expression changed. Who's here? Qin Pingxia's mother and daughter. Chu Tianming's face turned blue and white. Qin Pingxia, who almost became his own daughter-in-law, brought her daughter to ask for an explanation. Chapter 35 I'm trash. Talent. Chu Xuan sighed. As expected of someone who admires his father, he even learned about breaking the marriage contract. After such a distance, Chu Tianming's roar could be heard, and one could imagine how angry he was. If he wasn't a cultivator, I'm afraid his veins would burst with anger, right? I don't know what will happen to Chu Yuan. He is locked up. Forced marriage with a Qin family woman. The question is that woman from the Qin family willing to marry? Since the 4 major families are married to each other, is there no one who opposes designated marriage? Is it all voluntary? Chu Laoqi and Heiyuelou are indeed voluntary. The 2 of them are having a good time. For the time being, what about the others? In case the woman has another sweetheart, she can't be together and must marry a man who has an engagement contract. Feudal dregs. Chu Xuan shook his head and sighed. There was no Chu Tianming's roar for a while. Could it be that Chu Yuan was locked up? Since Chu Yuan came back, he should know the consequences he needs to face, right? Chu Yuan was well prepared. Now that he's back, he naturally knows what he needs to face. He was not afraid at all, he was fully confident that he could leave the Chu family. No one can keep him. Qin Pingxia stepped into the hall of Chu's house with an ashen face. Looking at Chu Tianming, his face was somewhat complicated, and he almost became his daughter-in-law. Thinking of that handsome man, her heart was filled with anger. How can you not compare to that woman? Behind Qin Pingxia, followed by a beautiful girl, she lowered her head slightly. Uncle Chu, is your Chu family going to ruin the marriage again? Qin Pingxia said. No way. Chu Tianming denied it. Whether the Chu family revoke the marriage or not is the matter of the Chu family, but I, Chu Yuan, will not fulfill this engagement. Chu Yuan said calmly. Shut up. Chu Tianming roared. Grandpa, twisted melons aren't sweet. Ask Sister Kuyun, does she like me? I like. A weak voice came. Chu Yuan. Did you hear that? If you dare to let Kuyun down, I'll break your leg. Chu Tianming continued to roar. You can't ruin the marriage anymore. If you start this way, there will be cracks in the marriage of the 4 families. And the beginning of the cracks also means that the 4 families are gradually becoming unaligned. Chu Yuan's eyes were firm, he looked at Qin Kuyun and said, don't be bound by the so-called marriage contract. You and I have only met a few times, how would you like me? I liked you the first time I saw you. Qin Kiyun blushed slightly. It doesn't make sense, you have such a great charm. Chu Yuan was a little stunned. He took a deep breath and said, I have someone I like, it's impossible between you and me. Enough. Qin Pingxia said angrily, do you think that my Qin family's daughter is not worthy of your Chu family's son? Thinking of Chu Chulua, she would go crazy. Now, her own daughter has also been divorced. Pingxia's niece, the divorce will never happen again. Chu Tianming said with a calm face. Lock him up and reflect on it. He instructed the head butler to say. Chu Yuan squinted his eyes, and an escape orb appeared in his hand. Grandpa, father, uncle, I, Chu Yuan, are not as talented as the third uncle, my talent is not as good as the third uncle, and the strength is not as good as the third uncle, but I will never lose to the third uncle in the will of my beloved. None of you can force me. Chu Tianming said angrily, why don't you learn anything, just like your third uncle's divorce? Ah. Pull me down, lock it up, and reflect on it. What a bastard. Chu Yuan ignored the big housekeeper, but looked at Qin Kiyun and said, Sister Kiyun, you are a good person, you can find a better one, bye. The escape orb was activated, and the figure disappeared in a flash. Damn. Chu Tianming was furious, raised his hand and grabbed it, but he was already a step behind. Bring me back. In the Chu family's ancestral house, several clan elders left quickly. The third child of the Chu family, there is no good thing. Qin Pingxia's face was cold, she looked at the roaring Chu Tianming, took a few deep breaths, and then said again, Chu Chulua's son, was you kicked out of the ancestral house? Chu Tianming had a dark face. I'll go and see how good Chu Chulua's son is. Turned around and took Qin Kiyun away. Chu Tianming was stunned for a moment, not understanding what she meant. She motioned for Chu Qiuchang and Chu Qiufeng to follow. To prevent this woman from seeing what Chu Xian went crazy and doing extreme things. The celestial cat came back, and Chu Xian also roughly understood the whole story. The third child of the Chu family of the previous generation ruined the marriage. The third child of the Chu family of this generation also ruined the marriage. Chu Xian could foresee that the third child of the Chu family in the next generation would not be treated well. Whether it is the Qin family, the Zhao family, or the He family, there will be no marriage contract with the third child of the Chu family. The door of the courtyard was pushed open. Qin Pingxia appeared in the small courtyard with Qin Kiyun. Looking at Chu Xian lying lazily on the reclining chair, his brows were slightly wrinkled, and an inexplicable fire rose in his heart. You are Chu Chulua's son, Chu Xian. Chu Xian raised his head and glanced at her, who are you, auntie? Feeling Qin Pingxia's full of maliciousness, she wanted to beat her eyes, and said lazily. What do you call me, auntie? Qin Pingxia was trembling with anger. You and my father are of the same generation. I don't call you auntie, but do I call you sister? Chu Xian stretched and yawned. You. Qin Pingxia took a few deep breaths, looked back at Chu Qiuchang and Chu Qiufeng, and said, You Chu family, are you going to ruin the marriage? Have you thought about the consequences? Chu Qiuchang smiled bitterly and said, It's true that my Chu family is wrong about this, but you can see that everyone has fled, whether they can be caught or not is another matter, even if the marriage is forced, the niece Kiyun will be treated. It's not fair. Qin Pingxia looked at Chu Xian and said, Chu Chulua is responsible for me, then let his son repay. Fuck. Chu Xian said in shock, Auntie, how old are you? You have a daughter, you have such a thick skin, and you want an old cow to eat tender grass, no wonder my father doesn't want you. You are presumptuous. Qin Pingxia's face was ashen, her aura exploded, and her strength at the peak of the virtual realm was undoubtedly revealed. Chu Qiuchang hurriedly dodged and stood between her and Chu Xian. He turned his head and glared at Chu Xian, and said, What are you talking about? Seeing that Chu Qiuchang was so overwhelmed that he was almost sweating, Chu Xian couldn't help but be speechless. Qin Pingxia restrained her momentum, took a deep breath, and said, Since Chu Yuan is unwilling, let Chu Xian marry my daughter. This. Chu Qiuchang looked at Qin Kiyun and said, Qin Kiyun's niece, she. I like it, as long as it looks good. Qin Kiyun blushed and lowered her head. Are you so half-hearted? You just said that you like Chu Yuan, but in the blink of an eye, you like Chu Xian. Both Chu Qiu's eldest brothers were speechless. I disagree. Chu Xian raised his hand. What right do you have to disagree? Qin Pingxia looked at him coldly. Chu Xuan said with a straight face, I'm a waste. Your daughter married me, isn't that ruining her? Qin Pingxia. Chu Qiuchang and Chu Qiufeng. How did you say the words, I am a waste, so confidently? What about the face? Don't you? Chapter 36 Void Heart Fire, Emperor Demon Reborn. Marrying a waste, how do you let your daughter meet people? Do you want your face? Chu Xuan continued earnestly, you think, you, a mother, was dumped by my father, and as a result, you let your daughter marry me as a waste, what will others think? I must think that your daughter is not wanted and can only be married to a waste. Auntie, it's fine if you are dumped by my father. Do you want your daughter to have a reputation that no one wants and can only marry a waste? Hu Qi. Hu Qi. Qin Pingxia was trembling with anger, her breathing was heavy, and she could hardly hold back her anger. I have been cultivating the mind for more than 20 years, but today my mood has been broken. From what she heard, every word Chu Xuan said was not to say that he was a waste. Instead, it's emphasizing that you were dumped by my father. The third child of the Chu family, there is no good thing. Qin Pingxia gritted her teeth. Chu Qiu's elder brothers were in a cold sweat, for fear that Qin Pingxia would suddenly throw a tantrum. With the strength of the two of them, they can't stop it. Chu Xuan shrugged, he was not the third child of the Chu family. You're right, trash is not worthy of my daughter. Qin Pingxia said bitterly. You rejected the woman who came to the door and rewarded the nihilistic fire. Chu Xuan's eyes lit up, is there a reward for this? Sure enough, inadvertently, the random rewards of the system can always be triggered. Qin Pingxia gave Chu Xuan a deep look, then turned and left without saying a word. Qin Qiyun glanced at Chu Xuan with a blushing face, with regret in her eyes, she turned around and left. Chu Xuan frowned, Qin Qiyun acted like a good girl, but for some reason, he always felt that something was wrong with this girl. Immediately cast the heavenly secret origin technique. Qin Qiyun, Mother Qin Pingxia, Father Hong Fei. The spirit of the fox demon, the rebirth of the emperor demon, in the recovery stage, well-behaved on the outside, charming and ruthless on the inside, good at bewildering, likes good-looking men. Chu Xuan gasped, the soul of the fox demon, the emperor demon was reborn. Once you were a powerhouse in the imperial realm. Now in the recovery phase. With a well-behaved appearance and a ruthless heart, this woman is not simple. Besides, she likes good-looking men. Chu Xuan touched his face, but he looks good, so there is no need to be humble. No wonder she would say that she likes herself. Qin's state is about to change. How the Qin family will go in the future is full of variables due to the appearance of Qin Qiyun. Is she a demon or a human? Due to the reason of strength, it is impossible to further explore the origin of Qin Qiyun, such as how she was reborn into the Qin family. And for what reason the demon soul was reborn. Beware of this girl. Although, it will take a long time for her to fully recover. And to restore the emperor realm, I am afraid it will take longer. Thinking of Chu Yuan's ruined marriage, Qin Qiyun will be hated by him, right? Being hated by an emperor demon is not a good thing. Chu Xuan thought about it for a while, and decided to remind Chu Yuan, no matter what, he was sincere to himself. Glancing at Jinpeng, he gave him a few words. The sky-shaking Jinpeng rose into the sky and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. With the speed of the sky-shaking Jinpeng, it was not difficult to find Chu Yuan. View System Rewards. Void Heart Fire. An invisible flame emerged. Void Heart Fire, burning heart, burning anger. The emptiness of the heart fire is like the anger of the heart, which can make people instantly violent, and then explode and die in the anger. Can provoke people's anger, use anger as fuel, just a little anger can be ignited. Once ignited, it cannot be extinguished. Chu Xuan marveled at the power of the Nihilite heart fire, and it was impossible to guard against. In this world, who doesn't get angry? To kill a person, you only need to provoke the other party a little, and the fire of Nihilite can be ignited. Once ignited, it cannot be extinguished. Until he exploded in anger and died. Murder is invisible. People who didn't know it thought they would die of anger. It is not impossible for a warrior to be angry and attack his heart, his spiritual power is disordered, he goes into trouble, and it is not impossible for him to die by exploding his body. As for Chu Yuan's affairs, it seems that there was no major disturbance in the Chu family. However, Chu Xuan knew that there were still some cracks in the Chu and Qin families. He could imagine that with the recovery of Emperor Qin Keyun's soul, the release of talent, and his strength, the Chu family would regret that they did not marry Qin Keyun. Unless Chu Yuan doesn't come back, he will definitely not be welcome in the Chu family. Chu Tianming would even directly deny his grandson. All of this has nothing to do with Chu Xuan, he just wants to live in peace. Even if Emperor Qin Keyun's soul is revived, he will not be able to restore the emperor's realm in a short period of time and will not threaten him. The 1-year period is approaching, and the rewards are bound to be generous. For Chu Xuan, the emperor realm is not far away. There is no emperor in Nanzhou, it is already the consensus of the cultivation world in Nanzhou. Regarding the saying that there is no emperor in Nanzhou, whether it is in the classics or in the legends handed down from ancient times, it is all about a war. The ley lines collapsed, the rules were incomplete, and the inheritance of the emperor realm was missing. However, with the appearance of Qin Keyun, Chu Xuan knew that the reason why there was no emperor in Nanzhou was probably not as simple as the rumors had suggested. How did Qin Keyun come here? Is it a local demon from Nanzhou, or an outsider? There is too little information about other than Nanzhou, not even in the classics. Chu Xuan couldn't help but think of Heiyuelou. This force spread all over Nanzhou, as strong as the evil king court, dare not use force to coerce. It can be seen that the origin of Heiyuelou is not simple. It is very likely that the Black Moon building is not just as simple as the forces of Nanzhou. A few thoughts flashed in Chu Xuan's mind. For now, without entering the emperor realm, some ideas cannot be implemented for the time being. Moreover, Qin Keyun, the reborn of the emperor demon, has appeared. Is there a similar situation in other parts of Nanzhou? www.novel.com. Is it just that Qin Keyun is special? What Chu Xuan is more curious about is that Qin Keyun is a fox demon. Why was he reborn into the human race? What is the situation of her rebirth, passive or active? Judging from her state of being a demon soul, for some reason, the possibility of active rebirth is very high. Chu Xuan thought of Qin Pingxia, the woman whose marriage was ruined by her father, but ended up recruiting a married husband and gave birth to Qin Keyun. She even asked Qin Keyun and Chu Yuan to appoint a marriage contract. Is there any reason for it? She was dumped, why is she willing to let her daughter marry the Chu family? Moreover, Chu Yuan has always been taught by Chu Qiulua, and it can be regarded as a successor. The more Chu Xuan thought about it, the more he felt that there seemed to be some kind of conspiracy. Chu Yuan ruined the marriage, but she came over and wanted to marry Qin Keyun to herself. Is it too casual? The Qin family doesn't seem to be quite right. You have to be steady, as long as your strength rises, no matter what conspiracy or tricks you can't resist your punch. Fortunately, the 1-year period is not far away. The reward for staying at home for a year will definitely not be bad, the emperor realm is not far away. It didn't take long for Jinpeng to come back and reminded Chu Yuan, who was fleeing from Chu County. Of course, it was not revealed that Chu Xuan reminded him. As for how Chu Yuan would respond, what would he think? Chu Xuan couldn't control so much. Zai Weiguo, Hu Quan, cult leader. Hu Quan, who was seriously injured and not healed, looked at Kuan Wu, who was slumped in front of him, hunched over his waist, and half of his feet were buried in the ground, and said solemnly, "Brother Kuan Wu, your longevity is approaching. After this is completed, the complete blood spirit pearl I offer it with both hands, and it will definitely prolong Brother Kun Wu's life by 10 years and increase the chance of breakthrough." Chapter 37. 1 Words come true, words come true. Kuan Wu stared at Hu Quan for a long time, then said in a hoarse voice, "Are you really willing to give up the blood spirit pearl? I'm Hu Quan, my cult has ended like this, the source of everything is the Chu family of the Qin country, I can't take this breath." Hu Quan said angrily. The layout of the cult for many years was destroyed, and he was seriously injured. Yuan Chong and the only 3 remaining elders died in Chu County. The Ziyue Kingdom cult is on the verge of extinction. And the beginning of everything started with the discovery of spies from the Chu family and the suppression of the cult in Chu County. You are willing to offer the blood spirit beads just to kill a few elders of the Chu family. Are you really willing? The blood spirit pearl is made from the essence and blood of thousands of warriors and refined by a secret method, and it is one of the treasures of evil cultivators. And the refining method of the blood spirit pearl is only in the hands of the evil king's court, which is also the reason why there are so many strong people in the evil king's court. Kuan Wuxiu is the pinnacle of the virtual realm, and he is an old-fashioned evil cultivator in the virtual realm. The blood spirit orb can increase the lifespan of at least 10 years, and increase the probability of breakthrough. It is one of the treasures that Kunwu currently desires most. The main target is Chu Xuan's son. As long as Chu Xuan's son is captured, I have a way to retaliate against the Chu family. Furthermore, it's Chu Xuan's son who is taking revenge for my cult. I want to see if the Chu family will kill their relatives righteously. Hu Quan gritted his teeth and said with hatred. Okay, I agree to this. Kunwu agreed. He has been stuck at the peak of the virtual realm for too long, and there is not much life expectancy. This is an opportunity. The strength of the Chu family is not weak, but with his means and strength, as long as he does not push hard and falls into the encirclement, he is confident that he can retreat completely. Hu Quan raised his hand and waved, and half a blood spirit orb flew out. After this is done, the remaining half will be served. Kunwu took the blood spirit orb, gave Hu Quan a deep look, then hunched over and turned away. He was not worried that Hu Quan would go back on it. I believe that Hu Quan would not dare to anger a peak void realm powerhouse with little life expectancy. Kunwu did not directly it. First, Hu Quan was a member of the Evil King Court after all, and the blood spirit pearl was the private property of the Evil King Court. Even if he is lucky enough to break through the border, he will surely die. And if Hu Quan repents, then he kills Hu Quan and grabs the remaining half, and the Evil King Court will not say anything, because this is within the rules. No evil cultivator would dare to violate the rules of the Court of Evil Kings. The strength of the Chu family is not weak, and Chu Tianming's strength is not inferior to him, and he has treasures in his hands. He really wanted to fight. Kunwu was not sure that he could defeat Chu Tianming. What's more, he is getting old after all, and his strength has declined slightly. However, as long as he is not surrounded and killed by the powerhouses above the 8th level of the Chu family's virtual realm, he is confident that he can escape. This trip was just to capture Chu Xuan's son and kill a few elders of the Chu family. It is not difficult to just sneak into the Chu family's land, capture Chu Xuan's son, and kill a few elders of the Chu family who sit in Chu County on the way back. By the time the strong Chu family came to help, he had already returned to the Ziyue kingdom and successfully obtained the blood spirit orb. Once they break through the harmony realm, what are the strong people of the Chu family to be afraid of? The breakthrough failed, and I didn't have a good life for a few years. What's so scary? Chu Xuan snapped his fingers. There were only 7 days left before the 1-year period. Time flies so fast. Before I knew it, I had been living in the small yard for almost a year. In less than a year, he broke through from the mortal realm to the real realm. Who can believe it? This cultivation speed can be said to make many geniuses cry, and the saint child and daughter collapse. There are 7 days left, it will be a year. There shouldn't be any accidents, and no one will disturb you, right? Is there anything more pleasant than living in a safe house and becoming stronger? The answer is no. Outside the small yard, someone approached. Careful and sneaky. Chu Xuan sighed helplessly. What's going on with the cult people? Why do they always find themselves in the first place every time they come to the Chu family? Just because I am Chu Xuan's son. Kunwu came to the small courtyard and immediately banned the surrounding area, making it impossible to spread the news. Even if the other party called out his throat, no one would notice. You are Chu Xuan's son. Looking at Chu Xuan, who was sitting on a chair and looking at him blankly, he said. I am indeed Chu Xuan's son, but I don't understand. Why do your cults always find me? Could it be that my father dug up your cult's ancestral grave? Chu Xuan sighed and said. Hey, this old man is not from a cult, but hired by a cult. I'll take a walk with this old man. Kunwu smiled, raised his hand and grabbed towards Chu Xuan. Is it not a cult? Chu Xuan was surprised. The peak of Kunwu's strength in the virtual realm was that he had not much Heiyuelou and was about to die. He thought it was some hidden immortality from the cult. Ignoring Kunwu's grabbing hand, Chu Xuan just said lightly, kneel down. Puff. Kunwu immediately knelt down. Mantra, one word comes true, one word comes true. Chu Xuan, who is in the 3rd level of the real realm, uses the mantra on Kunwu at the peak of the virtual realm. The power is like the law of the Tao, and Kunwu has no resistance at all. With the increase in strength, the power of mantra has been improved, and it is not limited to making people speak mantra. You can compare yourself to people with low realm and achieve the effect of following the law. Gudong. Kuan-Wu couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat. All over his body, he wanted to stand up, and he wanted to run away. Kneel well, don't think about running away. Chu Xuan continued to speak indifferently. The voice fell, Kun-Wu's drumming spiritual power fell silent, and the idea of running away disappeared. Tick-tock. Cold sweat dripping. Kuan-Wu was extremely terrified. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. What kind of power is this? The legendary Emperor Realm. Is he Chu Xuan's son? What a liar. The Chu family is terrified. Kuan-Wu was about to curse Chu Xuan to death. Explain the origin and what is the purpose. Chu Xuan continued to use the power word technique. Kun-Wu opened his mouth and explained everything. He was very frightened in his heart. Why did he say everything when the other party said a word? There was no resistance at all. After listening to Kuan-Wu's explanation, Chu Xuan was speechless. The people of the cult have a sick mind, and they are about to be wiped out. Don't you stop. Don't come to disturb yourself. Could it be that these evil cultivators, cultivating evil arts, have ruined their brains? He glanced at Kuan-Wu. There is no need to control his mind as a servant, it is too wasteful. It was actually stuck at the peak of the virtual realm and could never break through, which shows how the qualifications are. As long as the aptitude is not too bad and accumulated for such a long time, how can one break through the harmony? Waste has no use value. Moreover, there is not much Heiyuelou, and it is about to die. Help him break through. Just a waste of resources. Chu Xuan did not kill Kuan-Wu directly, but controlled him with a soul imprint. Thinking of the thunderbolt that the system rewarded some time ago. Immediately, several pieces were taken out. A brain was stuffed to Kuan-Wu, and he directly controlled his will, and asked him to carry Tianlei Flash to the evil king Tingwangde to do things. You can kill as many strong men as you can in the evil king court. Go, use your last life to shine once, and it's not a waste to come to this world. Chu Xuan waved and sent Kuan-Wu away. Chapter 38 Brave the Evil Palace. Chu Xuan did not ask Kuan-Wu to fight against the Ziyue Kingdom cult, but went directly to the evil king Tingwangde to make trouble. The power of Tianlei Flash is not bad, and it restrains evil cultivators. It should be able to explode in the evil king capital. A few lightning flashes can't create any big mess. However, it is not bad to be able to blow up in the evil king court. It should be able to kill a few harmony evil cultivators. After all, Kun-Wu's strength is limited. If he gave too many lightning flashes, he didn't have time to detonate it, so he wasted the evil royal court in vain. Therefore, Chu Xuan only gave a few lightning flashes. Besides, it's not necessarily a good thing to really blow up the evil king's capital. The evil king went crazy, and it's no wonder that Nanzhou is not in chaos. At this stage, Chu Xuan doesn't want any big troubles to happen. Once it spreads to the Chu family, how can he stay safe and secure, and his low-key house will become stronger? After Kuan-Wu left Chu County, he went all the way to the evil king court, and his heart collapsed. The Chu family is terrified. It's going to be cold here. The evil king's court, the holy place in the heart of the evil cultivators of Nanzhou. It is also the biggest force of Nanzhou evil cultivator. Any evil cultivator would not dare to provoke the majesty of the royal court. Kuan-Wu never imagined that when his lifespan was about to end, he would go to the royal court to make trouble. A day later, he entered the evil king's court. Another day later, he came to the capital of the evil king court. Kun-Wu's eyes became firm, and he stepped into the royal city with faith and an indomitable will. He went straight to the evil king's palace. The gatekeepers of the evil king's palace are all Void Realm warriors, although they are only at the first and second levels of Void Realm. It can be seen that the evil royal court is powerful. All the evil cultivators who break through the Harmony Realm must go to the royal city to join them. If there is no order, they are not allowed to leave the territory of the evil king's court without authorization. This is the rule of the evil king court. Any evil cultivator who violates it will surely die. Although the evil king's court is powerful, it is not without enemies. Especially after the old evil king retreated, the evil king's court has restrained a lot and did not continue to invade. Stop. The guard in front of the evil king's palace immediately shouted when he saw Kun-Wu walking straight with his body hunched over. Kuan-Wu raised his head, smiled grimly, and said, "The holy land of evil cultivation in the world, innocent cultivation dares to violate its majesty, Today I, Heiyuelou, will come to this holy land of evil cultivation. What did you say? The guard thought he was hallucinating. Are you going to break into the evil palace? Even a madman who is not afraid of death would not dare to break in. To provoke the majesty of the evil king, life is better than death. How cruel the methods of evil cultivators are. As evil cultivators, they know better than anyone else. Kunwu's body is straight, his momentum is full of momentum, and the peak strength of the virtual realm is undoubtedly revealed. Remember, my name is Kunwu. At this moment, Heiyuelou no longer has a trace of old age, and a dark bone knife appeared in his hand. The knife is like a rib. It is indeed a rib. It is a spiritual tool that Kunwu killed a virtual realm warrior and refined it with various secret writing techniques. I want to radiate light at the last moment of my life, and let the evil cultivators all over the world remember that there was once an evil cultivator named Kunwu who bravely entered the evil palace. My name, Kunwu, will forever be remembered in the history of Nanzhou, so what if I die? Heiyuelou figured it out, but he couldn't defy that hidden will anyway. Since that's the case, let's make a big one. In the end, he will die, but even if he dies, he will leave a splendid name in the history of Nanzhou's evil cultivation, and even in the entire history of Nanzhou's cultivation. After so many years, some people still remember that an evil cultivator named Kunwu bravely entered the evil palace. The guard's eyes widened. Isn't that crazy? Cultivating evil powers and destroying your brain. You won't become like this one day, will you? Boom. Heiyuelou made his move, and the moment he made his move, it was a thunderous strike. The two guards are not strong enough in the first and second levels of the virtual realm, and they don't think that Heiyuelou really dares to do it. In a hurry, whoever can resist, immediately perishes. Boom. Heiyuelou rushed towards the evil king's palace and smashed the door of the evil king's palace with a single knife. Presumptuous. There was a powerful aura rising from the evil king's palace. As soon as Kunwu rushed into the evil king's palace, several guards from the 8th layer of Void Realm rushed over. In the distance, the auras of the Harmony Realms also rose up and were rushing towards them. Farther away, the breath of a real powerhouse appeared. Heiyuelou's eyes flashed with madness. Since the fall is inevitable, there will be a violent fall in the future. At least it can still be remembered in history. Even in the past thousands of years, some people still remember an evil cultivator named Kunwu who bravely entered the evil palace. Avoiding the rushing virtual guards, Heiyuelou flew straight towards the depths of the evil king's palace. Die. He rushed into the evil king's palace 100 meters in an instant, and at this time, a strongman in harmony had arrived, and a giant hand grabbed it. A lightning flash appeared in Heiyuelou's hand. Activated it directly and threw it. The eyelids of the strongman in harmony jumped, and he hurriedly defended. He sensed a strong crisis from the lightning flash. Boom. The thunder and lightning rolled, and the power was amazing. With a loud bang, a building collapsed, and the harmony evil cultivator fell directly into the thunder and lightning. Kunwu continued to head towards the depths of the palace. The violent explosion shocked the entire royal city. All the evil cultivators looked in the direction of the evil king's palace in shock. What happened? After a while, someone bravely broke into the evil palace and killed the guards of the evil palace, and all the evil cultivators were shocked. Whoops. Everyone rushed towards the evil king's palace, wanting to see which fierceman dared to provoke the majesty of the evil king. Today is destined to be the most explosive day in the history of the evil royal court. An evil cultivator at the peak of the virtual realm with little life expectancy, bravely entered the evil palace and killed the guards. He even relied on some kind of powerful secret treasure www.novel.com to kill the Heijin guards, destroy more than a dozen buildings, and severely inflict heavy damage on 2 real realm powerhouses. In the end, he let out an angry roar and blew himself up in the evil king's palace. Haha, even if I die, Heiyuelou will die violently. I don't dare to enter the evil cultivator of the evil palace. What kind of evil cultivator is it? Remember, my name is Kunwu. Among the melon-eating evil cultivators who were watching, several evil cultivators who were nearing their longevity suddenly felt their blood rushing up, ready to move, as if they were about to enter the evil palace. Scared the other evil cultivators around him and hurriedly avoided. Nima, is this crazy? Dare to provoke even the majesty of the evil king. It doesn't matter if you die, you're not afraid that your relatives, descendants, and disciples will be implicated. The other party is so vigorous, I am afraid he is alone. The majesty of the evil royal court was provoked by the evil cultivators for the first time. Everyone hurriedly left the palace for fear of being implicated. All of them didn't dare to breathe, and they looked like they were cowardly, for fear of being targeted by the powerful men of the royal court. Damn. In the main hall of the evil king's palace, the present-day evil king's face was ashen, and all the senior members of the evil king's court were also ugly. Get me his relatives and children, I want them to live rather than die. The evil king roared. All the evil kings of all dynasties dared to challenge his majesty. He became the first evil king to be provoked by evil cultivators, but he felt that his majesty was lost. I'm afraid, he is a lonely man, and he doesn't even have a descendant. Someone said helplessly. Many people think that Heiyuelou started this, some lonely cultivator, in order to keep his name in history. Maybe he will follow suit. The face of the evil king, I am afraid that he will be beaten again and again. Chapter 39. After 1 year of residence, Jade Void Immortal Sutra plus 0 years cultivation base. The news of Heiyuelou's brave entry into the evil palace is destined to spread all over Nanzhou and reach the ears of every evil cultivator. There are many evil cultivators in the world, and there are always a few crazy ones. Imitation is a matter of time. People who practice evil arts are more prone to problems with their brains. After this incident spread, Heiyuelou became famous. Suddenly, he went from being unknown to being famous. Some evil cultivators who have some problems with their brains also want to become famous, so they will naturally follow suit. The unprovoked iron law of the evil royal court will be challenged. The face of the contemporary evil king will also be beaten again and again. When Chu Xuan heard the news, he was stunned. Cold sweat is flowing. Heiyuelou, the old man, is your brain sick? He really wanted to grab Heiyuelou and roar. Why am I asking you to go to Chu County to do something and arrest someone? Why am I not asking you to go to the evil palace to provoke you? What was the problem? Why did Heiyuelou suddenly go to the evil palace? Did he go to the Chu family? Did he have a problem with his mind halfway through and went to the evil king's court, or did he encounter some irritation in the Chu family? Chu Xuan had a cold sweat on his face. If anyone knew about it, he had instructed Heiyuelou to go to the Chu family to do something, but he ended up going to the evil king's palace to slap the evil king in the face. He's about to die. Fortunately, only he and Heiyuelou knew of the conspiracy, and there was no third party. Heiyuelou should not know, right? There is no third party for such a confidential matter, and there is no possibility of leakage. Chu Xuan muttered in his heart. I hope that old Heiyuelou didn't leak any information to Heiyuelou. Otherwise, those black-hearted people will definitely use this information to go to the evil king and extort money. Recovering in a low-key manner, this matter has nothing to do with me, I have never met Heiyuelou. Chu Xuan made up his mind to keep a low profile. He didn't want to be captured by the evil king, and he would be worse off than dead. There's something wrong with the Chu family. Why is it related to the Chu family every time something happens? Chu Xuan felt that the Chu family seemed to be hiding some big secret. After the matter of Heiyuelou, he doesn't dare to continue targeting the Chu family now, so he will keep a low profile for the time being and make plans after the injury is healed. He will not let the Chu family go. If it weren't for the Chu family, why would he end up in such a scene? The cult in the Ziyue kingdom was almost wiped out. All these evil king courts will regard him as incompetent, if not incompetence. Why is this so? In the eyesight of a strong man in the royal court, even the little cult is not well developed. Is it not incompetence? Moreover, Wang Ting did not demand the development and growth of the cult, but just maintained its strength and did not want to be wiped out. Maintenance also gave a treasure. If you can't do well in this situation, you are bound to be incompetent. Even Chu Xuan was worried about the strong Wang Ting. He felt that he had no use value, and killed him directly. What's even more terrifying is that he is regarded as the material for refining the blood spirit beads. Chu family. Chu Xuan gritted his teeth. He stretched out his hand and took out a small black and red bead, stared at the bead for a long time, and looked hesitant in his eyes. This bead was discovered by chance in a historic site when he was still in the profound realm. After years of searching and checking ancient books, I have a general understanding of what beads are. Demon blood orb. There is demon blood in it. Once it is leaked, it will be demonized in the real world. Once demonized, he will become a demon slave. The demons are the great enemies of the human race. Whether it is the right way or the evil way, the demons are not allowed to exist. On the surface, there are no demons in Nanzhou. Anyone who is contaminated by the demon blood of the demon race will become demon slaves, and they are all targets of slaughter. Hu Quan's eyes flashed fiercely. Staring at the demon blood orb for a while, then put it away, whether to implement the plan or not, and then make a judgment after the injury is healed. You can't leave home, and in a single thought, you will shake the evil king's court, shock the eyes of evil cultivators all over the world, and reward you with a secret realm of chance. Chu Xuan was startled, shocked the court of evil kings, and shocked the eyes of evil cultivators in the world. The old man Kunwu is quite capable. View rewards. The secret realm of chance. You can stay at home, set up a secret realm of chance in Nanzhou, and leave it for those who are destined to acquire inheritance. This secret realm of chance is not for Chu Xuan, but for Chu Xuan to arrange a chance in any place in Nanzhou. Anyone who gets the chance will definitely have great luck. The recipient of the secret realm of chance will become Chu Xuan's successor, and as long as Chu Xuan is willing, he can instantly grab the successor's cultivation and even control his life and death. Chu Xuan glanced at the quaint little palace in the system. As long as he had enough chance in the secret realm, he could stay at home and have descendants all over the world. Moreover, every successor cannot betray him. Even if the successor really wants to go against it, he can take back his cultivation at any time. Life and death are in their control. Of course, the inheritor of the secret realm of chance will not know that his life and death are under the control of Chu Xuan. Those who can enter the secret realm of chance have great luck. Isn't this a protagonist? It's interesting to be the behind-the-scenes cultivator of Tianjiao without leaving home, spreading people all over the world. If any successor dares to deceive his master and destroy his ancestors, he will take back his cultivation in an instant, and he can even reward his cultivation to other successors. How wonderful! Chu Xuan had the idea of arranging the secret realm of chance, but it was not suitable for the arrangement for the time being. After all, the strength is too weak. The secret realm of chance laid out has a low upper limit and is of little significance. Either don't set up the secret realm. As long as it is set up, the minimum requirement is to start from the Emperor realm. Yu reading www.yuyukeungshu.com. Tianjiao who cannot enter the realm of the Emperor. What kind of Tianjiao? The Emperor realm is only in its infancy. There were still 2 days left before the 1-year period, and Chu Xuan was very excited. In these short 2 days, nothing should happen, right? Time passed in peace. The year is coming. Chu Xuan rubbed his hands together, full of expectations. Whether he could break through the Emperor realm in a short period of time depended on the reward of staying in the house for a year. The longer you stay at home, the richer the reward. The celestial scriptures and magic-level secret arts have all been rewarded. The rewards for the first year are bound to be generous. Maybe, he can directly break through to the Emperor realm. After breaking through the Emperor realm, Chu Xuan really had some confidence. You stayed for a year, and rewarded you Xu Xianjing plus 100 years of cultivation. Chu Xuan was pleasantly surprised. Not only was he rewarded with the immortal scriptures, but he was also rewarded with 100 years of cultivation. The Emperor's realm is worry-free. Can't wait to receive the reward. Boom. Chu Xuan did not take out the Jade Void Immortal Sutra, but directly instilled it. The Jade Void Immortal Sutra directly points to the cultivation techniques of the Tao, and it records many secret techniques. Chu Xuan comprehended the Jade Void Immortal Sutra, and at the same time, 100 years of cultivation was also instilled. At this moment, he seemed to be cultivating the Jade Void Immortal Sutra from scratch. The spiritual power of the Daluo Emperor Sutra was being continuously compressed. The meridians have also been continuously expanded. The spiritual power of the same realm, the Jade Void Immortal Sutra, is dozens of times stronger than the Daluo Emperor Sutra. Chu Xuan, who practiced the Jade Void Immortal Sutra, had no pressure before he played 10 times by himself. With the cultivation of 100 years of cultivation, Chu Xuan's strength continued to rise. The 4th level of the real state, the 5th level of the real state, the 8th level of the real state. Chapter 40 Break through the Imperial Realm. At a certain moment, it seemed that a threshold had been breached. Boom. Chu Xuan's body has transformed, and his mental will is also undergoing transformation. It was more intense than the transformation when the mortal realm broke through the profound realm. The small yard was still calm, and there was no movement at all. Chu Xuan, who is sitting cross-legged, is experiencing extreme sublimation and stepping into a brand new world. The mental will began to condense, and there was a roaring sound in my mind, as if there was an invisible barrier that blocked the continued sublimation of the spiritual will. Boom. The mental will vibrated, like a sledgehammer, constantly hammering the invisible barrier. The physical body is also sublimating and transforming, and the spiritual power is also sublimating and transforming. The bone is like jade, the marrow is like a big river, and the blood is like a vast ocean. Boom. The fusion of spiritual power and spiritual will produces a kind of divine nature, which emerges through the body, integrates into the heaven and earth, and integrates into the rules. The transformation of spiritual will continued, and that invisible barrier seemed unbreakable. In the continuous installation of 100 years of cultivation, the perception of the Jade Void Immortal Sutra continues to improve with the improvement of cultivation. Chu Xuan was in a mysterious state. I don't know how long it took, but at a certain moment, it seemed to penetrate a thin film and come to a new world. The refreshing feeling of directly hitting the soul came surging. Chu Xuan felt that his whole body was trembling for a while, and his whole body seemed to have obtained a kind of propaganda, and the will of God was sublimated at this moment. Boom. A human form spiritual will emerged in his mind. It was vaguely visible that it was Chu Xuan's appearance. Divine Soul. The fundamental sign of breaking through the Emperor realm is the transformation of spiritual will and condensing the soul. After condensing the Divine Soul, even if the physical body is destroyed, as long as the Divine Soul escapes, one can live again. The soul is condensed, and the transformation is still going on. The transformation of spiritual power and physical body is also continuing. The power of the soul permeates out, communicates with the world, and integrates into the world. With the small yard as the center, it spreads out around 100 meters, 1 mile. The power of the Divine Soul continues to spread, blending with the heavens and the earth, and a special field is gradually formed. Chu Xuan realized the feeling of breaking through the Emperor realm. He saw some rules between heaven and earth, and his understanding of heaven and earth has improved by leaps and bounds. He seems to have glimpsed the true meaning of heaven and earth for the first time. It seems that with a single thought, you can mobilize the mighty power of heaven and earth for your own use. It seems that he has built a new little world with himself as the center. In this little world, everything is his own. I am the ruler of this small world, the supreme law. With the continuous consolidation of the soul, the more rules Chu Xuan can see, this vast world, the corner where he is located, seems to have some incomplete rules. Vaguely, Chu Xuan saw that the rules of the Nanzhou region seemed to be broken in several places. Perhaps, this is the true root of Nanzhou Wudi. Due to the incomplete rules, the power of the soul cannot be integrated into the world, and it cannot complete the real final step of breaking through the Emperor realm. Chu Xuan believed that there might be someone who gathered a divine soul, but because they did not incorporate the rules, they could not build their own small world. Therefore, it did not completely break through to the Emperor realm. It can only be regarded as a demigod. The broken rules in Nanzhou seem to be recovering. With the restoration of the rules, perhaps there are inheritors of the Emperor realm who can break through to the Emperor realm. Chu Xuan is an exception, he is not restricted by the flaws of the Nanzhou rules. There is no problem in breaking through the imperial realm. The power of his divine soul is not integrated with the rules of Nanzhou heaven and earth, but the world of this vast world, which is a higher level rule. The transformation of the soul is not over. The small world built with Chu Xuan as the center is still in progress and continues to expand. 3 miles, 5 miles. Gradually, the power of the soul spread to the Chu family's ancestral home. At this moment, in the eyes of Chu Xuan, the Chu family's ancestral house has no secrets. With the power of his divine soul in the Emperor realm, Chu Tianming and other Chu family powerhouses would naturally be impossible to discover. Chu Xuan saw the depths of the Chu family's ancestral house. In the forbidden area, there were several figures in retreat. Their breath is somewhere between the harmony state and the virtual state. It's only a little short of that, and it's time to break through to harmony. Chu Xuan wondered, the Chu family's background is really not hidden by the strong people of the realm. Is it because of the cultivation technique that makes it impossible to break through the harmony? Or is the talent too poor? It is undeniable that there is indeed a reason for talent. None of the clan elders in the retreat are weaker than Chu Tianming. I am afraid it is the hidden strength of the Chu family. The Chu family has more than one treasure of the town clan. Among the elders of the secluded clan, there is also a treasure, and it is a high-grade treasure. Although it is not as good as the spirit-slaying saber, it has reached the level of a top-grade treasure after all. The power of the soul continued to spread. The Chu family has a radius of 12 miles, and the ancestral home is at the core, guarding the residence, servants' residence, and stewards' residence, and protecting the ancestral residence. Finally, the power of the soul covered the Chu family land, and the small world built by Chu Xuan also covered the Chu family land. At this moment, Chu Xuan discovered that the arrangement of the Chu family's land turned out to be a battle. At the moment of crisis, the Chu family can use this position to exert a strong defense and attack. This is the true heritage of the Chu family. Seeing this battle, Chu Xuan understood that the ancestor of the Chu family was still somewhat capable. Maybe it was excavated from some ancient monuments. In fact, the Chu family land was the historic site itself back then. The transformation of the soul is coming to an end. The construction of Xiaoxiandi has also come to an end. The breakthrough continues. The transformation of the divine soul is completed, the construction of the small world is completed, and then it will truly enter the realm of the emperor. Heiyuelou reading www.yuukangshu.com. The symbolic power of the emperor realm, in addition to the transformation of the spiritual will into the soul, is to master the power of the domain. This is the little world that Chu Xuan is building. Imperial domain. The power of the imperial realm. The description of the emperor realm in the cultivation world can be summed up in one sentence. I am the emperor in the domain, and all laws are irreversible. This is the power of the emperor realm. Even if there are more real powerhouses, in the realm of emperor powerhouses, they are all ants. A single thought can determine the life and death of living beings in the realm. When the emperor was angry, he buried 1,000,000 corpses. The power of Chu Xuan's soul began to be withdrawn, and the power of domain was also withdrawn. He has already broken through to the emperor realm, the first layer of the imperial realm. With his current strength, the scope of the imperial domain just covers the Chu family land. That is, a radius of 12 miles. In a single thought, a 12-mile radius was his imperial domain. Generally, the emperor who just broke through is only about 3 miles in the domain, and the powerful emperor is only 5 miles away. The realm of the Chu Xuan emperor realm's first-layer cultivation base is not weaker than the ordinary third-layer emperor realm powerhouse. The breakthrough continues. 100 years of cultivation is still being digested. The power of the soul was recovered, and he paused at the Chu family's ancestral house. Chu Xuan noticed that at the core of the Chu family's ancestral house, there was a space underground. Sure enough, it used to be a historic site. The Chu family relied on this place to develop. The Qin family, the Zhao family, and the He family must be the same. Chu Xuan didn't spy on it. The underground space, even if it was a historic site, was of little value. It didn't give him any special feeling. The power of the soul has been continuously recovered, and the power of the domain has been recovered. Chapter 41 Set Small Goals. At the core of the Chu family's ancestral home, several clan elders who were in retreat suddenly had a special feeling in their hearts. The spiritual will and spiritual power that were originally integrated into the void suddenly began to condense. Spiritual power is also integrated with spiritual will, and the speed is very fast. It was like a blessing to the soul, suddenly breaking through. In just an instant, he broke through to the realm of harmony. The elders of the clan opened their eyes and were all shocked. Why did it suddenly break through? Moreover, after the breakthrough, the breath did not leak out. Although he didn't understand what was going on, the elders of the clan were all pleasantly surprised. As long as the aura would not leak, they could continue to stay in the Chu family. Originally, they were the trump cards of the Chu family. When they were in crisis, they could only forcibly break through the harmony and resolve the crisis of the Chu family. Now, they broke through quietly, and their breath did not leak out, which meant that they could continue to become stronger. Continue to practice. If the Chu family suddenly encounters a crisis, they can give the enemy a big surprise. Chu Xuan was a little surprised. Those clan elders actually broke through. It should be affected by the power of the soul. A few clan elders were just about to break through. His soul power covered him, his domain power covered him, and he leaked a little bit of rule breath, which made several clan elders break through uncontrollably. At the moment when several clan elders broke through, Chu Xuan discovered that at the core of the Chu family's ancestral house, there was a treasure that seemed to inspire and absorb the breath of several clan elders. He couldn't help but become curious, and the power of the soul focused a little at a glance. It turned out to be a treasure for transmitting messages. It seems to be ingesting the breath of a strong person in harmony, and then passing it to a certain place. Interesting. The Chu family doesn't have a powerhouse in harmony. I'm afraid it was deliberately suppressing and not breaking through, and the powerhouse who broke through left. As for the secrets, Chu Xuan was just an unwelcome descendant of the direct line, so naturally he couldn't get in touch. He doesn't care about this, as long as it doesn't affect his stay. The power of the soul was concentrated a little, and the function of collecting breath of that treasure was banned. The strength continued to improve, heading towards the second level of the Emperor realm. You break through the Emperor's realm and reward Daluo Tianjing plus Daluo Divine Law plus Daluo Xianjing. After breaking through the Imperial realm, the rewards of the system came. It turned out to be a follow-up version of the Daluo Emperor Sutra. Chu Xuan received the follow-up version of the Daluo Emperor Sutra, and related insights continued to surface in his mind. Having mastered 2 immortal scripture-level exercises, Chu Xuan felt that his foundation and strength had grown stronger. There was no conflict between the 2 cultivation techniques, and they actually blended together very well. Boom. The second level of the Imperial realm. Breaking through to the second level of the Emperor's realm, the 100 years of cultivation will be exhausted. Chu Xuan opened his eyes and felt his own strength. At this moment, he was full of confidence. There is no emperor in Nanzhou, he is now the only emperor in Nanzhou. Unless there is a strong person of emperor realm or above outside Nanzhou, he is not afraid in Nanzhou. Moreover, even if someone from the emperor realm or above came from outside Nanzhou, they would not go to the Chu family to find their unlucky ones. So, don't worry about the evil king court now. Come and kill a cultist. Moreover, with the strength of his emperor realm, it couldn't be easier to kill someone silently. You don't have to worry about revealing yourself. Meow. The civet cat jumped on his shoulder and rubbed his head against his face. Kitten, hurry up and break through too. Tianling cat has reached the 9th level of the realm, and is about to break through to the real realm. With its aptitude, it doesn't take long to break through the emperor realm. Moreover, with the improvement of Chu Xuan's cultivation level, the growth of Tianling cat will also accelerate accordingly. The sky-shaking Jinpeng also flew over. The devouring flower stretched out a branch, and the flowers bloomed on it, which was extremely beautiful. It won't take long for both Jinpeng and Tianling Mao to break through to the Emperor realm, and their confidence will be even stronger. Moreover, it is more convenient to have an Emperor's spiritual pet if you want to do something. The devouring flower is quite special. It takes a long time for it to grow to the strength that can devour the Emperor realm. Chu Xuan has a lot of treasures on hand, and the time will not stretch too long. Set a small goal and break through to the realm of heaven. Chu Xuan warned himself not to inflate, it was only the second level of the Emperor realm, it was nothing. Above the Emperor realm, there are the noble realm and the heaven realm. Only by breaking through to the realm of heaven can one be considered truly confident. Heaven, in this vast world, is also the top existence. Strive to break through to the realm of honor within 10 years. Chu Xuan set the next small goal in the near future. After breaking through to the Emperor realm, the speed of cultivation is not as fast as before. Breaking through the Venerable realm within 10 years should not be a big problem. The system rewards a few more cultivation bases, which will soon be achieved. Moreover, the secret realm of opportunity is almost ready to be used. The rules of heaven and earth in Nanzhou are slowly being repaired, and at some point, strong men from other states will come to occupy the territory. Qin Keyun, the reborn emperor demon, has appeared, and it is foreseeable that Nanzhou will not always maintain the current balance. But in 10 years, there will not be too much turmoil. After breaking through to the realm of honor within 10 years, he is still full of confidence. The realm of honor is the transformation of the power of the domain, the honor of the emperor. The so-called, I am respected in the domain, and the emperor also bows his head. And the realm of heaven is another huge improvement, just like the huge gap between the real realm and the emperor realm. But no matter what, the venerable realm is an absolute powerhouse in this world. Comfortable. Chu Xuan was lying on the chair, in a happy mood. After he was full of confidence, his life was more comfortable. www.novel.com. Looking at the small yard, Chu Xuan suddenly felt that he lacked servants who could do things for him. Or a maid. A beautiful maid is more eye-catching than a servant. Looking at the secret realm of chance in the system space, Chu Xuan couldn't help but think. Why don't you take it out and put it in the yard temporarily? Those who can come to the secret realm of chance must be those with great luck. Put it in the yard, maybe it can attract some people with great luck. Men are accepted as heirs, and women are accepted as maids. Chu Xuan was moved. He wants to stay at home and can't leave the small yard. After all, you need someone to be by your side, to listen to orders, and to do things for yourself. Zhang Kuei and Dong Qian, after all, are evil cultivators, and they are not very popular. They are easy to be killed when they appear in an upright manner. Moreover, these two people are of average talent, and their cultivability is not high. Can only be used as on-errands. Moreover, Chu Xuan has some thoughts about Heiyuelou. A big force with information all over Nanzhou, and even outside Nanzhou, even sells all kinds of martial arts treasures and accepts various commissions. It can be said that the business is extensive. Having controlled the Heiyuelou building and living in the courtyard, he can also know the affairs of Nanzhou like the back of his hand. Now, he is already the second-level strength of the Emperor realm. Be low-key, slowly penetrate, there is a kind of soul imprint in it, and it will not disturb the top powerhouses in Heiyuelou. It is not a big problem. When he breaks through to the realm of heaven, and then pulls over the behind-the-scenes of Heiyuelou, he will become the biggest boss of Heiyuelou. And this requires some people to handle some things for themselves, such as classifying intelligence and so on. Thinking of this, Chu Xuan took out the secret realm of chance. Chapter 42 The Trend of the Evil Circle. The secret realm of opportunity is a quaint little hall. Chu Xuan did not activate the secret realm of opportunity, so he placed the small hall in a corner of the courtyard. Even if it is not activated, it can still attract big luck people to come, right? Chu Xuan was full of expectations. You stayed for a year and a day, and rewarded a box of Emperor Xuandan. Unsurprisingly, on the second day, the cultivation elixir from the Emperor realm came. Emperor Xuandan is not only an elixir that can be used to break through the Emperor's realm, but also an elixir for cultivation in the Emperor's realm. The system products are all excellent. After breaking through the Emperor realm, Chu Xuan's small life became more comfortable. Boring does not exist. Feeling that the strength is getting stronger and stronger day by day, as long as I am happy in my heart, there will be no boredom. Chu Xuan asked Zhang Kuei to come and bring a piece of Emperor realm power to Chu Yun. Zhang Kuei has already broken through the border. However, unless Chu Xuan is willing to provide resources, he will stay at the Harmony realm for the rest of his life. Whether it can break through to the third level of the border is unknown. The cultivability is not high, Chu Xuan has no idea of wasting resources. Hedging, as an errand, it is enough for the time being. Chu Yun's talent in alchemy was beyond Chu Xuan's expectations. In such a short period of time, Chu Yun had already started refining elixir. The failure rate is a bit high, but how long did it take her to learn alchemy? Chu Yun has already broken through to the 6th level of the profound realm, thanks to the medicinal pills she refined herself. Chu Xuan handed over several elixir and another alchemy technique to Chu Yun through Zhang Kuei. And, let Zhang Kuei provide the elixir needed for alchemy. After all, he is the first vice leader of the cult, and there is no shortage of resources. Under the circumstance that the leader Lu Wang was severely wounded, Zhang Kuei had already taken control of the cult in Qin. Chu Xuan learned from Zhang Kuei that all evil cultivators who break through the harmony must go to the evil king's court to serve, and they must not leave the evil king's court without permission. The purpose is to unite the strong and deal with threats. Chu Xuan directly blocked Zhang Kuei's aura of harmony, and there was an invisible talisman. If he didn't go to the evil king's court, no one would be able to find him. After breaking through to the Emperor realm, Chu Xuan no longer regarded the evil king's court as a threat. Chu Yun obtained a new alchemy technique and more alchemy resources. Even including a few copies of very high-quality elixir for research and observation, she became more and more convinced that she was valued by seniors. Now I am testing myself. She was very happy and devoted herself to learning alchemy. Evil King Court. It has been a month since Heiyuelou bravely entered the evil palace. The evil king was furious about this, and sent someone to investigate whether Heiyuelou's motives for entering the evil palace were under orders. Those who want to hit him in the face of the evil king are not non-existent. A month's investigation did not find any behind-the-scenes instigation. All the signs showed that Heiyuelou was suddenly in a panic, and he was going to break into the evil palace. The final conclusion was that Heiyuelou Shouyuan was approaching, his mind was confused, and he wanted to be famous, so he came to the evil palace. Heiyuelou is indeed famous. Not only in the evil cultivator circle, but knowing such a ruthless man, he made a foray before his death. It has always been called the holy place of evil cultivators, and the palace of the evil king that cannot be provoked. Even the other major forces, and even the entire Nanzhou cultivation world, know of such a ruthless man who bravely entered the evil palace. The collapsed buildings and gates of the evil palace have been rebuilt, and the guards have been replaced. As usual, 2 guards from the virtual realm are standing guard. No one would think that there is a second Kunwu to break into the evil palace. After all, there are very few people who are not afraid of death. The guards are not particularly vigilant. Even if someone walks in front of the evil king's palace, they don't care. After all, it is normal to pass by the gate of the palace. Countless evil cultivators will come to see the holy place of evil cultivators. An old man with a cane came towards the evil king's palace. The guard glanced at it, then looked away, not caring. The old man came to the gate of the palace and shot without warning. Boom. The palace gate collapsed. The guard was caught off guard, and he fell directly without being able to defend at all. The strength of the peak of the virtual world is undoubtedly revealed. After the old man knocked down the palace gate with one blow, he rushed into the evil king's palace. At the same time, a roar sounded, and countless evil cultivators were shocked. Old man Fan Kai, today I will venture into the holy land of evil cultivators, and enjoy the scenery of the evil palace. All the evil cultivators. This is crazy. Old man Fan Kai, this is the second evil cultivator who has broken into the evil palace for thousands of years. He died without regrets, ha ha ha. Fan Kai rushed into the evil king's palace. Damn. There are strong people who are in harmony. However, since the last time Kunwu killed a few border guards with a lightning flash, the border guards who shot him seemed timid and ready to flee at any time. Just delaying time, waiting for the real powerhouse to come. Because of this, Fan Kai went forward bravely, destroying several buildings along the way. Die. The real powerhouse has taken action. Ha ha ha, an evil cultivator who doesn't even dare to break into the evil king's palace. What kind of evil cultivator, what kind of rebelliousness? This old man will obey Brother Kunwu's courage all his life. Fan Kai laughed and rushed directly to the real powerhouse. Bang. He blew himself up and didn't give the opponent a chance to capture it. All the evil cultivators were silent. Many of them are old-fashioned, evil cultivators with little life expectancy, and their silent hearts agitated, as if they were suddenly young, full of vigor and blood. The evil king went crazy. He was the only one among the evil kings of all dynasties who was beaten again and again in the face. As a result, after Fan Kai, someone else came to the evil palace. The collapsed palace gates and buildings have not been repaired yet, and there are people with few longevity coming to the evil palace. 3 old-fashioned evil cultivators rushed to the evil king's palace. My 3 friends of Gishan, I also entered the evil palace today, and I have no regrets in death. Haha www.novel.com. It is said that the evil palace is majestic and cannot be provocative. It is not only the holy land of evil cultivators, but also the overlord of evil cultivators. Today, my 3 friends from Gishan come to learn. The evil cultivators were in an uproar. It turned out to be the 3 friends of Gishan. Why did they come to the evil palace? Don't you want to live? You don't know, the 3 friends of Gishan have no more longevity, and there is no hope of breaking through. There was a lot of discussion among the evil cultivators. Among them, there were quite a few old-fashioned evil cultivators who were about to hang up, their faces flushed red, very excited, and they looked enthusiastic. Seeing other evil cultivators tremble with fear. Are these old guys crazy? Wouldn't you also go to the evil palace? The 3 friends of Gishan are all warriors of the 3rd level of harmony, but they have been stuck in the 3rd level and cannot break through, and their life expectancy is approaching. Boom. The building of the evil king's palace collapsed and the smoke billowed. The evil king's palace, which was provoked one after another, began to decline in the majesty in the heart of evil cultivators, and was no longer so awe-inspiring. Many people followed behind the 3 friends of Gishan to watch the fun. 3 friends of Gishan, be presumptuous. The guards of the evil palace were mad. Everyone came to provoke them. Do you think the guards of the evil king's palace are all garbage? Die. A head guard of the 9 levels of harmony made his move. Boom. The 3 friends of Gishan directly blew themselves up. The captain of the guard was caught off guard, and was hit hard by the 3 friends of Gishan. He was stunned, and he blew himself up as soon as he came up. Crazy. After half a month, from time to time, evil cultivators came to break into the evil palace. Bravely rushing into the evil palace has become a trend in the evil cultivator circle. It seems that if you don't venture into the evil palace, you are embarrassed to say that you are a cultivator. Chapter 43. Don't panic, one slide shovel over. In the beginning, only the evil cultivators near Heiyuelou came to break in. Later, even the young and passionate evil cultivators came to break in. The majesty of the evil palace is plummeting. Although, among the people who entered the evil palace, no one is still alive. They all went with the heart of mortal death. But I don't know why, as a friend of the warriors of the evil palace, I feel very honored. Do you know who the Lord is? Let me tell you, the of Chuangxi Palace is my senior brother, do you know? I don't know when it started, but in the evil cultivator circle, everyone is proud of having a friend who has entered the evil palace, so they have the capital to brag. Some people even encourage their friends to go to the evil palace. Another person, carrying a machete, walked towards the evil king's palace. A group of melon-eating evil cultivators gathered around to watch the fun. My name is. Go to hell. Before he could say his name, a furious roar came from the depths of the evil king's palace. A huge blood-colored palm grabbed it abruptly, crushing the opponent directly. The blood-colored palms kept on, and patted some evil cultivators who looked old and seemed to be dying in the crowd of onlookers. Poof. Puff. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people were killed by the palms. Run away. All the melon-eating evil cultivators were horrified and fled in all directions. Is the evil king crazy? Die. Death. The palms smashed the evil cultivators one after another. The evil king almost exploded with anger, provoking himself one by one. He made himself the most dignified evil king in history. He was so angry that he took action himself. I thought that the evil king would take action in person to deter the evil cultivator, but it didn't. There are still people who are not afraid of death running to the evil palace. I'm not afraid to tell you that the one who was beaten to death by His Majesty the evil king himself was my brother. What, it's actually your brother? Disrespectful. Gradually, in the circle of evil cultivators, it is the greatest honor to bravely enter the palace of the evil king and attract the evil king himself, which is the greatest glory, and the real hero. I don't know how this wind came from. The evil king was so angry that he vomited blood. In my heart, I doubted, could there be a new evil cultivation method that would cause problems in the brain after people practice? Otherwise, where did so many lunatics come from? Kunwu. The evil king gritted his teeth. The source of all this was caused by that little evil cultivator named Kunwu. You stay at home, and with a single thought, you will cause a trend in the evil cultivation circle and reward Wantianjing. Chu Xuan was depressed. The secret realm of chance had been placed in the small courtyard for nearly 2 months, and no one with great luck had been attracted to appear. Could it be that there are no air transporters in Nanzhou? Although the secret realm of chance has not been activated, it still has the ability to attract people with great luck. Or is it the big luck person who is too far away and takes a long time to arrive? The reward of the system came suddenly. Chu Xuan. At that time, I was stunned for a while. With a single thought, it caused a trend in the circle of evil cultivators. What trend did it cause? This matter must have something to do with Kunwu. But he didn't know, what exactly did Kunwu do, how did it become a trend? This is the disadvantage of not having intelligence. I don't even know that such a big thing happened in Nanzhou. It is necessary to find a way to catch Heiyuelou. Check out the Wantian mirror. Wantian mirror can randomly connect all domains, and can transmit items. Chu Xuan was immediately surprised. The 10,000 sky mirror can connect to various domains at random, and can transmit items, but it cannot transmit living creatures for the time being. Only when Chu Xuan's strength is raised to the heavenly realm can he have the ability to transmit living creatures. In addition to randomly connecting various domains, the Wantian mirror can be used 3 times a day to locate 3 places or creatures. After positioning, you can check the location at any time. The imprint of the 10,000 sky mirror can be positioned on the creature, and as the creature moves, the location will also move. Chu Xuan couldn't wait to activate the Wantian mirror. With the input of spiritual power, ripples appeared on the mirror surface of the Wantian mirror, and a picture appeared on the mirror surface after a while. High mountains and jungles, beasts roar. I don't know where it was connected, but as the screen moved, Chu Xuan suddenly saw a figure. Freeze the picture at the position of the figure and zoom in. Ma Kong fell to the ground, gasping for breath, as if he was seriously injured. Ma Kong, how are you? A young man in black, panting and scarred, squatted down to check Ma Kong's injuries. Judging by the situation, we just went through a battle. Pooh. Suddenly, a cold light flashed, and a knife pierced into the chest of the black-clothed youth. You. The black-clothed youth's eyes widened, and he looked at Ma Kong in disbelief. Why? He never imagined that his companion would attack him unexpectedly. He wanted to fight back on the verge of death, but he had just gone through the battle, and his spiritual power was almost exhausted, and the stabbing knife cut off the vitality of his meridians. Darkness is coming, and consciousness is gradually blurred. Why? Ma Kong said with a grim face, of course it's for the exclusive enjoyment of the treasure. I'm sorry brother, your talent is better than mine, but I can't. With a stab of the blade, the life of the young man in black directly ended. He stretched out his hand and took off the storage bag of the black-clothed youth, opened it, put it away happily, and was about to leave. Roar. Suddenly, a roar came. The ancient trees collapsed, the earth shook, and the powerful breath rolled like a tide. Ma Kong's face changed greatly. No, it's a celestial tiger. He got up and fled, but he didn't escape very far when a black and colorful giant tiger appeared behind him. Reading www.yuyukeungshu.com. Ma Kong's face was pale. A look of despair. He was only at the 9th level of the profound realm, and that heavenly evil tiger had the strength above the 7th level of the spiritual realm. Suddenly, he saw a mysterious halo rippling in the void. Through the aperture, he saw a small courtyard. Sitting in the small courtyard is a figure bathed in divine light, like a god. Senior, help. Puff. Ma Kong knelt down and said. Chu Xuan could not have imagined that the first time he used the Wantian mirror, he encountered a scene of backstabbing the brothers, killing people, and stealing treasures. He activated the colorful divine light, and the whole person was bathed in the divine light, like a fairy. Don't panic. I'll teach you a method, you can easily cross the border and kill the celestial tiger. Ma Kong was overjoyed. Thank you, senior, and quickly pass on my method. Chu Xuan was bathed in divine light and could not see his face, and his voice was full of the demeanor of a peerless master. When the tiger pounces on you, you hold a knife in both hands, a sliding shovel slides down from its abdomen, raises the knife into its abdomen, it's disemboweled. Remember, as long as any monster beast, its abdomen must be one of its weaknesses. Ma Kong was stunned for a moment, then looked back at the approaching Tianshahu, wiped his cold sweat, and said with a trembling voice, Senior, is this possible? Don't worry, there's no problem, it didn't expect you to suddenly slide past its belly. As the so-called surprise attack, it will definitely kill you in one fell swoop. Chu Xuan gave him confidence, with the deity staring at him, how could something go wrong? Ma Kong calmed down after hearing the words, secretly said, Senior is testing me, yes, it must be so. Holding the knife in both hands, he turned around to look at the Tiansha tiger, his eyes were firm, instead of retreating, he advanced. Chapter 44 9 Domains 50 States. Roar. Tianshahu saw that Ma Kong was not retreating but advancing, and walked towards him. Immediately angry. This is provoking his own tiger power. He rushed over suddenly. Ma Kong's heart was beating violently, the hand holding the knife trembled slightly, and his legs trembled slightly. Calm down, don't panic, there are seniors watching, no problem. Ma Kong, this is your chance, don't let the seniors down. His eyes became firm, his hand holding the knife no longer trembled, and his legs no longer trembled. Seeing the Tiansha tiger rushing towards him, he was about to reach him. Give me death! Yelled loudly. Holding the knife upwards in both hands, a sliding shovel suddenly slid towards the Tiansha tiger. Snapped. A paw slapped on the body, and the body that had just slid past, swirled and flew backwards. The sound of bones breaking came from his body, and the severe pain came, his eyes went black, and he almost fainted. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Bang. He fell hard to the ground. Ma Kong spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood, struggled to sit up, and looked at the Tianshahu approaching step by step, his face pale. Senior, help, save me. Roaring in my heart, go to the special sliding shovel. Ugh. Chu Xuan sighed in disappointment and said, you have disappointed me too much. The hand holding the knife is unstable, the sliding speed is not fast enough, and the timing is not accurate. Senior, I know I'm wrong, please help me. Ma Kong cried and begged. That's too late. Chu Xuan shook his head and said, this deity is thousands of miles away from where you are, and it will take some time for the power to pass through. Ma's heart sank. But don't panic, the deity will teach you another way, and it will definitely save your life. What's the way, senior, tell me quickly. Although Ma Kong felt that this senior's method seemed unreliable. Right now, I can only use a dead horse as a living horse doctor. You knelt down to the Tianxia tiger, kowtowed, and called him father. The so-called tiger's poison doesn't eat its offspring. You call it father. How could it be so embarrassed to eat you? Chu Xuan was serious. What? Ma Kong was stunned, what's the trick? Is it really useful? Since ancient times, strong people have suffered humiliation when they were weak. There was once a strong person who suffered humiliation on the crotch when they were weak, so you don't have to be mentally burdened. This is your only chance to survive. This deity still knows a lot about tigers and beasts. It's definitely not a lie. With all that said, Ma Kong had no choice but to believe. Seeing that Tian Shahu had come to him, he immediately knelt down with a thud, burst into tears, and roared, Dad, Daddy, I'm your son. The Tianxia tiger, who raised one paw, made a move, and a pair of tigers stared at the boss. When Ma Kong saw it, he was overjoyed, the senior didn't lie to me. Sure enough, the tiger's poison does not eat its children. Father, I'm your son, my name is Mahu. Tianxiahu's intelligence is not too low, right? I call it father, so I should let him go, right? When Ma Kong saw Tianxiahu, he put down one of his raised paws, and he was relieved. Calling dad is useful. Tianxiahu slowly turned around, as if planning to leave. Ma Kong burst into tears with excitement. Finally survived. Dad, go slowly, Daddy. Baby, send Daddy respectfully. Tianxiahu's body trembled, as if he was disgusted. With his back facing Ma Kong, the tiger's tail is raised. Snapped. The tail slammed down fiercely and tugged on Ma Kong's head. Immediately, his brain burst. Senior. Ma Kong was stunned. I'm already called Dad, why are you still killing me? Seniors are unreliable. Die. The Tianxiahu raised its hind legs and stomped on Ma Kong continuously, and the corpse was smashed to pieces. Roar. He raised his head and roared loudly, but halfway through the roar, it got stuck in his throat. It widened its eyes and looked at the rippling halo above its head. A person bathed in divine light, sitting upright in the aperture. Gudong. The Tianxiahu was cowardly like a cat in an instant. Lying on the ground, his limbs slowly wriggled, trying to crawl away quietly. Where are you? A voice came from the aperture. The Tianxiahu roared, and the spiritual will was transmitted. Northern State. Chu Xuan was surprised, this time the place to be connected turned out to be Beizhou. Feeling the consumption of spiritual power, he immediately cut off the input of spiritual power, and the picture on the Wantian mirror disappeared. Activating the Wantian mirror still consumes a lot of spiritual power. Below the Emperor realm, the Wantian mirror can't be activated at all, even in the Emperor realm, it can't last. Chu Xuan put away the Wantian mirror, swallowed an Emperor Xuandan, and silently recovered the consumed spiritual power. After the spiritual power was restored, Chu Xuan input the spiritual power again, and the mirror surface of the Wantian mirror rippled, and slowly the picture appeared. Whoops. In the picture, the waves are rolling, and it seems to connect the ocean somewhere. He moved the screen and looked at the range connected by the Wantian mirror, all the waves were rolling in his eyes, and he didn't even see a fish. Chu Xuan was disappointed. The place where the second connection was made was not very lucky, and he didn't see anything. He actually wanted to connect with the strong and fool the strong. Anyway, the other party couldn't detect the depth of his strength. He was bathed in divine light, which was very confusing. At first glance, he looked like a super strong powerhouse. 1/3 of the spiritual power was consumed, and there was no creature in the picture, and the waves were always rolling. For the third time, it actually connected to a place filled with gray air and lifeless, and ancient stone houses of gray-brown color appeared in front of them. Nor did they see any living beings. Chu Xuan frowned slightly, there seemed to be something wrong with this place. With a flick of the finger, a spirit medicine was dropped. The elixir came to that place www.novel.com in the blink of an eye. It was polluted into a gray-brown color. Continue to move the screen. Here, it seems to be in a small space. Could it be a secret realm? It's lifeless, and it seems to be a burial place. A larger stone house appeared in the picture, a gray-brown stone house, with a stronger death energy, and the death breath was suffocating, as if someone was breathing in the stone house. Chu Xuan zoomed in closer to the door of the stone house. Suddenly, the door of the stone house opened. The picture enters the stone house. In the lifeless stone house, a figure is sitting cross-legged. On his dry body, he was wearing a gray-brown unknown robe, with death energy flowing in and out of his nostrils, and his sunken eye sockets shone with white light. Chu Xuan was bathed in divine light, like a fairy, like a god, watching the unknown existence in the stone house. He didn't panic at all, and the other party couldn't see through him. It is even more impossible to follow the Wantian mirror to hit him, and he cannot find himself. Who is your excellency? The unknown existence in the stone house raised his head slightly. He looked at Chu Xuan. The deity inspected the heavens and the world, and passed by chance. A majestic voice came from the divine light. The dry figure was silent for a while, and a doubtful voice came out, all heavens and 10,000 worlds. You don't know the heavens and the world. I have never heard of it, but I only know the 9 regions and 50 states. Chu Xuan's mind revolved. The 9 regions and 50 states should be talking about the division of this world. I don't know which of the 9 domains where Nanzhou is located. 9 regions and 50 prefectures are just a remote corner of the heavens and the world, and they are nothing. Chu Xuan is inscrutable. It's bluffing. How can you brag? Chapter 45 Renchangha, am I actually a waste? The body of the dry figure was shocked, and the white light that jumped in the eye sockets all brightened. Apparently, he was shocked by Chu Xuan's words. The 9 regions and 50 provinces are actually only a remote corner of the heavens and the world. How powerful is the fertile land of the heavens and the world? He didn't doubt Chu Xuan's words. The person in front of him, bathed in divine light, was unfathomable, and at first glance he was an extremely terrifying powerhouse. Even he couldn't see through the light that came from it. You must know that where he is, even the powerhouses in the realm of heaven cannot be connected. Chu Xuan bluffed the opponent as soon as he opened his mouth. He could sense that the dry figure was extremely powerful. Even if it is eroded by death energy, it is still extremely powerful, far exceeding the realm of the emperor. The other party seems to be trapped here. If you can't get out of trouble and have been eroded by death energy, it will be a matter of time. How to go to the heavens and the world? The dry figure asked. You are too weak to know. Chu Xuan said directly. Impossible. The dry figure said solemnly, I am Chang'e. When I was trapped in this place, I was already at the peak of the heaven realm. In the 9 regions and 50 states, I was also the top powerhouse. How could I not be qualified to know? Chu Xuan was secretly shocked, the peak of the heavenly realm. And here, even the powerhouses at the peak of the heavenly realm are trapped, which shows that it is extremely difficult. However, bluffing, he is good at it. Moreover, it would be a pleasure to accept a servant from the peak of the heavenly realm. With his current strength, there is only one way to plant a soul imprint on Renchangha. Renchangha voluntarily accepted the soul imprint. Once the soul imprint was planted, even if the strength gap between the 2 sides was too great, Renchangha would not be able to resist. This is also the power of the soul imprint. Besides, even if the soul seal was destroyed, Chu Xuan would not suffer any backlash. If you want to fool a peak powerhouse of the heavenly realm, you naturally want to draw the cake big enough to make the other party feel that even if he is a powerhouse of the peak of the heavenly realm, he is actually a pawn. The peak of the heavenly realm. Chu Xuan sneered and said, the frog at the bottom of the well. The peak of the heavens you mentioned, in the heavens and myriad worlds, is only a mere king's realm. Maybe you don't understand which level of the king's realm is in the heavens and myriad realms. I will tell you today, which is equivalent to your place here. The borders of the borders are left and right. Then let me ask you, are the Hejing juniors in your realm qualified to participate in the affairs of the realm? Renchangha was stunned. It's just equivalent to a borderline. How strong are the heavens and the world? No wonder, the 9 regions and 50 provinces are desolate corners. For a while, Renchangha couldn't accept it. Shocked, right. Shocked is right. Chu Xuan smiled inwardly, and then asked, how long did it take you to cultivate to this level? Speaking of this, Ren Changhe became confident and said proudly, it only took 10,000 years. Tsk, the qualifications are so poor that it took 10,000 years. Chu Xuan shook his head and sighed. Do you know that in the heavens and the world, after 100 years of cultivation to the king's realm, that is, your heavenly realm, all belong to ordinary aptitudes? In the heavens and the world, only 10 years in the heaven can be called the arrogance of the heavens. Ren Changhe's brain was buzzing, and he said in disbelief, impossible, 10 years of heaven, how is it possible? He was once also the famous Changhe Tianzuan. He cultivated to the heavenly realm for thousands of years and shocked countless people. He was known as one of the most outstanding talents in the 9 regions. In the end, it turned out to be just a piece of crap. He couldn't accept it for a while. Alas, the frog at the bottom of the well, I don't know how big the world is, it's really pitiful. Chu Xuan sighed. What kind of cultivation is the senior? Ren Changhe was silent for a while, then said bitterly. He already believed what Chu Xuan said. The first step was a success. Chu Xuan was silent for a long time before he said, what if you know? The gap between you and the deity is like the difference between the mortal realm and the heavenly realm. Ren Changhe took a deep breath, and the breath of death poured into his mouth, and he choked directly. After a long while, he recovered. I was excited, maybe this was my chance. I beg seniors to help me out of trouble. Chu Xuan said incomprehensibly, this place is a little special. For you, good and bad depend on each other. If you can comprehend the mystery, you can break through the current bottleneck. Even the seniors feel special, so there must be something extraordinary. Ren Changhe smiled bitterly and said, I've been trapped in this place for no less than 100,000 years, and I've never been able to understand the mystery. Instead, I've been eroded by death energy, and I'm afraid it's not far from my fall. Why do you come here when you know the danger? Do you know where this is? I know, the ancient wilderness, the cave of the gods. Ren Changhe said in dejection. Before meeting Chu Xuan, even though he was trapped here, he was still proud. It can trap the place where he is Ren Changhe, and it can trap any peak powerhouse in the world. Now, he is depressed. It turned out that he was sitting in the well and watching the sky. In front of the real Tianjiao, he is just a waste. Chu Xuan wrote down his name, and he knew of one of the 9 domains in the ancient land of Luotian Cave, one of the 9 domains. Since we met by chance, it's fate. This deity can give you some pointers. Chu Xuan opened his mouth and said, death qi is not dead qi, and anger can also be dead qi. It is born to death, and life and death are cycled. You can enter the avenue, get out of trouble, and break through bottlenecks. When Ren Changhe heard the words, he muttered to himself and fell into deep thought. He has been trapped in this place for 100,000 years, and he has never been able to escape, and he has never been able to comprehend, what is the chance of falling into the cave? Where is the chance? Countless strong men who explored the ancient caves of the ancient gods have all fallen, and none of them have escaped. At the beginning, he thought very highly of himself, thinking that he would be the first person to get out of this place. www.novel.com. As a result, trapped here, there is no gain. To be born to death, the cycle of life and death. Ren Changhe muttered to himself, feeling that the senior's guidance was the key to getting out of trouble and the key to breaking through to the peak of the heavenly realm. However, how to live to death? How to turn life and death? He was eroded by death energy, and he was not far from falling. How did he live toward death, and how did he turn life and death? Senior. Without waiting for him to ask, Chu Xuan interrupted, enlightenment. Well, don't want to know the answer before you have enlightened. Everyone's enlightenment is different. Young man, don't be impatient, just keep your breath. You've been sleepy for 100,000 years, what else can't keep your breath down? The deity sees that you will be safe for 1,000 years, so what's the hurry? Senior taught me a lesson. Ren Changhe said respectfully. Yes, what are you anxious about? Even compared with the arrogance of the heavens and the world, he is a waste. But in the 9 regions and 50 provinces, he is still the famous Changhe Tianzuan, and he is not inferior to others. If you can't comprehend it yourself, who can comprehend it in this world? Thank you for your guidance, senior. Ren Changhe began to think, and began to understand the mystery. The first step was a success. The next step is to solve the problem of death air erosion. In this way, there is no problem in taking Renchangha as a servant or a named disciple. Servants may be a little more difficult, but named disciples are not a big problem. The key is that when giving him a soul imprint, he will not have any rebellious mentality. This is the key. Otherwise, with his strength and a little rebellious mentality, he would not be able to plant a soul imprint. Chapter 46 Yin and Yang. Enlightenment. Well, the deity continues to patrol the world. I hope I have already understood it when I look at you again. Chu Xuan said. Congratulations to the seniors. Renchangha said respectfully. Chu Xuan placed the imprint of one of the 3 positions of Wan Tianjing on Renchangha. When he found that Renchangha didn't respond, he breathed a sigh of relief. The positioning mark of Wan Tianjing was even invisible to the peak of the heavenly realm. It is indeed a system product. Cut off the spiritual power input, and the number of times the Wantian mirror has been used 3 times a day has been used up. You cross the border to full Renchangha, and reward the Yin and Yang of the gods. Sure enough, the random rewards of the system were triggered. Chu Xuan checked the chapter of Yin and Yang combining God for the first time. Looking at the avenue of Yin and Yang, life and death rotate, reversing death chi into vitality, and transforming vitality into death chi. The Yin-Yang Synergy God chapter is a great technique that leads directly to the Yin-Yang Great Way. If Renchangha practiced this technique, he could not only resolve the immediate crisis, but also break through the bottleneck, and even gain a glimpse of the Yin-Yang Tao. Chu Xuan received it immediately, and the feeling that Yin and Yang combined the divine chapter came to mind. After comprehending it, he couldn't help but sigh. The Yin-Yang Tao is mysterious and unpredictable. Life and death change. Once the cultivation is successful, the strength is super strong, and it is not easy to fall. When he was fooling Renchangha, he had actually prepared a way to resolve the death chi. After staying at home for so long, the system has rewarded many secret techniques, among which is the secret technique of refining death energy for one's own use. He originally planned to teach such a secret technique to increase the weight in Renchangha's heart, and then find a way to make him accept the soul imprint. Now, with this Yin and Yang combination of gods, it is no exaggeration to say that it is not a big problem to accept Changha. The key is to make him believe in himself sincerely, and without reservation, open his mind, and plant a soul imprint on himself without any resistance. This requires a process and a reasonable excuse. As long as the soul imprint is planted, even if he finds something wrong, it won't help. Moreover, with the mystery of the soul seal, he couldn't find any clues. The Wantian mirror has entered a state of silence, and it can no longer be used today, and it can't find Changha again so soon. You must give him some time for him to comprehend. Chu Xuan began to practice the Yin-Yang Harmony God chapter, and his vigorous body suddenly became lifeless, making the cat jump in fright. The heaven-shaking Jinpeng and the spirit-devouring flower all gathered around curiously. The breath of death filled the air. Chu Xuan had been dead for countless years. Suddenly, the dead energy reversed and turned into vitality. Life and death spin. Reverse death for life, turn life into death. While waiting for someone with great luck to come to the door, Chu Xuan used the 10,000 heaven mirror to connect all domains. Because it is randomly connected, it has not been connected to any valuable place for several days. Either a desert or an ocean. It was also connected to a deserted island with nothing on it. Once connected to a group of monsters, they were only low-level monsters, their strongest strength was nothing but the virtual realm, and they had no value or significance. I don't know how Renchangha understood. Chu Xuan suppressed the idea of spying, quietly waited for the right time, and then went to fool around. Heiyuelou Kingdom, in a certain cave. Huquan looked uneasy. Not long ago, he was reprimanded by an emissary from the evil king court. His backer was very dissatisfied with his incompetence. He even thought of changing the leader of the Heiyuelou Kingdom cult. According to convention, when a cult is severely damaged, Wang Ting will allocate certain resources to rebuild and expand the cult. However, this time there are no resources for him. It's not that the evil king court didn't allocate the resources to rebuild the cult, but that he didn't trust his ability and didn't hand over the resources to him. If only that was the case, what really made Huquan uneasy was the trend of the evil cultivation circle caused by Kunwu. The evil king was so angry that he was about to go crazy. It is reported that the motivation for Kunwu already came from. He was very worried about finding him. Even if he didn't instigate Kunwu, but it happened when he hired Kunwu, and he couldn't help defending. Given that the evil king is almost going crazy now, he would rather kill the mistake than let it go. Even, in order to find out the so-called culprit behind the scenes, instead of killing him immediately, he tortured him. Chu Xuan was very flustered. Even if he sees Heiyuelou, it is very secretive, and no third person should know about it. There is no impermeable wall in this world, he always has a feeling that he won't be able to hide it for long. Cultivation almost went crazy because of this. It's all the Chu family's fault. Chu Xuan's hatred for the Chu family was getting deeper and deeper, and he was about to lose his grip. He took out the magic blood bead and looked at it again. Gritting his teeth, he made a decision. Wan Chong looked at a commissioned mission that Heiyuelou received. Turned over from Ziyue country. It was actually the leader of the Ziyue kingdom cult. He spent a lot of money to ask Heiyuelou to investigate the fortifications of the Chu family's land, as well as the topographic map. The intention can be said to be obvious. Just to get acquainted with the Chu family, they raided the Chu family. Wan Chong was very curious that Lu Wang, the leader of the cult of Qin, was not willing to pay such a heavy price and entrusted Heiyuelou to find out the situation of the Chu family. Why did Chu Xuan lose all his blood? What kind of hatred does he have with the Chu family? Heiyuelou accepts any entrustment, as long as it pays the price. Since the commission has been accepted, it must be completed. The reputation of Heiyuelou is the most important. Wan Chong immediately sent an order to let the intelligence personnel find out the situation of the family land. For Heiyuelou, the strength of the Chu family is certainly not weak. www.novel.com. It is not difficult to find out the situation of the clan. If you can't even do this, how can Heiyuelou stand on the ground? Every intelligence officer in Heiyuelou has been professionally trained. They may not be strong, but they are extremely outstanding in escaping, hiding, and keeping their breath away. The equipment on his body is the envy of countless people. Escape beads are a must. Lianqi hides spiritual tools, probes, collects, camouflages spiritual tools, etc. This whole set is specially made by Heiyuelou and is a must for every intelligence officer. With intelligence personnel with the strength of the spiritual realm, with such a set of equipment, it would not be too difficult to sneak into the Chu family's land, explore the terrain, and deploy defenses. After all, the Chu family is not on high alert now. The intelligence personnel of Heiyuelou have also fallen because of lurking to detect information, and the probability of occurrence is extremely low. Intelligence officers are also graded. Ordinary intelligence personnel, elite intelligence personnel, bronze medals, silver medals, gold medals, etc. As for intelligence officers with bronze medals or above, they are usually good at assassination, and take into account the task of accepting assassination. Wan Chong is a bronze medal intelligence officer. In addition to the official intelligence personnel, Heiyuelou will also develop non-staff spies, and other personnel. Heiyuelou has been established for countless years, covering a wide range of businesses, and has trained many people who serve the business. Logistics such as refining weapons, alchemy, collecting heaven and earth treasures, etc. A huge force that also sells cultivation resources. Without a strong force, there is no way to gain a foothold. Therefore, in the Heiyuelou building, there are also military personnel, who are responsible for sitting in the Heiyuelou building and protecting the safety of the Heiyuelou building. They are not good at other things, but they are good at fighting. Chapter 47 Line Fishing. Chu Xuan cut off the spiritual power input of Wan Tianjing. After these days of random connections, he finally got on the line with a strongman. That was a respected person named Du Yuan Shizhou. Senior Chu Xianzhuang was addicted to the costumes, so the other party was stunned for a moment. A mark of Wan Tianjing was placed on Du Yuan's body. You can locate him at any time. Through the exchange just now, Chu Xuan found out that the Nanzhou he was in belonged to the northern territory of the 9 territories. Du Yuan is also a native of the northern territory. He doesn't have a big background, and he is currently worshipped by a certain family in Qizhou. Because when he was young, he received the favor of the previous generation of the family's head, so he sheltered the family's development. Du Yuan is a good talker, and he doesn't have the deep city dwelling of an old monster. With the appearance of Chu Xuan, he regarded Chu Xuan as his chance. It was very respectful to Chu Xuan. There is still one mark left in Wan Tianjing. Chu Xuan decided to use this mark with caution. Once the 3 marks are used up, if you want to locate it again, you must take back 1 mark. At present, whether it is Ren Changhe or Du Yuan, he has no plans to take back his imprint. Putting away the Wantian mirror, Chu Xuan prepared to go back to the house to sleep. Suddenly, it was discovered that someone had sneaked into the Chu family land. Not a member of a cult. The person here is not at the second level of spiritual realm cultivation, but he is equipped with equipment that restrains the breath and hides his form, and some kind of exploration spirit tool in his hand, which can be said to be high-end equipment. Even the Chu family couldn't make such a suit. Cults are even more impossible. Chu Xuan's eyes lit up, the intelligence spy of Heiyuelou. He was worried that he didn't have a competent attendant to take Heiyuelou over on his behalf. Unexpectedly, the intelligence spy from Heiyuelou came to the door. This is to investigate the Chu family's land, find out the defense situation of the family, and draw a topographic map of the Chu family's land. The commission of the first cult. Chu Xuan wondered, people from the cult have a sick mind. Why did you arrest the Chu family and not let them go? Just because they found out their spy and ruined their layout? Xiaohu carefully probed the Chu family's land. Every time he sneaked in to probe for information, he was very cautious. Even though his body was equipped with high-end equipment and the Chu family's defense was a little slack, he still didn't dare to be careless. He was not far from being an elite intelligence officer. Every elite intelligence officer is paid more than twice as much as an ordinary intelligence officer, and his equipment is more high-end. Can enjoy more training resources. While carefully investigating, he was also ready at all times, instantly destroying his intelligence equipment and activating his preparations for escape. Heiyuelou intelligence discipline. Every intelligence officer must always be prepared to self-destruct intelligence equipment. The identity of the intelligence personnel of the Black Moon building must not be revealed. When necessary, you can die. Xiaohu was not worried that the Chu family would be able to catch him. The moment he found himself, he had already activated the escape bead to escape. After investigating all the way, I only felt that the layout of the Chu family's land was not normal. A big tree, planted independently on a small mound. Like a fool, the guard stood on the branch and looked out in all directions. What's more outrageous is that a trench was even dug, and guards, one by one, crouched on the trench to guard against the outside of the clan's land. Walking, a big mountain appeared in front of me. The moment he saw the mountain, Xiaohu was stunned. When did the Chu family have a mountain? Not quite right. What was wrong, he couldn't tell. Do you go around the mountain or go up the mountain? After a little hesitation, Xiaohu decided to climb the mountain. He was very curious as to why there was a mountain in the Chu family land. Obviously outside the clan's land, I didn't see any mountains. According to the information, the Chu family is only 12 miles around. This mountain alone is more than 12 miles in radius. He had always had a thought in his heart that something was wrong with the Chu family, but he couldn't detect it. What was wrong? It seemed that his thinking was not very sensitive. Chu Xuan was drinking tea, looked at Xiaohu, who was squatting like a stone outside the yard, and smiled. How can the means of the Emperor realm be detected by the mere spirit realm? The other party always felt that he was exploring the Chu family's land, but in fact it was like a rock, squatting outside the yard, not moving. To outsiders, he is not a person, but a stone. Even the strongest in the real world can't see the clue. Chu Xuan doesn't care about the purpose of Heiyuelou's coming here, he is now fishing for big fish on a long line. According to his understanding of the rules of Heiyuelou, since he has accepted the entrustment, he will definitely complete it, otherwise his reputation will be damaged and his ability will be questioned. If an intelligence officer falls, a stronger intelligence officer will be dispatched. If you keep fishing like this, you will eventually be able to catch a big fish that can satisfy you. For the time being, there is no need to catch two big fish. After all, the water in Heiyuelou is a bit deep. If he caught two big fish, he was afraid that he would be dragged into the water. Take your time and put the hook into the deep water step by step. One day, the biggest fish will be caught. Chu Xuan waited for the second fish to take the bait. 3 days have passed. The intelligence personnel did not report back information. Wan Chong frowned, could something happen? Or, the Chu family is loose on the outside and tight on the inside, and it will take more time to find out. Heiyuelou's entrusted task must be completed as quickly as possible, so as to show the ability and strength of Heiyuelou. And as the landlord, the sooner he completes the entrusted task www.novel.com, the better his ability, the better the score, and the faster his promotion. Therefore, Wan Chong gave Xiaohu an order to return. Regardless of whether the task is completed or not, after receiving the order, you must return to report the progress. Another day passed. Xiaohu did not come back. Not right. Wan Chong frowned. What ability did the Chu family have to keep Xiaohu? Although he is not an elite intelligence officer, he is also an old intelligence officer, and has performed many stealth and exploration missions. Wan Chong sent an elite intelligence officer to carry out the mission, and by the way, to find out what happened to Xiaohu. When the elite intelligence officers took action, Wan Chong was relieved. No matter what, the Chu family can't keep elite intelligence officers. Although, this one is a new elite intelligence officer. A day has passed, and the elite intelligence officer has not returned any information. Don't be in a hurry. Xiaohu's incident happened, the Chu family must be cautious, and it is normal that it takes a little more time. To Wan Chong's surprise, Chu Xuan, the leader of the Heiyuelou kingdom cult, who was the client, actually came in person. Have you been entrusting Heiyuelou for such a long time, is there no result yet? Chu Xuan said with a gloomy face. Cult Master Hu, don't worry, our Heiyuelou building will do business with a word of stability. Wan Chong vowed, you wait 2 or 3 days, and there will be results. The branch of Heiyuelou is too wide. The client can entrust it in any place of Heiyuelou. As long as it does not exceed the strength of the branch, the task will be transferred to the Heiyuelou branch of the entrusted place. Only if the difficulty of the task exceeds the strength of the branch, there will be a higher level execution. Therefore, Heiyuelou has always been known for its high efficiency. Chapter 48 The first step to take control of the Black Moon Tower. Heiyuelou is famous for its efficiency. Chu Xuan waited for a few days to no avail, so he came to Daochu County in person. Heiyuelou has always been known for its efficiency. Although the Chu family is not weak, it is not difficult for Heiyuelou to investigate the layout of the clan, right? I hope that Landlord Wan can complete the task as soon as possible. 3 days, I'll wait for another 3 days, if there is no result, I'll cancel the mission. Chu Xuan said in a low voice. Don't worry, Sect Master Hu, Heiyuelou, are known for their efficiency and stability. You can rest assured and wait for a while. Wan Chong patted his chest and assured. Chu Xuan quietly left, but he didn't dare to stay in the Heiyuelou. These black-hearted people might sell him to the Chu family, or even the Heiyuelou kingdom. He's still worth some money. What if the Chu family, or the Heiyuelou kingdom, were willing to spend a high price on their own information? Wan Chang's face was not very good-looking. He issued an order to the elite intelligence officer, and immediately returned to report the situation. If the employer cancels the entrustment due to the efficiency of entrustment, his ability will be affected to a certain extent. Seeing that, it's time for the grades to be promoted again. At this time, if you have insufficient ability, you will have no hope of promotion. A day has passed. The elite intelligence officer did not return. Wan Chong frowned and dispatched another senior elite intelligence officer. Regardless of the outcome, he must return as soon as possible. As a result, it was gone forever. I underestimate the Chu family. Wan Chong smiled. The Chu family is proud enough to be able to let me take the bronze medal personally. Put on the equipment and take advantage of the night to head towards the Chu family. No one can stop him from being promoted to an elite landlord. He has been in the position of ordinary landlord for 30 years. Only by becoming an elite landlord can he obtain more resources and raise his cultivation to above the 3rd level of harmony. There are only 2 ways to become an elite landlord. First, the ability is strong enough and the score is excellent. Second, the cultivation base breaks through the 3rd level of harmony. At any time, strength is the most important thing. Even if the ability is inferior, as long as the strength is strong enough, it can be promoted. After all, this is a world that respects strength. Wan Chong is very confident. He is a bronze medal intelligence officer with rich experience. He once assassinated a warrior at the 1st level of the virtual realm with the strength of the 9th level of the spiritual realm. He knows the strength of the Chu family, and no one can keep him. Even if the Chu family hid the Hejing powerhouse, they would not be able to keep him. The ability of a bronze medal intelligence officer to hold his breath, hide and escape is far from comparable to that of an elite intelligence officer. At the beginning, with the strength of the 9th level of the spirit realm, he escaped under the control of 3 5th-level warriors of the virtual realm. Now, he has reached the peak strength of the virtual realm. In the same realm, even if it is a 1st and 2nd stage martial artist, who can keep him? Moreover, as the owner of the Black Moon building in Chu County, he has more treasures than the average bronze medal informer, and his means of life-saving and escape are stronger and more numerous. When Wan Chong came, he was full of confidence, but at this moment, his heart collapsed. Lao Yin is more than the Chu family, and actually hides such a terrifying figure. If the information is correct, the other party is Chu Xuan's son. Certainly not. How old is Chu Xuan's son? How could he have such a powerful strength? Even if he started cultivating from his mother's womb, he couldn't be so powerful. The Imperial Realm. Nanzhou has no emperor, he is already the strongest person in Nanzhou. Wan Chong is one of the many landlords in the Black Moon building, and he knows more secrets than most martial artists. There is no emperor in Nanzhou. Not only the rules are incomplete, but the inheritance of the emperor's realm is so simple. There are naturally some other factors for the strong emperors from other states who are unwilling to come to the southern state. He was shocked in his heart. How did he become an emperor? The time has not yet come. It is impossible for the emperors from other states to come here. The owner of the Black Moon building in Chu County. Looking at Chu Xuan kneeling on the ground, Wan Chong shivered and said with a smile. Finally caught a decent fish. Yes, yes. How could Wan Chong dare to have any thoughts of resistance? Tell me, why are you here? Chu Xuan thought about it. For the time being, he controlled Wan Chong, the landlord, and the intelligence was enough for the time being. Waiting for the opportunity to control Heiyuelou's words in Qin, then Qin's Heiyuelou is under his control. Wait until the strength is strong, and then slowly catch bigger fish. Wan Chong didn't dare to hide it. As for the reputation of Heiyuelou, as a small peak martial artist in the virtual realm, there is no possibility of maintaining his reputation in front of the Emperor Realm powerhouse. Honestly, explain Hu Quan's entrustment one by one. Chu Xuan was speechless. Does the Chu family have any grudge against Hu Quan? Chu Xuan naturally knew what the other party wanted to do. What's the trend of evil repair recently? Chu Xuan was very curious. What kind of trend did that guy from Kunwu cause in the cultivator circle? Some lunatics in the evil cultivator circle are proud to brave the evil palace. Wan Chong explained the matter of the evil royal court in detail. Chu Xuan was speechless for a while. Nima, are those evil cultivators sick with their brains? He was actually proud to bravely enter the evil palace, and became a trend in the evil cultivator circle. Without a friend who has passed through the evil king's palace, are you embarrassed to come out and brag? Sure enough, evil cultivators practice evil exercises, and it is easy to damage the brain. Chu Xuan planted a soul imprint on Wan Chong, and he also planted a soul imprint on the other three he controlled. Let the other three leave, stay behind Wan Chong, and learn about the system and operation of the Black Moon building. Although Wan Chong is just an ordinary landlord www.novel.com, he is quite familiar with the system and operation of the Black Moon building. Of course, higher levels are not accessible to him. The landlords of the Black Moon building are divided into ordinary landlords, elite landlords, bronze medals, silver medals, gold medals, 1 star to 9 stars, etc. Wan Chong is just an ordinary landlord. In the next stage, he will try to be promoted to an elite landlord. The person in charge of the Heiyuelou building in the Qin country is an elite landlord. If Wan Chong is promoted, then he will replace the elite landlord and become the new head of Qin State's Heiyuelou building. What are the requirements to be promoted to an elite landlord? Performance, ability, or strength? Wan Chong respectfully said. Who is the person above the officials of Heiyuelou in the Qin country? I don't know. The system of the Black Moon building is that the first level is responsible for the first level. Usually, it can only contact the upper level, and cannot contact the upper level. Chu Xuan thought about it. The system of Heiyuelou can be said to be very meticulous, divided into multiple departments, with different responsibilities. On top of many departments, there is a coordinator. Wan Chong is very confident about being promoted to an elite landlord, as long as there are no accidents in the near future. Chu Xuan threw out a bottle of medicinal herbs. This bottle of medicinal herbs is enough for you to break through to the Harmony Realm, or even the third level of Harmony Realm in a short period of time. Wan Chong took it and said respectfully, "Thank you, Lord. Do your job well, I won't lose you." Chu Xuan encouraged and said, "You can do as usual. If you have any information, send someone to deliver it." "Yes, my lord." Wan Chong asked cautiously, how to deal with Hu Quan's entrustment. "Do you want to give it to him?" She made a gesture of wiping her neck. Chapter 49 Parent-Child Communication Symbol. You give him the defense and topographic map, don't pay too much attention to his actions. Chu Xuan thought for a while, and asked Wan Chong to hand over a topographic map of the Chu family's land to Hu Quan. Whenever Hu Quan moves, he will pass by his small yard. In fact, he was also very curious about what Hu Quan, the leader of the Ziyue kingdom cult, wanted to do. He is already a strong emperor, so naturally he is not worried about any accidents. Yes, my lord. Okay, you can go back. Chu Xuan waved and sent Wan Chong away. Yes. Wan Chong respectfully left. You stayed at home, quietly, and secretly controlled the Black Moon building in Chu County, rewarding the mother-child communication talisman refining method. The sound of the system sounded. Mother-child communication symbol. Chu Xuan checked the information of the mother-child communication symbol. The mother-child communication symbol, based on the mother symbol, the child symbol can communicate with each other. This is a kind of talisman used for communication, in which the mother talisman is the main control talisman, which can receive the messages of all the sub-talents, and can control the information and movement of each sub-talent. Between sub-characters, they can communicate with each other. A mother talisman can be divided into at least 100 child talismans. The higher the refining level, the more child talismans are separated, and the farther the communication distance can be. The lowest level child-mother communication symbol can communicate with each other within 30,000 miles, and the high-level child-mother communication symbol can communicate within 1,000,000 miles without hindrance. Chu Xuan is very satisfied with this reward, which can be refined and used for information transmission to Heiyuelou. The mother talisman is in his own hands, and the information of the child talisman can be grasped by himself. Coupled with the secret code, even if the sub-character is acquired, it can be known at the first time. Moreover, Chu Xuan pondered that he could set a password for Zifu. If there is no password, then the sub-character is obtained, and it cannot be used. The parent symbol is where the child symbol can be located. According to what Chu Xuan has learned so far, Nanzhou does not have such a communication tool similar to a communication symbol. Even though Heiyuelou is famous for its intelligence, it still uses a special kind of demon bird to transmit intelligence. What is more used is a kind of mysterious beads that receive instructions, and different colors are used to replace different orders. At present, it is also a commonly used communication tool for major forces. They are all discussed in advance. For example, the broken black beads represent danger, return, and escape, etc., the broken yellow beads represent lurking, etc., and the broken red beads represent actions, attacks, etc. They are all determined in advance. Once the beads are broken, they will know what it means. At present, there is no spiritual tool that can communicate information. The appearance of the mother-child communication symbol is definitely an intelligence weapon. It can be obtained without delay. No matter how fast the intelligence monsters cultivated by Heiyuelou are, there will be delays. Moreover, in the event of an accident on the way, the information delay will be even longer. Chu Xuan even thought of a way to obtain information. The mother talisman is in his hands, and the person who sells the child talisman and communicates with the child talisman is naturally under his control. Especially when they're sold to some big forces, they don't know the existence of the mother talisman. Between the child talismans, you can set up imprints on each other to communicate. In this way, the information of the entire sect is under control. Chu Xuan decided to refine a set and try it out. More functions can be tapped during use. Moreover, the parent-child communication symbol can also be upgraded to expand the function. Not long after Wan Chong left, he was summoned back by Chu Xuan. He handed over the list of materials for refining the mother-child communication talisman to Wan Chong for preparation, and sent him away. It is not difficult for Chu Xuan to refine the child-mother communication talisman, but it will be a little troublesome if it is to be refined in large quantities. Therefore, Chu Xuan had to think about how he could accept a disciple with superior talent to refine the communication talisman for himself. Chu Xuan had a big plan for the communication between mother and son in his heart. Once it was successfully implemented, it would be equivalent to building a communication network. And he controls the master symbol of the communication network. In this way, without leaving home, one can know the affairs of the world, and even the secrets of various sections. Therefore, you must keep the secret of the mother talisman in your own hands, so that no one can know it. Otherwise, where would those sects use them with confidence? Chu Xuan looked at the secret realm of chance again. After so long, why hasn't he attracted a great luck person? I am short of manpower. He is just too lazy to cultivate because he has average talent and low cultivability. As for the Chu family, forget it, I still want to keep a low profile, and I am too lazy to find the Chu family. The materials for refining the mother-child communication talisman were sent quickly, and it was Xiaohu who was responsible for delivering the materials. As the landlord, Wan Chong naturally couldn't leave casually, and Chu Xuan wouldn't let him come in person for non-important matters. Xiaohu is currently in charge of running errands for Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan spent more than 2 hours refining a mother talisman and 100 child talismans. He handed a few talismans to Xiaohu and asked him to take them back to Wan Chong, and explained how to use them. Xiaohu looked shocked. As an intelligence officer, he naturally understands how the appearance of the mother-child communication symbol will play a role in the transmission of information. Chu Xuan knew that once the mother-in-law communication talisman was known to the senior management of Heiyuelou building, it would attract attention, so he had no plans to widely use the communication talisman for the time being. For the time being, I will only give it to Wan Chong and a few people, so I can send messages to myself in time. Only when the strength is strong enough will it be announced. The water in Heiyuelou was still a bit deep, but Chu Xuan felt that it was not very safe if he cultivated at the Emperor realm. He was worried that the big fish in the deep water had been caught early. Xiaohu took the communication symbol and left. In the next few days, Chu Xuan used the Wantian mirror to randomly connect to other places, and occasionally chatted with Du Yuan. A strong respected person, even from a loose cultivator, if he can flicker, he can flicker. Chu Xuan really enjoys the feeling of being a master of his predecessors. www.novel.com occasionally explaining a little secret technique or two. Du Yuan admires him greatly, and increasingly regards Chu Xuan as his chance. Although Chu Xuan's realm strength is not as good as Du Yuan's, the secret techniques he masters all come from the system, and he has fully comprehended it. The only difference is the realm strength. As far as his understanding of secret techniques is concerned, Du Yuan is far inferior to him. As the two chatted a lot, Du Yuan occasionally asked Chu Xuan for advice on the problems he encountered. "Senior, I was hesitant to come across something recently, so I asked the senior for some advice." "You said, what's the matter?" Chu Xuan's current character design is that he has been in retreat for a long time, finding someone to chat with, and seeing that Du Yuan is destined, he only points out 1 or 2 juniors. There is a large family in Shizhou. Among the younger generation, there is a former genius, but 3 years ago, he was suddenly half abandoned, and his cultivation base stagnated. Not long ago, he was divorced. Chu Xuan had a strange expression on his face. How could the former genius of the big family have a template for the protagonist? He used to be Tianjiao, but now he's abolished, and his marriage has been broken off. Are you still yelling, "Don't bully the poor"? The matter is very simple. The genius's father, in order to treat his wounds, went out to find medicine and disappeared, and the genius was humiliated in the family. Finally, 3 days ago, genius suddenly exploded. He pressed one of the geniuses who had insulted him and rubbed it on the ground, even stealing a batch of the family's resources, and Kuang Yan quit the family. At present, that family has issued a hunting order. Anyone who kills a genius or captures the opponent will be rewarded handsomely. In Du Yuan's family, someone was moved and found traces of a genius, but that genius came from a big family after all, and the matter had a great impact, so he was afraid that he would not be able to swallow it, so he came to ask Du Yuan for instructions. Chapter 50. Nanzhou water is deep, you can't control it. Du Yuan is a loose cultivator. To be able to live to this day and cultivate to the realm of honor, in addition to talent and chance, the more important thing is to be cautious. That genius father is not a simple person. The powerhouse at the peak of the noble realm. It is said that there is even hope of breaking through to the heavenly realm. If the other party didn't come back and learn that his son was killed, how could he just let it go? Anyone involved will be buried with them. With the small family where Du Yuan belonged, they definitely couldn't bear the anger of the other party. Although, there was news from the big family that the genius father has fallen, and the life orb that left a trace of his soul imprint has been broken. However, Du Yuan is very clear that if he enters certain secret realms and obtains special opportunities, or in some special circumstances, the life orb will shatter, and people will not necessarily fall. When he was in the Emperor realm, he encountered this situation. The enemy thought that he had fallen, and he had time to grow up and develop to the noble realm to kill the enemy. Because of this, Du Yuan was always hesitant to participate in it out of prudence. The reward given by that big family is too generous, and many forces are tempted. If the small family he belongs to gets this resource, its strength will increase by 30%, and he also has the opportunity to break through a small realm within 10 years. Chu Xuan increasingly felt that the genius was not simple, and his rise was inevitable. Maybe, he has an old grandfather by his side. From being a genius to being useless, and even after being bullied, he suddenly broke out. He must have regained his genius attributes, and his strength has been further improved. The people of that big family must be afraid in their hearts, for fear that he will grow up, so they will kill him at all costs. This kind of person with the aura of the protagonist is not easy to die. Du Yuan participated in it. It is very possible that the final result is that after the rise of genius, he killed Du Yuan and destroyed his small family. Don't get involved in this matter, otherwise there will be disaster. Chu Xuan is inscrutable. Du Yuan took a deep breath and said, "Senior, how can there be a disaster for sure? From genius to useless firewood, and then from useless firewood to genius, there must be secrets. It must be known that every peerless powerhouse has stepped on countless arrogances as stepping stones. Just wait and see, those who participate in the encirclement and suppression will not have a good end. The more famous Tian Jiao participates in the encirclement and suppression, they will eventually fall or be destroyed." Du Yuan took a deep breath and said, "I listen to the seniors, which prevents them from participating." Chu Xuan was not surprised that Du Yuan followed his advice. Du Yuan was cautious and preferred not to participate, but was hesitant. A few days later, Du Yuan became more and more respectful to Chu Xuan, fortunate that he prevented the small family from participating in the encirclement and suppression. As Chu Xuan expected, that genius swept the enemies from all directions, and almost all of the geniuses in the big city where Du Yuan was located would fall. The genius who killed people and escaped without a trace, threatened to take revenge on all the forces involved. There is a family's honorable worship. In order to solve this hidden danger, the genius was rescued by a mysterious powerhouse. Chu Xuan became interested in that genius and wondered if he should set up a secret realm of chance in Beizhou. Maybe that genius will come to the secret realm of chance. He has a hunch that the genius will soon become famous in Beizhou, rise rapidly, and step on many arrogances to ascend to the top. Half a month has passed. Chu Xuan lived a very simple life in his childhood, cultivating, reading the information of Heiyuelou, Wantianjing randomly connecting to various places, and occasionally chatting with Du Yuan. The leader of the Ziyue kingdom cult, Hu Quan, has been quiet since he obtained the layout of the Chu family land. Chu Xuan is a little curious, is the other party planning some big conspiracy? However, he didn't care. Any conspiracy, in the face of absolute strength, would be a jerk, vulnerable to a single blow. For several days, I didn't contact Du Yuan to chat. Chu Xuan took out the 10,000 sky mirror, input spiritual power, and connected to the imprint where Du Yuan was. The screen opens. It was found that Du Yuan was in a hall, sitting high above. The small family dedicated to him is holding a meeting. Chu Xuan didn't make a sound to disturb, and watched quietly. The focus of the meeting was to discuss sending 2 talented juniors to participate in the selection of disciples from a major sect in Beizhou. Although the small clan has Du Yuan, the venerable realm of worship, their overall strength is not strong, and they cannot rely on Du Yuan for everything. In order to enhance the strength and influence of the family, he intends to cling to that sect. After the meeting, Du Yuan returned to his residence as usual. Chu Xuan revealed the picture of Wantianjing and chatted with Du Yuan. "Senior, I plan to take a long trip recently to start planning for the ancient land of war demons." War demon ancient land. Chu Xuan was taken aback. Du Yuan is going to participate in the competition for the opportunity of the secret realm. The secret realm that even he, a powerful man in the noble realm, is tempted, is definitely not simple. And, just by the name, you know it's not an easy place. It must be something like an ancient battlefield. Yes, Nanzhou War Demon Ancient Land will definitely open within a few decades. Du Yuan continued with a solemn expression. A war broke out in Nanzhou in ancient times, the ley lines collapsed, and the rules were incomplete. Now the rules are being restored. Once the rules are restored, the ancient land of war demons will appear. Junior plans to go to Nanzhou in advance to make some layouts. Fortunately, when the ancient battlefield of war demons is opened, he will have a bit of a head start. Then he sighed again and said, "The younger generation is a loose cultivator www.novel.com after all, it can't compare to those powerful people. If you don't make arrangements in advance, I'm afraid you won't even have the qualifications to participate." Blocked by major forces, the junior went to Nanzhou to hide. When Chu Xuan heard this, he immediately became nervous. Why did I just become the strongest person in Nanzhou, and now I want to come to a strong person in the noble realm? Besides Du Yuan, do the powerhouses in other states also have this idea? What about the ancient battle of the demons? It must be the war that caused the collapse of the Nanzhou ley lines, and the rules were not complete, and the battlefield became a secret realm. Once opened, it is naturally extraordinary, and countless major forces want to share a piece of the pie. Nanzhou is going to be turbulent. Chu Xuan suddenly felt the pressure. No, he must improve his strength as soon as possible. He asked Du Yuan in a side-by-side manner about the information about the ancient battlefield of the demons, and at the same time, he learned about what other strong people would come to Nanzhou. What made him a little relieved was that not all loose cultivators knew the news of the ancient battlefield of demons, and Du Yuan learned it from the chance he got. Other great powers with a long history will not send strong people to Nanzhou because the time has not yet come. Before the action, they will work together to block the way to Nanzhou and prevent the extra forces and strong people from going there. Du Yuan must be prevented from coming to Nanzhou. Chu Xuan thought about a solution quickly, and said, "Wait a minute, I'll take a look at the situation in Nanzhou for you." Putting on a pretense, his eyes glowed with golden light, shining in a certain direction, and Du Yuan was shocked to see that this senior's strength was astounding. For a long time, Chu Xuan opened his mouth and said, "Little Du, listen to your senior's advice, you can't control the depth of the water in Nanzhou." Chapter 51 Cross the border to accept apprentices, reward 0 years of cultivation. Du Yuan's expression became tense, and he asked cautiously, "Senior, the ley lines of Nanzhou have collapsed, the rules are incomplete, and the inheritance is missing. Shouldn't they even have the Emperor realm? How deep can the water be in Nanzhou, which does not even have an imperial realm? It's just that since the senior said that the water in Nanzhou is deep, there must be a reason." Chu Xuan said incomprehensibly, "Xiao Du, what kind of strength can you fight to defeat the incomplete rules of Nanzhou?" "At least heaven." Du Yuan thought for a while. No matter how many battles between the powerhouses of the noble realm, the ley lines would collapse and the rules would not be complete. Only the rumored heavenly powerhouse can do it. In Nanzhou, a group of little guys in the heavenly realm are laying out the layout. You are a small noble realm, and you can't swim in such deep water. You can't control it after listening to the advice of your predecessors. Du Yuan's expression suddenly changed, the layout of the powerhouses in the heavenly realm. And a group. When I walked in with my little Zunjing, couldn't I even find Hui? What shocked him even more was that in the eyes of the seniors, the experts in the realm of heaven were just a group of little guys. It can be seen that the senior's strength is absolutely beyond imagination. "Thank you, senior," Du Yuan respectfully said. "Well, after all, it's not easy to cultivate loosely. It's easy to get into sets, so be careful." Chu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief and finally stopped Du Yuan from coming to Nanzhou. However, he didn't relax at all. If Du Yuan didn't come, what about the other powerhouses? There must be more than Du Yuan, a loose cultivator, who knows the ancient land of war demons. Maybe there is a strong emperor or even a strong person in the emperor realm hidden in a valley in Nanzhou. You must stabilize and improve your cultivation as soon as possible. In addition to improving his cultivation, he also had to prepare some other backups. For example, Ren Changhe. If you can let him plant a soul imprint willingly, once there is a change in Nanzhou, you can let him come to Nanzhou. After cultivating the yin-yang combination God chapter, Ren Changhe will have no problem getting out of trouble, and his strength will be further improved. The peak of the heaven realm, or even stronger strength, can definitely stabilize the situation in Nanzhou. Therefore, Ren Changhe must be fooled. Continuing to pretend, he sighed for a moment when a group of little guys in the heavenly realm in Nanzhou were arranging what kind of situation they wanted to kill. After being so frightened that Du Yuan didn't dare to come to Nanzhou again, he ended his communication with Du Yuan. Wan Tianjing still has one chance to connect. Chu Xuan no longer hesitated to connect with Ren Changhe. The lifeless Luoshan cave was still there, and inside the stone house, Ren Changhe's body was even more deadly. The whole person seems to be a little drier. Looking at this situation, Ren Changhe didn't realize anything. On the contrary, the death aura on his body became more serious. If it was said that he could live for 1,000 years without any problem, now I am afraid he can only live for 700 or 800 years. Chu Xuan even doubted that if he didn't come again, would he kill himself early. He was once a peerless genius who had cultivated to the heavens for thousands of years. It's kind of useless. Bathed in divine light, Chu Xuan sighed. Alas, the talent is stupid, the talent is stupid. Ren Changhe was refreshed, raised his head, and saw Chu Xuan bathed in divine light. Excited. Senior. He almost cried. He has been comprehending the cycle of life and death, refining death energy into vitality, but the result is that death energy is more severely eroded, and life is lost for more than 200 years. He was so frightened that he dared not continue to comprehend. But he is not willing to be trapped here and fall. He has been doubting his life recently. Is he really a genius? Why can't you comprehend it? Junior's talent is dull, unable to comprehend it. Please ask the senior to give some pointers. Ren Changhe crawled on the ground respectfully. All the way to the top of the sky, almost swept away the pride of being invincible in the same realm. This moment all turned into shame. There was no trace of arrogance anymore. If he hadn't felt that his talent was dull and he was embarrassed to be a teacher, he would have kowtowed and begged Chu Xuan to accept him as a disciple. Ugh! Chu Xuan let out a long sigh. Stupid, stupid. Shaking his head and sighing, he was silent for a while. Ren Changhe was crawling on the ground, feeling uneasy in his heart. Does the senior despise his talent and stupidity and refuse to give any pointers? Well, after all, there is some fate. After a long while, Chu Xuan opened his mouth and said, however, the FA is not passed on lightly. You have some fate to meet this deity. I will accept you as a named disciple for the time being. Would you like to? Ren Changhe was overjoyed, and bowed down and said, this disciple is willing. Named disciples are also disciples. Chu Xuan continued, although you are a named disciple, you will eventually leave this realm and go to the heavens and the world, but your strength is too weak, and logically you are not qualified. After a pause, he added, this deity bestows you a mark, but you can make an exception to make you qualified to go to the heavens and the world, and you can incorporate the mark into your soul. After Chu Xuan finished speaking, he condensed a soul imprint and transmitted it through the Wantian mirror. As for whether Ren Changhe will be included in the soul, he can only see how he chooses, although after planting the soul imprint, he can no longer resist himself, and he cannot have any bad thoughts. Even, you need to act according to your own will. It seems that Ren Changhe suffered a loss, but it was actually a chance for him. If he hadn't met him, he would never have been able to get out of trouble, but he would surely perish in 1,000 years. After planting the soul imprint, it is passed on that his yin and yang are in harmony with the gods, and he will be able to refine the energy of death in the cave of the gods. Ren Changhe looked at the mysterious and unpredictable little seal that appeared in front of him. Without hesitation, he directly incorporated it into his soul. He is also a decisive person. No matter whether there is a conspiracy or not, if he can't get out of trouble, how long can he live? It's better to know whether it's true or false. www.novel.com. I'll be able to find out soon. If the other party can teach the great technique of refining death chi as vitality and the rotation of life and death, it is naturally true and safe, and he has obtained a great opportunity. The soul imprint was incorporated into the soul, and Ren Changhe felt that something was not right. As for why it was wrong, he could not tell. Only at this moment, he seemed to respect that senior even more, and he couldn't have any bad thoughts. After careful confirmation, Ren Changhe didn't find anything wrong with the imprint, and he didn't feel any discomfort. As for the more respect for seniors, he has always respected seniors. After Ren Changhe incorporated the soul imprint into his divine soul, Chu Xuan was overjoyed and finally got it, and accepted a disciple at the peak of the heavenly realm. After passing it on to him the yin and yang combination of the gods, the day he gets out of trouble, his strength will also rise to a higher level. The real powerhouse at the top of the pyramid belonging to the 9 regions and 50 states. Chu Xuan felt for a moment, and the kind of soul imprint in Ren Changhe's divine soul had been imprinted in his divine soul, as if it was innate. Unless the spirit is dissipated and the body is dead, it cannot be eliminated. Steady. You don't leave home, you cross the border to accept apprentices, and you will be rewarded with 100 years of cultivation plus 100 training magic. Part 2. The random reward that triggered the system actually rewarded 100 years of cultivation. Chu Xuan was overjoyed. After rewarding him a few more times, he would soon be able to break through the realm of honor. The reward for the follow-up chapter of the 100 Exercises Divine Art is here. After practicing the 100 Exercise Divine Art for such a long time, Chu Xuan deeply realized that this method of spiritual cultivation is powerful. With his current cultivation of the 2nd level of the Emperor Realm, the strength of his soul is not weaker than the ordinary 5th level of the Emperor Realm. It is thanks to the auxiliary cultivation of the 100 Exercises Divine Technique and the Divine Refinement Chart. Chapter 52 Yin and Yang. Chu Xuan did not immediately receive 100 years of cultivation and 100 training magic, Part 2, but instead taught Ren Changhe the Yin-Yang Harmony God chapter. It takes a certain amount of time to digest to receive the cultivation base and the 100 exercises. At this time, cut off the spiritual power input and end the connection with Ren Chang'e. I am afraid that Ren Chang'e will think that he will collapse when he encounters a liar. Since you are my disciple, the deity will teach you a great art. This art is called Yin-Yang Harmony God Chapter. If you are successful in cultivation, you can turn life and death, turn death into life, turn life into death, and get a glimpse of the great way of Yin and Yang. Ren Chang'e respectfully bowed and said, "Thank you, Master." Well, listen carefully. The divine light on Chu Xuan's body became more and more dazzling, which made him even more majestic, as if he was immortal. Every word, just like the sound of the avenue, was transmitted to Ren Chang'e through the Wantian mirror. The Yin and Yang Zhang Chu Xuan has fully understood, although his strength is not as good as Ren Chang'e, in terms of perception, he is definitely better than Ren Chang'e Shishiji. Ren Chang'e felt the combination of Yin and Yang, and his heart was surging, and he made the right choice. It really is an opportunity. This Yin and Yang combination of gods is mysterious and extraordinary, pointing directly to the avenue of Yin and Yang. Even with his talent, he couldn't comprehend it in a short time. Chu Xuan finished teaching the Yin-Yang combination God chapter, and asked, "How much have you learned?" Ren Chang'e was immediately ashamed and said, "Respected master, this disciple is stupid and only understands less than 10%. Chu Xuan was speechless. Is it because Ren Chang'e's comprehension is too poor, or is the combination of Yin and Yang too mysterious? He didn't feel how difficult it is to comprehend the combination of Yin and Yang. Although there was a systematic direct indoctrination that allowed him to fully comprehend the reasons, he himself did not find it too difficult to comprehend. Even without systematic indoctrination, Chu Xuan felt that it would not take too long for him to understand. Ren Chang'e is at the peak of the heaven realm after all, yet he has only realized less than 10%. If you can cultivate to the heavenly realm, how can your talent be poor? What's more, Ren Chang'e was very proud when he cultivated to the heaven realm for 10,000 years. It can be seen that he was extremely talented at the beginning, and he was a supreme genius. This only shows that the combination of Yin and Yang is more mysterious than I expected. Seeing that Chu Xuan didn't speak for a long time, Ren Chang'e became more and more ashamed, and felt even more uneasy in his heart. Master wouldn't regret accepting him as an apprentice, right? In my heart, I secretly decided that I must work hard to cultivate, and I must not let Master down. I'll explain to you first, the mystery of refining dead energy into vitality. After a long while, Chu Xuan opened his mouth and said, but he couldn't hear happiness, anger, or dissatisfaction. Thank you, Master. Ren Chang'e breathed a sigh of relief. Next, Chu Xuan explained to Ren Chang'e how to refine dead energy into life. It took half an hour for Ren Chang'e to fully grasp it. You're cultivating, and comprehend well. After explaining Ren Chang'e, Chu Xuan cut off the input of spiritual power and closed the Wantian mirror. Congratulations to Zen Master. Ren Chang'e worshipped Fudao. After a long while, he raised his head and his eyes were firm. He was once the arrogance of the 9 regions and 50 provinces, and he was almost invincible by his peers. I Ren Chang'e will not lose to anyone. I will not disappoint Master. Ren Chang'e began to cultivate the yin-yang combination of the gods. As long as he succeeded in refining the dead energy into life, he would no longer worry about the problem of falling. Once the cycle of life and death is completed, there is no problem in getting out of trouble, and the strength will be further improved. It is expected to break through to the legendary realm. After Chu Xuan closed the Wantian mirror, he immediately received the reward. 100 years of cultivation has been instilled. Boom. The cultivation base began to grow. The 3rd level of the Emperor's realm, the 4th level of the Emperor's realm, and the 5th level of the Emperor's realm. In the end, the strength was raised to the 5th level of the Emperor realm. Chu Xuan sighed, the higher the cultivation level, the slower the cultivation speed. It took 100 years of cultivation to break through the 3rd level. Receive the 100 divine exercises, part 2, compared with the previous part. In addition to the method of cultivating the soul, the part 2 also adds the divine soul defense technique and the divine soul attack technique. Chu Xuan immediately condensed a spear of divine soul. This spear does not hurt the body, but only the soul, so it is hard to guard against. So far, Chu Xuan's soul has complete defense and attack techniques. The enhanced version of the God refinement diagram, which was rewarded by the system last time, has no great effect now. Chu Xuan stared at it for several hours before he felt slightly dizzy, and it was too slow to assist in cultivating the soul. For other Emperor Realm powerhouses, it is probably still a treasure for cultivating the soul, but for Chu Xuan, who pursues efficiency, it is very tasteless. Unlike other people, he did not say that he practiced in seclusion. Staring at it for a few hours is not in line with the life of his house. After the breakthrough in the cultivation base, Chu Xuan immediately contacted Wan Chong with the child-mother communication talisman. Inform him to collect information about the ancient land of war demons, and whether there are strong people from other states coming to Nanzhou. At the same time, let him pay attention to whether Heiyuelou has a powerhouse of Emperor Realm or above coming to Nanzhou. Wan Chang's position in Heiyuelou was finally lower. Even if he was promoted to an elite landlord, he would only control Heiyuelou's business in Qin, and would not have access to higher-level intelligence and Heiyuelou's actions. Chu Xuan decided to further expand his control in Heiyuelou. When Wan Chong was promoted to the elite landlord and took control of Qin's business, he tried to find a way to catch his boss, the bronze medal landlord. There are many bronze medalists in Heiyuelou. Chu Xuan only needs the one who controls Wan Chong's boss. Controlled the bronze medalist, followed by the silver medalist, and if allowed to control another gold medalist. The gold medal landlord, in the Heiyuelou building, can be regarded as a small high-rise. The information that he can grasp www.novel.com and the action level of the Heiyuelou building are not low. Given the current situation in Nanzhou, the gold medal landlord is definitely a top executive. According to the level of Heiyuelou, the gold medal landlord has the lowest cultivation base and is also at the third level of the real world. In addition to controlling the gold medal landlord, the strong guards of the Black Moon building must also control a few. Chu Xuan was very suspicious that Heiyuelou had powerful emperors in Nanzhou. A day later, a message came from Wan Chong. He doesn't know the information about the ancient land of war demons. With his current authority, he has not found any relevant information in the Black Moon building. Chu Xuan was not surprised. Wan Chang's level in Heiyuelou was still too low. He ordered him to be promoted to the elite landlord as soon as possible. The strength of the fifth level of the Emperor's realm is not enough to guarantee, and it is necessary to break through the noble realm. Fortunately, there is still a long time before the opening of the ancient battlefield, and there will be no strong foreigners coming over for the time being. It can be stable for a while. Heavenly powerhouses, shouldn't they be involved? Everything. We can only make accurate judgments after obtaining information about the ancient land of war demons. In the next half-month, Chu Xuan spent more time cultivating, and secretly observed Du Yuan several times, and found that he hadn't left Shizhou, so he was a little relieved. During this period, he communicated with Ren Changhe again, and explained the chapter of yin-yang synergy to him. Ren Changhe is no longer dead now, his body is full of vitality, and his dry body is a little fuller. It's still too early to fully recover and even get out of trouble. Wan Chong broke through to Hejing, and quickly rose to the second level of Hejing. At the same time, he was successfully promoted to the elite landlord. After being promoted to the elite landlord and taking control of Qin's business, he also got in touch with the bronze medal landlord in charge of him. Chapter 53 Gold Medal Landlord, Bao Hongyan. Yao Xiong, the owner of the bronze medal of Heiyuelou, the immediate boss of Wan Chong. At this moment, he was standing respectfully in front of Chu Xuan. In my heart, I scolded Wan Chong like a dog. After Wan Chang's breakthrough, Chu Xuan used an emperor's power to carry a soul imprint and let Wan Chong take him out of the small courtyard. Meeting Yao Xiong alone, Chu Xuan's ray of emperor power strongly suppressed Yao Xiong and put the soul imprint into his soul. Yao Xiong's thinking is clear, his consciousness is sober, and he knows that he has been tricked. However, it was impossible to resist. In my heart, I scolded all the 18 generations of Wan Chong's ancestors. However, they both belong to Chu Xuan's subordinates. No matter how angry he is, he can't take revenge against Wan Chong. After controlling Yao Xiong, Chu Xuan let him come. War demon ancient land, did you know? Chu Xuan asked. Your Majesty, your subordinates don't know. Yao Xiong lowered his head and said. Sure enough, the intelligence level of War demon ancient land is not low, and the owner of the bronze medal is not qualified to contact. After all, the ancient land of Zhan Mo is still in a secret state, and only when it is exposed can Heiyuelou continue to follow up and open up this information profit line before these landlords can access it. Chu Xuan raised his hand to separate out an emperor realm power, wrapped in a soul seal, and let Yao Xiong carry it to control his boss, the silver medalist. As long as they are not strong in the Emperor realm, they cannot resist the coercion of Chu Xuan's power. Yao Xiong left with the power of Emperor realm, and his heart was cold. It seemed that something big was going to happen to Heiyuelou. With this strange method, he controlled the owner of the Heiyuelou building without knowing it, and slowly eroded the Heiyuelou building step by step. In the end, he is very likely to become the real controller of the Black Moon building. Based on what he knew, the powerhouses of Heiyuelou probably wouldn't be able to discover his strange method. Fan Chao, the silver medal owner of Heiyuelou building, Yao Xiong's boss. The resources controlled by the silver medalist are far more than those of the bronze medalist. Even so, they still haven't been exposed to the information about the ancient land of war demons. Fan Chao stood in front of Chu Xuan, respectfully, and he had already scolded Yao Xiong's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. He actually pitted himself. Chu Xuan further understood the composition system of Heiyuelou. The Black Moon building is mainly divided into the main department, the logistics department and the guard department. Among them, the landlord department is the main department responsible for the operation of the Black Moon building. The logistics department is responsible for providing various resources of the Black Moon building, such as alchemy, weapon refining, etc. It is worth mentioning that the intelligence personnel belong to the landlord family. The guard department, whose main responsibility is to protect the safety of the Heiyuelou building, is a military department specially trained by the Heiyuelou building. Among the three departments, the landlord has the greatest power. Power and strength are inseparable. The higher the level of the landlord, the higher the strength requirements. Otherwise, how to control his subordinates? Fan Chao is the silver medalist. He manages 3 bronze medalists. Yao Xiong is only one of them. In the entire Nanzhou, there are a total of 7 silver medal landlords. Each one is the real strength. Fan Chao, the real world, is the first. Without knowing the information about the ancient land of war demons, Chu Xuan could only continue to take action. The next step to control is the gold medal landlord. Chu Xuan also condensed an emperor realm power, wrapped in a soul imprint, and asked Fan Chao to find his boss, the gold medal landlord. Fan Chao's thoughts caught a glimpse of Yao Xiong, and something big was about to happen to Heiyuelou. However, after planting the soul imprint, even if he was sober in his heart and clear in his mind, he couldn't resist, and could only do as he was told. Bao Hongyan, the 4th level of the real world, the gold medal owner of Heiyuelou. Chu Xuan was quite surprised that Fan Chao's boss, the gold medal landlord, was actually a woman. The figure is enchanting, the face is gorgeous, and the look is ripe. How many gold medal landlords are there in Nanzhou? My lord, 3. Bao Hongyan said respectfully. In his heart, he yelled at Fan Chao, and at the same time was shocked by Chu Xuan's methods. In the Chu family, such a terrifying figure appeared. Moreover, he has already reached out to Heiyuelou. What is even more terrifying is that with this method, Heiyuelou may not be able to detect the abnormality in himself and others. Heiyuelou, can there be a strong emperor sitting in Nanzhou? This is something that Chu Xuan is very curious about. Even the evil cultivator, the evil king court, would not dare to offend Heiyuelou. You must know that the Black Moon building sells countless resources and treasures. Those evil cultivators like to kill people and steal treasures. If Heiyuelou was not strong enough, they would have been controlled by the evil king court long ago. There is a 1-star landlord sitting in Nanzhou. It is rumored that he is only half a step away from stepping into the emperor realm. Generally speaking, the strong guards are relatively strong and may exist in the emperor realm. Bao Hongyan said unsurely. Chu Xuan thought for a while, and finally gave up the idea of controlling the 1-star landlord. In the event that the opponent's dead Emperor Realm powerhouse only carries an Emperor Realm power and wants to control people without knowing it, I'm afraid it won't be possible. Once exposed, it is impossible to continue to control Heiyuelou secretly. War Demon Ancient Land, you know. Know a little. Bao Hongyan, the gold medal owner, finally got some information about the ancient land of war demons. Say. Yes, my lord. According to Bao Hongyan, the ancient land of fighting demons was a battle that broke out in the southern state when the demons invaded the northern region in ancient times. It is precisely because of this war that the ley lines of Nanzhou collapsed and the rules were incomplete. All the powerhouses above the Emperor Realm left behind from the beginning all withdrew from Nanzhou. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. As for the ancient war demon land, with the collapse of the ley lines and incomplete rules, it disappeared in the torn space. According to the calculation, when the ley lines of Nanzhou recover and the rules are perfected, the ancient land of war demons will reappear. At the beginning of the battle with the demon race, there were countless fallen powerhouses, and there must be many treasures and inheritances among them, so the major forces will send people to investigate. Since it's been too long, I know that all of the War Mogu ancient land are superpowers, so these powers are vying for places. Once it's settled, action begins. Of course, there is still a long way to go before the reappearance of the ancient land of war demons. In 20 or 30 years, there is a high probability that no major forces will set foot in Nanzhou. Chu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. Within 20 to 30 years, there will be no powerful people settling in Nanzhou, and he still has enough time to become stronger. But don't let your guard down. What if a loose cultivator like Du Yuan sneaks to Nanzhou in advance? Although, they will be lurking, and there is a high probability that they will not do anything. But after all, it is a destabilizing factor. For Chu Xuan, who pursues stability, all uncontrollable factors have certain hidden dangers. Immediately instructed Bao Hongyan to always pay attention to the powerhouses above the Emperor realm who appeared in Nanzhou. Once there was information in this regard, let him know as soon as possible. He gave Bao Hongyan a communication symbol to keep in touch at all times. Before the strength is not enough to completely control the Nanzhou Heiyuelou, Chu Xuan does not plan to promote the child-mother communication charm. Moreover, Chu Xuan felt that the child-mother communication talisman needed to be further improved. With a powerful mother-in-law talisman, he could control many sub-mother talismans and child talismans. Refining the child-mother communication talisman requires manpower, so he didn't plan to do it himself, so he had to wait for someone with great talent and good luck to appear. Chapter 54 Tying Profound Body, Chu Xuan. There are a total of 3 gold medal landlords in Nanzhou, and they control Bao Hongyan's department, which means that Chu Xuan controls 1/3 of Heiyuelou's power in Nanzhou. With Bao Hongyan's status as a gold medalist, most of the information about Nanzhou can be accessed. For example, she could know about the powerhouses in Nanzhou immediately and tell Chu Xuan. Moreover, with the child-mother communication talisman, information can be delivered in a timely manner. Chu Xuan has to read it every day, and summarize the information of Heiyuelou. For example, where did something happen, where did the treasure appear, etc. Nanzhou is still very lively, and murders and treasure hunts also happen from time to time. Occasionally, 1 or 2 incidents of a small family being exterminated. The war between good and evil happens almost every day. Chu Xuan returned to calm in his small days. Every day, he used the Wantian mirror to randomly connect to various domains, although most of the time, it was connected to places without people. Either connect to the monster's nest, but Chu Xuan still likes either. Occasionally, chat with Du Yuan, mainly to find out some news about the ancient land of war demons from his mouth. At the same time, pay attention to him, whether there is any idea of leaving Shizhou and coming to Nanzhou. Ren Changhe continued to comprehend the chapter of Yin-Yang combination God, and now he has refined a lot of dead energy into life, and his whole person is no longer so dry and like a mummified corpse. He regained some vitality. There is still some heat left before getting out of trouble. The cycle of life and death is not complete. A month passed peacefully. Huquan obtained the map layout of the Chu family's land, and there has been no movement. He learned from the information of Heiyuelou. The Ziyue kingdom cult has changed, and some people are competing for the position of the leader. Huquan will not take any action in a short time. Chu Xuan once again stared at the small hall of the secret realm of chance for a long time. After so long, why haven't the great luck people come to the door? I want to accept an apprentice, why is it so difficult to accept a maid or something? Could it be that there are no air transporters in Nanzhou? Will it not appear until the War Mogu ancient land is about to open? Chu Xuan was depressed. He also thought about accepting an apprentice, or accepting a maid, training him to be a competent assistant, running errands for himself, managing Heiyuelou or something. After all, the layout of the Black Moon building has only just begun. It's mealtime. The servant came with a lunch box. Chu Xuan was astonished, why did he change people? And, is it a woman? The key partner actually disguised himself to cover up his identity as a woman. Chu Xuan suddenly became interested. Demonstration of the heavenly secret origin technique. Chu Xuan, 16 years old, with a profound tying body, with great fortune, is a prostitute from the Su family in Zhongzhou. She escaped from the Su family to avoid the marriage contract, and accidentally entered the ancient incomplete teleportation formation. She came to Nanzhou, disguised herself and hid in Chu home, evading investigation. Here, the big luck person is here, and it's a woman. Chu Xuan was secretly delighted that the secret realm of chance could really attract those with great luck. Xuan has the special physique of the Taiyin profound body, and her talent is extraordinary, but at the age of 16, she already has the strength of the second level of the virtual realm. In Nanzhou, it is an absolute arrogance. Xuan brought out the food and put it away, and stepped aside, thinking in her mind whether the Su family would find this place. Although Nanzhou is barren, and this Chu family is placed in Zhongzhou, it is only a small family and does not attract attention. As long as you hide yourself well, you shouldn't be exposed. I came to Nanzhou by mistake in the ancient and incomplete teleportation formation, avoiding many possibilities of exploration. As long as I avoided the Heiyuelou in Nanzhou and was not discovered by the intelligence personnel of the Heiyuelou, the Su family would almost have to find myself. Impossible. As long as you break through to the Emperor realm, you will naturally have a way to resolve the marriage contract. In order not to expose herself as much as possible, she deliberately chose this meal delivery task. She found out clearly that the one who lived in the small courtyard was a direct descendant of the Chu family. As his servant, he didn't have to do anything else. Just deliver food to order. In this way, she has more time to practice. With the breath-holding technique she cultivated, as long as she is cautious and doesn't take the initiative to reveal it, no one in the Chu family should be able to find out the details of her cultivation. Xuan secretly hated her sister, because she was a direct descendant. She even changed the marriage contract to her. That is good-looking and talented, that's all, he can live with it. However, she is too ugly and her character is bad, and she can't bear it no matter what. And my own abominable father. Xuan thought angrily in her heart. Suddenly, I just felt that the light in front of me was dazzling, and the colorful light was shining. She looked up. The small mouth opened slightly, and the whole person was stunned. The rumored trash of the Chu family was bathed in colorful divine light, like a fairy. Xuan, from the Su family in Zhongzhou, is the concubine of the Su family. She escaped the marriage contract and strayed into the ancient incomplete teleportation array to come to Nanzhou. Chu Xuan's majestic voice sounded. Snapped. The lunchbox in Xuan's book fell to the ground. He looked at Chu Xuan in shock. You. Under my seat, I need a maid, would you like it? Me. Xuan was shocked. Isn't the one who lives in the small courtyard the rumored Chu family's waistline? How is this going? Who is he? This is your chance. You have a special physique of the Taiyin profound body, but the exercises you practice cannot bring out the characteristics of this physique. Under this young master, it is no problem to achieve the heavenly realm. Chu Xuan's divine light was vast and washed away directly. Xuan's disguise was instantly washed away, revealing a stunning face. Xuan was caught in a battle between heaven and man. Exposed. The key is, how does the other party know where they come from? Who is he? To be his maid? Wouldn't it be okay to let him mess around? Resist. How to resist? The other party is extremely powerful. www.novel.com. If they don't agree, what will happen? Will he use force? Taiyin profound body. Xuan noticed that her physique seemed to be somewhat special. But I don't know what kind of physique it is. The other party said that he must be an extremely powerful person. Chance or tiger's mouth? For a moment, Xuan was unable to make a judgment. Being able to come here is because of your good luck and your chance. Why are you hesitating? Could it be that you think that this young master covets your beauty? Chu Xuan was stunned. This girl looks so good-looking. No, I don't dare, it's just me, senior. Xuan was flustered. Don't think that since you are from the Su family, being this young maid will humiliate you. No, Xuan pays respects to senior. Xuan gritted her teeth and bowed down respectfully. Very good, in the future, don't call me senior, call me mister. The divine light on Chu Xuan's body converged, revealing his true face. Yes, sir. Xuan raised her head and looked at Chu Xuan. It looked so good. The first thought in her mind was, if her engagement partner was so beautiful, how could she escape marriage? Get up. Yes, sir. Xuan stood up. Her heart was very complicated. Just a few days after coming to Nanzhou, she became someone else's maid. Besides, Chu Xuan doesn't look like an old monster. He seems to be only 25 or 6 years old, right? Chapter 55. Take control of the Black Moon Tower in Nanzhou. You don't leave home, and someone with great fortune comes here. You accept a maid and reward you with Taiyin Suxianju plus a secret realm of chance. The sound of the system sounded. Chu Xuan was not surprised by this. The Taiyin Suxianju is clearly a practice that matches Suxianer's Taiyin profound body. After receiving the reward, it turns out that the Taiyin Su Immortal art is the most suitable exercise for the Taiyin profound body, which can maximize the talent of the Taiyin profound body. Looking at Suxiener, at this moment, this girl looks timid, and her eyes roll as if she wants to escape. Come over. Yes. Suxiener's face turned pale, and she moved over. Since you are my maid, I will teach you the exercises today. Chu Xuan raised his finger and touched her white and tender forehead. Suxiener was startled, she wanted to dodge, but she couldn't. A ray of light poured into my mind, and a practice technique emerged. Suxiener closed her eyes involuntarily, comprehending the exercises in her mind. After a full hour, he opened his eyes. The breath on her body fluctuated for a while, and she actually broke through to the third level of the virtual realm. Thank you, sir. Suxiener bowed down. She was very excited in her heart, and she did not resist or be unwilling in the slightest to become Chu Xuan's maid. There is only honor in my heart. That's one, the legendary cultivation technique above the divine technique. Cultivating this technique, even the heavens are not out of reach. Very good. Chu Xuan threw out a bottle of elixir, which was Xuanshu Dan, a cultivation elixir in the virtual realm. Cultivation hard, I accept you as a maid for chores. Chu Xuan threw the mother-child communication talisman to her and said, just help sort out the information and so on. Suxiener took it with a confused look. He accepted herself as a maid, just to make herself do errands. Are you not ready to do anything? Mr. is so good-looking and strong, I will not resist. I taught you the method of restraining the breath, even if you are noble, you will not be able to see through you. Chu Xuan taught Suxiener a breath-holding method, which was several levels higher than the one that Suxiener was using now. Chu Xuan has no shortage of cultivation techniques and secret techniques, and there are all kinds of them. For Suxiener, Chu Xuan is very satisfied. She is good-looking and has outstanding talent. She is very suitable for doing errands and running errands. In the future, things about Heiyuelou can be handed over to her to run errands. It's just that the current strength is still weaker. But it doesn't matter, with her talent, coupled with the practice of Taiyin Su Immortal art, she has no shortage of cultivation treasures, and she can quickly improve. The 3 gold medal landlords of Heiyuelou in Nanzhou are all in their hands. Step by step, he took control of Heiyuelou in his hands. This is the information on the Black Moon building. Suxiener looked at the message in the communication symbol with a shocked expression on her face. Sir, are you the top of the Black Moon building? Chu Xuan raised his brows. Hearing this, Zhongzhou also had Heiyuelou, and it looked like he was not weak. Not yet, I just stretched out a hand to Heiyuelou. Suxiener was puzzled, what did she mean by reaching out to Heiyuelou? Sir, the Su family must have entrusted Heiyuelou to investigate my whereabouts, so I won't be probed here, right? Heiyuelou's intelligence capabilities are well known, and even the top secrets of some major forces, Heiyuelou can actually know. In Zhongzhou, Heiyuelou is also a very powerful force. Precisely because of his power, even if he leaked some secrets of the great powers, he would not be retaliated against. Don't worry, in this Nanzhou, Heiyuelou will not leak your information, and you can also avoid exposure. Suxiener represented him, and some information was handed over to her. How could Heiyuelou dare to leak her information? Now that he has a handyman, he can relax a lot. Chu Xuan has already planned to control the other 2 gold medal landlords. Chu Xuan is a low-key person. Suxiener did not return to women's clothes, but changed into a servant girl's dress, looking good-looking. She was very annoyed, and Chu Xuan actually treated her as a chorus. Bao Hongyan came, and left with the power of Chu and Xian's 2 emperors and the soul imprint. Suxiener was puzzled, she didn't know who the mature beauty was, who she was, and what she was going to do. Sir, who is she? After Bao Hongyan left, Suxiener asked curiously. Heiyuelou is one of the gold medal landlords in Nanzhou. The gold medal owner of the Black Moon building. Suxiener was taken aback and said, then will she discover my true identity? My own person, what are you worried about? Chu Xuan threw a communication talisman to her and said, in the future, you will be responsible for contacting her, delivering messages, and sorting out the information that interests me. The remaining 2 gold medal landlords of Heiyuelou were unsurprisingly controlled by Chu Xuan. Now, most of the power of Heiyuelou in Nanzhou is in the hands of Chu Xuan. After taking control of the landlord, Chu Xuan quietly took control of the person in charge of the logistics for the next time. And the 3 experts of the 9th realm of the guard system. On the bright side, the Nanzhou power of Heiyuelou is still in the hands of the 1-star landlord, but the real master is Chu Xuan. Su Xian'er was very shocked that Chu Xuan quietly took control of the Black Moon Tower in Nanzhou. The method is too weird. She wondered if Chu Xuan wanted to control the entire Black Moon Tower step by step. www.novel.com. The founder of Heiyuelou has always been mysterious, and his strength is a mystery. Many superpowers are unwilling to tear their faces with Heiyuelou. You can see the power of the Black Moon Tower. As Chu Xuan's errand maid, Su Xian'er indirectly controlled the Black Moon Tower in Nanzhou. She was completely relieved at this moment. The news that he is in Nanzhou will not be leaked. At the same time, through the Heiyuelou building, you can immediately know whether the Su family has found her trace and whether they have launched an action. Today, there is an evil cultivator who is in the 1st realm of the real world and whose lifespan is near, and went to the evil king's palace. He was so angry that the evil king took action himself and beheaded people. Su Xian'er sat next to Chu Xuan, holding the information from Heiyuelou about Nanzhou's cultivation world. Reading information to Chu Xuan every day is one of her tasks. She needs to select the important information from Heiyuelou, and Chu Xuan is interested to read. In order to understand the situation in Nanzhou, Heiyuelou collects what happened in various places every day. Bravely entering the evil palace, this trend in the evil cultivation circle is naturally indispensable. The strength of the people who wear the evil palace is getting stronger and stronger, and now even the evil cultivators of the real realm have come out. The contemporary evil king is probably going to be mad. He was the first evil king who was so provoked, and he did not have the majesty that the evil king could not challenge or offend at all. Chu Xuan couldn't help but sigh that among the evil cultivators, there are not a few people with brain problems. One after another, proud of breaking into the evil palace, even if they die. That's all for an evil cultivator who is about to die. After all, some people want to make a name for themselves before they die. At the same time, the young and vigorous evil cultivator even ran to the evil palace. It can only be said that he was cultivating evil arts, and his brain was broken. Chapter 56 Changes in the Qin Family. In the cultivation world of Nanzhou, various things happen every day. As for the news about the ancient land of war demons, Chu Xuan couldn't help but wonder if the big forces in Nanzhou didn't know the ancient land of war demons. Chu Xuan passed on to Su Xian's son and mother the method of refining communication talismans, but Su Xian'er never made it. The communication symbols that are occasionally refined are too low to be used. This is very helpless. Su Xian'er has no talent in refining, so she can only find another person with refining skills to share the task. Chu Xuan also placed the secret realm of chance rewarded by the system in the small courtyard. In this way, the 2 fortune-telling secret realms are showing their power, and they should be able to attract big luck people again, right? The days passed in peace and quiet. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xuan had been in the courtyard for almost 3 years. In the 2-year period, the system rewarded the Zhou Tianqianquan array, and an incomparably powerful supernatural power, the heaven sealing and forbidden law. This is the first time that Chu Xuan has received a divine power reward. The Zhou Tianqianquan array, after being arranged, has its own universe inside the formation, forming an independent space that outsiders cannot spy on or break in. Those who are banned cannot escape, they can only be hanged. Because the Zhou Tianqianquan formation forms its own space, after it is arranged, it is like opening up a space, and one can retreat and practice in the formation. Chu Xuan immediately arranged the Zhou Tianqianquan array in the small courtyard. It seems that the small yard is the same as before, but in fact it has hidden a space of heaven and earth. Su Xian'er was very shocked by Chu Xuan's methods. Even in Zhongzhou, she had never heard of such a mysterious and powerful formation. It turned out to be a universe of its own. Although the small courtyard has a space for heaven and earth, Chu Xuan still lives in the courtyard, and the scope of activities is still in the courtyard. Su Xian'er likes to practice in the universe. The forbidden law of sealing heaven is a powerful divine ability that can seal the law of heaven and earth. It is more powerful than the power of the realm of the emperor, and the power of banning is stronger. After all, the power of the emperor's realm cannot seal the world, nor can it prohibit laws. Chu Xuan's current strength cannot exert the power of the heavenly sealing forbidden law. However, with this magical power, Tongji can be easily banned and immobilized. With a wave of his hand, he can ban the power of the realm of the emperor realm. In the blink of an eye, it has been almost 3 years since Chu Xuan was in the house, and Chu Xuan was very depressed. After setting up the 2 secret realms of chance, so long has passed, and no one with great luck has come. Now, his cultivation has been elevated to the 9th level of the emperor realm. During this period, Ren Changhe, a named disciple, under his guidance, understood the chapter of yin-yang combination of God, and he succeeded in defying death qi into vitality. The system rewarded him for 100 years of cultivation. It is not far from the realm of honor. Ren Changhe still didn't get out of trouble, but he was not far from getting out of trouble. Chu Xuan reckoned that when Ren Changhe got out of trouble, there might still be a reward in the system. Su Xianer's cultivation base has risen to the 9th level of the virtual realm, and is about to break through the harmony realm. With her Taiyin profound body and the Taiyin Su immortal art she cultivated, there is no problem with crossing the boundary and killing the 1st level of the virtual realm. After staying at home for another day, the system rewarded a pack of heavenly materials and earthly treasures seeds. Chu Xuan took it out and threw it to Su Xianer. Plant the seeds in the Qiankuan space. Su Xianer took the seed and entered the universe. She is used to doing chores. Feeling very depressed, she once doubted her appearance. Why is Chu Xuan unmoved by him? She didn't care about Chu Xuan's actions, but Chu Xuan really let her do chores. Chu Xuan stared at the 2 secret realms of fortune for a while. Why hasn't the great fortuner appeared yet? The plan of the mother-child communication character has been postponed again and again. Forget it, continue to wait. The next big luck person to appear might be even more talented than Su Xianer. In the past 2 years, Chu Yun has come back several times, all of which are to deliver medicinal pills to Chu Xuan. By the way, let's take a look at the training experience that Chu Xuan prepared for her. Chu Yun has been able to refine spiritual pills, and virtual combination pills have been refined several times, but the success rate is low, and there is still a gap in quality. In 2 years, Chu Yun's cultivation has risen to the 9th level of the profound realm. Chu Xuan estimated that she should have broken through to the spiritual realm by now. Talent can be ranked 2nd in the Chu family's generation. The first is still Chu Yuan. However, Chu Yun's talent in alchemy is beyond imagination. Even the arrogance of Tianding Mountain, the major sect of the Dan Dao in Nanzhou, is far worse than that of Chu Yun. The person who secretly guarded Chu Yun has been replaced by a powerhouse in the 1st realm of the Heiyuelou. Zhang Kuei is an evil cultivator after all, and it is not easy to deal with some situations. Besides, Chu Yun always thought that there was a senior who was secretly cultivating her and testing her talent in alchemy. Half a month ago, Chu Yun had someone send a letter back. She had already left Chu County and Qin State to experience. Chu Xuan is not worried about her safety. Even if the real powerhouse in Heiyuelou cannot protect her, the Emperor Realm power in Chu Yun's body can ensure her safety. The major forces in Nanzhou still have no strong emperors, the rules have not been restored, and no one can break through. There is also no foreign powerhouse in the Imperial Realm. The only possible Emperor Realm powerhouse is the one from Heiyuelou. However, given the situation in Nanzhou, that person's strength is probably the 1st level of the Emperor Realm. Sir, it seems that something has changed in the Qin family. Su Xianer handed over a piece of information. The Qin family changed. In Chu Xuan's mind, Qin Keyun's figure appeared for the first time. If the Qin family changed, it would have nothing to do with her. Looking at the information, the contemporary Qin emperor of the Qin state, the contemporary head of the Qin family, has abdicated. Seems to be forced to abdicate. At present, the Qin state is in the state of the old emperor abdicating, the new emperor has not yet ascended the throne, and the Qin family is in a state of no homeowners. As for the more specific accident, Heiyuelou did not understand it. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. The Zhao family, the He family, and the Chu family didn't know the change in the Qin family. Chu Xuan realized that the situation in Qin was about to change. In fact, the situation in the entire Nanzhou is about to change. Small countries like Dezhou and Ziyue Kingdom will probably be destroyed and unified. The Emperor Demon is reborn, the soul of the Fox Demon. Chu Xuan murmured in his heart, but I don't know, are you a human or a demon in this life? The ancestral land of the Qin family. All the Qin family's direct line, as well as the Qin family's elders, all gathered in the ancestral land. On an altar stood a woman. She has a peerless beauty, and her well-behaved expression has a bit of ruthlessness on her face, and her bright eyes flash with a bewitching light. Qin Heiyuelou. She looked as if she was still well-behaved. It's just the ruthless look on her face and the bewitching eyes that show her differences. In the entire ancestral land, only 2 people were standing, and the rest were bowing down. The 2 people standing, one is Qin Heiyuelou standing on the altar, the other is Qin Pingxia standing under the altar. From today onwards, I am the Empress of Qin and the head of the Qin family. Who opposes? Who supports? Qin Heiyuelou looked down at the Qin family below. The entire ancestral land was silent, and no one in the Qin family opposed or supported it. The ancient land of fighting demons will be opened. This is an opportunity for the Qin family to rise. Whoever refuses to accept me can stand up. As long as he can take my move, the Qin family's patriarch will belong to him. Still no one made a sound. Since everyone supports me, from today onwards, I will have the final say in the Qin family, and I will also have the final say in the Qin country. Qin Heiyuelou's aura exploded, revealing the strength of the 9th level of the real world. Chapter 57 The Change of the Qin Family 2. Now, obey my orders, each of them will donate a drop of blood essence to open the Qin family altar. Qin Heiyuelou ordered. Qin Pingxia immediately squeezed out a drop of blood and floated towards Qin Heiyuelou. He bowed to the rest of the people who were lying on the ground, hesitated for a moment, squeezed out their blood and floated to the altar. Qin Heiyuelou raised her hand and waved, all the blood and essence gathered in her palm, forming a symbol that sank into the center of the altar. In the altar the brilliance blooms. A stalwart phantom emerged from the altar. Even if it was just a phantom, it gave people a powerful coercion, and everyone present felt short of breath. Qin Heiyuelou bowed down to the ground. Qin Pingxia also bowed down to the ground. All the Qin family members were shocked when they saw the phantom figure on the altar. The altar is the place guarded by the Qin family in all dynasties. It is rumored that it was left by the ancestors of the Qin family. But the specific use of the altar has been passed down to this day, and no one knows. Up to now, I only know that cultivating at the altar can easily break through the bottleneck, practice faster, and have a solid foundation. This is also the fundamental reason why the Qin family is always stronger than the other 3. Heiyuelou pays homage to the ancestors. Qin Heiyuelou knelt down on the ground, a white fox phantom appeared behind her, and also bowed her head and bowed to the ground. The stalwart phantom suddenly looked down at Heiyuelou, who was lying on the ground. Those eyes suddenly burst into light. There is spiritual will transmitted. Heiyuelou, you are here after all. Everyone in the Qin family was shocked, and their hearts became hot. Is the ancestor of the Qin family still alive? According to legend, the ancestors of the Qin family were powerful. Ancestor, the Qin family has declined, and the Qin country has long since fallen, but the rhyme is not talented, and I want to revive the prestige of the Qin country. Qin Heiyuelou whispered. The phantom raised his hand and stroked Qin Heiyuelou's head, and seemed to be stroking the phantom of the white fox. In the phantom shadow's eyes, 2 rays of brilliance shot out, submerging into Qin Heiyuelou's forehead, and the phantom shadow gradually began to dissipate. The descendants of the Qin family, respect the rhyme, and wait for me to return. The phantom disappeared, and a swirling hole opened in the center of the altar. Qin Heiyuelou stood up, the aura on her body fluctuated for a while, and she went a step further on the basis of the 9th level of reality. However, he did not break through to the imperial realm. Looking under the altar, all get up. Everyone in the Qin family stood up and looked at the woman on the altar. Everyone looked complicated. It is not difficult to guess that she has some kind of relationship with the ancestors of the Qin family. The Qin family's inheritance has been broken. The ancestors have just given the inheritance to continue the glory of the Qin family. You can work hard to cultivate. Qin Heiyuelou took out a blank booklet, engraved the exercises on it, and gave it to Qin Pingxia. Recall the strong Qin family in Dagon. The Zhao family, the He family, and the Chu family are all officials of the Qin family. From today, the Qin country will no longer be ruled by 4 families. This emperor is going to retreat for a few days again. The affairs of the Qin state will be handed over to my mother and a few clan elders for the time being. Let's all retire. Everyone in the Qin family left one after another, and Qin Pingxia hesitated for a while, then said, Heiyuelou, I'm afraid I won't let the strong Qin family return. It's okay, when I leave the customs, Dagon will agree. Are you going to break through the imperial realm? Qin Pingxia was shocked. Nanzhou had no emperor. If Qin Heiyuelou made a breakthrough, wouldn't she be the #1 powerhouse in Nanzhou? It is not impossible for the Qin family to unify Nanzhou. It will take time. Qin Heiyuelou shook her head and said. After Qin Pingxia left, Qin Heiyuelou entered the passage in the center of the altar and came to a small space. Sitting down with his knees crossed, he began to consolidate his cultivation. The white fox phantom appeared, and the power of the soul began to spread out. She was originally reborn as an emperor demon, and it is much easier than others to recover and break through to the emperor realm. However, due to the incomplete rules of Nanzhou, she could not break through to the emperor realm. In this special space, there is a chance to break through to the emperor realm, but she has not accumulated enough to break through in a short time. If you want to improve your strength in a short time, there is only one way. Relying on the soul of the fox demon, the power of the realm of the emperor's realm was constructed. Even if it is just a pseudo-domain, it is enough to make her the strongest in the half-emperor level. Only in this way can she be qualified to wrestle with the Dagon Empire. After all, the Qin family has been weak for too long, and cannot be compared with the Dacian Empire in a short period of time, but as long as she can stabilize the situation, now that the foundation of the Qin family has been opened, the strength of the Qin family will increase rapidly. The Zhao family, the He family, and the Chu family were all subordinates of the ancestors of the Qin family at the beginning, and they should also have a legacy, but they just don't know how to open it. Qin Heiyuelou has decided that the Qin state must be unified, ending the co-governance of the 4 families, and opening the foundation of the other 3 families. The overall strength of the Qin state will rapidly improve in the short term. If the other 3 do not follow and still live as independent families, then you can't blame yourself for being ruthless. What happened to the Qin family, no one knows. Even Heiyuelou only knew that the Qin family had changed, and it was impossible to find out what happened. Chu Xuan didn't care about the changes in the Qin family, and no matter how he changed, he wouldn't be able to affect him. For now, he is still the most powerful guy in the southern state. At this moment, Chu Xuan looked at a piece of information about the Qin family from Heiyuelou. The Qin family sent people to the Dacian Empire to summon the strong men of the Qin family. The Dagon Empire is the co-owner of the Nanzhou countries. It is also the strongest force against the evil king court. The control of the vassal state has never been relaxed. The other countries with strong borders must go to Dagon to wait for appointment, and they are not allowed to leave the territory of the Dagon Empire without permission. This is also the reason why the Chu family has been inherited for such a long time, and there is no reason why there are no strong people in harmony. Anyone who breaks through the border www.novel.com must go to the Dacian Empire, otherwise, once they hide it, they will be suppressed by the Dacian Empire. The Qin family is the royal family, so it was allowed to leave a strong man in harmony. The evil king's court also restrains the evil cultivators. Therefore, outside the evil king's court, it is extremely difficult to find the evil cultivators in harmony. At this moment, the Qin family wants to summon a strong person in the Dacian Empire. I am afraid it will be difficult to do so. Even if there are some excuses, the Dacian Empire will allow at most 1 person to return. In fact, everyone knows that the powerhouses who are waiting for appointment in the Dagon Empire can easily become cannon fodder against the evil king court. However, the Dagon Empire is powerful, and no one dares to disobey. There must be a good show to watch. Chu Xuan was very curious, where did the Qin family have the confidence to dare to challenge the Dacian Empire? The situation in which the 4 families of Qin are jointly governed is probably coming to an end. Sir, I'm going to break through. Susianer's body was surging, and she was about to break through the harmony. Go. Chu Xuan waved his hand. After Susiener obtained the Tainsu immortal art, she had to reconsolidate her foundation, otherwise she would have already broken through the harmony realm. A day later, Susiener successfully broke through the harmony. Chu Xuan was watching the information from Heiyuelou when the system sounded. Your maid Susiener, with your superb training methods, broke through the realm and rewarded 10 years of cultivation. Susiener made a breakthrough, the system rewards her for her cultivation. Chu Xuan was overjoyed and received the reward. After 10 years of cultivation, the strength has gone a step further, but it has not broken through to the realm of respect. Chu Xuan was not surprised, the reward of 10 years of cultivation was not enough to break through the bottleneck. However, he found a way that might reward his cultivation and increase his strength quickly. Chapter 58 The Great Qin Empress. Kneel down. Take apprentices. Ren Changhe, a named disciple, under his professor, realized that in the chapter of Yin-Yang Harmony God, the anti-death qi became vitality, and the system rewarded his cultivation. Su Xianer, this maid, practiced the exercises he taught, and gave pointers. After breaking through the realm, she also rewarded her cultivation. Therefore, if you accept apprentices and train apprentices, you will receive systematic rewards for your cultivation. Chu Xuan was overjoyed, and finally found a way to quickly increase his strength. However, the requirements for accepting apprentices should not be low. The talent is average, the luck is average. Even if you are accepted as an apprentice and give instructions to break through the cultivation base, I am afraid that the system will not reward the cultivation base. You must have a big luck. Although Ren Changhe is not a person of great luck, he is at the peak of the heaven realm, and he belongs to the cross-border apprenticeship. No, if Ren Changhe could meet himself, who said he wasn't a lucky person? It is clear that the luck is strong, otherwise it will definitely be trapped in the cave of the gods, where will I learn from my own hands, and will be out of trouble. Chu Xuan looked at the two secret realms of chance, and felt depressed in his heart, that he did not attract the appearance of the great fortuner. Do you want to stimulate the secret realm of chance and arrange it in other places? Chu Xuan hesitated. Wait a little longer. After 3 years, no one with great luck has appeared, so I will set up a secret realm of chance. Chu Xuan decided that after waiting for the 3-year system reward, if there is no Chu Xuan who is a lucky person, he will randomly arrange a chance secret realm. Now, he has a lot of treasures on hand, and there are countless secret techniques. There are at least dozens of exercises and secrets at the level of Emperor Sutra, Heavenly Sutra, and Divine Law. Pick a powerful method, and put it in the secret realm of chance, along with some treasures of heaven and earth, medicinal pills, and imperial soldiers. If someone with great luck enters, let alone the heavenly realm, relying on the secret realm of chance to break through the emperor realm and the noble realm is completely no problem. 3 days later, a piece of news shook the country of Qin. And in a very short period of time, it shook the entire southern state. Qin Keyun ascended the throne, known as the Empress of Great Qin. The Qin state was also renamed the Daqin Empire, and was no longer a vassal state of the Dacian Empire. In Nanzhou, the name of the empire does not come casually. An emperor of the Dacian Empire, who was the last emperor in Nanzhou. Profound heritage and long-standing heritage. How could it be comparable to Qin? On the day Qin Keyun became emperor, she went to the Dacian Empire in person and asked the Dacian Empire to release people. On the same day, let everyone know that this great Qin empress is powerful. Suppressing the top 10 powerhouses of the Dacian Empire with one hand, and defeating the contemporary emperor of the Dacian Empire, Megatron Nanzhou. On the way back with the strong men of the Qin family, Zhao family, He family, and Chu family in the Dagon Empire, they fought against the contemporary evil king of the evil king court. With his powerful strength, he has severely damaged the contemporary evil king. Nanzhou shook. The Empress of Great Qin is even known as the strongest person in Nanzhou who is closest to the emperor realm. And she is only 25 years old. On this day, Chu Tianming's roar came from the Chu family's ancestral house. Chu Yuan, bastard, unworthy descendants. Chu Xuan pouted, he had expected this scene would happen. Chu Yuan is also not in the Chu family, otherwise he might be beaten to death. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, the soul of the fox demon has recovered, and it is approaching the emperor realm so soon. The co-governance of the Qin state by the 4 families is coming to an end. The Zhao family, the He family, and the Chu family who came back with Qin Keyun, all of whom were strong, stayed in the country of Qin and did not return to their own family. The attitude is self-evident. 3 days later, Emperor Qin's decree came, and Chu Tianming, the head of the Chu family, entered the capital. Chu County is going to be renamed as Daqinan County, with the Chu family land as the center and a 300-mile radius as the Chu family fief. The same goes for the Zhao family and the He family. The 3 high-level executives met. No one is reconciled, and the Qin family has taken over a site that has been operating for thousands of years. There is no use in resisting. Qin Keyun said frankly that there was no room for negotiation, either he was a minister of the Qin state, or he was expelled from the Qin state. What's more, this is to remember the friendship between generations, otherwise it would not be as simple as expulsion. Empress Daqin, she is so domineering, so majestic. Chu Xuan looked at the intelligence with admiration on her face. Chu Xuan glanced at her. Why, you also want to be an empress? No, I just want to stay by Mr. Chu Xuan said with a clever smile. You have to remember that empresses and emperors are all false names, and strength is the most important thing. As long as the strength is strong enough, what empress is not suppressed with one hand? Sir said yes. Chu Xuan agreed. Her biggest wish is to wait until the day when her strength becomes strong, return to Zhongzhou, and suppress the Su family with only one hand. Hit those people in the face fiercely, and kill all those who once coveted their own beauty. I have to say, this little girl, or the old witch, is still very domineering. Looking at the information about Qin Keyun, Chu Xuan sighed. How the Chu family chooses, Chu Xuan doesn't care. He doesn't really care whether Chu County loses it or not. In fact, his sense of belonging to the Chu family is not too strong. That's why she cares more about Chu Yun. Well, Chu Yuan, it's not bad. Of course that guy nags a little bit, but he's really doing it for his own good. Suddenly, Chu Xuan looked a little weird. After a while, a figure appeared at the door of the small courtyard. Gold robe, phoenix crown, beautiful face. Qin Keyun. Qin Keyun, the Empress of Great Qin, what are you doing here with me? Chu Xuan looked surprised. Chu Xuan's eyes widened. Empress Daqin actually came quietly. Qin Keyun glanced at Chu Xuan, frowned slightly, looked at Chu Xuan lying lazily on the chair, squinted and said, I am the Empress of Qin today www.novel.com I want to marry you. Chu Xuan was shocked. Marry Chu Xuan? What did she think? Chu Xuan was stunned. Marry me. Right. Qin Keyun nodded and said, I am the emperor, how can there be no one in the harem? You want 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Chu Xuan's expression was strange, as expected of the rebirth of the old witch. How dare you think about it? Do not. Qin Keyun shook her head and said, there are too few good-looking men, and your third brother doesn't know where to go, so you are the only one at the moment, so it's cheap for you. Chu Xuan looked at the slightly obedient expression she showed, and the muscles on his face twitched. He touched his face and sighed, I don't deny it, I'm good-looking, but I don't like getting married. My eldest man, who do I marry? You can't refuse. Qin Keyun narrowed her eyes and said, if you agree, I can make an exception and give the Chu family a bigger fief. If you don't agree, I can take you back now. Ah. Chu Xuan chuckled lightly, and the colorful divine light bloomed on his body. A supremely majestic voice sounded. Empress Daqin. Who gave you the courage to be presumptuous in front of me? Qin Keyun's expression changed greatly, with a look of shock on her face, her aura exploded, and her strength that was infinitely close to the emperor's realm was revealed. At the same time, the pseudo-domain was used, and the white fox phantom appeared behind him, intending to suppress Chu Xuan. Kneel down. Chu Xuan let out a soft sigh. Power word, follow the law. Puff. Qin Keyun knelt down. The pseudo-domain disappeared, and the white fox phantom disappeared. She looked horrified and inexplicable, suppressing herself with one word, what kind of strength is that? Chapter 59 In this world, is it a human or a demon? Qin Keyun knelt on the ground, her pretty face was pale and pitiful, and there was no trace of the might of an emperor. Chu Xuan sat on a chair and looked down at her. The brilliance flowed in his eyes. Heavenly secret origin technique. At the beginning, the strength was not enough, and it was impossible to fully explore the origin of Qin Keyun. Now, he is already at the 9th level of the Emperor realm. Qin Keyun, the rebirth of the Emperor demon, the soul of the fox demon, was once the pet of the ancient Qin emperor who respected the white fox demon, and cultivated at the 9th level of the emperor's realm. Fallen, his spirit escaped, and he was born in Qin Pingxia of the Qin family. At this moment, Chu Xuan could clearly see the origin of Qin Keyun's roots. He could not have imagined that Qin Keyun was actually the demon pet of the ancient great Qin emperor. In the previous life, he had the cultivation of the 9th level of the emperor realm. Emperor Zun is the title of the powerful person in the realm of respect. Reverence among the emperors. Judging from Qin Keyun's previous life, her master Daqin Emperor Zun, the ancestor of the Qin family, was a well-known and powerful man in ancient times. But Chu Xuan had never heard of such an ancient powerhouse. He has read countless historical books about Nanzhou, as well as various miscellaneous notes, but there is no record about the great Qin emperor. The source of the mystery continued to be used, and the source of Qin Keyun's fall was also discovered. To Chu Xuan's surprise, Qin Keyun was unexpectedly killed at the beginning of the war, and his spirit escaped, hid in the Qin family's ancestral land, and was born in Qin Pingxia's belly. It can be seen from this that Emperor Daqin fell before the war demons. Before the Battle of the Demons, there was probably an incomparably powerful Great Qin Empire in Nanzhou. The strength of the Great Qin Emperor may not be as simple as the realm of respect. Qin Keyun was shivering. For some unknown reason, she felt like she was seen through by Chu Xuan from the inside out. It seemed that every single hair fell into Chu Xuan's eyes. Qin Keyun regretted running to catch Chu Xuan. Why couldn't she help herself? But, he is really too good-looking. Who knows, this is actually an old monster. Exactly. Qin Keyun now thinks that Chu Xuan is the resurrection of an old monster, and suspects that the ancestor of the Chu family was resurrected. In this world, are you a human or a demon? Chu Xuan's majestic voice sounded. Qin Keyun's body trembled, and she believed her guess more and more. Did he actually know his past life? Yes, it's human. Qin Keyun said in a low voice, I am not a demon in this life, I am only a human being. Chu Xuan's momentum faded away, and he said lightly, since you are a human being, then get up. Don't dare, Qin Keyun pays respects to your excellency Chu Xuan. Qin Keyun continued to kneel in the tunnel. Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan chuckled and said, I'm not an old monster, let alone the ancestor of the Chu family. Qin Keyun was stunned, isn't she an old monster? Isn't the Chu family ancestor resurrected? How can it be? Is he really just a young man? Why is it so strong? Get up, you are also the Empress of Great Qin after all. Qin Keyun stood up and lowered her head slightly, with a well-behaved look on her face. Just like when Chu Xuan saw her for the first time. There is no trace of the majesty of an empress. You, the Empress of Great Qin, what do you want to do? Chu Xuan pointed to the teapot, and Su Xianer immediately brewed tea skillfully. Sit down. A chair suddenly appeared in front of the tea table. Qin Keyun hesitated, this chair was transformed by his spiritual power. Sit up, will there be any problem? After thinking about it, with his strength and means, where does he need to do all these bells and whistles? Sit gently on the chair. Su Xianer pouted, it's cheaper for you, let this girl pour you tea. After brewing tea, poured 3 cups. She knows that the tea that Chu Xuan drinks is not simple, it can make people's mind clear and nourish their spiritual will. If it condenses the soul, this tea can nourish the soul. Rare treasure. Even in Zhongzhou, it is rare. Chu Xuan drank the tea and said, drink it, this is good tea, it's good for you. Qin Keyun's soul of the fox demon, which has been sleeping until now, has actually become weak. Many memories of the previous life have actually become blurred due to the long sleep. This tea can make her spirit clear, help her recover her spirit and make her memory clear. Qin Keyun took a small sip, only to feel a sweet fragrance lingering, and in an instant, her soul felt refreshed. Some of the originally vague and unremembered consciousness became clearer. Her eyes lit up, realizing that this tea is not easy. He drank the tea in one sip, squinting slightly and savoring it. After Qin Keyun finished tasting, Chu Xuan said, what happened to the war demon? Nanzhou became barren, the ley lines collapsed, and the rules were incomplete, all caused by the war of war demons. Chu Xuan's knowledge of this battle is very limited. He didn't get any more records about this battle from the Black Moon Tower. Now, with Qin Keyun as a witness, it is natural to know about it, the battle between demons. Zhanmogu Land is the battlefield of this battle. Drinking such precious tea for Qin Keyun is nothing more than allowing her to clearly recall the memories of her previous life, especially about the battle of the demons. Qin Keyun was silent for a while, recalling his past life memories, and said, actually, I don't know too well. Afraid that Chu Xuan would misunderstand her concealment, he hurriedly said, I'm just a demon pet, and I really don't know much. How much you know, how much you talk about. Chu Xuan leaned on the back of the chair and returned to a lazy look. I vaguely remember that before fighting the demons, Qin Zun once said angrily, rebellious, the human race is rebellious, and he will kill him. Later, Qin Zun took the master away, and it seemed that he was going to do something. Qin Keyun's last life was a little white fox. Yuukanshu www.yuukanshu.com was a very favorite demon pet of the great Qin emperor, and he was always by his side. Only that time, Qin Keyun was left in the ancestral land of the Qin family, and he prepared some backups for Qin Keyun, as well as the way to open the altar in the ancestral land of the Qin family. The demons invaded, and the strong men of the human race resisted one after another, but no figure of the great Qin emperor appeared. Before the battle of the demons, the great Qin emperor and all the powerhouses were rumored to have fallen. The soul orb left in the great Qin empire has also been broken. Before the invasion of the demons, the Daqin empire was already in turmoil, and the new emperor of Qin could not stabilize the situation. With the invasion of the demons, the Daqin empire disappeared. The descendants of Emperor Daqin's descendants were almost killed. Qin Keyun protected some of the Qin family's descendants to hide in their ancestral land. She also perished because she resisted a certain demon powerhouse. Fortunately, thanks to the backhand prepared by the great Qin emperor for her, she escaped from the spirit and hid in the Qin family's sleep. At the beginning, the invasion of the demons was too sudden. It caught the humans by surprise. It seems that the humans were rebellious and attracted the demons. Qin Keyun said again, Qin Zun, perhaps he fell to prevent the rebellion of the human race from attracting the invasion of the demon race. What was the strength of the Qin state back then? Chu Xuan felt that it was not uncommon for the Qin state to lose the history of the Qin state after the war between the demons before the battle. Nanzhou, there is only one country, only the great Qin empire. Qin Keyun was proud and authentic. Chu Xuan was quite surprised that the ancient Qin empire actually unified Nanzhou. Such a powerful empire has disappeared from the historical records. I am afraid it was erased artificially. And those who erased the history of the Daqin empire must be the top forces in Nanzhou. The first thing Chu Xuan thought of was the Dagon Empire, which has a long history. Chapter 60. The water in Nanzhou is indeed a bit deep. So, do you want to restore the former prestige of the Qin Empire? For the first time, Chu Xuan felt that Qin Keyun had great ambitions. There is actually a desire to rule the southern state. But, with her strength, how could she do it? Even if she regains her strength in her previous life, I'm afraid she won't be able to do it, right? Some people may not want to see the reappearance of the great Qin Empire that unified Nanzhou. No, the little girl's strength is low, how can she unify Nanzhou? Qin Keyun said with a guilty conscience. What kind of strength does Qin Zun have? Chu Xuan felt that if he could unify Nanzhou, he couldn't do it without the strength of the heavenly realm, right? I don't know. Qin Keyun shook her head. As if afraid that Chu Xuan would not believe it, he hurriedly added, I'm just a pet, how can I know the specific strength of the owner? I have asked all the questions that should be asked. Qin Keyun is a human being, not a demon, and there is no need to kill her. Chu Xuan waved his hand and said, you can go, do whatever you need to do, just don't disturb me. Also, don't reveal a single bit of me. Yes. Qin Keyun hurriedly stood up, twisting her skirt with both hands, and asked in a low voice, can I still come here to see? The corners of Chu Xuan's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help thinking about Qin Keyun's preference for good-looking men. Why is she here to see herself? Let's go. Chu Xuan waved his hand. Qin Keyun squinted, but Chu Xuan didn't answer, so she accepted it by default. Yes, I'll retire now. Qin Keyun bowed respectfully before leaving the small courtyard. Chu Xuan drank a cup of tea and squinted his eyes. Since the great Qin emperor had left behind, he might not have died completely, waiting for the opportunity to return. A strongman who can unify Nanzhou and establish the only empire in Nanzhou, Chu Xuan can't believe that he will die completely if he reserves a second hand. Unless, the enemies he faced were far beyond his imagination. Qin Keyun's rebirth as a Qin family is probably also one of the opponent's backups. Chu Xuan picked up the communication charm and contacted Bao Hongyan. Check it out, the information on the ancient great Qin emperor in Nanzhou. Yes, my lord. Bao Hongyan said respectfully. Of the 3 gold medal landlords, Chu Xuan decided to focus on cultivating Bao Hongyan to help her become a 1-star landlord. The other 2 landlords are no more talented than Bao Hongyan. More importantly, those 2 are rough men, not as good-looking as Bao Hongyan. 3 days later, Bao Hongyan sent information about the great Qin emperor. As her gold medal owner, she didn't find much information. There is no introduction about the strength of the great Qin emperor. Regarding the great Qin emperor, there are only a few brief introductions. The first emperor of Nanzhou through the ages, the only emperor who unified Nanzhou and coerced all the sect forces in Nanzhou to bow their heads. Although it was just a few short introductions, one could tell from it that the great Qin emperor was powerful. In the history of Nanzhou, the only person who unified Nanzhou, coerced all the sect forces to bow their heads, and created the Qin Empire, his power is beyond doubt. Chu Xuan suspected that the ancient battle of the demons was probably a conspiracy to overthrow the Qin Empire. Qin Heiyuelou said that the human race rebelled, led the demon race to invade, and caught the strong human race by surprise. I'm afraid this is true. As for the strong human race, whether it was really caught off guard or not remains to be discussed. At least, some people are premeditated, not really caught off guard. Only those strong people who have not betrayed the human race are really caught off guard. Qin Emperor Zun, although he is called Emperor Zun, his strength is probably far beyond the realm of Emperor Zun. Without the strength of the heavenly realm, how can the Nanzhou be unified? Regardless of whether the Emperor Qin is dead or not, as long as he doesn't disturb him, Chu Xuan doesn't care about his layout and his successors. Even if he wanted to unify Nanzhou again, he didn't care. With the opening of the ancient war demon land, I am afraid that the layout of various forces will gradually surface. Looking at it this way, the water in Nanzhou is indeed a bit deep. Chu Xuan didn't panic. The ancient land of war demons has not been opened so soon, and when the ancient land of war demons is opened, his strength will at least be in the heavenly realm. Originally, the three families of Zhao, He, and Chu were to be completely ministers of the Qin state, handing over their territory and accepting the fiefs of the Qin family. Unexpectedly, Qin Heiyuelou suddenly changed her mind. The Zhao family and the He family handed over the land and accepted the fief. Only the Chu family did not take back Chu County, nor did they mention the intention of the Chu family as ministers, and let them return to Chu County for the strong Chu family who were brought back from the Dogon Empire. The sudden change in Qin Heiyuelou's attitude shocked the Chu family. Both the Zhao family and the He family were stunned. Why do you treat the Chu family so favorably? No, it doesn't seem to be preferential treatment, but to exclude the Chu family from the core of Qin. These actions of Qin Heiyuelou, in the eyes of outsiders, are dissatisfaction with the Chu family, excluding the Chu family from the core of the Qin state, and even directly refusing to admit that he belongs to the Qin state. Just thinking of the love of generations, to keep Chu County to the Chu family. Whether this is good or bad for the Chu family is unknown for the time being. It may be a good thing to not have to hand over the site that has been in operation for thousands of years, and not have to bow down to the court. But everyone could see that Qin Heiyuelou's ambitions could not be integrated into the core of the Qin state, and was excluded by the Qin family. Naturally, she could only hide in Chu County and could not develop further. In fact, the four major families that were originally close to each other gradually kept their distance from the Chu family, and gradually became separated. Is it because Chu Yuan ruined the marriage that made Qin Heiyuelou dissatisfied? In the ancestral house, Yu reads www.bakanshu.com heard Chu Tianming's roar again. Now, the Chu family is in a very embarrassing situation. Although Qin Heiyuelou did not show any actions or statements about the exclusion of the Chu family was naturally excluded from being able to participate in the core of the Qin state. The emperor's heart is unpredictable. Especially the empress, a woman's mind is not easy to figure out. Look, give me that Chu Yuan and get it back. Chu Tianming growled. Chu Yuan must be retrieved and asked to plead guilty to Qin Heiyuelou. The current situation of the Chu family is very embarrassing. They have lost their alliance with the other three families. Once they encounter a strong enemy, they have nowhere to ask for help. In the past, when encountering a strong enemy, you could ask the Dogon Empire for help. Now, the Qin state and the Dacian Empire are torn apart. The Chu family was once one of the three great families of the Qin state, and was closely related to the imperial family Qin. Now that they are excluded, they cannot ask the Qin family for help, and the Dogon Empire will not come to help. It can be said that the Chu family is in a state of isolation and helplessness. There are only 5 Heijing powerhouses who came back from the Dogon Empire, and the strongest is no more than the 6th layer of Heijing. There is not even a real powerhouse. The seniors who once broke through the border and went to the Dacian Empire are all dead, and they all fell down as cannon fodder. It's not bad to be able to come back with 5 people. Counting the clan elders who secretly broke through some time ago, the strength of the Chu family is still very weak. In addition to the Hejing who sits in the ancestral house, the Hejing clan elders who have just broken through have gone to various places in Chu County to sit in town. Without Hejing, I always felt that Chu County was very dangerous. Chu Tianming's expression was ugly, and he had to break through the harmony realm as soon as possible. The Chu family entrusted Heiyuelou with a mission to capture Chu Yuan.